After many years, you have finally exacted vengeance upon your enemies. Do you believe there might be a child hiding? Professional stunts are perilous. Please do not attempt to replicate. Yet, they have already reached the age of 18. Before you eliminate him, leap off the cliff alone. Professional stunts are perilous. Do not attempt to replicate. Upon receiving the news, a chill envelopes your heart. Damn it. Isn't this the very essence of fate's favored child? Detonate the cliff. It is imperative to detonate the cliff. Even in your calmness, unease lingers within you. The actions depicted are perilous. Do not attempt to replicate them. What if, against all odds, he survives the explosion? It is imperative to seize this moment, while he is still at several lower realms, and personally bring about his demise. You gaze upon the corpses of a dozen monkeys, their bodies a striking shade of green, their faces frozen in an expression of frost. This marks the 10th monkey that has plummeted down the cliff in search of a path, regardless of the direction taken downwards. When one descends below Tenjong, they shall succumb to poison and meet their demise. Even if the finest antidote has been administered in advance, it remains futile. In the depths of your heart, you secretly speculate that Yi Tian, the cunning scoundrel, would leap down. Even if he does not meet his demise from a fall, he would surely succumb to poison. Yet, in all matters, there lie unforeseen circumstances. One must not let their guard down. His parents have both passed away. Professional stunts are perilous. Please do not attempt. I pursued him relentlessly to this very spot. Even under my full force of attack, he managed to find an opportunity to leap off the cliff. Such luck seems reminiscent of protagonist from a novel. If we were to follow the trajectory of the novel's plot, he leaps down, destined for an extraordinary encounter, only to return with formidable skills, seeking vengeance upon me. I shall never permit such an occurrence. After a moment of contemplation, you issued a command to your trusted confidant beside you. Unnamed. Professional actions are perilous. Please do not imitate. Summon the renowned physician Bien Quebec. Request him to concoct an antidote capable of neutralizing the lethal poison from the abyss of severed souls. There must be an escape route at the base of the cliff. Dispatch someone to locate other exits beneath the cliff and ensure they are guarded. Without my command, no one is permitted to enter or exit. Violators shall face merciless consequences. Surround the cliff's summit with traps and poison. As long as he can ascend alive, let him perish in this place. Professional actions can be perilous. Please do not attempt to imitate them. Nevertheless, it seems that this is still insufficiently secure. You touch your chin in contemplation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck you, and you turned to the nameless figure and spoke. Gather all the herbalists and hunters within a 10-mile radius and bring them to the villa for a coordinated arrangement. Especially in households with women, regardless of age, none should be overlooked. Indeed, professional actions may pose dangers. Please do not attempt to replicate them. No maternal animals should be left behind. If there are any unwilling to leave, simply incapacitate and remove them. Do not engage in unnecessary dialogue with them. After a thrilling leap from a precipice, one is often rescued by a woman who not only possesses the miraculous ability to heal ailments, but also grants the fortune of embracing a beauty. With my presence, he can hardly entertain such delightful thoughts. Your lips curl slightly as you offer a cold, disdainful smile. Understood. Professional actions are perilous. Do not attempt to replicate them. The nameless figure, devoid of expression, accepted the task and proceeded to organize it. He would not question the reasons why. Those who are fond of asking why have all been dispatched by you to cultivate the wilderness. As a competent confidant, one merely needs to understand how to execute commands. Everyone within the manor is aware of this. The master of the estate, Huang Tianba, is renowned for his suspicious and cautious nature. Engaging in such perilous actions is ill-advised and should not be emulated. He believes in strategizing before taking action, always contemplating thoroughly before proceeding. If one were to inquire further, he would begin to suspect that you are a spy, then sent for land reclamation. You have devoted an entire year solely to the preparation for the assault on the Mingjian Mountain Villa. The master of the Mingjian Manor, Yi Waya, was utterly unaware of when he had been poisoned. Upon encountering him, all his martial prowess dissipated in an instant. He had no time to utter his final words before being struck down by a single blade. In fact, The poison within Yi Wuyo is such that even the one responsible for administering it remains oblivious to its existence. The poison each individual administers is found to be harmless upon examination. Caution: professional stunts are perilous and should not be attempted. Yet, when combined, a year has passed. Encountering a fragrance applied by Huang Tianba transforms into a lethal poison. Professional actions are perilous. Please do not attempt to replicate them. This extraordinary poison is expertly concocted by Huang Tianba's esteemed companion, Xiao. Everything has been meticulously arranged. You arrive at the renowned sword manor, where your subordinates are diligently and methodically clearing the battlefield. Professional actions may pose dangers. Please do not attempt to imitate. The objects are arranged in a neat and orderly fashion. Upon your gaze, a sense of discomfort immediately washes over you. There's a group of women over there. Some gaze blankly ahead, while cautioning against imitating perilous professional maneuvers. Others weep extravagantly. Some giggle foolishly. You approached with an expressionless demeanor. The team leader in charge over there, upon noticing your expression, hurriedly stepped forward to offer an explanation. Master of the estate, professional actions are perilous. Please do not attempt to imitate them. These individuals were rescued from the dungeons of the Swordsmith Manor. Their emotions are exceedingly heightened. Some appear rather disoriented. Thus, we are unable to arrange them in an orderly fashion. You cast a fierce glare at the squad leader and rebuked him vehemently. Are you a pig? Simply rendering them unconscious would bring about tranquility. The squad leader nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Yes, yes, yes. I shall promptly render them unconscious. He nodded in satisfaction. Professional actions are perilous. Do not attempt to imitate them. He stated solemnly. First, take them back for treatment and inquire about their origins. Those who can regain consciousness may stay and work. Those with mental afflictions shall be sent to the welfare institution for the Lord's care. Should he fail in his duties, he must beware for his own safety. Once again, I urge the publicity department to utilize them as subjects of their discourse. Please be advised that the execution of professional stunts may pose significant risks. Therefore, do not attempt to replicate them. I encourage the composition of several articulate articles that critically examine the Jian Shanzhuang. I wish for all the inhabitants of Twilight City to be aware that the Yi father and son are consumed by their carnal desires. The lecher who spares not even the sow. Speaking of this, you couldn't help but chuckle to yourself. Professional stunts are perilous. Please do not attempt them. Cursed Yi family, you have relentlessly vilified me daily. Now, it is my turn to cast shadows upon you. Unless I drive you to despair, I shall not be called Huang Tianba. Professional actions are hazardous. Please do not attempt to imitate. Understood, master of the estate. The squad leader hastily instructed his subordinates to locate the vehicle, preparing to transport the individuals back. Upon observing Huang Tianba approaching those who were bound, he promptly followed suit to report. Professional actions are perilous. Please do not attempt to replicate them. These individuals belong to the renowned sword manor. There are a total of 166 guards. There are both men and women inside. There are both the elderly and the young, some of whom are grievously injured and on the brink of death. Upon the arrival of Huang Tianba, professional actions are perilous. Please refrain from imitation. Some tremble in fear, while others unleash a torrent of curses. The dark sorcerer may meet a most untimely demise. Blood demon, the righteous alliance will not let you escape. If you possess the audacity, then take my life. After 18 years, I shall emerge as a true hero. Huang Tianba grinned coldly, revealing 4 sharp fangs reminiscent of a vampire. He cast a disdainful glance at those who were fervently hurling insults, sneering in response. If you wish to depart from this world, it is not a difficult task. I can facilitate your desires. Now, I present to you 2 options. One is to perish here, continuing to serve as a mere servant to the Yi family in the depths below. Secondly, become my loyal servant, tilling the land and cultivating the fields on my behalf. You may choose for yourselves. As soon as the words left my lips, the subordinates beside him swiftly and uniformly drew their blades. This action, executed with precision, is fraught with peril. Do not attempt to replicate it. Those who had been vocally disparaging were suddenly rendered silent and diminished. Lowering my head in silence, I dared not utter a word. Yet, there are still those who stubbornly continue to berate him vociferously. The professional actions are perilous. Please refrain from imitation. With a sweeping gesture, you commanded, eliminate all those who speak with such triviality. Professional actions are perilous. Please refrain from imitation. Indeed, the subordinates stepped forward. With a swift motion, the blade descended. The scene was enveloped in an immediate silence. After a brief pause of tranquility, once again, someone erupted in fervent curses, exclaiming, "Devil, the heavens shall surely exact retribution upon you." Professional actions can be perilous. Please refrain from imitation. I shall confront you with all my might. You gaze at them with an impassive expression. Raising your hand, you gesture downwards. After the swift and decisive actions of the subordinates, following 2 rounds of thorough purging, only 100 remain. Now, no one dares to speak ill anymore. All were so frightened that they trembled uncontrollably, not even daring to weep aloud. Professional actions are perilous. Please do not attempt to imitate them. You are quite pleased with this outcome. Everyone is an adversary. He has no intention of trying to reform them. In any case, they would not appreciate it. Those who are disobedient should be eliminated. Simply remain obedient and carry out your tasks. Personal development is inextricably linked to human resources. Engaging in perilous actions is ill-advised and should not be emulated. Fortunately, these individuals can be repurposed. The remaining individuals should be stripped of their martial prowess. Administer poison to facilitate land reclamation. I shall attend to this matter forthwith. The reason for your severity lies in you are inherently unique, born with 4 elongated, pointed canine teeth adorning your mouth. The 2 incisors not only grow rapidly, but their professional movements are perilous and should not be imitated. Moreover, once extracted, they tend to regrow within a day, presenting a rather intimidating appearance. This leaves your parents utterly perplexed. Secretly, many doctors were summoned for diagnosis, yet after their examinations, all proclaimed the same verdict upon you. Aside from the peculiar growth of the teeth, everything else is in order. Given this, his parents also felt a sense of relief. Professional stunts are perilous. Please do not attempt them. Consider it a unique talent of sorts. Little did they expect that when Huang Tianba grew up, the righteous alliance, led by the renowned sword mansion, has surprisingly chosen to exploit this situation, proclaiming with great fervor that you are the reincarnation of a blood demon, to drink human blood and consume human flesh. All misdeeds are attributed to you. In the end, the parents were compelled to solemnly vow with their lives, taking their own lives to prove their son's innocence. This is what led the righteous alliance to refrain from completely annihilating his family, out of concern for the perilous nature of professional actions that should not be emulated. That year, he was 14, and he wept until he lost consciousness. Upon awakening, it felt as though I had transformed into an entirely different person. My disposition altered dramatically. Everyone merely assumes that he has been affected by some sort of shock. Engaging in such perilous actions is not advisable. No one truly knows. Upon awakening, he has transformed into someone entirely different from his former self. The original him had succumbed to overwhelming sorrow and perished. Upon awakening, he was, in fact, Huang Tianba from the Blue Star, a superlative scholar, an 8th-level machinist, a national treasure-level genius who rivals Iron Man. Due to an unforeseen incident during the experiment, Yin Hun found himself traversing to another realm. Upon his arrival, he was astonished to discover, in this world reminiscent of ancient times, it is advised not to imitate the perilous professional stunts. Surprisingly, there exists a form of inner power, unbeknownst to his original realm. Masters of unparalleled skill can even project their inner strength outward. The ability to unleash sword energy or blade aura that extends for dozens of meters is spoken of in hushed whispers, and it is rumored that in hidden realms there exist practitioners of the mystical arts, capable of soaring through the skies, traversing the earth, and moving mountains or filling seas. Such specialized feats are perilous. Please refrain from attempting to replicate them. Those who have mastered their craft may even transcend mortal bounds and attain immortality, ascend to the immortal realm, achieve eternal life. It is possible that his soul traversed dimensions, influenced by the forces of time and space, granting him remarkable insight. Professional actions are perilous. Please do not attempt to imitate them. Various techniques are easily comprehensible at a glance. Any opponent's move can be swiftly assimilated and transformed into one's own technique by employing their own methods against them. This is the very reason he ascended from a mediocre practitioner to an unparalleled master in just 4 short years. Indeed, such insight necessitates a foundational basis. One must possess a fundamental understanding of martial arts to truly comprehend its techniques. It cannot be conjured from thin air. Professional actions are perilous. Please refrain from imitating them. Otherwise, one might comprehend the narrative as previously described in novels and could easily ascend to immortality. As far as he is aware, at present, he finds himself amidst the realm of the Qian state. Fewer than 10 unparalleled masters remain active, and whether there are concealed experts among them remains a mystery. The location is rather remote, with transportation being quite inconvenient. Much of the information comes from hearsay, and perhaps there are indeed stronger alternatives that remain undiscovered. If one were to compare solely against the unparalleled standards of masters known to him, it would be prudent to refrain from imitating such professional maneuvers, for he possesses the confidence to triumph in direct confrontation with any adversary. Even when faced with 2 opponents, he remains undaunted. If one does not act with integrity, it is likely that no unparalleled master would stand a chance against him. Should anyone dare to set a date for a duel with him, you will poison in advance. Professional actions are perilous. Do not attempt to replicate. Eliminate your adversary with poison. After all, you are the villain in this narrative. There is no need to adhere to the chivalric code of the righteous. Another direction. Boxes filled with gold, silver, and jewels were being transported from various locations within the renowned sword manor. Butler Old Tan is diligently overseeing dozens of professionals engaged in perilous maneuvers that should not be imitated, while the accountant is occupied with the meticulous registration and inventory. Upon seeing you approach, I hurriedly stepped forward to pay my respects. "Master, you have arrived." You nodded, observing him drenched in sweat, and expressed your concern. "Old Tan, let the servants handle the specific tasks. Why are you working yourself into a frenzy? At your age, what would happen if you exhausted yourself? Professional actions are perilous. Please do not attempt to replicate them." Old Tan, the butler, is a venerable figure of the Blade Mountain Manor, sharing a fraternal bond with your father. His own father and grandfather also served as butlers at Blade Mountain Manor. 3 generations have never erred. There exists but one word to encapsulate this fidelity: unwavering loyalty. After your parents were coerced into suicide by the Righteous Alliance, he remained steadfast and unwavering, shouldering the entire responsibility of Ba Dao Mountain Manor and attending to your every need with utmost care. For Huang Tianba, who embodies the memories and emotions of his original self, he is the most trustworthy and respected individual in your heart, akin to a family member, akin to a parent. Professional actions can be perilous. Please do not attempt to imitate them. Old Tan chuckled softly and remarked, "This simply cannot be allowed. The allure of wealth captivates the heart. If I am not here to oversee, they are prone to making mistakes. I must tell you, only stringent supervision can eradicate the emergence of corruption." You hurriedly concurred. Indeed, you are absolutely right." Then, without further ado, he pulled Old Tan to the shaded area, instructing the servants to bring over tables, chairs, and tea. Though he may appear to kill without hesitation in the eyes of others, he cannot bring himself to be ruthless towards those who treat him with unwavering kindness. An elder in the family is akin to a treasure. Professional maneuvers can be perilous. Please do not attempt to imitate them. In many matters, Old Tan's foresight surpasses even his own. It is precisely due to Old Tan's assistance in managing the villa that he finds solace. He can then devote himself wholeheartedly to practicing his craft and conducting scientific research, attentively listening to Old Tan expound on the principles of management for a while. He pulled Old Tan back to the Blade Mountain Villa. "Professional stunts are perilous. Please do not attempt to replicate. Between the 2 villas lies a town of twilight. The journey is quite bumpy and rather inconvenient. However, the vehicle you are riding in is unlike any other. This is an electric-assisted cart that he crafted himself, appearing as though a horse is pulling it. In fact, there are motors driving the wheels. Even in the absence of horses, one can still control the vehicle through the steering wheel within the carriage, enabling the journey to continue. As a prodigious genius endowed with exceptional craftsmanship equivalent to a level 8 machinist, I possess a wealth of knowledge in various realms of mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Furthermore, as the master of a manner, the specialized actions are perilous and should not be imitated. Wealth is abundant and in the hands of many. One can pursue any ambition one desires. Indeed, he has successfully crafted numerous avant-garde creations. After several years of discrete development, from nothing to something, basic hydroelectric generator motor. Professional actions may be hazardous. Please do not attempt to replicate. Dry batteries, lead-acid battery, electric lights, magnetic devices, and telephones, among other inventions. Some biological entities have been created. Professional maneuvers are perilous. Please do not attempt to replicate. For the average individual, the absence of tools and materials renders such creations impossible. However, for him, these challenges pose no obstacles. Refraining from coveting what belongs to others is a reason for them to express their gratitude to the heavens. Returned to the dominance blade manner. Entered the secret chamber. You have just spoken. Professional actions are perilous. Please do not imitate them. Old Tan, I am preparing to seclude myself for 5 days. From now on, you shall arrange for a substitute to take my place. Very well, I shall arrange it shortly. As a prudent individual, you possess 3 substitutes, concealed in 3 secret locations. The professional stunts are perilous. Do not attempt to replicate. Among the doubles, none are aware of each other. Each believes themselves to be your one and only substitute. In addition to being afflicted with a lethal poison, they must periodically consume an antidote, living a life of opulence akin to a lavish feast replete with wine and delicacies every day. A celebration banquet will be held in the estate 3 days from now. The professional stunts are perilous. Please do not attempt to replicate them. Disseminate the news widely. Strive to lure those who wish me harm, allowing a group to enter so that they may be eradicated one by one. Very well, the master of the estate, Old Tan, is well versed in this matter. Moreover, this has transpired on more than one occasion. The righteous alliance invariably has a few elusive adversaries or virtuous individuals who seek an opportunity to eliminate you. It is better to facilitate than to obstruct. Professional stunts are perilous. Please do not attempt them. There are countless days of thievery, yet there are no endless days of guarding against theft. Since there are those who wish to harm him, let them all in. Address each threat as it arises. Once all those who harbor intentions to kill him are eliminated, naturally, no one will dare to come again. Everything is meticulously arranged. Old Tan departed in haste. You remove the blade from your person and place it upon the table. This professional action is perilous. Please do not attempt to replicate it. The sword is his weapon, a treasured ancestral blade known as the blood-drinking sword. Professional actions are perilous. Do not attempt to imitate. The sword is your trophy, the ancestral treasure of the Ming sword manor, the stunning swan sword. The esteemed Mingjian Villa is so fervently discrediting him, as they seek to acquire the blood-drinker's blade from him. Rumors in the martial world suggest that the blood-drinking blade conceals the secret to immortality. However, Huang Tianba does not share this sentiment. His blade possesses no ethereal essence. It is more appropriate to refer to it as the demon blade. Please refrain from imitating the professional actions, as they are perilous. The blood-drinker's blade, aside from effortlessly slicing through iron, cannot be destroyed. The most remarkable aspect is its ability to draw blood, albeit at an exceedingly slow pace. It takes an eternity to extract a single drop of blood, yet not even a piece of tissue can absorb it as swiftly. He truly cannot fathom the utility of this after years of research. No significant findings have emerged. Today, I have acquired the stunning sword of Jinghong. Professional maneuvers are perilous. Please do not attempt to replicate them. Alternatively, one might uncover something profound. Are you prepared to wield the sword of Jinghong against your own blood-drinking blade? The rationale is quite simple. It is depicted in a novel I once read. At this moment, beneath the cliff of broken souls, there stands a pine tree growing resolutely upon the precipice. A youth, clad in tattered garments and strewn with blood, lies prostrate, his skin bearing a dark green hue. He is none other than Yi Tian, the one you have been unable to forget. Beneath the cliff of Lost Souls lies a treacherous poison barrier. The perilous stunts depicted should not be emulated. Before Xian could meet his demise from the fall, he had already succumbed to the poison. Fortuitously, he landed upon a pine tree, suspended precariously. A rotund toad, reminiscent of the size of a basketball, appeared to be drawn by some unseen force, hopping playfully onto Xian's body. He opened his wide mouth. The professional action is perilous. Please do not attempt to imitate. A wisp of green mist was drawn from Xian's body and inhaled into his cavernous mouth. Chapter 3. A mysterious encounter with a swordsman in the cave. Concealed malice at the celebration feast. Moments later, the green mist dissipated from Xian's body, restoring his complexion to its normal hue. The plump toad, satisfied, hopped away. All the poison within Xian had been extracted by the toad. However, he remained unconscious, merely transformed from a toxic corpse into one devoid of poison. The weather, once clear and bright, suddenly turned ominous, dark clouds gathering overhead. A rumbling thunderclap echoed, and a thick purple lightning struck down from the heavens, precisely hitting Xian. Damn it, there's a protective fortune that I cannot seize. I must devise a plan to weaken his luck. Amidst the flickering lightning, a shadow seethed with anger and then vanished into Xian's body, causing his heart to beat once more, reigniting the spark of life within him. After a few coughs, Xian shook his heavy head and opened his eyes to reveal a deep valley before him. A strong sensation of dizziness overwhelmed him, raising the hair on his neck. How did I end up here? After a brief moment of confusion, he recalled that he had no choice but to leap down while fleeing. Aside from practicing swordsmanship with his father and disparaging Huang Tianba, Xian's greatest passion was reading novels. He had often encountered tales of heroes rescuing maidens, wandering the world with swords and youthful adventures, particularly the motif of serendipitous encounters after leaping from cliffs. Indeed, as the stories foretold, there was a way out. Beneath the cliff, a tree had broken his fall. Astonished by this stroke of fortune, he mused, "It seems I am indeed the destined protagonist. Father, I shall not perish under heaven's favor. I will return to avenge you." With profound emotion, Xian turned his gaze to the left and right. To the right, he discovered a cave, standing tall as a person. A soft white glow emanated from within, surrounded by thick vines resembling arms. And before it lay a platform measuring 2 meters on each side. The life-saving pine tree beneath him sprouted from the edge of this very platform. His discovery filled him with elation. Is there truly a cave? And it emits white light. The adventure surely awaits within. I must venture inside, for I may uncover something extraordinary. He propped himself against the tree trunk, preparing to shift his position when a sudden, piercing pain shot through his left rib and right calf, causing him to gasp sharply. Hiss! At least 3 ribs on the left are broken, and the right calf is fractured. But thankfully, there is no immediate threat to my life. Having trained in martial arts from a young age, he was acutely aware of his body's condition and swiftly assessed his injuries. For a martial artist, such minor injuries were inconsequential. The higher the realm, the quicker the recovery. And with medicine, the healing would be expedited. With a push of his right hand against the tree trunk, he stood on one leg upon the tree. With a slight exertion of his left foot, he leaped onto the platform before the cave. As he limped inside, he soon understood the source of the faint light. The cave walls were adorned with numerous palm-sized, translucent plants, their slender leaves resembling swords, akin to crystal-carved gladiolus. Each crystal gladiolus emitted a gentle white light, collectively illuminating the surroundings. Intrigued, Xian plucked one for examination. What peculiar flower is this? Will consuming it enhance my prowess? The crystal gladiolus felt cool in his hand, akin to holding a piece of crystal. Before he could finish his thought, the crystal gladiolus lost its glow and transformed into a wisp of smoke, dissipating into the air. Ah, it seems I cannot merely pluck them. Never mind for now. There are plenty more to consider later. Abandoning his inquiry into the crystal gladiolus, he continued deeper into the cave. The cave was vast and deep, with an entrance only tall enough for a single person. But it widened and rose as he ventured further in, becoming increasingly cold, with the crystal gladiolus growing larger. After walking for a quarter of an hour, a vast plaza unfolded before him. The towering crystal gladiolus illuminated the entire space like daylight. Normally impervious to temperature due to his inner strength, he now felt a chill. In the center of the plaza sat a figure draped in white robes with a hood, meditating. Upon seeing this, Tian immediately halted and respectfully addressed the figure. "I am Tian, a junior who has inadvertently stumbled into this cave while fleeing from enemies. I apologize for disturbing your seclusion." It was impossible for him to be disrespectful. The aura emanating from this scene indicated the presence of a transcendent master. Establishing a good rapport here might allow him to learn a technique or two to exact revenge on Huang Tianba. He patiently waited, but the figure remained silent. Repeating his greeting, he found still no response. Could it be that this venerable one has already passed? Cautiously, Tian approached, drawing nearer until he stood directly in front of the figure, yet there was no sign of movement. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the figure's hands had transformed into stark white bones, cradling a transparent long sword without a sheath. The sword, glistening and clear, bore a resemblance to the surrounding crystal gladiolus. Were it not for the refracted light at the edge of the blade, it would have gone unnoticed. Boldly, he leaned down to observe the figure's face, only to find a skull gazing back at him through hollow eye sockets. So this esteemed one has indeed passed. No wonder there was no reply. It appeared that the sword was now his fortune. Tian's gaze fixated on the weapon, which was evidently a treasure, surpassing even his family's ancestral sword, the Jinghong. With the figure having departed this world, words would serve no purpose. He felt no hesitation. Grasping the crystal sword, he prepared to lift it for a closer examination, only to feel an icy chill enveloping his hand as if he were grasping a block of ice in the depths of winter. What a cold sword! Could it be not crystal, but ancient ice? As this thought crossed his mind, an overwhelming cold surged through his body, rendering his hand numb and incapable of release. He felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, the world around him fading into oblivion. A vision of a snow-clad swordsman slowly emerged in his mind. 3 days later, the Ba Dao Manor was adorned with colorful decorations and filled with guests. As the undisputed leader of Twilight City, news of Ba Dao Manor's celebratory feast spread far and wide. People of prominence from both the black and white factions within a 100-mile radius gathered spontaneously. This was not the first time Ba Dao Manor had hosted a celebration. Over the years, they had held a feast after each elimination of an adversary. Initially, only invited guests attended, but as Ba Dao Manor's power grew, even the uninvited began to show up unashamedly. Particularly this time, as the renowned Xian Sword Manor, the head of the Righteous Alliance, had been utterly vanquished. Those who had previously aligned with the Righteous Alliance, wishing to evade their doom, flocked to the event. It was common knowledge in the martial world that the bloodthirsty Huang Tianba bore a grudge, and anyone who failed to attend would likely face the same fate as the fallen. Fearing for their lives, some reported to the authorities, spending considerable sums. Yet escaping their fate proved impossible. The reason was evident, as one could see from the figure at the head table. Jin Sanping, the mayor of Twilight City, wore a beaming smile as he chatted amicably with Huang Tianba's surrogate, appearing subservient. Jin Sanping was acutely aware of the political dynamics. In such a remote area with limited military strength, it was clear whom he should ally with. After all, the Righteous Alliance would never engage in midnight visits bearing blades to converse in one's chambers. Behind the performance stage, a flower maiden wielding a spear fixed her gaze intently on Huang Tianba's surrogate. Upon seeing him sip from his cup, a cold smile crept upon her lips. Her father is the leader of the Xiao family gang and a member of the Righteous Alliance. When Huang Tianba came knocking, she happened to be out enjoying herself. Narori escapino adirefate. There are many like her. The servant who just poured tea for Huang Tianba is one of her companions, a survivor from another gang who also evaded peril. The tea has been laced with a drug, colorless and tasteless, yet it is not poison. This particular substance induces a fleeting state of distraction. Why not use poison? Because every morsel of food is meticulously inspected for toxins. They would never have the opportunity to poison, Only a non-lethal drug can elude scrutiny, as long as it can induce a momentary lapse in Huang Tianba's awareness. She will have the chance to strike with deadly precision. Chapter 4. With a mouth like a blood demon and a body containing the deadliest poisons in the dimly lit chamber, the true Huang Tianba was engrossed in reading a novel. His daily pursuits consisted mainly of training and research, with the quiet enjoyment of literature being his favorite pastime. To facilitate this passion, he had established a dedicated writing department known as the Puguay Pavilion, which consisted of a group of zealous scholars who harbored a deep animosity towards him, often spreading malicious gossip about his character. He tasked them with crafting stories featuring themselves as protagonists, devising ways to eliminate him within their narratives. Failure to meet his expectations would result in punitive measures, such as slaps or confinement in a small, dark room. This arrangement suited their interests perfectly, as they transformed Huang Tianba into a formidable villain, each day presenting him with unique scenarios of revenge. For instance, the novel he was currently perusing depicted a vengeful character infiltrating a mountain villa, masquerading as a performer and servant, plotting to assassinate him. How clever, he mused, to employ a drug that induces momentary disorientation, creating an opportunity for an attack. He wondered whether his body, impervious to poisons, could withstand such a substance. He believed that two minds were better than one, and that wisdom could be gleaned from literature, thereby avoiding pitfalls. As for why he, despite being immune to all toxins, refrained from leaping into the abyss of souls himself, it was simply due to his extreme caution. Who could say if the poison lurking below was the 101st? He would not tempt fate unless absolutely necessary. Testing poisons was a task best left to the expertise of Bianc. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. 3 days had passed, yet he had yet to unravel the secret between the sword of the flying phoenix and the blood-drinking blade. The two weapons were evenly matched, neither able to sever the other, thus leaving the treasures within the blade shrouded in mystery. He planned to instruct the Puguay Pavilion to write several novels centered around swords and blades, hoping their imaginative minds might yield a solution. Suddenly, the call bell in the corner chimed. Huang Tianba rose and approached the door, peering through the peephole. As fate would have it, a white-haired youth, his lower face obscured by a violet scarf and a satchel slung across his shoulder, stood outside. None other than Bianc, the very person he had just been contemplating. Beside him stood his loyal aide, Wuming. The peephole, a contraption of his own making, allowed him to see who was outside while concealing his own presence, thus preventing any deceitful tricks. Upon opening the door, Wuming respectfully greeted Huang Tianba. "Master of the villa, I have brought Dr. Sai with me." Huang Tianba nodded in acknowledgement. "Is there any news from the past few days?" Wuming promptly replied, "Dr. Sai has developed an antidote for the poison found at the Abyss of Souls. We have identified 2 entrances leading to the abyss and have stationed guards to monitor them closely. Traps have been set up around the summit, and so far, there has been no sign of Yi Tian. All nearby residents have been safely relocated to the villa." After listening to Wuming's concise report, Huang Tianba casually inquired, "Did any of the residents oppose this?" Wuming answered earnestly, "Master, they voiced significant concerns, but it was manageable. Aside from the elderly and children, who were subdued with a calming incense, the rest were brought back unconscious. Currently, their emotional state is stable." "Excellent work. You may leave now. I have matters to discuss with Dr. Sai." Huang Tianba was pleased with Wuming's performance. He was indeed a commendable employee. Reporting should be straightforward, focusing on results, while executing tasks with both precision and warmth. Wuming bowed and departed, while Bianc had already made himself comfortable inside. Their relationship was far from formal. They shared a bond that transcended the typical master-servant dynamic. Once the door was closed, Bianc retrieved a vial of pills from his satchel, uncorked it, and poured a few into his palm. These were the antidotes for the toxins at the Abyss of Souls, effective for 1 hour per pill, with the effects stacking if taken in succession. Huang Tianba lifted one pill to his nose and inhaled its faint, refreshing aroma, which was quite pleasant. "How many did you make?" he asked. 200, Bianc replied. "Too few. Make an additional 1,000. How long will that take?" "With your laboratory and materials, It will require 2 days. Very well. I shall await your return. Understood. Sai Bianc was not one for idle chatter and was typically indifferent to others. Yet he spoke more freely with Huang Tianba. When Wu Ming had approached him 2 days prior, he had promptly set off for the Abyss of Souls to collect poison samples for research. Only today had he returned to present his findings to Huang Tianba. Placing the prepared antidotes on the table, Sai Bianc glanced at Huang Tianba and said, "Extend your hand and dissipate your protective energy. I shall enhance your resistance to toxins." Huang Tianba obediently complied, extending his left hand without hesitation. Sai Bianc was one of the few individuals he could trust implicitly, as he bore the blood of Sai Bianc within him. Sai Bianc produced a hollow, slender needle and swiftly pierced his own heart before extracting it and plunging it into Huang Tianba's wrist vein. A droplet of azure blood was forced out, merging rapidly with Huang Tianba's own bloodstream. The needle, resembling the sting of a shadow bee, served as a makeshift syringe. This blood, a product of Sai Bianc's essence, was the finest antidote. Sai Bianc's origins were shrouded in mystery. Raised by a poison specialist, he was treated as a living repository of toxins. Yet his own blood possessed the power to counteract them. During one fateful experiment, he found himself on the brink of death, only to be saved by Huang Tianba, who also vanquished the poison specialist controlling him. Two outcasts, a blood-sucking aberration and a toxic being, had forged a deep friendship, recognizing their shared struggles. Huang Tianba provided resources for Sai Bianc to refine his mastery of poison and medicine, while Sai Bianc ensured Huang Tianba's safety with his concoctions. During a fierce battle, Huang Tianba had fallen victim to an exceptionally potent poison, rendering even Sai Bianc's specialized antidote ineffective, merely prolonging his suffering. Rushing to his aid, Sai Bianc infused Huang Tianba's tainted blood into his own body, extracting the newly developed antidote from his heart and administering it to Huang Tianba, ultimately saving him. Since then, to prevent Huang Tianba from succumbing to new poisons, Sai Bianc would test any unfamiliar toxins on himself first, subsequently providing Huang Tianba with his blood containing the new antidote. This was the key to Huang Tianba's immunity to all poisons. As Sai Bianc updated Huang Tianba's toxicity resistance, Huang Tianba seized the opportunity to pose a question that had been on his mind. "By the way, I happen to have an inquiry regarding poisons." "Go ahead." Sai Bianc replied. "I recently read a novel that mentioned a colorless and odorless drug that, when added to tea, induces a momentary state of euphoria and disorientation in the drinker. Do you know if such a substance exists in reality?" Sai Bianc nodded. "Indeed. There are 18 known substances of that nature. I currently possess 5. Do you require any?" "Ah, no need," Huang Tianba quickly responded, seeing the inquisitive look from Sai Bianc. He chuckled. "I fear I might one day fall victim to such a trick. After all, it is not a poison, and I am uncertain of my resistance." Sai Bianc assured him, "Rest assured, you are immune to all of these, including the toxins from the Abyss of Souls." That is reassuring. With Sai Bianc's guarantee, Huang Tianba finally felt at ease. "Are you planning to stay here for a few days?" "I intend to accompany you to the Abyss of Souls." "Really?" "Yes." "Splendid. With a poison expert by my side, I shall fear nothing." Sai Bianc had grown accustomed to Huang Tianba's occasional use of incomprehensible terminology. To him, Huang Tianba was not merely a martial arts prodigy, capable of mastering any technique with a single glance, but also a remarkably ingenious inventor, making his occasional bewildering remarks entirely understandable. Many of the experimental tools he currently employs were ingeniously crafted by Huang Tianba. Beakers, test tubes, distillation flasks, alcohol lamps, magnifying glasses, microscopes, thermometers, and more significantly enhance his experiments. Everything he does now is for Huang Tianba. He is the sole beacon in his life, and he aspires to exert all his strength to assist him. Huang Tianba feels a sense of stability this time, akin to engaging in a game. With his advanced warrior skills combined with Sai Bianxiao's potent toxic arts and medical expertise, traversing a new map like the soul-severing cliff is remarkably effortless. Were it not for the overwhelming lethality of Sai Bianxiao's research, which inadvertently annihilates creatures within a radius of hundreds or even thousands of meters. He would wish to accompany him daily. Xiao has settled into a secret chamber, which boasts a lavishly adorned bedroom as well as a fully equipped laboratory, perfectly suited for the creation of antidotes. Outside, on the stage, the performer is fully engrossed in her delicate display of skills. With a backflip, her waist twists gracefully, grounded firmly in a stable horse stance. The audience below erupts in applause, their cheers resonating throughout the venue. Huang Tianba's stand-in has already sipped 2 cups of tea. What initially felt like a tense atmosphere has inexplicably relaxed. Previous banquets were fraught with assassination attempts, yet he had always managed to detect them in advance. Today's gathering has surpassed half an hour without a trace of an assassin, likely due to the fact that the master has eliminated the famed swordmanner, leaving no one daring enough to oppose him. Thus, when he steps out as a stand-in, he can anticipate a life of ease. He chuckles heartily, his spirits soaring, feeling as though he might float with joy. The performer on stage fixates intently on Huang Tianba's stand-in. This is the moment. Upon noticing the stand-in's vacant stare, she suddenly lunges forward with determination. Chapter 5. Encountering assassins at the celebration feast. What the unjust heavens! The spear in her hand was not the soft-headed weapon that had been inspected upon entering the manor, but rather a true creation forged from celestial iron, adept at piercing through protective auras. As for where she concealed the spearhead when she brought it in, is best left unsaid. The thrust she executed was infused with her very essence, a desperate strike born of life and death. With unwavering resolve, she had no intention of leaving alive today. After all, the Ba Dao Manor was home to countless masters, and no assassin had ever escaped alive. If she could slay Huang Tianba, avenging her family and ridding the martial world of this great fiend, then her death would be worth it. A flash of cold light pierced the air, and the spear shot forth like a dragon. This strike was as swift as lightning. The city lord Jin Samping, possessing mediocre martial skills, found himself unable to react in time. Huang Tianba's body double was momentarily dazed and similarly caught off guard. However, 2 bodyguards stationed closely behind Huang Tianba's double were quick to respond. After the spear was unleashed, they sprang into action. Though the manor lord possessed unparalleled skills as bodyguards, they had a duty to intervene, lest they be deemed useless. Drawing their blades was too late. They could only use their bodies as shields. One leaped forward to block in front of Huang Tianba's double, while the other swiftly directed a palm strike toward the spear-wielding woman, attempting to subdue her on the spot. The impact was brutal. The woman did not evade. She took the blow head-on, spewing forth blood and flying several paces back. In that critical moment, she released her grip on the spear. Though her body was cast aside, the spear continued its forward trajectory. However, it was destined to return without success, as the bodyguard managed to intercept the spear with his right palm. He grasped the spear's shaft forcefully to slow its momentum. Yet the woman's life-risking strike was not so easily contained. The spearhead pierced through his palm and into his right shoulder, forcing him to retreat 2 steps before finally halting. The ground bore witness to 2 deep footprints, with the spear's tip only a foot away from Huang Tianba's double. The bodyguard finally exhaled in relief. Though his body was pierced, he remained unconcerned. The injury was not life-threatening, and the manor's medical facilities were exceptional. Such a minor wound would heal in a couple of days. Upon witnessing the injury, chaos erupted in the vicinity, with some first-time attendees of the celebration fleeing in panic. Those who had attended before, along with the manor's servants, crouched down in silence, covering their heads. Newcomers, puzzled, soon heard someone with a megaphone announce, "First warning, everyone, crouch down and cover your heads. Those who do not comply after 3 warnings will be treated as assassins and killed on the spot." The fleeing newcomers froze in shock, realizing that the familiar guests were crouching for this reason. One by one, they followed suit, all covering their heads and crouching low. This left the assassins amidst them in a precarious position. Crouching rendered them immobile, and they risked being subdued by the bodyguards. Even if they could spring up to kill a guard, it would be futile. Their intent was to exchange their lives for Huang Tianba's, not to slay a few guards. At that moment, The bodyguard who had just struck had drawn his sword and charged toward the spear-wielding woman. Without further ado, he raised his blade high and brought it down upon her. The manor lord had instructed that no opportunity for the enemy to breathe should be afforded, nor should any thought be given to leaving survivors for interrogation. Once a life was extinguished, all plots and schemes became irrelevant. Any additional words could lead to a counterattack from the adversary. Crack! The woman's exquisitely adorned head fell to the ground, her eyes reflecting a lingering sense of regret. I will kill you." A heart-wrenching cry erupted from near Huang Tianba's double. The assassin who had disguised himself as a tea server seemed to harbor an unusual affection for the woman. Upon witnessing her death, he cast aside all fear of exposure and lunged toward Huang Tianba's double. With no weapon on him, and having deliberately crippled his own martial arts to approach the double as a mere servant, he had no choice but to engage in close combat. Yet, the surrounding guards were far from helpless. They had already surrounded Huang Tianba's double, easily thwarting his attack and dispatching him with a casual stroke of a blade. Second warning, everyone, crouch down and cover your heads. Those who do not comply after 3 warnings will be treated as assassins and killed on the spot. Kill them. As the second warning rang out, 8 differently clad assassins charged toward Huang Tianba's double from all directions. Realizing the imminent danger, Huang Tianba's double felt a wave of dread wash over him. Witnessing so many assassins rushing toward him ignited a fury within him. Kill them all. Leave no survivors. Understood. Though he possessed no real martial prowess, Huang Tianba's double dared not show weakness. In such a scenario, any sign of faltering would reveal his true identity as an impostor, leading to a swifter demise. The battle concluded swiftly. The 8 assassins were dispatched in the blink of an eye. The last assassin, witnessing his target remain unharmed, gradually lost the light in his eyes. With his final breath, he lamented, "The heavens are unjust." Thus, the celebration feast concluded with the annihilation of the assassins. Half an hour later, Wu Ming reported the situation to the real Huang Tianba in a secret chamber. Huang Tianba scoffed, "Unjust heavens? I too find the heavens unjust. A good man like myself has been forced into becoming a villain. They bully others and call it justice, while my retaliation is deemed evil. What does that make sense? They were the ones who drove my parents to their deaths, yet they now play the victims. It's utterly revolting." Wu Ming listened silently, empathizing with Huang Tianba's grievances. He had grown up in a manor, which in his youth had been a veritable paradise. The old lord and lady were kind and treated the servants as family. Though the young lord was somewhat peculiar in appearance, he was otherwise no different from ordinary folk, save for his intelligence. All of this was shattered by the righteous alliance, led by the Mingjian manor. Not only did they drive the old lord and lady to their deaths, but they also left the young lord heartbroken, transforming him into the person he was now. With the righteous alliance's downfall, it was entirely their own doing. They were not deserving of sympathy. After venting for a while, Huang Tianba waved his hand, hang their bodies at the city gates, as per usual, inform the guards that they performed admirably, and I shall reward them once I emerge from my seclusion in a few days. He was a man of his word. If he stated he would meditate for 5 days, then he would indeed do so without fail. Outside Twilight City, the crowd gazed at the newly hung corpses on the pillars, murmuring in awe. "Look, 10 more have died. I heard 1 guard was injured. Oh, that's impressive. It's been ages since I heard of anyone being injured. Such brave souls, knowing they would meet death yet charging forth one after another." "Excuse me, what crime did they commit?" A young man, dressed as a scholar, inquired. The person beside him turned to glance at him, saying, "You're not from around here, are you?" The scholar nodded. "Yes, I just arrived here with my teacher." Chapter 6. The Academy Disciple showcases heroism, only to be captured at the execution pavilion. No wonder you are unaware. These individuals are indeed assassins sent to slay the master of the Ba Dao Villa. The man, quite loquacious, upon learning that the scholar hailed from afar, eagerly recounted the embellished tale of their exploits, detailing the supposed greatness of these assassins and the insidious cruelty of Huang Tianba. The scholar, upon hearing this, was filled with righteous indignation, his fury palpable. How could such events transpire in Twilight City? Is there no law? No celestial justice? As he strode toward the gallows where the bodies hung. The man hastily grasped his arm. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" The scholar, with a tone of unwavering resolve, declared, "I am here to collect the remains of heroes." The crowd, upon hearing this, instinctively recoiled several paces, fearful of being implicated. The well-meaning man cautioned, "Do you wish to perish? Anyone who dares to collect their bodies will meet the same fate." The scholar cast a disdainful glance in his direction. "Some tasks must be undertaken. We cannot let the hero's spirits be disheartened." As the onlookers witnessed his bold advance, they collectively sighed, lamenting yet another scholar who had become foolish through his studies. The guards stationed around the gallows immediately drew their blades, commanding, "Halt! No riffraff may approach." Undeterred, the scholar responded with pride, "I have come to collect the remains of the heroes." "Heroes? Huh!" The guards erupted into laughter. "What heroes are they? Merely hypocritical scoundrels." One guard warned, "If you are not one of their ilk, keep your distance. Approach further, and we shall not be merciful." Despite Ba Dao Villa's notorious reputation, they adhered to a code. As long as one was not affiliated with the Righteous Alliance, they would not be harassed. Those who were uncertain of the situation were typically warned before any action was taken. Seeing their words lacked immediate consequence, the scholar grew increasingly emboldened. Drawing nearer to the gallows, "Let us see how you will show no mercy." The guards, noticing his defiance, swiftly advanced, positioning a blade against his throat. "You possess quite the courage, lad. Brothers, bind him." Instantly, other guards joined in to secure the scholar with ropes. Unfazed, he continued to shout, "Release me, you bandits. So brazen in broad daylight, do you not fear the officers?" The guards regarded him as though he were a fool, one even lightly tapping his face with the flat of the blade. "You are not from these parts, are you?" The scholar, astonished, queried, "How do you know?" How could he utter a mere word and the surrounding populace discern his outsider status? The guard, laughing at his naivety, replied, "A local would never be oblivious. Even a city lord bows before a master. If he truly dared to apprehend us, the next day, it would be his corpse hanging there." The scholar stood in shock. Had the local tyranny escalated to such an extent? If the city lord dared not intervene, then he would take it upon himself to act. He would return to inform his master, urging him to petition the emperor for a leader of integrity to replace the current one. Those who commit numerous injustices will inevitably meet their demise. You will not escape unscathed. The guards laughed heartily at this. Have you not heard? Good people live short lives, while evildoers endure for millennia. Our master has proclaimed that we are all villains. Thus, we shall certainly outlive the virtuous. The scholar's mouth fell agape, rendered speechless by their brazen words. "Incomprehensible. Release me. I shall report you." "It's too late for that." One guard summoned another, and together they began to escort him away. The scholar glared. "Dare you kill me? Do you know who I am? I am a disciple of the Royal Academy. Are you not afraid of the calamity you bring upon your villa?" The guard sneered. "What a Royal Academy? Even should your teachers come, it would avail you nothing. Our master is an unparalleled master. We fear no one. Enough of your chatter. I shall not slay you. Given your scholarly demeanor and your disdain for us, you may write a letter to our master." The nearby guard concurred. "Indeed, those from the academy must possess eloquence. The writings will surely please our master." The scholar scoffed. "You wish for me to write for such a fiend? That is nothing short of a dream." Clearly, the guards wished to end the conversation. One swiftly struck a pressure point, silencing him. "Our master has decreed that there is no point in debating with a scholar. It is futile, so you shall remain quiet." Never had the scholar endured such humiliation. His fair complexion flushed crimson, yet he could not voice his anger, lest he vent his wrath upon the guards. The onlookers observed as the scholar was reluctantly led away by the two guards. TSK, this stubborn fool. Fortunate he is a scholar, or he would have perished today. Being captured is nearly tantamount to death. It has been said that no scholar captured has ever returned alive. This time is different. He is from the Royal Academy, and surely they will send someone. Who can say whether a conflict will arise? The Academy possesses many formidable figures, with a single teacher and 12 disciples. Should they all arrive, the fiend may not withstand the assault. I wager the fiend will prevail. The disparity in realm cannot be compensated by sheer numbers. And he has numerous elite subordinates. That is true. Alas, in this day and age, it is better to be an ordinary citizen. Yet, being a commoner is no easy task. With so many taxes and a recent levy on flatulence cited as harmful to the environment, it is truly absurd. Let us not speak too much, lest they tax even our breathing. That would render life impossible. Within the execution pavilion of Ba Dao Villa, dozens of scholars engaged in fervent discussions. How is it that Huang Tianba remains unscathed? 10 assassins failed to achieve their objective. Alas, until that fiend perishes, we shall remain unfree. That old dog, I shall one day ensure his demise. As the scholar concluded his statement, the previously boisterous room fell into a profound silence. All surrounding scholars instinctively retreated a step, creating a wide berth around him. The guard captain, leisurely sipping tea, immediately stood, glancing at the scholar's number. With deliberate slowness, he declared, "Number 14 has insulted the master. Administer 10 slaps and confine him to the small dark room for a quarter of an hour." 2 guards promptly approached. One seized the 14th scholar while the other withdrew a bamboo board, striking the scholar's mouth with force. After 10 resounding slaps, the scholar's lips were swollen, and he cried out in anguish. The other scholars remained silent, fearful of inciting further wrath. Chapter 7. The Silent Hell's Black Room. Fair and just welfare in the realm of the Pooh Street Pavilion. A peculiar rule prevails. One may vociferously denounce the Lord as a tyrant or a devil, and even pin tales of his cruelty, yet to liken him to an animal or to insult his kin is strictly forbidden. Breaching this decorum invites an immediate punishment of 10 slaps to the face, followed by a quarter-hour confinement in the dreaded Black Room, with no room for explanations. For these tender-skinned scholars, any form of punishment is unbearable. A mouth bruised and swollen resembles a sausage, causing not only pain, but also a loss of dignity. As for the Black Room, most have had the misfortune of experiencing it. Newcomers who dare to defy the rules are swiftly ushered inside to learn their lesson, and upon their release, they invariably become submissive. For the seasoned members, failing to fulfill the daily writing quota also results in a trip to the Black Room for a moment of reflection. Another regulation at Pooh Street Pavilion mandates that each individual must produce no less than 4,000 words daily, with illness being the sole exemption. Those who fall short must endure a quarter hour in the Black Room. Though the duration is brief, every exit is met with claims of near madness. For it is a chamber outfitted by Huang Tianba with special sound-absorbing materials, devoid of light and silence, so profound that one can hear the very rhythm of their own heartbeat and the flow of blood. As the 14th scholar was led away, the remaining scholars lost all interest in conversation, hastily declaring their intent to return to their writing. Each scholar possesses a designated workspace, equipped with ink, paper, and writing tools for their convenience. At that moment, guards approached the city gate, escorting a newly captured scholar to hand over to Captain Li. "Captain Li, I present to you this newly apprehended scholar," one guard announced. "Thank you for your efforts. Please have a seat and enjoy some tea," Captain Li replied. "Not at all. I must return immediately." "Farewell," the guard said, departing quickly. Captain Li glanced at the newly captured scholar, whose demeanor exuded defiance. He picked up the roster, noted the details, and inscribed the number 100 in the designated space. "From now on, you shall be known as 100, and you will work at workstation 100. He then took a nearby stamp, adjusted the number, and pressed it onto the scholar's hand, leaving a blue imprint of the number 100 on his skin. The scholar quickly withdrew his hand, desperately wiping at the mark. Captain Li remarked, "It cannot be erased. No amount of scrubbing will change it, even if you were to tear at your skin." The scholar, realizing the permanence of the mark, glared at Captain Li in frustration. With a serious tone, Captain Li unsealed the scholar's mute point and said, "Here, it is wise to speak less and act more. This will help you avoid punishment. Otherwise, engaging in empty bravado will yield nothing but regret." The scholar retorted, "I, Sima Bei, am no criminal. Why must I be referred to by a number? This is abduction, and I shall report you." As he strode towards the exit, Captain Li made no attempt to stop him. Instead, he picked up a large megaphone and declared, "If a newcomer attempts to leave, we will randomly select one person from among you to be confined in the Black Room." The moment those words escaped his lips, it was as if a farmer had struck a steel bowl, sending a flurry of scholars rushing toward Sima Bei. Some grasped his arms, others his legs, while a few encircled his waist, all pleading with him not to depart. Sima Bei was taken aback, exclaiming, "What are you all doing?" In unison, the other scholars replied, "Dear brother, we restrain you for your own good. You cannot leave. Should you step beyond that outer gate, you will be killed. Life is precious. Cherish it." Undaunted, Sima Bei declared, "I fear not death." The scholars, recalling their own stubbornness, spoke earnestly, "Brother, I too was once unafraid, but upon entering the Black Room, I learned what fear truly is. Your indifference does not spare us. If a newcomer crosses that threshold, one among us will be randomly chosen for the Black Room for a quarter hour." Sima Bei scoffed, "So this is merely for your own sake? To be so frightened by a small room is truly a disgrace. I disdain associating with you." The other scholars, accustomed to such reactions, understood the irony of their current roles. "You may scoff, but today, with us here, you shall not depart." Frustrated and nearly frantic, Sima Bei found himself unable to resist the collective force of the other scholars. The guards observed the commotion with amused expressions, for this tactic had been devised by Huang Tianba to encourage self-management among the scholars. When personal interests are at stake, calmness is a luxury few can afford. Realizing escape was futile, Sima Bei relented, and as the other scholars loosened their grip, they continued to surround him to prevent any sudden attempts to flee. "Dear brother, accept your fate. No one has ever left here alive," they advised. "Yes, and life here is bearable. You can freely insult that tyrant Huang Tianba if you wish. Not only can you curse him, but you may also write stories, crafting his character as you please." Upon hearing the mention of writing, Sima Bei's curiosity piqued. "Is that truly the case?" "Indeed. Just moments ago, we denounced him, and the guards did not intervene," a scholar replied. "Perhaps he possesses some peculiar quirk that draws him to such insults, hence his capture of us. I cannot speak for others, but I was seized for rebuking him in public," another scholar chimed in. One by one, the scholars shared their personal tales, elucidating the rules of their peculiar abode. Confused, Sima Bei found himself at a loss, pondering his inability to leave. He resolved to stay and uncover the truth, trusting that his mentor, Zhu Yidan, would come to his aid once he discovered his absence. In the guest chamber of the Royal Academy's branch in Twilight City, a middle-aged scholar, exuding an air of languor, lay on his bed murmuring, "Is it mealtime already? My disciple went out for a stroll. Why has he not returned? Is he intent on starving me?" After 5 days of seclusion, Huang Tianba finally emerged. His first order of business was to visit the infirmary and extend his condolences to the guard who had been shot. As a villain, encountering betrayal is commonplace. Yet, Huang Tianba would never allow such a fate to befall him. The inhabitants of the estate were acutely aware of their lord's capricious temperament. A single misstep in words could result in exile to the barren lands. Yet, none considered leaving. Why? Because the benefits were abundant. In a society that often dehumanizes its subordinates, the Ba Dao Mountain Estate was a pioneer in implementing an 8-hour workday. As long as one worked for 8 hours, the rest of the day could be freely arranged. Moreover, after 6 days of labor, a day of rest was granted. Most importantly, although working hours were reduced, wages remained unchanged. Those who had tasted such sweetness would never dream of departing from Ba Dao Mountain Estate. Additionally, the estate boasted the fairest system of rewards and punishments. Regardless of one's position, contributions were duly recognized. Under a strict system of oversight and reporting, superiors dared not pocket the accomplishments of their subordinates. Those who attempted such treachery faced only death as a consequence. As the injured guard lay resting in his sickbed, upon seeing Huang Tianba enter, he was startled into an upright position. "I was unaware of the Lord's arrival and failed to offer a proper welcome. Please forgive my transgression." Huang Tianba, with a friendly demeanor, patted the guard's shoulder and replied, "No offense taken. Please sit. How is your injury faring?" The guard promptly responded, "My lord, I am fully recovered and ready for battle at any moment." Huang Tianba chuckled, saying, "There is no need to rush. Take your time to rest. This time, you bravely shielded me from harm, and I must reward you for your valor." Chapter 8. The Art of Balancing Kindness and Severity with advanced technology, the guard, upon hearing of the reward, trembled with excitement, his lips quivering. Protecting the master is my duty. I cannot accept such a reward. While he yearned for it, a touch of politeness was customary. After all, everyone knew that the master was a man of his word. If he promised a reward, it would be granted regardless of one's desire for it. Indeed, Huang Tianba, with a serious demeanor, declared, "No need for pleasantries. I shall reward you with 6 months' salary as a bonus, a 7-day paid leave, and an additional 1,000 points." The guard was utterly astonished by this bounty, remaining in shock for some time before suddenly kneeling to the ground with a thud. "Thank you, master, for your generosity. I shall dedicate my life to serving you." The point system was unique to the Ba Dao Mountain Manor. In addition to their regular salaries, Huang Tianba awarded points based on each individual's performance and contributions. Points could be earned through work, varying from 10 to 1,000, depending on the position, with the guards accumulating 100 points per year. Huang Tianba had just rewarded him with 10 years' worth of points. How could one not be elated? The manor featured a points marketplace where various items could be exchanged for points. From martial arts manuals and formidable weapons to precious materials and treasures, all could be obtained. The most basic exchange was for money, where 1 point could be converted into 1 tael of gold. This meant that even the most ordinary servants could earn an extra 10 taels of gold each year with diligent work. The righteous faction had attempted to sow dissent in the past, but none had been swayed by monetary temptation. They would say, "If you want me to be a spy for you, you might offer me a tael of gold and the chance to join a reputable sect." But I would ask, what does a year's salary for sweeping floors in a reputable sect amount to? 1 tael of silver? What a joke. Sweeping floors here earns me a tael of gold, and with points redeemed, I would have 11 taels of gold by year's end. Moreover, the master was generous, often celebrating inexplicable festivals by distributing money and gifts to all. What? You work all year round without a break? 18-hour days? And you dare ask me to abandon this lucrative career as a villain to work for the righteous? Dream on. Of course, only the most ordinary servants exchange points for gold. Those with aspirations sought other rewards. With 1,000 points, one could exchange for a weapon that slices through iron or a martial arts manual. The marketplace boasted numerous techniques, not just from Ba Dao Mountain Manor, but also pilfered from various esteemed sections. They were categorized from strongest to weakest as celestial, earth, profound, and yellow. Mastery of earth-level techniques could elevate one to the status of a grandmaster. The entry-level price for an earth-level manual was precisely 1,000 points. The guards accompanying Huang Tianba could hardly contain their envy. Even a mere injury could yield such benefits, and they would gladly endure it daily. As long as they avoided fatal wounds, the manor provided free medical treatment, allowing them to recuperate in 3 to 5 days. Witnessing the emotional responses of the injured guards, Huang Tianba felt a profound satisfaction. Old Tan was right. Balancing kindness and severity was indeed the finest method of managing employees. Lavish rewards coupled with strict penalties bonded everyone within the manor. In unity, they shared both glory and misfortune, naturally ensuring no one would betray him. After leaving the infirmary, he proceeded to reward the other guards, each face adorned with smiles of happiness. The following day at the Cliff of Souls, Huang Tianba, along with Sai Bianc Wuming, 200 guards, and 10 monkeys, returned with various tools. All traps previously set at the cliff summit had been cleared. The guards skillfully administered antidotes to the monkeys and lowered them over the edge. When the ropes were pulled back up after 10 zhong, the monkeys remained lively and sprightly. Excellent. Since the antidote proved effective, you may descend. First, send 100 down to clear any obstacles along the way. Understood. Wuming promptly organized the manpower, securing nails and constructing supports and safety measures at the cliff's edge. The guards, numbered 1 to 100, were harnessed with safety ropes spaced 2 meters apart, and began their descent. Each was fully equipped, carrying not only antidotes and insect repellent sachets, but also headlamps, flashlights, lighters, compasses, first aid kits, mountain knives, crossbows, and other exploration gear. Every 10 guards shared a basic wired telephone, the simplest electromagnetic type. All equipment was crafted by Huang Tianba himself, limited in quantity and confidential. They were only allocated for special missions and needed to be retrieved after use. The guard descended methodically, with periodic updates relayed via telephone. Those remaining atop the cliff monitored the situation, ready to pull up any colleagues should anything seem amiss. All proceeded smoothly until a guard reported back to Huang Tianba. Report, Master, guard number 58 has discovered a luminous cave filled with glowing plants, with blood trails leading into it, near a gnarled pine tree. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianba was overjoyed and immediately commanded, Excellent. Inform guards 51 to 60 to remain outside the cave and leave a telephone there, awaiting my instructions. Yes, sir. Sai Bianc inquired. Tianba, shall we proceed down now? Huang Tianba shook his head. No, while it is highly likely that Yi Tian is within the cave. We must wait for the others to finish their search first. Half an hour later, additional guards reported they had reached the cliff's base without encountering any corpses or traces of people. Huang Tianba instructed everyone except those guarding the cave to return for a rotation of fresh guards. The 90 guards who ascended were unharmed, thanks to the insect repellent sachets prepared by Sai Bianc, which had driven away all nearby poisonous insects. The guards numbered 101 to 200, who had remained at the cliff summit, joined Huang Tianba and Sai Bianc, securing their safety ropes as they descended toward the cave's location. Wu Ming stayed at the top to direct operations, while the newly arrived guards watched enviously, knowing that should they find the enemy, it would be an opportunity for great merit. Upon reaching the cave's entrance and hearing the reports from the 10 guards stationed there, Huang Tianba meticulously examined the surroundings and traces. Indeed, this environment was suitable for survival. It was evident that this was a person destined for greatness, not only surviving the poison, but fortuitously landing on a tree. Sai Bianc and the guards gazed at Huang Tianba with admiration. When he had previously come to study the poisonous barrier, he had firmly believed that no one could survive without having practiced poison skills or possessing antidotes. He thought perhaps Huang Tianba's old habit of overthinking had resurfaced, as he often scared himself with unfounded fears. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed Huang Tianba had been right. Shall we enter now? Huang Tianba pondered cautiously. No, we remain unaware of the dangers within. The enemy lurks in the shadows while we stand in the light. We must tread carefully. Contact those above to send all the monkeys down first. Let them scout the path. If there are any traps or poisons, they may trigger them in advance. Prepare the crossbows, and let us first sweep the cave. Chapter 9. Advancing cautiously into the cave, rare treasures revealed a call was made. And soon the monkey was sent down. Bound by a rope, the monkey was driven into the cave, squeaking and scurrying deeper under the illumination of the guards' headlamps. The cave was eerily quiet, devoid of any traps or hidden mechanisms. As the monkey ventured further away, the 20-zhang-long rope eventually reached its limit. The guards gripped the rope, sensing its vibrations, confirming the monkey's continued vitality within. After another quarter of an hour, the rope remained active, suggesting that the cave posed no poison, and the monkey had not succumbed. Huang Tianba then addressed the guards. The cave is too narrow. Let 10 men enter in numerical order. Stop upon locating the monkey. If anything seems amiss, use crossbow bolts to strike. The communicator with the phone will report on the situation inside at all times. Understood? The subordinates acknowledged. Following his instructions, the guards entered with 2 telephones, their headlamps illuminating the path ahead like daylight. They marveled at the ingenious inventions of their master. The headlamp, capable of emitting sunlight-like brilliance, allowed for hands-free illumination, following the direction of their gaze. It was regrettable that such items were not for sale, as they would have relished the opportunity to showcase them at home. Moreover, the compass worn on their wrists ensured they would never lose their way, even in the absence of celestial bodies. The ability to communicate instantly via telephone was far more practical than any legendary ability of distant speech. Anyone could utilize it. In their eyes, their master was not a blood demon, but rather a celestial being descended from the heavens, capable of creating such remarkable inventions. They soon found the monkey, which was frantically jumping and squeaking, tugged by the rope. At that moment, Huang Tianba and Xiao Bianc stood at the cave entrance, studying the crystalline sword orchids on the walls. Xiao Bianc plucked a leaf, which quickly transformed into vapor, exclaiming in delight, "It's a sword chi orchid." Huang Tianba also took a leaf and casually asked, "Do you recognize this? Is it edible?" Xiao Bianc nodded, "Indeed. Ancient texts mention a type of orchid born from sword energy, emitting a white light, which dissipates into smoke upon being plucked. What is its use?" "This orchid typically thrives in environments saturated with sword energy, such as sword tombs or places where unparalleled masters train. It cannot be preserved once harvested. Consuming it can cleanse the mind and offer insights into sword intent, making it a treasure for sword practitioners, rare and sought after." Huang Tianba remarked, "By heaven, Yi Tian is precisely one who practices swordsmanship. It's fortuitous he stumbled upon this cave. He may have already consumed the sword chi orchid and encountered a supreme master, acquiring a divine sword." Xiao Bianc retorted, "Perhaps you should refrain from speaking further. Your words often manifest into reality." Huang Tianba laughed heartily. "What is there to fear? This implies that everything is within my grasp. Unless he embarks on the path of immortality, even if he adheres to my predictions, I remain confident in my ability to vanquish him." Xiao Bianc, with a resigned pat to his forehead, cautioned, "Tianba, cease your chatter. Although immortal cultivators exist only in legend, their emergence is still plausible. You are complicating your own situation." "Very well," he conceded. "Immortal cultivators typically distance themselves from the mundane world. Even if Huang Tianba stirred chaos throughout the martial realm, they would likely remain uninvolved. However, should Yi Tian become an apprentice to an immortal cultivator, it would spell disaster. Even the most ordinary cultivator surpasses innate realms, existing far beyond unparalleled masters. They wield spells that mere mortals cannot withstand." Of course, all this was drawn from Xiao Bianc's readings. He had never encountered an immortal cultivator in reality. It seemed an opportune moment to contemplate which poisons might affect such beings. To be honest, Xiao Bianc had little interest in this conflict. His greatest adversary, the poison doctor, had already been slain by Huang Tianba, leaving him without a target for vengeance. If not for the fear of losing Huang Tianba, his soul friend, he would gladly retreat into the mountains for a lifetime. Huang Tianba chuckled, popping a leaf into his mouth to alleviate the awkwardness. Had he been alone, he would not have dared consume it, no matter how appetizing it appeared. Yet, with Xiao Bianc by his side, he felt emboldened. Even if it were poison, he trusted Xiao Bianc to save him. Xiao Bianc also took a leaf, finding it cool and reminiscent of mint candy, devoid of other sensations. Huang Tianba experienced nothing significant. His innate understanding was so profound that the effects of the sword chi orchid were nearly negligible. At that moment, a guard responsible for answering calls approached. "Reporting to the master, we have located the monkey, and it is in good health." The cave widens further ahead, allowing for 10 individuals to walk side by side. Huang Tianba nodded. "Good. Inform them that we shall enter shortly and instruct them to remain vigilant at their post." "Understood." Huang Tianba exited the cave and commanded the remaining guards, 60 more shall enter with me. The others will guard the entrance. Anyone who dares to breach without my command shall be met with no mercy." The 60 guards, 30 in front and 30 behind, formed a protective entourage around Huang Tianba and Xiao Bianc as they boldly ventured into the cave. They proceeded smoothly to the location where the previous guards had settled. Huang Tianba scrutinized the path ahead, which still led only forward. He commanded, "Notify those outside to untie the monkey-s rope. Pull in, secure it, and let it scout ahead." "Understood." Following the established method, they continued onward. Xiao Bianc observed the sword chi orchids on the walls, noting Tianba. "The sword chi orchids here are growing larger. We must be nearing the source of the sword energy." Huang Tianba cautiously unsheathed his blood-drinking blade. "Stay behind me. Do not let it harm you." To those in front, he cautioned, "Remain alert. If anything seems amiss, fire your crossbow bolts and retreat behind me. The adversary may not be within your capabilities to confront, and we must avoid unnecessary casualties." "Understood. Thank you, Master." This was the reason why the guards followed Huang Tianba with unwavering loyalty. In many sects, when faced with a formidable opponent, Expendable soldiers were sent first to deplete the enemy's stamina, with their own masters entering only later. However, at the Ba Dao Mountain Manor, things were different. Huang Tianba allowed them to undertake only what was within their means. Whenever possible, he would employ poison instead of arrows, and if arrows were to be used, they would not draw swords. When facing a powerful opponent, retreat was an option if they could not win, as Huang Tianba often stated. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Charging to death when you know you cannot win is foolish. A sensible person would seek refuge in a safe place, gradually building strength and waiting for an opportunity for revenge. All the inhabitants of the manor were invaluable assets to him. He would not permit any needless losses. As they ventured deeper, the cave widened and grew colder. At last, the monkeys ceased their movement, falling silent. The ropes binding them no longer conveyed any vibrations. Cautiously, they advanced, revealing a spacious hall before them. Only then did they discover the monkeys, their bodies severed and lifeless on the ground. Two figures clad in white stood, one upright and the other seated, patiently awaiting their arrival. The standing figure was none other than Yi Tian, the very person Huang Tianba sought. Chapter 10. The Ice Sword Saint Yi Duqing. Unleashing his power silently, Yi Tian never anticipated that attaining the status of a peerless master would be so effortless. When he found himself frozen, he believed he was on the brink of death. Little did he know, this was merely the inheritance method of the sword Saint Yi Duqing. Yi Duqing, a legendary master from 3 centuries ago, renowned as the Ice Sword Saint, wielded an unparalleled ice sword technique that dominated the martial world for over a century. The world presumed he had transcended to the realm of immortality, only to discover he had passed away in a humble cave. Upon seizing Yi Duqing's ice sword, the legacy preserved within it surged into Yi Tian's consciousness. When Yi Tian awoke after mastering the sword technique, he found himself at the pinnacle of martial prowess, though his inner strength required time to cultivate. Fortunately, Yi Duqing's unique sword technique allowed him to absorb sword energy through the ice sword, transforming it into inner strength. The advantage lay in the rapid acquisition of combat power, while the drawback was the depletion of sword energy. Each blade of sword energy absorbed diminished his resource, and without the ice sword, the method would become futile. After thoroughly exploring the cave, Yi Tian decided to remain inside to absorb the sword energy. During the time when Huang Tianba and his companions cautiously entered the cave, Yi Tian had already consumed the towering sword energy surrounding him. The abundance of inner strength coursing through him instilled a sense of invincibility. It was time for vengeance. Just as he was about to exit the cave with fervor, he noticed a few monkeys scurrying in. Monkeys? Bound with ropes? Could it be that Huang Tianba's minions had come for him? What a fortuitous turn of events. He would practice on them before seeking revenge on the tyrant Huang Tianba. Observing the long ropes tied to the monkeys, he realized that someone had indeed arrived. Initially believing it to be merely Huang Tianba's subordinates, he was taken aback when he saw Huang Tianba himself entering the cave. This was it. When enemies meet, the air thickens with animosity. His eyes burning with rage, he shouted, "Huang Tianba, I!" Just as he was about to deliver a few harsh words to assert his newfound strength, an onslaught of arrows rained down upon him. The guards, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed their arrows at him before retreating behind Huang Tianba and Xiao. What a despicable villain, devoid of martial ethics, not even allowing him to finish his sentence. Yi Tian twirled his sword, deflecting all the arrows. He seethed Huang Tianba, "You!" Yet before he could articulate his thoughts on martial ethics, a formidable blade, aura, stretching 40 meters, sliced toward him. "Damn it! Could you not let me finish speaking before attacking?" His pupils dilated in fear, and he swiftly dodged, countering with a 30-meter-long sword energy aimed at Huang Tianba. Huang Tianba, however, was not one to indulge in idle chatter. He believed that villains often perish from excessive dialogue. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for him to strike first to avoid death. Seeing Yi Tian wielding sword energy, Huang Tianba couldn't help but marvel. Truly a protagonist's fate. In just a few days, he had transformed into a master. It took him years to reach such heights, The disparity was infuriating. Were other seasoned masters to hear this, they might very well seek a boulder to end their own lives. Each had encountered fortuitous events, spending decades honing their skills to attain such mastery. Most martial artists would only ever reach the level of a first-rate master in their lifetime. The distinctive characteristic of a peerless master is the ability to project inner strength for ranged attacks. Whether with a sword, blade, or spear, the standard attack range extends to 30 meters. Huang Tianba, a prodigy, surpassed this standard with a blade aura reaching 40 meters. In contrast, Xian, relying on serendipity, could just manage 30 meters. As long as Huang Tianba maintained a distance greater than 30 meters, he could overpower Xian effortlessly. However, this was not a turn-based game where both parties stood still, taking turns to strike. The opponent could evade. For a peerless master, a mere 10 meters was negligible, and they could dodge in the blink of an eye. After slicing through Xian's sword energy, Huang Tianba Chapter 11, a sword of frost chills the 14 provinces, yet ends in vain in the cave. Xian observed that the blade's aura had finally ceased, contemplating that the demon's internal energy must have been severely depleted, compelling him to halt. To unleash such relentless assaults would undoubtedly drain even his own substantial reserves. Now, with the enemy weakened and his own strength revitalized, it was the perfect moment for counterattack. The demon's turn had come. With determination, he charged forth, unleashing a flurry of sword energy towards Huang Tianba. In response, Huang Tianba swiftly evaded, shifting his position to dodge Xian's onslaught, retaliating with a barrage of blade energies. He was unwilling to engage Xian in a direct confrontation, even with 9 bottles of replenishing pills in his possession. The uncertainty of what might ensue from a single strike from Xian, who could very well be the legendary protagonist, was too great to risk. Any arrogance or complacency could lead to his downfall. As the battle raged on, both exchanged blows fervently, with rocks flying and the once beautiful sword energies being significantly diminished. The formidable attacks of these masters were no trifling matter. Those struck were not injured merely due to the protective aura surrounding them. Within the cave, however, such protection was absent, and the blade energies struck with a crispness akin to cutting through a delicate sweet. Before long, Xian sensed something amiss. He was unable to land a hit on Huang Tianba. This was troubling, for his ice-cold sword energy possessed a unique characteristic. Any injury inflicted would induce a freezing effect. Although the freezing effect from a single strike might be negligible, in a duel of masters, even the slightest edge could be magnified exponentially. Accumulating such effects could render an opponent immobile. Yet now, what was he to do if he could not land a blow? His internal energy was already over half depleted. If this continued, he would have to flee. Xian's thoughts raced as he pondered his next move. Reluctantly, he decided to cease his attacks and absorb some sword energies to replenish his strength. Alas, where had the sword energies gone? To his dismay, he realized that their fierce combat had obliterated much of the surrounding sword energies. This revelation nearly shattered his resolve. Then, an even more devastating sight met his gaze. Huang Tianba produced a vial from his robes, deftly uncapping it with one hand before swallowing its contents in a single gulp. To further demoralize Xian, Huang Tianba taunted, "Kid, I got pills. I'm not afraid of a battle of internal energies. Once yours runs out, prepare to meet your end." Xian felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. At this moment, Huang Tianba dared to replenish his energy. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Shameless." In response, a flurry of blade energies struck him against the wall, embedding him there. Learning from his painful lesson, Xian realized he could no longer afford to engage in this battle. He needed to find an opportunity to escape and prepare thoroughly before seeking vengeance against the demon. With determination, he withstood several blade energies and broke free from the encirclement, swiftly leaping towards a nearby sword energies. At each blossom of sword energy, he plunged his ice-cold sword, absorbing its essence to restore his internal energy. Wait, he could absorb the sword energies? Could this lead to the comprehension of new sword techniques? Regardless, anything that could benefit him must be preserved. Huang Tianba, Unaware of Yi Tian's intentions to convert the sword energies into internal strength, nonetheless made the correct judgment. He aimed to obliterate all the sword energies in the vicinity. The sword energies were fragile, requiring little force to destroy. Huang Tianba prepared to unleash a grand, sweeping attack. With a technique known as the Great Windmill, he spun rapidly in place, sending blade energies flying in all directions, covering a radius of 50 paces. While each individual blade energy was relatively weak, the technique consumed a significant amount of internal energy. Transformed into a vortex, Huang Tianba released a torrent of blade energies, saturating the area around him. With such an overwhelming barrage, Yi Tian found himself unable to evade, quickly losing count of how many strikes he endured. Yet, to his astonishment, he discovered that the blade energies lacked any real potency. Could it be that the demon's internal energy was exhausted? The damage inflicted was barely enough to tickle him. Let him continue. This would afford Yi Tian the chance to absorb more sword energies. But wait, where were his sword energies? Huang Tianba, I shall slay you. Upon witnessing the destruction of the sword energies around him, Yi Tian's face flushed with rage. It became clear that Huang Tianba's intent was not to strike him, but to annihilate all the sword energies. His composure shattered. Yi Tian decided to unleash his ultimate technique. Raising his ice-cold sword and bracing against the incoming blade energies, he shouted in desperation, "One sword!" But before he could finish, a torrent of massive blade energies descended upon him. Huang Tianba, having discerned Yi Tian's intentions, hastily altered his technique. A move beginning with one sword was not to be trifled with. Should it be something like one sword opens the heavenly gate or one sword frosts the 14 provinces? The consequences would be dire. Yi Tian's ultimate move was abruptly interrupted, and with a crash, he was sent crashing into the wall, leaving behind a deep crater. Huang Tianba, a furious roar echoed from within the cavern, laden with frustration and indignation. Yi Tian was on the verge of madness from the outset. He had been relentlessly pressured by Huang Tianba. Not only was he denied the chance to express his feelings, but now his ultimate technique had been thwarted. How could such treachery exist in this world? Could they not engage in a fair and honorable fight? To this, Huang Tianba scoffed. This was not a turn-based game, and he would not simply stand by and allow Yi Tian to attack. The key point was that Yi Tian's ultimate technique required him to recite its name. To refrain from interrupting would make Huang Tianba appear foolish. Did Yi Tian truly believe he was a knight in armor, with enemies idly waiting while he chanted his moves? Huang Tianba had never uttered the names of his techniques. By the time he had, the opportunity would have long passed. Meanwhile, Sai Bianc and the guards had not been idle. They had been propelled over 60 paces away by Huang Tianba's indiscriminate assault. Observing the ongoing struggle between the two, they grew anxious as the outcome remained uncertain. Sai Bianc rummaged through his bag and produced a grenade-like object, addressing the guards. Who among you possesses great strength? Assist me in tossing this poison near Yi Tian to aid our master. Worry not. Even if it lands near him, it will have no effect. The guards, aware of Sai Bianc's amicable relations with Huang Tianba and his expertise in concocting the elixirs, eagerly volunteered. I'll do it. I'll do it. Do not be deceived by my slender frame. My bones are pure muscle. My arms can outrun a horse, and my fists can withstand a man. I have been single for 30 years. All right, you it is. Sai Bianc selected the single volunteer, handing him the grenade with utmost seriousness. See this protruding button? When you press it, throw it immediately and then sprint back. Speed is of the essence. The hidden weapon's attack range is extensive, and if you move slowly, you shall perish. Understood, Dr. Sai. I shall ensure the task is completed. The guard cautiously accepted the grenade and swiftly dashed towards the fray. Chapter 12. The Peerless Master. Shameless and desperate for survival, the sword aura of the lawn had been obliterated, and the only source of illumination within the cavern was the light atop Huang Tianba's head. Yi Tian squinted as he engaged in a fierce confrontation with Huang Tianba from several dozen meters away, when, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a guard rushing toward him. He could not miss it, for the guard's headlamp shone brightly in the darkness, standing out like a firefly. He perceived that the guard threw something in his direction before turning to flee. A concealed weapon? Yi Tian could not afford to be careless. With his right hand wielding the sword, he waved his left hand in the direction of the guard. An explosive sound erupted, and a swarm of iron beads erupted from the device. However, due to the distance, none struck him. Observing that the projectile could not even come close, Yi Tian dismissed it as a mere trick, a tactic to irritate rather than harm. Despite having the upper hand, Huang Tianba resorted to such underhanded methods. It was utterly shameless. Yi Tian gained a renewed understanding of Huang Tianba's unscrupulousness. Huang Tianba, upon witnessing this, chuckled. The hand grenade was not merely designed for explosive force and iron beads. It contained various poisons, the specifics of which only the legendary physician, Bianc, could discern. The area was now likely saturated with colorless and odorless toxins. Immune to poisons himself, Huang Tianba reveled in the knowledge that Yi Tian was on the brink of demise. As the battle progressed, Yi Tian's fighting spirit waned. All he desired was an opportunity to escape. Yet, Huang Tianba's relentless assault prevented him from gaining any safety distance. No matter where he fled, Huang Tianba was right on his heels. While pondering how to escape, Yi Tian suddenly felt his internal energy falter momentarily. Although it was brief, during that instant, his protective aura and sword energy vanished. The consequences were dire. He felt a sudden lightness in his right arm, which, along with the ice sword, fell to the ground. At that moment, a blade of Huang Tianba's energy had struck his arm, severing it entirely. In disbelief, Yi Tian stared at the severed limb on the ground, terror coursing through him. What has happened? How did his blade energy penetrate my protective aura? No, my internal energy seemed to have halted for a brief instant. Why did it stop? Could it be that I had been poisoned? He recalled how his father had inexplicably been slain by Huang Tianba, unable to defend himself, only to learn later that his father had been poisoned at that time. Though his battle with Huang Tianba had been fierce, it should not have caused his internal energy to cease. He must have been poisoned. Cursed be that scoundrel. When did he poison me? Ambush, medication, concealed weapons, poison. This peerless master had no shame, employing despicable tactics. Yi Tian's mental state shattered. With an arm severed and his ice sword lost, how could he possibly contend with Huang Tianba? A moment's hesitation could cost him his life. Flee. He had to escape. At that moment, he disregarded everything else, intent only on fleeing as far as possible. He had already noted an exit not far within the cavern, concealed by a waterfall, beyond which lay dense forests. If he could reach the woods, he might evade Huang Tianba's pursuit. However, the immediate challenge was to create distance from Huang Tianba. Just then, a massive stalactite above them could no longer withstand the onslaught of their blade and sword energies, breaking apart and plummeting toward their positions. Both men looked up, hastily leaping aside. The stalactite crashed to the ground, exploding into a cloud of debris that obscured their vision. Fortune smiled upon Yi Tian. This falling stone was most fortuitous. Seizing the opportunity, he charged with all his might toward the tunnel within the cavern. The speed of a peerless master was remarkable, and driven solely by the instinct to survive, he dashed forward. By the time Huang Tianba regained his senses, Yi Tian had already vanished into the tunnel. Huang Tianba hesitated, contemplating the wisdom of pursuing a cornered foe. What there were traps within. If he pursued carelessly, he might meet his end. Yet, he understood that failing to eliminate Yi Tian now could result in future complications. Damn it, I must go all in. After much deliberation, Huang Tianba resolved to take the risk and eliminate Yi Tian once and for all. He consumed a vial of revitalizing pills, summoned his protective energy, and charged into the tunnel. When Huang Tianba emerged from the cavern unscathed, he found only the sprawling forest before him, devoid of Yi Tian's presence. The speed of a peerless master was astonishing. In just a fleeting moment, Yi Tian had escaped far beyond reach. Frustrated, Huang Tianba unleashed a flurry of blade energy, toppling trees with resounding crashes. That wretched boy escaped again. How could he possess such luck? The stalactite could have fallen at any moment, yet it chose to do so precisely when I was on the verge of ending him. It was absurdly improbable. However, He took solace in the fact that he had secured Yi Tian's severed arm and sword. Henceforth, he would be a one-armed hero. Wait, that's not right. A one-armed swordsman. Could it be that he would encounter another stroke of fortune? At that moment, Sai Bianc and the guards joined Huang Tianba. He lamented, he escaped again. What was the purpose of the poison in that grenade? Could it have killed him? Sai Bianc shook his head. That poison only interferes with the flow of internal energy. It does not kill. The protective aura of a peerless master is formidable. Not every poison can breach it. To achieve a specific toxicity, one must sacrifice other effects. Huang Tianba sighed. I fear he may have another stroke of fortune. Should we encounter him again, who knows who will prevail? A silence enveloped the air, reflecting on how. In just a few days, Yi Tian had garnered a fortune and become a peerless master. What if he were to encounter yet another boon? Sai Dianke rit nonchalantly. Do not worry, I will assist you. The guards echoed in unison. We are willing to lay down our lives for the master. Huang Tianba's spirits lifted slightly. With such loyal friends and subordinates, what was there to fear? He resolved, let whatever fortune come. Should he dare confront me, I will slay him without hesitation. Now, let us return to the cavern and retrieve his arm and sword. Sai Bianc inquired curiously, You severed his arm? Huang Tianba boasted, Indeed. I have already taken his arm and retained his sword. It was merely buried beneath the fallen stalactite, which you did not see. In truth, had it not been for that stone, he would have perished by now. Upon returning to the cavern, the guards quickly retrieved Yi Tian's severed arm and the ice sword. Huang Tianba grasped the ice sword, feeling its chilling touch as though holding a block of ice. He recalled how Yi Tian had absorbed the sword aura earlier and said to Sai Bianc, Let us gather some sword aura to test its effects. Very well. Sai Bianc agreed, casually picking up Yi Tian's arm. Huang Tianba inquired with curiosity, Why are you keeping that? We could simply burn it. Sai Tianke pondered thoughtfully. I have a sudden notion. Perhaps we could locate Yi Tian through this arm. Chapter 13. Discovering Divine Skills with the Divine Sword. Absorbing inner power to grow stronger, Huang Tianba inquired curiously, What are your thoughts? Sai Bianc replied earnestly, It pertains to Gu, though I cannot elaborate at this moment. I need to conduct further research before I can share my findings with you. Huang Tianba stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment. Gu, indeed, aligns well with poison. It carries considerable danger. Please exercise caution and let me know if you require anything. Indeed, Sai Bianc affirmed. This is the essence of friendship. Regardless of the nature of his research, the primary concern is his safety, coupled with unwavering support. Huang Tianba refrained from expressing further opinions on Sai Bianc's study of Gu, even though such matters are viewed as exceedingly malevolent by society. After all, they were both villains. A touch more wickedness seemed inconsequential. As the group retraced their steps, the corridor, distant from the battleground, remained filled with numerous sword chi orchids. Huang Tianba plunged his ice sword into the orchids, observing as the sword chi was swiftly absorbed into the blade. Sai Bianc, intrigued, asked, It truly absorbs. But what purpose does it serve to draw it into the sword? Huang Tianba grasped the sword and felt nothing of the sword's intent. He waved it towards a distance. Yet no sword energy emanated. If there were no purpose, he would not have exerted himself to absorb it. Yet what was its true utility? Lost in thought, an epiphany struck him. Could it be that this serves to replenish inner energy? Sai Bianc nodded in agreement. However, even if it can absorb sword chi and convert it into inner power, how do we transfer it into our bodies? Huang Tianba pondered. Perhaps a corresponding technique is required to draw out the inner strength. He closed his eyes, recalling Yi Tian's earlier movements, as various thoughts swirled within his mind. His extraordinary comprehension allowed him to grasp overt sword techniques with a mere glance. Yet for such subtle methodologies, careful contemplation was essential for understanding. The others stood silently, waiting as the cave succumbed to a profound stillness. Soon, Huang Tianba opened his eyes, smiling. I have discovered a method to absorb inner strength. With that, he activated the new technique, and a powerful suction emanated from the palm of his hand, drawing forth the inner energy stored within the ice sword. Indeed, it was feasible. After careful calculation, he stated, An orchid of this size could replenish approximately 1% of my inner strength in a normal state, and the energy is remarkably pure. Sai Bianc shook his head. However, this conversion rate is too low. It pales in comparison to the effects of my chi-boosting pills. Huang Tianba chuckled. Such comparisons are unwarranted. Your pill making is exceedingly complex, while this method is rather straightforward. After all, these sword chi orchids would be wasted if not utilized. Sai Bianc contemplated further. Nevertheless, sword chi orchids are rare. Once we absorb these, the sword will be rendered useless. Huang Tianba nodded. Indeed, yet I have just had another revelation. This technique can be applied even without a sword. Sai Bianc, already aware of Huang Tianba's exceptional insight, was not astonished by his ability to derive new applications. What method do you propose? I pondered that if I can absorb inner strength from a sword, could I also extract it from a person? Is that truly possible? It should be. We shall find out. Huang Tianba casually pointed to a guard. Come here. Let me see if I can absorb your inner strength. At your command. The guard, thrilled at the prospect of having his inner strength absorbed, stepped forward. The other guards looked on enviously, wishing they had been chosen instead. Everyone knew that the Lord was a great inventor, and those selected for experiments always reaped substantial rewards. Huang Tianba grasped the guard's wrist and activated the technique. The guard immediately felt his inner strength diverting from its usual path, pouring forth into Huang Tianba's hand. Soon, he felt his knees weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Lord, you have drained me completely. I am left with nothing. Huang Tianba, sensing the cessation of inner strength extraction, released the guard's wrist and inquired, How do you feel? The guard replied weakly, My lord, I feel more exhausted than after an entire night's labor at Lichuan courtyard. My legs are like jelly. The surrounding guards nearly burst into laughter. Huang Tianba paid little heed to his crude remarks. It was natural for men to occasionally indulge in such banter. He reflected on the inner strength he had absorbed, noting, it appears this technique indeed allows for the absorption of another's inner energy, which can then be integrated with my own. However, your energy is rather chaotic compared to mine. I must refine it further, making it less effective than consuming a pill. The guard remained silent, quietly musing. Look at what the Lord says. I am merely a second-rate expert. How could I presume to compare with a paragon such as yourself? After resting briefly, Huang Tianba grasped the guard's wrist once more, beginning to return the inner strength. A continuous flow of pure energy streamed back into the guard's body, nearly causing him to leap with joy. If his current inner strength were likened to pure water, then his original energy was akin to mud-laden water. The sensation during circulation was entirely different, smooth and seamless. Internally, he exclaimed, More, my lord, give me more. Yet, as the inner strength increased, he sensed his meridians begin to ache, urgently calling out, My lord, enough, enough. I can't take any more. In this realm, each individual possesses a finite capacity for inner strength, dictated by their level and physique. The higher the level and the stronger the constitution, the more inner strength one can endure. Additionally, one could temporarily store a portion of excess energy, provided their level and physique were adequate. Should they receive an influx of energy beyond their capacity, they risked catastrophic consequences, with exceptions for unique individuals blessed with extraordinary fate, who might endure and emerge stronger. Huang Tianba ceased his transfer and casually advised, Let it be, I will assist in unblocking a few of your meridians. Take the time to acclimatize, and you may very well ascend to the realm of first-rate experts. Thank you, my lord. The guard was overjoyed, genuinely feeling he was on the cusp of breaking through to a higher level. The other guards transformed into embodiments of envy, as if the very air was saturated with their bitterness. As Huang Tianba absorbed all the sword chi orchids along their path into his sword for later assimilation, they emerged from the cave, gathering the outside guards to return to the cliff summit, where Wu Ming and the others awaited dutifully. Huang Tianba addressed them. I have severed one of Yi Tian's arms. However, he was fortunate enough to escape from my subordinates. Wu Ming organized personnel to guard all entry points leading to our manor. He will inevitably seek vengeance against me, and we shall deal with him then. The forest here is vast, and Huang Tianba did not harbor illusions of locating Yi Tian. Even if he set the mountain ablaze, It would likely burn slower than Yi Tian could flee, given that Yi Tian had merely lost an arm, not a leg. They would have to wait patiently for him to return to their domain. While this pursuit did not culminate in Yi Tian's demise, the overall outcome was still favorable. He had severed an arm, acquired a valuable sword, and gained insight into a technique capable of absorbing another's inner strength. Should he encounter Yi Tian again, Huang Tianba resolved to directly absorb the inner strength from him without hesitation. Let us return to the manor. A large crowd made their way home in an imposing procession. Yi Tian, without a moment's pause or a glance back, dashed through the forest, finally halting only after escaping the confines of Huang Tianba's blockade. Gasping for breath and trembling with fear, he pondered, after such a prolonged flight, surely the fiend will not pursue me any longer? The exceptional adept possessed formidable self-healing capabilities. The wound on his arm had long been staunched by acupressure, and a layer of blood had since formed over it. Glancing at his soiled white garments, he felt no inclination to tear them for bandaging. Ahead lay not the forest, but an expansive meadow where an unusual house stood. To his surprise, it appeared that habitation existed here. After such a lengthy escape, he should have left the territory of the fiend. Perhaps he could find someone to tend to his wounds. With excitement, Yi Tian rushed towards the house, only to suddenly find his footing give way beneath him, plunging him into a deep pit before he could react. What on earth? Are there traps here as well? Just as he attempted to leap from the pit, a sensation akin to being pricked by countless needles overwhelmed him, rendering his body swiftly paralyzed and devoid of strength. Chapter 14. Falling into a pit and encountering a savior. Ingenious mechanisms inside a peculiar abode. Gong Shulu, having just prepared a trap and returned home, emerged from the heavy armor encasing him. His daughter, Gong Shulan, kindly poured him a bowl of water. After he finished drinking, he pointed to the 2 wild rabbits hanging from his armor and said, "My dear daughter, I found these rabbits in the trap. Please keep them in a cage until the effects of the tranquilizer wear off. Then we shall prepare them for a meal." "All right, father," she replied, taking the rabbits down from his armor and carrying them to the back room, where a cage was designated for small animals. Gong Shulu had set numerous traps around their dwelling, each equipped with hidden mechanisms coated in tranquilizers to deter any ill-intentioned intruders. However, they had secluded themselves for many years without encountering a single outsider, often instead collecting anesthetized small creatures from the traps to supplement their meals. After quenching his thirst, Gong Shulu busied himself with a toolbox, inspired by a new idea to enhance his armor further. As the day waned, Yi Tian lay motionless in the trap, paralyzed, gazing upward as a small deer peered curiously into the trap. The deer, seemingly unperturbed, then turned its back and relieved itself, with several pellets inadvertently landing in Yi Tian's open mouth. Stunned, he mentally cursed Huang Tianba numerous times. Uncertain of how many poison mechanisms had been set in the trap, Yi Tian felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He knew that once Huang Tianba discovered his predicament, his fate would be sealed. Suddenly, the deer, startled, perked its ears and dashed away. Heavy footsteps approached, accompanied by a man's voice. "This trap has been tampered with again. What has fallen in today?" The newcomer was none other than Gong Shulu, who routinely checked the traps. Leaning over to inspect, he was taken aback to find a human within. "What do we have here? A person?" he exclaimed, noticing Yi Tian's open eyes. "Who are you? What did you end up here?" Silence enveloped the scene as Yi Tian, unable to utter a word due to his paralysis, could only stare back. "Ah, I see the effects of a tranquilizer still linger," Gong Shulu realized, swiftly producing a retractable metal claw to extract Yi Tian from the trap. Observing the bloodied figure and the missing hand, he marveled. What transpired? "How did you lose your hand?" "A vendetta, perhaps. But if your enemies discover you here, I shall be in trouble." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian inferred that Gong Shulu was not affiliated with Huang Tianba, igniting a flicker of hope within him. He silently implored, "Do not ponder such things. Simply rescue me." Gong Shulu examined Yi Tian's severed arm, noting the clotting blood and the absence of immediate danger. He bound Yi Tian's hands and feet with metal rings, placing him aside as he silently repaired the trap. Whether to rescue him or not was a matter requiring deliberation, and Gong Shulu took his time. Once he completed the repairs, he was startled by the sound of retching. Yi Tian was finally regaining his faculties, expelling the deer droppings from his mouth. Gong Shulu eyed him warily. You can move now? Speak, and tell me who you are and how you came to be here. Should you utter a single lie, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Once Yi Tian cleared his mouth of the foul remnants, he swallowed hard, tears welling in his eyes as he beseeched, Esteemed sir, please save me. I am Yi Tian, the young master of the Mingjian Villa. If you rescue me, I shall be forever grateful. His eyes, unable to blink, were parched. Now that he could move, tears flowed freely. Mingjian Villa? Gong Shulu echoed, the name stirring distant memories and softening his expression. Do you know Yuyo? Yes, of course. Yi Tian affirmed eagerly. He is my father. Gong Shulu, though skeptical, pressed on. How can you prove that Yi Wuyo is indeed your father? At a loss, Yi Tian pondered before shaking his head in resignation. Esteemed sir, I cannot provide proof at this moment. My father and all at the villa were slaughtered by the blood demon, Huang Tianba. I am the sole survivor. Gong Shulu furrowed his brow at this revelation. His question was merely casual, but hearing of the massacre evoked a deep sigh. Alas, how time changes all. Who would have thought that Yi Villa's master would have met such a fate? Realizing that Gong Shulu Yi Tian could no longer tolerate his filthy state. Spotting a nearby water pool with a pipe, presumably connected to a mountain spring, gushing forth pure water, he hurriedly inquired of Gong Shulu, Senior, I am terribly dirty. Might I borrow some water to cleanse myself? Gong Shulu nodded in agreement. Certainly. I shall take you to a nearby brook for a thorough wash, but do take care to protect your wounds. Thank you, Senior. I shall ensure my wounds are safeguarded. Gong Shulu then glanced at Yi Tian's tattered clothing and addressed his daughter. Gong Shulan, my dear, please fetch a set of my garments for young Master Yi to change into. Of course, father. Gong Shulan promptly retrieved a set of clothing. Gong Shulu grasped the garments and effortlessly lifted Yi Tian, darting towards the brook with strides that spanned several meters. Initially, Yi Tian felt no discomfort being carried by Gong Shulu, but under Gong Shulan's gaze, he felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly urged, Senior, please set me down. I can walk on my own. Gong Shulu complied, asking, Are your legs no longer weak? Not weak at all, Yi Tian replied. Very well, then keep up. Now restored to his normal state, Yi Tian easily matched Gong Shulu's pace. Observing that Yi Tian could keep up with him in his mechanized armor, Gong Shulu remarked with curiosity, Your lightness of foot is commendable, young Master Yi. You must be quite skilled. With a hint of pride, Yi Tian confessed, I do not wish to conceal from you, Senior. I fortuitously broke through to the realm of unparalleled mastery today. Gong Shulu, intrigued, queried, If you are indeed an unparalleled master, how could you be bested by the blood demon? Has the blood demon transcended that realm and entered the innate stage? Yi Tian bristled at this suggestion, indignantly responding, Not at all. I was evenly matched with the blood demon. Neither could gain the upper hand. However, he resorted to treachery, employing hidden weapons and poison without hesitation. A moment's carelessness led to my downfall. Had a massive boulder not fallen in the cave, disrupting his line of sight, I would likely have perished by his hand. Hearing of his misfortune, Gong Shulu sighed softly. I see. Rest assured, young Master Yi, you may stay with me until your wounds heal. We can deliberate on other matters later. Thank you, Senior. Soon, they arrived at the nearby brook. Yi Tian darted into the water, drinking deeply and rinsing his mouth until the foul taste dissipated before beginning to wash himself. Upon their return home, Gong Shulan, who was preparing medicinal supplies, was taken aback by Yi Tian's transformation from a dirty and foul young man into a figure of striking handsomeness. For someone like her, who had spent years in seclusion with her father and had seldom seen outsiders, Yi Tian resembled a dream lover, even his severed hand possessing a haunting beauty. She stepped forward. Young Master Yi, may I assist you in bandaging your wounds? Thank you kindly, but I have yet to learn your name. Now that he was clean, Yi Tian regained his courteous demeanor. Gong Shulan blushed. I am Gong Shulan, the orchid. She gestured towards a middle-aged man with a distinctive mustache, emerging from the mechanized armor. This is my father, Gong Shulu. Ah, your father is the esteemed Gong Shulu. My apologies for my ignorance. Upon hearing the surname Gong Shulu and seeing the unique mechanized armor, Yi Tian was reminded of a certain sect. The most powerful among them bore the surname Gong and were renowned for their craftsmanship in creating various puppets and devices, the Mo sect. It is said that the Mo sect originally comprised a group of carpenters. Over time, blacksmiths, stonemasons, and bricklayers joined their ranks. The sect's name was derived from the measuring tool used by carpenters, symbolizing measurement and construction. The Mo sect did not favor combat. Rather, they preferred to delve into the creation of peculiar devices, such as wooden oxen for plowing, flying wooden birds, and tea-serving puppets. They occupied a neutral stance, neither aligning with the righteous nor the wicked, and both sides could seek their services provided the price was right. It was unexpected to encounter a member of the Mo sect in such a remote wilderness. Gong Shulu inquired, "Have you heard of me?" Yi Tian nodded. "I have heard my father speak highly of you, senior. He mentioned your unparalleled expertise in mechanisms and intended to enlist your help to set up traps at our manor. Unfortunately, after meeting you, he lost track of your whereabouts." This was a fabrication conjured by Yi Tian to establish rapport with Gong Shulu. Gong Shulu, believing his words, expressed his embarrassment. "Ah, I became so preoccupied that I completely forgot. My sincerest apologies." Seeing the two engaged in conversation, Gong Shulan interjected, "Father, you may converse later. Let me bandage young Master Ye's wounds now." Yes, do assist young Master Yi at once." As Gong Shulan took up the scissors, Yi Tian instinctively brought his legs together, feeling a surge of nervousness. "I appreciate your help, Miss Shulan." The complexities of the martial world did not require such reservations. Gong Shulan swiftly trimmed the excess sleeve, carefully cleaning the area around his wound, applying ointment, and meticulously wrapping it in gauze. Outside the gates of the Ba Dao Manor, a middle-aged scholar yawned, his bleary eyes surveying the imposing entrance. His student had vanished, and, after inquiring around, he learned that the student had been taken by the people of Ba Dao Manor, prompting him to seek answers at their doorstep. Chapter 15. The esteemed scholar Zhu Yidan boldly invades the manor, yet falls into captivity. The gatehouse loomed at least 10 zhang high, its entrance forged from an unknown metallic substance a full foot thick, polished to a mirror-like sheen with not a hint of rust. The walls flanking it were composed of an unidentifiable material, their surfaces so smooth that even a fly would struggle to maintain its footing. These imposing walls extended outward, encasing the entire manor, resembling a miniature city. A passage wide enough for a carriage traversed the wall, with guards standing vigil every 10 feet, their bows drawn and knives at the ready, unwavering in their gaze. Beyond the entrance, formidable metal spikes, intertwined with barbed wire, further fortified the perimeter. Hundreds of guards, weapons in hand, exuded an air of forbidding hostility. The scholar could not help but exclaim, "The manor of dominance indeed possesses an aura of might." Little did he know of the fate that befell his friend, who had been captured. Despite his repeated admonitions to refrain from meddling, his warnings went unheeded. Approaching the grand gate with measured steps, the guards lined up in unison to scrutinize him, yet none moved to impede his progress. It was only when he crossed a crimson line upon the ground, a mere hand's breadth wide, that the guards sprang into action. 2 of them brandished their blades and approached, one demanding, "Who dares to enter?" With utmost courtesy, Zhu Yidan clasped his hands and bowed. "I am Zhu Yidan, an instructor from the Royal Academy. A few days prior, one of my students was taken by your men, and I have come to reclaim him." The guard shook his head dismissively. "Do not harbor such illusions. No scholar captured here has ever returned alive." After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Yidan inquired, "Might there be a way to negotiate? I am willing to pay a ransom." Another guard retorted defiantly, "We are not in want of money. This matter transcends mere coin. We do not indiscriminately capture scholars. Those who are apprehended have insulted or opposed our Lord. Offending our master guarantees that they shall never return." Zhu Yidan, taken aback, remarked, "I hadn't anticipated that, even in the realm of darkness, you would adhere to such principles." The guard scoffed. "Our master believes that even malevolence must observe certain boundaries. We do not bully the innocent without cause. Depart now while you still can. Should you provoke us, we will not show mercy. Zhu Yidong hastily waved his hands. No, no, no. A gentleman resolves matters through discourse, not conflict. It seems you're a reasonable individual. Why not engage in a proper discussion? At this, the guards erupted into laughter. You are quite the amusing scholar. Be off now. Our master teaches that strength is the ultimate truth, and we only reason with those who can match us in combat. Zhu Yidong persisted. Why resort to violence? Everything can be resolved through dialogue. I'm willing to offer my apologies to your master. The guards fell silent. Their lord had instructed them to disregard verbose scholars and to draw their blades instead. Consequently, they unsheathed their swords and pressed them threateningly against Zhu Yidong's chest, growling, Leave at once, or we shall resort to force. Sighing in resignation, Zhu Yidong lamented, Must we always resort to violence to resolve our differences? Clang! The guards felt a sudden jolt in their hands as their blades clattered to the ground. A moment later, they felt a tingling sensation in their backs, rendering them immobile. From behind them came Zhu Yidong's calm voice. Considering your amiable demeanor, I shall spare your lives. The other guards, who had been observing their exchange, soon sensed something amiss and sounded the alarm. Alert! Enemy attack! Instantly, the guards assumed battle stances. Those atop the walls rushed to ready their bows, while those outside drew their blades. Zhu Yidong, unfazed, retrieved a gleaming, polished ruler from his waist. As an educator, it was entirely reasonable to carry such an instrument. Crafted from ancient ironwood, the ruler measured 7 inches and 6/10, boasting a hardness rivaling that of fine steel. Ignoring the hundreds of guards before him, he strode straight towards the entrance. Fire! Commanded the guards on the walls, unleashing a flurry of arrows in his direction. Yet, they failed to impede his advance. Each arrow was deftly deflected by the ruler in his hands. The 2 incapacitated guards, witnessing the onslaught, broke into a cold sweat. They adhered to strict discipline, unwilling to abandon their long-range assault simply because their comrades were in proximity to the enemy. Should they be struck down, they could only lament their misfortune, for the Lord would generously compensate their families afterward. Fortunately, Zhu Yidong moved swiftly, and the arrows flew true, sparing the 2 guards any injury. As the wall guards exhausted their volley, Zhu Yidong drew nearer. The outer guards encircled him, forming 3 tiers, each moving in opposite directions with rapidity. Zhu Yidong, ruler in hand, remained vigilant, uncertain of their intentions. However, he soon discerned a troubling pattern. Instead of wielding blades against him, each guard brandished a peculiar object aimed in his direction. What could that be? Just as a question formed in his mind, the first row of guards shouted in unison, Release! The first row released a spherical projectile towards him. It was a concealed weapon. Yet, how could such a slow projectile possibly harm me? A confident smile graced Zhu Yidong's face as he maneuvered his ruler, attempting to swat the projectiles aside. But then his amusement faded. The spheres transformed into nets that surged towards him. Alarmed, he leapt upward, yet he soon discovered the gravity of his predicament. The second and third rows of guards unleashed similar netted projectiles, each angled to cover varying heights. Just as he soared into the air, he found himself ensnared by multiple nets, which, unbeknownst to him, were made of a sticky material, rendering his ruler ineffective in his attempts to free himself. In the blink of an eye, the sticky nets enveloped his protective aura. Though they never truly touched his skin, their interlocking fibers hindered even the slightest of movements. He summoned his internal energy to shatter the nets, yet they remained impervious to his strength. What sorcery is this? Zhu Yidong was momentarily dumbfounded, but the guards were far from idle. They refrained from using their blades, mindful not to sever the nets, for the arrows and blades had merely served to distract him. The true weapon was the net gun. Unless one was an unparalleled master, escape from such a trap was nearly impossible. To ensure their success, the guards loaded additional projectiles into their net guns, showering Zhu Yidong with an even greater quantity of nets. How disgusting! Release me, if you dare to kill me. My teacher will not let you go. Zhu Yidong exclaimed, overwhelmed by the sticking nets that clung to him as if a multitude had vomited upon him. Though he loathed being treated like a pig, he was not filthy. This predicament nearly shattered his composure. One seemingly unremarkable guard, overhearing his words, chuckled, "Just as our master predicted, capture the young, and the old will come, capture the old, and the even older will follow." You must be Zhu Yidan, the boar guardian of the Royal Academy's 12 Zodiac Protectors. I am genuinely curious to see the expression on your mentor's face once we have dispatched you. Chapter 16. Caution is the key to longevity. Let us sit and converse. Who are you? How do you know me? Zhu Yidan observed through the webbing. Sensing that this guard was not merely ordinary, the guard chuckled and replied, "I am Dusk, one of the 4 kings of the Blade Mountain Manor. I presume you have not heard of me. However, I have certainly heard of those from your academy, who are quite distinctive." Skeptical, Zhu Yidan retorted, "The 4 kings? Is that all? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have assumed you were just a common soldier." Dusk smiled knowingly. The manor's master always advises against judging by appearances. Otherwise, one may meet a grim fate. He refrained from revealing that the master also stated that one should capture the leader before the minions. For a general clad in ostentatious armor is bound to perish swiftly. Thus, he remained inconspicuous, donning the guise of an ordinary guard to instill underestimation in foes. "Very well," Zhu Yidan conceded. "That is indeed sound reasoning. I cannot argue against superior skill. However, should you take my life, my teacher will not let you go unpunished. Your entire manor shall pay the price, so consider that carefully." He felt it quite justified for the Blade Mountain Manor to be labeled as demonic, for its inhabitants appeared to operate outside conventional norms. Dusk scoffed at Zhu Yidan's words. Sparing him would not guarantee their safety from righteous retribution, and releasing him would only suggest fear of the scholar. The audacity to threaten him in the face of imminent death seemed deserving of a swift execution. With that, Dusk lunged a blade toward Zhu Yidan's heart, marking merely the commencement of his grim intentions. Beyond the initial strike, the Blade Mountain Manor enforced a strict protocol for follow-up attacks. First the left chest, then the right, to prevent any unusual resilience that might arise from the heart. Subsequently, they would shatter the 5 organs and the brain with internal force, ensuring that no potential for miraculous recovery remained. The anticipation was agonizing, especially as Zhu Yidan watched the blade inch closer to his heart. He maintained his protective energy with great effort, unaware of the numerous rules governing such executions. Had he known the extent of suffering he would endure, he would have refrained from speaking so boldly. He desperately sought an opportunity to escape. If only he could regain mobility in his legs, he felt. Confide Chapter 17. Prejudice of the heart is a mountain, unmovable by effort. Huang Tianba chuckled dismissively. "After all, you are destined to die. Consider it an act of kindness to transfer your inner strength to me before your demise. Perhaps you might attain enlightenment in the afterlife." Zhu Yidan nearly spat blood in response, retorting such sophistry. "Since time immemorial, who has escaped death? Let my unwavering loyalty shine through the annals of history. If I am to perish by your hand today, it is merely a testament to my inferiority. Yet, remember, there are always those stronger than you, and righteousness will ultimately prevail. You will not escape your own demise." Feeling akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, Zhu Yidan longed for escape, but found no avenue available. He could only indulge in verbal sparring. To his astonishment, Huang Tianba responded with unexpected empathy. "Indeed, your words carry weight. Thus, I strive to enhance my own abilities, fearing the day when I may be vanquished by another." As Huang Tianba absorbed Zhu Yidan's inner strength, their conversation took on an oddly surreal quality. Zhu Yidan felt his power dwindling, recognizing the grim reality of his situation. Resigned, he prepared to voice a few final thoughts. "You slay without provocation. Naturally, others will seek your demise. If you refrain from wickedness and instead perform benevolent acts, who would dare to extinguish your life?" Huang Tianba shook his head. "Your assertion is flawed. The prejudices of the human heart are insurmountable mountains, unmovable by any effort." He revealed his sharp fangs, continuing, "Humans are innately good. Do you think I was born with a thirst for blood? My parents lived virtuous lives, yet I was branded a blood demon due to my natural appearance, leading to their untimely demise. Is this not the very essence of your claim, that one who does no evil will not face annihilation?" Momentarily taken aback, Zhu Yidan stammered. If you're not a blood demon, you could clarify that. Surely, the righteous would not act unjustly. Huang Tianba scoffed. And what if they choose not to heed my explanations? Seeing Zhu Yidan at a loss for words, he smirked. Ah, you two are uncertain of the solution. However, I have come to realize that strength is the only safeguard against oppression. After reflecting, Zhu Yidan shook his head. I sympathize with your plight, yet I cannot endorse your perspective. My knowledge is limited, and I am unable to convince you at present. However, I believe that if you were to encounter a wise sage, he could persuade you. Huang Tianba laughed. Do not be naive. Should I kill you, I would become an adversary of that sage. He would wish for my death, not my persuasion. Zhu Yidan sighed in resignation. Could you not spare my life? I have not harmed a single one of your subordinates, and now you have drained my strength, leaving me at a disadvantage. With righteous indignation, Huang Tianba replied, That is your own doing. Surely, my guards advised you to leave upon your arrival. Indeed, Zhu Yidan admitted. Huang Tianba continued, Though we may be villains, we adhere to a code. We do not kill without cause. Had you departed, this matter would not have arisen. But once you chose to engage with my people, you became my enemy, and enemies have but one fate. Zhu Yidan felt overwhelmed, unable to outwit the formidable Huang Tianba. Very well, you have your rationale, and I have mine. As a teacher, I am duty-bound to rescue my student, and inaction is not an option. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianba regarded him with newfound respect, declaring, You are a commendable teacher. Rarely have I encountered one so reasonable. Thus, I shall permit you a final meeting with your student. In disbelief, Zhu Yidan responded, Really? I did not expect you to be so accommodating, refraining from killing me outright. Of course, Huang Tianba nodded, having drained Zhu Yidan of his strength. With a swift motion, he shattered Zhu Yidan's dantian and meridians, rendering him utterly powerless. Zhu Yidan, wounded, could not suppress the blood that escaped his lips. You are truly merciless. Our conversation was proceeding amicably until this sudden turn. Huang Tianba shrugged. I have shown mercy by merely crippling you. Your complaints are unwarranted. It is indeed difficult to be a good person. Once again, Zhu Yidan coughed blood, lamenting the misfortunes that led him to cross paths with Huang Tianba. In a feeble voice, he implored, Please, take me to my student. My time may be limited. Huang Tianba regarded him with disdain. Cease your pretense. You are merely crippled, and you will not die immediately. Bring him to the street of surrender. The net around Zhu Yidan was too constraining to be removed, as it was uncertain whether he possessed any secret techniques to ignite his latent power. For guards approached, lifting him as though he were a lifeless body. Zhu Yidan, feeling stripped of dignity, pleaded, Could I not walk myself? Simply release my feet from this net. I cannot escape in my current state. Huang Tianba shook his head. This is perfectly adequate. Why should one on the verge of death concern themselves with such trivialities? Upon arriving at the street of surrender, Captain Li promptly greeted Huang Tianba. Greetings, Master Zhu. Huang Tianba inquired of Zhu Yidan. Do you know the day your student was captured? The guard set Zhu Yidan down, allowing him to stand. He forced a smile amidst his sorrow. At last, I am on my feet. My student was captured 2 days ago. Huang Tianba instructed Captain Li, Bring forth the scholar captured 2 days ago. His teacher has come to see him. At once, Captain Li responded, swiftly returning with Sima Bei, who was easy to locate, as he was the only one captured 2 days prior. Why have you apprehended me? I have not spoken ill of your master, Sima Bei protested, bewildered by the gathering crowd. As he pondered his misstep, a familiar voice called out, Xiao Bei. He turned to see a figure ensnared in a net calling to him. Who are you? Teacher? What has happened to you? Release my teacher at once. Years of companionship had forged a deep bond, and this unexpected reunion filled him with overwhelming emotion. He rushed forward to free his teacher from a net, but was restrained by Captain Li. Worried that Sima Bei might provoke Huang Tianba with his words, Zhu Yidan hastily advised, Xiao Bei, remain calm. I have come for a final meeting. Seeing you safe brings me peace. Sima Bei stood agape, tears streaming down his face. Final meeting? Teacher, does this mean? Huang Tianba, noticing Sima Bei's tears, smirked, Quickly express your gratitude to your teacher. He has risked his life to save you. Zima bai vept, tiaha, iam soli. I wronged you. You are the master. I beg you, spare my teacher. I am willing to take his place. He wished to kneel before Huang Tianba, but Captain Li held him back, preventing him from doing so, leaving him in a state of frantic desperation. Chapter 18. Different Paths, Unshared Schemes. The teacher and student share a fatal meal, Huang Tianba resolutely replied. Each individual errs in their own way, and thus must face varying consequences. You cannot simply substitute yourself in their stead. If you wish to perish, you may join your teacher in death. At least you would have company on the road to the underworld. Sima Bei and Zhu Yidan were taken aback. They certainly did not desire to meet an untimely end. Sima Bei contemplated sacrificing his life for his teacher, while Zhu Yidan worried about Sima Bei's safety and wished to spare him from harm. Both wished for the other to survive, understanding that it was not their fate to die together. Could it be that Huang Tianba was so obtuse as to not comprehend such a simple notion? Zhu Yidan hastily urged, Xiao Bei, cease your words. Focus on living well. Sima Bei acknowledged that seeking death was futile at this juncture. Otherwise, neither of them would survive, thereby betraying their teacher's act of salvation. Teacher, I am deeply sorry. Had it not been for me, you would not have been captured. Zhu Yidan, with a casual smile, responded, What is done. Further words are of no use. Huang Tianba, my wish is fulfilled. Should you wish to act, proceed. Huang Tianba, impressed by Zhu Yidan's forthrightness, praised, a true man. If you had not threatened my men, we might have even become friends. Zhu Yidan's eyes brightened. It is not too late. If you release me, I shall overlook your crippling my martial arts, and we can still be friends. Was Huang Tianba moved to show mercy, perhaps to grant him clemency? Yet, Huang Tianba again refused. It is too late. Perhaps in another life, we may be friends. For now, I must request that you die once. However, in light of their candid discussion, he added, I can grant you 3 modest requests. Speak them. Zhu Yidan nearly spat blood in frustration, realizing that today's outcome was inevitable. His death was non-negotiable. Accepting his fate, he directly articulated his 3 requests. First, I wish for you to allow me to write a letter to my master. Granted. Second, I desire a table filled with fine food and drink. I wish to be a satiated ghost. Granted. Lastly, let Xiao Bei dine with me. I wish to impart my final lesson. Granted. For one he admired, Huang Tianba had no qualms in acquiescing to all. He even thoughtfully removed the net binding Zhu Yidan's hands, allowing him to write freely. Chapter 19. In the next life, let us be good friends. Both teacher and student sacrificed their lives. Zhu Yidan sighed and said, Xiao Bei, a true man must not continue to weep so pitifully. Quickly dry your tears and attentively note what I am about to convey. Yes, teacher. Zhu Yidan, undeterred by the surrounding guards, recited a lengthy scripture of profound techniques for Sima Bei to hear. The content was intricate and esoteric, while the guards comprehended each individual character. The collective meaning eluded them entirely. It was akin to explaining empty completeness, the Hodge conjecture, the Poincare conjecture, the Riemann hypothesis, the existence and mass gap of Yang-Mills theory, the Navier-Stokes equations, and the BSD conjecture to elementary school students. Such concepts would remain unfathomable even under duress. Only Sima Bei, having been steeped in the academy's teachings from a young age, could grasp the essence, though true understanding would necessitate relentless study and contemplation. Concerned that Sima Bei might not have committed everything to memory, Zhu Yidan recited it once more, repeating the incantation 2 additional times. Have you remembered it? Yes, teacher. Very well. After a hearty meal and exchange of words, it is now time for us to part ways. Zhu Yidan exhaled a sigh of relief. As a teacher, he had imparted knowledge, dispelled doubts, and if a student could survive and diligently apply what he had taught, he would have no regrets. Teacher, I am truly sorry. Sima Bei repeated his apologies, his heart heavy with guilt. Zhu Yidan smiled gently. There is no need for further apologies. Do you now understand why I often admonish you to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you? Sima Bei, with a newfound clarity, replied, I understand now. Teacher, It is because I lack the strength to intervene in those matters. Zhu Yidan nodded. Precisely. It is vital to possess self-awareness. When one is impoverished, one should focus on self-cultivation. When one achieves greatness, one can then aid the world. The extent of one's power dictates the magnitude of one's deeds. Otherwise, one may only bring harm to oneself and others. With tears barely restrained, Sima Bei bowed deeply to Zhu Yidan. The teacher had imparted the most crucial lesson through his own life. A deep sense of remorse enveloped him for his recklessness. Zhu Yidan placed a reassuring hand on Sima Bei's shoulder and said nothing more, addressing the guards. I have no regrets. You may proceed. The guards responded courteously. Please wait a moment, Mr. Zhu. I must inform the master. He has stated he will come personally to see you off. Huang Tianba had instructed the guards to treat Zhu Yidan with respect, hence their polite demeanor. That would be much appreciated, Zhu Yidan replied graciously. Then, Zhu Yidan observed as a guard picked up a round object and spoke into it. Hello? Is anyone there? Oh, please connect me to the esteemed Lord Wuming. Understood. Lord Wuming, this is guard 9527. Mr. Zhu is prepared for his journey. Please relay this to the master. Very well. Zhu Yidan watched with curiosity as the guard spoke into the device, then asked, Pardon my curiosity, but what is that? Can it truly transmit words to your lord? The guard smiled. I'm afraid that is classified information and cannot be disclosed. Very well. Though Zhu Yidan had resolved to face his fate with composure, an inexplicable itch of curiosity stirred within him. He could not fathom how such a device could transmit sound. Xiaobei, do you know what that is? Sima Bei shook his head. Teacher, I do not know, but I have heard other scholars who were captured say that Huang Tianba is a genius, a remarkable inventor, with mechanisms that are astonishingly exquisite. Zhu Yidan sighed. What a pity. Had I chosen to visit Master Huang instead of preparing to infiltrate, perhaps we could have become friends, and I could have learned about these wondrous inventions. Xiaobei, in the future, do not act impulsively. After my death, do not seek revenge on my behalf, understand? I understand, teacher. At that moment, Sima Bei longed to exact vengeance on Huang Tianba, forgetting all about the counsel against impulsivity. However, he knew he could not perish, for dying would preclude any chance of revenge, so he held back his emotions. A quarter of an hour later, Huang Tianba and Wuming arrived. While many departments within the manor were equipped with telephones, the secret chamber was not, as Huang Tianba preferred to avoid the disturbance of ringing phones during his training. To seek him out, one could only approach Lao Tan or Wuming. Zhu Yidan stepped forward to bow to Huang Tianba, saying, Master Huang, such trivial matters could be handled by your subordinates. There is no need for you to come in person. Huang Tianba chuckled. Though we are adversaries, your willingness to risk your life for your student earns my respect. Everyone appreciates a kind word, and Zhu Yidan was no exception. Although Huang Tianba had come to kill him, receiving praise from such a formidable figure felt like a worthy end. You flatter me, Master Huang. Should we cross paths in the next life? I hope we can be friends. Of course. Huang Tianba nodded and instructed a nearby servant, bring forth the wine. I wish to toast Mr. Zhu. Immediately, a servant poured a glass for each of them. Huang Tianba lifted his cup, saying to you. Zhu Yidan raised his cup in response, declaring, to you. They both drank heartily, sharing a smile that dissolved their enmity. Zhu Yidan calmly set down his cup, closed his eyes, and presented his neck for the fatal blow. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and said, Master Huang, before I die, I wish to know one last thing. May I trouble you to enlighten me? Speak. What is that object? How does it transmit sound? Huang Tianba, realizing Zhu Yidan referred to the telephone, chuckled. I did not expect you to possess such a keen curiosity, Mr. Zhu. Zhu Yidan admitted, I had accepted my fate, but upon seeing that device, I became curious. When your guard said it was a secret, it only heightened my intrigue. I fear I shall not find peace in death without knowing. Huang Tianba, being considerate of those he admired, chuckled warmly. It's nothing too complex. That device is called a telephone, which transmits sound through electromagnetic principles. What are electromagnetic principles? Zhu Yidan inquired. Simply put, is the generation of electricity through magnetism and vice versa. I understand magnetism, but what connection does it have to electricity? Seeing Zhu Yidan's relentless pursuit of knowledge, Huang Tianba realized that explaining further could take an indefinite amount of time. It is not that I wish to withhold information, but rather that you lack the foundational knowledge to comprehend it. Noticing Huang Tianba's gaze was devoid of deception, Zhu Yidan felt a deep sense of agreement and ceased to press the matter. Some knowledge is indeed exceedingly complicated to elucidate, akin to teaching children to recognize characters, just as they had in their academy. Very well. Thank you for your enlightenment, Master. I am prepared. You're welcome. In that case, I shall proceed. Rest assured, it will not be painful. Thank you. The two engaged in pleasant conversation, hardly resembling bitter enemies set to end each other's lives. Huang Tianba, without further hesitation, struck Zhu Yidan at his third eye. The overwhelming force instantly shattered his brain, and Zhu Yidan passed away without a trace of agony, a smile lingering on his face. Teacher, Sima Bei cried out in profound grief, rushing forward to embrace Zhu Yidan's lifeless form, weeping uncontrollably. Huang Tianba shook his head slightly and instructed Wu Ming, incinerate his remains. Place them in a fine urn and send his letters to the Royal Academy in Twilight City for the master. Understood. As Huang Tianba approached Sima Bei, he noticed the boy glaring fiercely at him, his eyes filled with an intensity that suggested a desire to attack. Huang Tianba pondered for 3 seconds before delivering a swift strike to Sima Bei's head, resulting in his instantaneous demise. Your gaze is rife with animosity. It is likely that you will seek vengeance against me in the future. Thus, it is perhaps best for you to join your teacher in the afterlife. Chapter 20. The Mysterious Techniques of the Academy and the Creation of Mecha by Gongshu Lu. Huang Tianba harbored no desire to raise a tiger to its lair. Observing Sima Bei's sorrow, it was evident he shared a profound bond with his teacher. Empathizing with his own situation, Huang Tianba recognized the necessity of seeking vengeance for his master's death. Hence, it was prudent to eliminate the threat before it escalated. Wu Ming, incinerate him as well, and send the ashes along. Understood, Master. Wu Ming and the other guards were accustomed to such orders. Ever since the Master's parents were forced to their demise, his mental state had become precarious, always suspecting others harbored ill intentions towards him. Therefore, it was imperative to conceal any murderous intent, lest one meet a tragic end. Sima Bei could hardly fathom that Huang Tianba would so casually end his life. He had initially contemplated biding his time, cultivating his skills until he became an unparalleled master to exact revenge. Yet, a fleeting moment of weakness sealed his fate. Alas, the youth was still too young, unable to mask his emotions. As Huang Tianba prepared to depart, a guard interjected, Master, just now Mr. Zhu imparted a technique to a student, and I took notes. I wish to present it for your review. Huang Tianba, taken aback, replied, Is he a fool? To teach a technique in front of you all? The guard shook his head. I am unaware, but it is indeed a significant technique. He reiterated it thrice. Reiterating something thrice indicates its importance. Very well, transcribe it. Regardless of its utility, I shall reward you with 100 points. Thank you, Master. The guard was elated. Earning 100 points for merely transcribing a few hundred words felt like striking gold. After all, he would eventually need to divulge the technique, lest Huang Tianba suspect him of treachery and eliminate him. Sharing it now for points was a win-win scenario. Seeing the opportunity for points, the other guards clamored, Master. I also took notes. I shall write mine out for comparison to ensure accuracy. Indeed, Master, let us all write it down and verify each other's work. Huang Tianba, keen to encourage his subordinates' enthusiasm, waved his hand. Then let all of you write it down, but those who are slower shall receive 50 points each. How does that sound? Thank you, Master. 50 points sufficed for the guards, who were content. Those who were not could be sent to cultivate the fields. They hastily found their places to begin transcribing the technique. Each guard's memory varied. Some faltered mid-sentence, while others made errors. If one were to rely on a single account, it might lead to disastrous consequences. However, with multiple accounts for verification, the accurate content emerged. The guards diligently cross-referenced every word, validating each other's contributions until they presented a cohesive and correct version to Huang Tianba. Master, this is what we collectively believe to be accurate. Huang Tianba praised, excellent. Your diligence is commendable. I shall add 10 points to each of your scores. The guards were overjoyed, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, master. Huang Tianba accepted the technique and scrutinized it closely. He found the terminology peculiar, filled with words he had never encountered. The meanings eluded him. Rubbing his chin, he inquired, "What is this written here? Are you certain there are no errors?" The guards promptly replied, "Master, there are no mistakes." I found it quite strange when he spoke it. I recognized the words, yet their combination was baffling. This has been verified collectively. It must be correct unless he was mistaken in his recitation. Seeing their certainty, Huang Tianba trusted they would not deceive him and prepared to retreat to his chamber for further contemplation. Very well, I shall take it for thorough study. With my exceptional comprehension, even unfamiliar words will yield insights after repeated readings, akin to those prodigies in novels who grasp sword techniques through calligraphy and painting. Yi Tian's wound had scabbed over as he assisted Gongshu Lu in preparing tools. Gongshu Lan, meanwhile, cut fruit on the side, stealing glances at his profile. Yi Gongzi is truly handsome, though it is unfortunate he is missing an arm. Such a pity. Once he recovers, perhaps father can craft him a mechanical arm. Yi Tian was aware of Gongshu Lan's furtive glances, but his past charm with women rendered him indifferent. His current fascination lay with the mecha Gongshu Lu was fine-tuning. It was the very apparatus he had mistaken for a humanoid puppet upon his arrival, only to later discover it was meant to be worn, referred to as mecha, or mechanized battle armor. Senior, can this mecha truly rival top-tier experts? Gongshu Lu, disliking skepticism, retorted, "You'll find out once you try it." After securing the last screw, he pressed several buttons. The mecha's limbs and head unfurled like blooming flowers. He stepped inside, donning the mecha like a garment. Should Huang Tianba witness this scene, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "By heavens, Iron Man!" Gongshu Lu had crafted a full metallic battle suit by hand. This armor drew its energy from the wearer, functioning as an exoskeleton. Through ingeniously designed mechanisms, it could amplify the user's strength tenfold. With an alloy shell, it rendered ordinary weapons ineffective. As for internal energy attacks, a series of specialized buffers within the shell transformed such assaults into energy, enabling counterattacks with the limbs. However, the conversion efficiency was currently only 50%. A punch received would only return half a punch in retaliation, indicating substantial room for improvement. Gongshu Lu, a veritable powerhouse in his own right, wielded a hefty iron hammer with ease. Once adorned in this armor, his prowess soared, rivaling that of first-class experts. Shall ye let spar, but refrain from using sword energy? Very well, senior, I shall attempt to restrain my strength to that of a top-tier expert. Though Yi Tian had lost an arm, he remained an unparalleled master. Even without a sword, he could emit sword energy through his body. However, lacking a formidable weapon diminished its potency. Yi Tian stood straight, politely addressing Gongshu Lu, "Senior, please proceed." "Very well, brace yourself for my strike." Gongshu Lu wasted no time, launching a direct assault aimed at Yi Tian's chest. Yi Tian neither dodged nor evaded. He thrust his left fist forward, meeting Gongshu Lu's right fist head-on. The impact resonated with the sound of metal clashing. Numerous cracks appeared on Gongshu Lu's armor, not from disintegration, but rather from absorbing and channeling Yi Tian's strength to his other hand. With newfound power, Gongshu Lu's left fist surged toward Yi Tian's right cheek. Yi Tian swiftly retracted his left fist to retaliate, easily blocking Gongshu Lu's left punch. With a chuckle, Gongshu Lu once again absorbed Yi Tian's strength into his right fist. Thus, right fist met left, left met right, each instance accumulating half of Yi Tian's power. After 4 consecutive exchanges, Yi Tian realized he could no longer withstand the onslaught, being pushed back a step. To his astonishment, he exclaimed, "Senior, does your mecha possess the ability to infinitely absorb my strength?" Chapter 21. The Severed Arm and the Mechanical Limb. Ashes delivered to the door, Gongshu Lu regarded him with the incredulity one might reserve for a fool, exclaiming, "Is it conceivable that a being capable of infinitely absorbing power exists? My mech has its limitations. Surpassing those limits would result in an immediate explosion." This is precisely why I instructed you to spar with me, using only the abilities of a top-tier expert. A single stroke of your sword energy could easily obliterate it. Yi Tian's eyes widened in realization. Ah, so that's how it is. Nonetheless, being able to achieve this is already quite impressive. Gongshu Lu, detecting Yi Tian's insincerity, retorted defiantly. You do not believe my mech has greater potential? Listen here, young man. Its capacity is contingent upon the quality of materials used. If superior materials were employed, even a peerless master would pose no challenge, let alone one who is merely innate. Noticing Gongshu Lu's agitated tone, Yi Tian quickly complimented, "Your craftsmanship is truly remarkable, senior." Everyone appreciates a kind word, and Gongshu Lu's demeanor visibly softened with the praise. I'm not boasting. No one excels in mech research like I do. Observing Gongshu Lu's eagerness for flattery, Yi Tian unabashedly continued to extol his virtues. Nearby, Gongshu Lan prepared a platter of fruits and called out to the two, "Father, young Master Yi, you both should take a breather and enjoy some fruit." Yi Tian smiled at her and replied, "Thank you, Miss Lan." Upon hearing his daughter's call, Gongshu Lu ceased his demonstration, pressing a few buttons before stepping out of the mech. The two approached Gongshu Lan, who promptly presented the fruit-laden tray to Yi Tian. "Young Master Yi, please." Yi Tian glanced quickly at Gongshu Lu before taking the tray and offering it back to him. "Senior, please partake first." Gongshu Lu, observing his daughter's attentiveness towards Yi Tian, felt a surge of irritation, his nostrils flaring in annoyance. It seemed that his daughter had forgotten her father in the presence of a handsome young man. However, witnessing Yi Tian's respectful demeanor cheered him somewhat, leading him to think that this lad was indeed commendable, a worthy heir of the renowned Xian Mountain Manor. As the three enjoyed their conversation, Gongshu Lan seized the moment to suggest, "Father, given that young master Yi currently has only one hand, why not create a mechanical arm for him?" Yi Tian, intrigued, inwitted. "A mechanical arm? Is it similar to what's on your mech? But how would I control it without a hand?" Gongshu Lu dismissed the concern lightly. "It's quite straightforward. Simply connect your tendons to the mechanical arm, and you will be able to use it as if it were your own." Yi Tian exclaimed joyfully, "Really? That would be wonderful. I could wield a sword again." Gongshu Lu shook his head seriously. "Do not harbor such hopes for a sword. The mechanical arm lacks meridians, rendering it akin to a commoner's weapon. If you truly wish to wield a sword, it would be prudent to begin practicing with your left hand." Just as hope ignited, it was extinguished, leaving Yi Tian disheartened. "But Huang Tianba is so formidable. If I rely on my untrained left hand, I would surely be at a disadvantage." Gongshu Lan, empathizing with Yi Tian's distress, tenderly clung to her father's arm, pleading, "Father, why not install the vibranium arm for young Master Yi?" At this, Gongshu Lu's countenance darkened, storm clouds gathering as he replied grimly, "You might as well suggest I sever my own arm for him. I am returning to my room. Make sure to tidy up my belongings." With that, he departed, leaving a bewildered Yi Tian and an awkward Gongshu Lan in his wake. Gongshu Lan, feeling embarrassed, said, "Young Master Yi, please don't take offense. My father's temperament is quite volatile, shifting faster than the turning pages of a book. However, he has a heart of gold and will calm down shortly." Yi Tian nodded. "Oh, it's quite all right. But what exactly is this vibranium arm you mentioned?" Sensing his curiosity, Gongshu Lan shared softly, "The vibranium arm is a treasured possession of my father, possessing a most unique function." In the Royal Academy of Twilight City, Dean Ji was in his study counting banknotes, pondering how to introduce additional fee-generating projects. Suddenly, his assistant burst in without knocking, flustered. "Dean, we have a grave situation." Dean Ji maintained his composure. "Xiao Bai, in times of crisis, one must remain calm. What is the matter?" The assistant wiped the sweat from his brow. "Dean, it's bad news. The people from the Ba Dao Mountain Manor are here, specifically requesting to see you." "What?" Dean Ji dropped the banknotes onto his desk, his hand trembling involuntarily. "The Blade Mountain Manor is seeking me? What do they want? I haven't spoken ill of them recently." He quickly racked his memory for any disparaging remarks made about the manor in the last 3 days. The assistant waved his hand dismissively. "Dean, it seems unrelated to you." They mentioned they were sent by Mr. Zhu. Sighing in relief, Dean Ji asked Mr. Zhu, "Which Mr. Zhu?" "The one and only Mr. Zhuidong." "Oh, it's him. You startled me." "Where are they?" "They're waiting in the living room." Dean Ji casually locked the banknotes in his drawer, straightened his appearance, and asked, "By the way, have you seen Mr. Zhu today?" The assistant shook his head. "No. The doorman mentioned he left for the day and hasn't returned, possibly out searching for his students." Dean Ji pondered aloud. How could searching for students involve the Ba Dao Mountain Manor? Does he have acquaintances there who are assisting him? Hastily, they made their way to the living room, where they found two masked figures clad in the uniform of the Ba Dao Mountain Manor, seated quietly. On the table beside them rested two boxes, the contents unknown. "My apologies for the wait. I am Dean Ji Bai," he said, approaching them with a forced smile. The two masked figures rose in unison. "We are guard from the Ba Dao Mountain Manor, here to deliver items from Mr. Zhu to the Dean." Curious, Dean Ji inquired, "Might I ask what Mr. Zhu wishes to entrust to me? I appreciate your effort in coming here." One guard produced a letter from the table and handed it to him. "This is a letter he wrote to his teacher. We kindly ask you to deliver it." Dean Ji accepted the letter, nodding in acknowledgement. "Of course, I shall see to it." He then casually asked, "Do you happen to know where Mr. Zhu has gone?" "He didn't even inform me. I would have liked to bid him farewell." The guard replied solemnly, "He has already gone to the underworld." "What?" Dean Ji froze momentarily, struggling to comprehend, his mind racing to determine which Emperor's abode was referred to. The guard pointed to the two boxes on the table. "Indeed, those contain his ashes, and the other holds his student's ashes. We also request that you deliver these to his teacher." Dean Ji stared blankly at the two boxes, realization dawning upon him. The underworld referred to the realm of the deceased. In disbelief, he stammered, This cannot be. I saw him just yesterday, and he seemed perfectly well. How could he have perished so suddenly? Who is responsible for this? Our academy shall not let this go unpunished." Calmly, the guard replied, "Our manor's lord is the one who took his life. Are you not planning to take action against him?" With that, he drew a blade from his waist. Chapter 22. The Art of Reparative Eloquence and Mechanical Transformation. With a thud, Dean Ji's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. The spirit of a scholar seemed utterly absent in him. Oh, if only I had known it was Master Huang who had committed the deed. Even with the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard, I would have dared not voice an objection. I have always held Master Huang in the highest regard. They must have provoked him, and thus they deserve their fate. The guards looked down upon his feeble demeanor, scoffing. "You are but a scholar, and yet you pale in comparison to Zhuidong, who faced death without flinching." Hearing this, Dean Ji felt a strange pride swell within him. "Indeed, I am spineless, and thus I shall never oppose Master Huang. You may rest assured, a person devoid of shame is invincible." And the guard chose not to press further, merely offering a casual warning. "Well, we shall take our leave. But remember to deliver the letter and ashes to the Confucian master. Should you fail to do so, your life will be forfeit. Rest assured, I shall personally ensure their delivery," Dean Ji replied, drenched in sweat, nodding vigorously. He escorted the two guards out, only collapsing onto the ground once he saw them ride away. That had been perilously close. A moment of fury could have cost him his life. Who would have expected that Ba Dao Manor would send both ashes and a letter? This is madness. I must leave this tumultuous place. Now that I am tasked with delivering the letter and ashes, I shall head to the main academy to hide. With the Confucian master present, I need not fear even if the sky were to fall. Once I depart, the fate of this academy will be of no concern to me. Resolved, Dean Ji instructed his assistant, Xiao Bai, prepare the carriage at once. I must go to the main academy. Very well, Dean, came the reply. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber of Ba Dao Manor, Huang Tianba was engrossed in mastering a newly acquired martial technique. With the assistance of his remarkable intuition, what had once appeared as incomprehensible scripture was now wholly understood. Truly, it was an extraordinary skill. Mastering it could elevate one to the realm of a supreme expert, enabling the practitioner to unleash internal energy from their mouth. This technique, dubbed the art of eloquence, allowed one to replicate various weapon attacks with external energy. Moreover, it bestowed a remarkable ability, the power of superlative restoration, permitting one to mend their dantian or reshape their meridians. Huang Tianba suddenly realized. No wonder Zhu Yidan bore no grudge, even after I had incapacitated his abilities. If I were to let him go, he could easily have the master restore his dantian and meridians upon returning home. The world is indeed wondrous. Each supreme expert possesses their unique trump card. Thus, it would be wise to incinerate every enemy henceforth. Skills are never superfluous. I shall seize the opportunity to familiarize myself with this technique and add another card to my hand. After all, I stand at the pinnacle of martial prowess. And once I learn the techniques, I shall wield them with ease. In the future, armed with a blood-drink knife and speaking like a machine gun, I will vanquish them all. Huang Tianba, content, resumed his training, for the manor was well managed by Old Tan and the Nameless One, leaving him free of worry. In this world where martial strength reigned supreme, as long as he maintained Chapter 23, the joy of acquiring a metal Kirin arm, education begins from childhood in a tense atmosphere. Yi Tian's new prosthetic arm was finally installed. The arm gleamed with a metallic luster of gold and crimson. Its composition a mystery. A red mythical beast, poised upon flames, was intricately depicted on the arm, accompanied by a myriad of flame patterns adorning other sections. Curiously, he wiggled his fingers, producing a bright, ringing sound as they clashed together. He raised the entire arm to test its mobility, only to find it somewhat unwieldy. What was meant to be a gentle lift resulted in an inadvertent slap to his own face. Fortunately, his profound martial prowess and the protective energy surrounding his skin spared him from any injury. Gong Shulan, observing with concern, urged, "Young Master Yi, please be cautious and take your time." Embarrassed, Yi Tian chuckled. "It seems a bit too responsive. Could you perhaps adjust it, Senior?" Gong Shu Lu nodded. "Certainly. I will make the adjustments slower for you. After you have acclimated, come back to me for further tuning." He then opened a section of the arm's exterior and diligently began to make modifications with his tools. After some time, he set down the tools and said, "Try it again." Yi Tian cautiously lifted the arm once more, now finding it much easier to control. "Senior, it feels perfect now." Gong Shu Lu handed him an apple, saying, "Hold this apple and see how it feels." "All right," Yi Tian replied, carefully accepting the apple. However, before he could gauge his strength, the apple was crushed in his grip. "I apologize. I didn't even realize I was applying force." Gong Shu Lu made a minor adjustment to his palm. "No worries, try again." Gong Shulan quickly provided another apple. Her voice laced with concern, "Young Master Yi, don't rush." "Thank you, Miss Lan," Yi Tian said as he accepted the apple. This time, he managed to hold it without crushing it. The sensation was akin to using a pair of iron tongs to grip the fruit. Overcome with emotion, he exclaimed, "I can hold it. I have my arm back." He had feared he would be disabled for life, but now he could reclaim his limb. Though this arm was not as good as his original, it was infinitely better than having none at all. He bowed deeply to Gong Shu Lu, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your benevolence, Senior. I shall fulfill any request you have within my capabilities." Gong Shu Lu shook his head. "Once you are familiar with it, you may leave. I have no other demands." Gong Shulan interjected, pulling at her father's hand with a playful pout. "Father, you can't rush him away. Young Master, Yi can assist you in testing the mech here." Gong Shu Lu wished for Yi Tian to depart quickly, fearing that his daughter might develop feelings for him. Conversely, Gong Shulan sought to keep Yi Tian close, hoping that time would foster affection between them. Yi Tian found himself caught in an awkward position. He could not leave yet, as he still required Gong Shu Lu's assistance for further adjustments. After a moment of contemplation, he appealed to Gong Shu Lu. "Senior, Miss Lan is right. I can assist you in testing the mech here. Please don't send me away." Gong Shu Lu, being a man of pride, felt reluctant to dismiss Yi Tian upon witnessing his earnest request. He sighed in resignation. "Very well, when you have free time, go to the nearby stream and practice catching fish with your Kirin arm. Once you can catch fish without harming them, consider it a sign of proficiency." Yi Tian nodded eagerly. "I will heed your instructions." "So this is called the Kirin arm. The illustration must represent the fire Kirin," he mused. Gong Shulan beamed. "Indeed, it is the fire Kirin, and I was the one who drew it." Yi Tian complimented. "Miss Lan, your artistry is truly exquisite. The depiction is so lifelike." Flattered, Gong Shulan's cheeks flushed a rosy hue at his praise. Gong Lu scoffed, "It's merely showy and lacks substance." Yi Tian quickly discerned that any praise he bestowed upon Gong Shulan, or her affection towards him, would irk Gong Lu. He was not oblivious. He recognized that Gong Lu was wary of their growing closeness. Truth be told, he did not harbor romantic feelings for Gong Shulan. He had encountered many women of similar beauty in his past. After all, his estate's dungeon housed numerous beautiful captives for his and his father's indulgence. At present, Gong Lu's value greatly surpassed that of his daughter, and he had no intention of jeopardizing their relationship over a woman of little consequence. Thus, he maintained a polite distance from Gong Shulan's affections. He touched the Kirin arm with concern, "But senior, if you send me to the stream to catch fish, will the arm rust when it encounters water?" Gong Lu snorted, "Do you take me for a fool? Both the inner and outer components of the arm have been treated for waterproofing. It will not rust even if submerged. Furthermore, its strength is exceptional. Ordinary blades will only chip the paint upon contact. Feel free to use it." "That is excellent news. I shall begin practicing immediately," Yi Tian replied, elated. Gong Shulan's eyes lit up. "Young Master Yi, I shall accompany you for practice." Before Yi Tian could respond, Gong Lu retorted sternly, "Your arm is perfectly fine. Let him familiarize himself alone. You remain here to assist me." Very well," Gong Shulan conceded, watching glumly as Yi Tian dashed away from her sight. In Twilight City, at the Ba Dao printing shop, a throng of children entered and exited energetically, each registering their personal information before joyfully departing with bundles of newspapers. Today marked the release of the Ba Dao Weekly. Each bundle contained 100 copies, and upon distribution, the children would earn 10 coins. 10 coins was a significant sum, capable of purchasing a pound of rice, making this opportunity desirable not just for children, but for adults as well, if the shop allowed them to participate. Each child could claim 5 bundles, totaling 500 copies, potentially earning 50 coins in a single day. The shop enforced a rule that these 50 coins could not be taken by parents unless the children consented, with investigators dispatched to ensure compliance. Violators faced severe consequences. Furthermore, any ruffians attempting to exploit the children would find themselves facing dire repercussions after several had been dealt with. Consequently, each child gleefully embraced the work, invigorated by the prospect of earning money to buy whatever their hearts desired. The rationale behind employing children stemmed from Huang Tianba's belief that the adults had already been brainwashed by the Ming Jian sect. He deemed it difficult to alter their entrenched perceptions. Thus, he opted to cultivate loyalty from a young age, ensuring that the children would grow up to recognize the benefits of aligning with him. However, human nature is inherently greedy, and even children were not exempt from this trait. During their inaugural newspaper distribution, many attempted to hoard papers at home, falsely reporting their completion. Huang Tianba's solution was straightforward. A swift reprimand was sufficient for disobedient children. The Ba Dao sect was not known for its leniency, and they showed no mercy even to children. Additionally, any adults associated with misbehaving children faced punishment as well. As a result, this behavior of hoarding newspapers ceased after the initial incident, with all children behaving obediently thereafter. Following the Ba Dao sect's annihilation of the Righteous Alliance, led by the Ming Jian sect, the overall security of Twilight City improved significantly. Chapter 24. Knowing people by their faces but not their hearts. Rapid growth of power in the bustling streets and alleyways. Children joyfully distributed newspapers. Soon, each person had one in hand, and those who could read quickly perused its contents, engaging in animated discussions. Those who could not read carefully folded their newspapers, preparing to take them home to hide away. The reverse side of the newspapers randomly featured various lunar calendar months, detailing seasonal changes and auspicious days. There were also exquisite illustrations of the 3 immortals of happiness, longevity, and prosperity, alongside landscapes and floral paintings. Although most people were illiterate, it did not hinder them from treating these prints as decorative art to adorn their walls. Many hoped to collect all the months of the year, even willing to spend money to acquire newspapers they lacked. This created a phenomenon where even discarded newspapers were swiftly picked up by others. For impoverished families, A single newspaper could fetch a few coins. For collectors, they would gladly pay several taels of silver for such a piece. This rudimentary form of collecting was not something Huang Tianba would concern himself with. In a world where everyone seeks their own profit, it is essential for something to gain acceptance by ensuring everyone benefits from it. When all interests are intertwined, the distinction between good and evil becomes insignificant. As his newspapers began to circulate widely, the sordid affairs of the Righteous Alliance naturally spread far and wide. Increasing numbers of readers finished today's newspaper, marveling at the serialized story tears of a beautiful woman. They were astonished to learn that the esteemed leader of the Righteous Alliance, the Ming Sword Villa, harbored such dark secrets. The master Yi Wuyo and his son Yi Tian were said to have imprisoned countless young women for their own depraved pleasures. Those who disobeyed faced various forms of abuse, driving normal individuals to madness. The methods described were shocking and unprecedented, leaving ordinary people aghast. Impossible. This must be the work of Ba Dao Villa attempting to smear their reputation. Yet it seemed plausible, for Ba Dao Villa was indeed part of the demonic path, capable of any wrongdoing. How could the virtuous Yi family engage in such acts? Surely, it was slander. While most refused to believe that the esteemed Yi father and son could commit such deeds, dissenting voices emerged in rebuttal. It is difficult to discern a person's true nature. Appearances can be deceiving. Who can truly know if the Yi family is as upright as they seem? Indeed, my neighbor Mr. Wang once remarked that their town mayor appeared to be virtuous and impoverished, only to be arrested one day, revealing a hidden stash of thousands of taels of gold beneath his bedroom tiles, all obtained through corruption. In this day and age, one cannot judge solely by appearances, for there are many cultured scoundrels. The debate grew heated, with each side passionately defending their stance. In an inconspicuous corner of a tea house, an elderly man and a young girl sipped tea while listening to the surrounding discussions. The old man, clad in a gray robe, had a youthful appearance with white hair, exuding a kind demeanor that obscured his age. The young girl, dressed in white, was slender and radiant, seemingly no more than 15 or 16 years old. Curiously, the girl asked, "Grandfather, is Huang Tianba a good person or a bad person?" The grandfather leisurely sipped his tea and replied, "What do you think?" Shaking her head, the girl said, "I cannot tell. They say he has destroyed the major sects of the Righteous Alliance, killing countless people with brutal methods, and that he is a reincarnation of a blood demon who preys on the innocent. None of that seems virtuous. Yet, they also claim he never harms innocent civilians and is more effective than the authorities in dealing with thugs." The girl's expression twisted in confusion, unable to fathom such a peculiar character. The grandfather chuckled, "Does it really matter? Every individual embodies both good and evil. Can you truly claim you are only good?" Puffing up her chest with pride, the girl declared, "Of course I am a good person. Together with you, we have saved many lives. People even call me the goddess of mercy." The girl, Sun Lingsu, was the granddaughter of the renowned healer Sun Zhonghua. The pair had traveled far and wide, healing countless individuals, and many common folk even honored them with longevity tablets. Sun Zhonghua inquired, "But if the person we treat is a notorious villain, does that not make us accomplices? Can we still be considered good?" Sun Lingsu shook her head. "That is his wrongdoing, not ours. What does it have to do with us?" Sun Zhonghua countered, "It certainly has to do with us. If we do not save him, he will die. And if he dies, he cannot harm anyone." Sun Lingsu considered this, realizing the truth, and promptly corrected herself. "Then I will not save him, so no one will be harmed." Sun Zhonghua laughed heartily and continued, "However, before he commits his crimes, we may not know he is a murderer. We cannot investigate whether he is good or bad while he lies on the brink of death." Sun Lingsu nodded. "That is true. If we delay our investigation, he may perish before we learn the truth." Sun Zhonghua asked, "Exactly. As healers, is it right for us to stand by while he dies before our eyes?" Sun Lingsu grew troubled, pondering, "But what should we do?" Sun Zhonghua advised, "It is simple. We should save lives without regard for their character. Even if we save a good person today, does that guarantee he will not turn bad in the future? Rather than worry about such matters, we ought to focus on our duty as healers. The judgment of good and evil is for others to decide." After a moment of contemplation, Sun Lingsu asked, "But what if we already know someone is bad? Should we still save them?" Sun Zhonghua stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, "If it is merely hearsay and we cannot discern its truth, we must still provide aid. But if we witness him slaughtering innocents, committing heinous acts, and he fits our criteria for a villain, then we must not intervene." "Grandfather, I understand now. Seeing is believing, and hearing can be deceiving. We should save those we believe to be good, and if unsure, we should act first and assess later. If we confirm someone is indeed a villain, then we withhold our aid." Sun Zhonghua nodded with a smile. "Yes, you are indeed teachable. Now let us go gather herbs." "All right, grandfather." The duo departed the tea house and ventured forth, destined for the nearby Ba Dao Mountain. The mountain was rich in medicinal herbs, and a decade prior, Sun Zhonghua had discovered a vast patch of unripe moon goddess tears there. Given the passage of time, he hoped to see if they had matured. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber of Ba Dao Villa, Bianc paused all experiments, anxiously waiting outside Huang Tianba's training room. Huang Tianba, practicing the academy's techniques, suddenly sensed he had entered a new phase. His internal energy surged rapidly, nearing the point of bursting from his dantian and meridians, and had become so pure it could not be refined further. Should this continue unchecked, he might transform into a bomb, leading to his own explosive demise. Hastily, he summoned Bianc to protect him, ensuring that if something went awry, Sai could help piece together his remains. Chapter 25. Surviving Against All Odds. The indomitable liquidization of internal energy. Huang Tianba sat in meditation, his eyes closed, delving deep within to observe the flow of his meridians. The immense internal energy surged through his channels like a wild stallion, racing uncontrollably. As the energy accumulated, even his already robust meridians began to strain under the pressure, developing fine cracks. This was Huang Tianba's greatest concern. Should the energy escape from his meridians, it would wreak havoc within his body. While injuries to other parts could be mended with medicine, a rupture in the brain's meridians could lead to amnesia or worse, death. Fortunately, the techniques learned at the academy possessed the ability to mend the meridians, and as soon as the cracks appeared, they were swiftly repaired. Thus, a cycle of destruction and restoration ensued, ultimately causing his entire network of meridians to expand dramatically, becoming extraordinarily resilient and securely containing all internal energy. Consequently, all pressure shifted to his dantian, which swelled like a balloon, developing additional cracks. Although the technique continued to repair them, the overwhelming pressure proved too great, and eventually, some internal energy burst forth from the dantian. With a series of muffled sounds, Huang Tianba felt as if invisible daggers had pierced his abdomen, leaving several gaping wounds. The expelled energy and blood were intercepted by his protective aura, blood trickling down his body and staining the ground beneath him. Observing through the glass door, Bianc, anxious, rushed in. "Tianba, what is wrong?" "Hiss." Huang Tianba gasped in pain, his body trembling as he exclaimed, "It hurts like hell. Quickly, bring me healing medicine." "Right away." Bianc hurriedly retrieved the prepared medicine and placed it in Huang Tianba's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, its effects visibly accelerating the healing of his wounds. Bianc remained vigilant, medicine in hand, eyes fixed on Huang Tianba. Noticing the concern inside Bianc's gaze, Huang Tianba reassured him, "Do not worry. As the saying goes, calamity begets longevity. A formidable being like me isn't so easily defeated. Stay back, lest I inadvertently harm you." Nodding in silence, Bianc retreated, glancing back several times as he exited the training room. Meanwhile, the rupture in Huang Tianba's dantian was already mended, although new cracks continued to form. Familiarity allowed for rapid repair. In this manner, his dantian expanded, becoming even more resilient than his meridians, preventing any energy from leaking out. At this point, while his internal energy continued to grow, both his dantian and meridians were no longer adversely affected, and the crisis was finally averted. Exhaling deeply, Huang Tianba felt a sense of relief wash over him. He glanced at his blood-soaked body, reflecting that he had indeed lost a significant amount of blood and would need to replenish his strength shortly. Nevertheless, as the adage goes, fortune favors the bold. Despite the perilous process, the advantages were evident. Not only had the speed of his internal energy growth increased, but both his dantian and meridians had also expanded, enabling the fortified dantian to store more internal energy. To illustrate, it was as if he had transformed from a mystical vehicle to a luxury one, a monumental change. What is this? After experimenting with his energy for a moment, Huang Tianba was suddenly astonished to discover a droplet of liquid forming within his dantian. It was well known that internal energy exists in a gaseous form within the human body, making the appearance of liquid in his dantian quite peculiar. Where could this liquid have originated? Observing closely, he realized that his internal energy circulated automatically in a complete cycle, producing a droplet each time. Could it be that the excessive pressure within his meridians had caused the internal energy to compress in a liquid form? If so, would all the internal energy in his body compress in a liquid and then solidify, potentially transforming his dantian into a cultivation practitioner-esque golden core? This seems promising. It is worth a try. Huang Tianba, inherently curious, felt a surge of scientific intrigue, even if it did not result in a golden core. If he could convert all his internal energy into liquid, the storage capacity would be equivalent to tens of thousands of his former self. If he were to unleash a cutting energy attack, it could reach hundreds of meters. If he initiated a grand move like 10,000 blades return to origin, wouldn't he be invincible? Huang Tianba laughed heartily. Outside, Bianc felt a sudden chill in his heart. Oh no, has he lost his sanity and become a fool? While I can heal his physical wounds, I am powerless if his mind is harmed. He quickly grabbed a shield for protection, pushed open the door, and shouted, Tianba, are you still in your right mind? Bianc knew that to save someone, he must first ensure his own safety. To rush in recklessly might lead to being struck down by a crazed Huang Tianba. In such a case, he would only be sacrificing his life without any benefit. Upon hearing the question and seeing Bianc hiding behind the shield, Huang Tianba realized that his laughter had led to a misunderstanding. He quickly explained, I am perfectly lucid. I was merely overjoyed that the problem has been resolved. Bianc, skeptical, asked, then what is the next line after strange changes do not alter the odd? Huang Tianba chuckled. Symbols correspond to quadrants. Does that not hold true? Nodding, Bianc lowered the shield and approached. This code was one Huang Tianba had taught him, known only to the two of them. If Huang Tianba had truly lost his mind, he would not have been able to respond. Huang Tianba rose and enveloped Bianc in a hearty embrace, their brotherhood palpable. Bianc, curious, inquired, what brings you such joy? Huang Tianba grinned. My power has ascended to a new level. Bianc pondered for a moment before asking, is it the innate realm? Huang Tianba shook his head. I cannot say for certain, but I have undoubtedly surpassed the realm of unparalleled masters, as I have compressed my internal energy from gas to liquid. Though Bianc could not cultivate internal energy due to his physical condition, he possessed basic martial knowledge and had never heard of anyone's internal energy being liquid. Curiosity ignited within him. You are remarkable, but what advantages does liquid energy confer? Huang Tianba was eager to boast. After all, this secret was best shared with Bianc. Indeed, it has its benefits. The space occupied is reduced, allowing my dantian to store a greater volume of internal energy. As I am now, I could easily defeat 5 versions of my former self. Bianc stared, dumbfounded, so formidable. This expression greatly satisfied Huang Tianba's vanity, and he declared proudly, of course, this is merely the beginning. Once I transform all my internal energy into liquid, even if all the unparalleled masters in the world were to attack me simultaneously, they would struggle to breach my protective aura. Chapter 26. Toasting and Scheming for Great Matters. Revenge through the allure of beauty. Huang Tianba donned a fresh attire and departed the secret chamber with Bianc. Such a splendid occasion warranted a feast to celebrate. As the lord of a manor, his life was not dissimilar to that of an emperor. The chef was always at his beck and call, and dining was merely a matter of uttering a word. In no time, exquisite wines and delicacies adorned the table, and the two raised their glasses. downing 3 rounds in quick succession. Bianc suggested, Tianba, with your current prowess, why not eradicate all the renowned righteous sects? That would save us from future troubles. Huang Tianba shook his head, replying, to annihilate them is a cumbersome task in itself. The distances involved are daunting, and the thought of the arduous journey makes me lose interest. The remaining sects are scattered far and wide. Even the closest would require 10 days to half a month to reach. My electric vehicle cannot traverse such distances, and the road conditions are far from ideal. Only the main roads are passable, while small paths are inaccessible. Additionally, some routes necessitate boat travel and mountain climbing. Such inconveniences abound. He preferred to travel by vehicle whenever possible, and it would indeed be an arduous task to compel him to eliminate others. He nodded in agreement. Very well. Huang Tianba chuckled. Let them come to me instead. This is my domain. It will be far easier to eliminate them one by one. Besides, having made an enemy of the Academy this time, the Emperor may well send troops alongside the Academy's masters. Should we vanquish them, it would likely terrify the Emperor into submission. Bianc pondered this and replied with delight. Indeed, who knows, you might even ascend to the throne yourself. Then, who would dare show you disrespect? Huang Tianba hastily waved his hand. No, I have no interest in becoming emperor. Instead, you could concoct some poison for the emperor. We can control him and let him bear the burden of any conflicts while we develop our influence in the shadows, which is much safer. Bianc's eyes lit up at this notion, raising his glass in another toast to Huang Tianba. You truly think ahead, Tianba. Once I have perfected my research on the goo worms, I can simply apply one to him. Upon hearing Bianc mention goo, Huang Tianba casually inquired, by the way, how is your research on the goo that locates individuals through the arm progressing? Bianc shook his head. Not yet successful. It may require more time. Huang Tianba waved his hand. No rush. As long as he remains alive, he will eventually seek revenge on me. You might want to prepare some tracking devices, so when he arrives, we can place one on him. That way, if luck is on his side and he manages to escape, we can still pursue him. Bianc expressed confidence. This is simple. I've already developed a standard mother-son goo. As soon as he appears, I will apply it to him. Excellent. Now, let us feast. As the two indulged in their revelry, their target, Xian, was busy fishing in the water. He, too, possessed exceptional talent and had mastered the use of his Qilan arm casually. He caught 3 fish and placed them in his basket, intending to prepare a dish for the gathering. Gazing at his Qilan arm, he sighed. Upon returning, I must ask my mentor to enhance the sensitivity of my arm further. It seems to lag behind my reflexes. This Qilan arm had already undergone 2 sensitivity adjustments, yet there remained a significant gap when compared to his extraordinary reaction speed. After overcoming the initial discomfort, he still felt a pronounced delay in its responsiveness. Gongshu Lu and his daughter were still fine-tuning the mech suit when they noticed Yi Tian's return. Gongshu Lan joyfully approached. Young Master Yi, you have returned. Yi Tian nodded. Lifting the fish basket, I caught a few fish to add to our meal tonight. Gongshu Lan took the basket, praising, Young Master Yi is truly impressive. I shall take care of these at once. Thank you, Miss Lan, Yi Tian replied, maintaining a cool demeanor as he approached Gongshu Lu, requesting, Mentor, I would like to ask for your assistance in adjusting my Qilan arm once more. It could be even more sensitive. Gongshu Lu nodded, removing the outer casing of the Qilan arm, stating as he worked, this will be the final adjustment. It has reached its maximum sensitivity given the limitations of the materials. Yi Tian acknowledged, I understand. I appreciate your help. After a thorough adjustment, Yi Tian waved his arm, feeling it was slightly more fluid than before. Yet there remained an elusive quality that felt amiss. With time on his hands, he lingered nearby, assisting with tools and engaging in conversation. Mentor, to what extent do you plan to modify this mech suit? Well, the main framework remains as is. The focus now is on enhancing the efficiency of energy absorption and conversion. If better materials become available, we can replace them. Oh, I happen to have a wealth of rare materials at home, provided they haven't been seized by Huang Tianba. If you desire them, I can offer them to you. Yi Tian provocatively mentioned, hoping to steer the conversation toward his intentions. However, Gongshu Lu was not easily swayed. He shot him a glare, retorting, "What nonsense! Am I to go and rob Huang Tianba? I have no desire to court death." Yi Tian quickly apologized. That was not my intention." "Then what do you mean?" Gongshu Lu felt that Yi Tian, despite his handsome appearance, had a rather cunning mind. Yi Tian clarified, "What I meant was if you could assist me."
"Once I have dealt with Huang Tianba, I would willingly offer those materials to you." Gongshu Lu pointed at his Xian arm, stating,
"Have I not already provided you with an arm?" Yi Tian found himself momentarily speechless. Then after contemplation, responded, Yes, you have indeed aided me. I merely feel a lack of assurance." Gongshu Lu interrupted, "If you lack assurance, find a quiet place to hide. Why engage in constant battles?" Gongshu Lu maintained a neutral stance, showing no interest in the conflict between good and evil. His reasons for assisting Yi Tian with the arm were twofold: his daughter's plea and a sense of duty to an old acquaintance. However, he was unwilling to assist in revenge. Should Yi Tian, a peerless master, fail to vanquish an even greater master, it would endanger both him and his daughter. Yi Tian discerned Gongshu Lu's reluctance to involve himself in matters of vengeance. It seemed that any further assistance from him would be highly unlikely. He would have to place his hopes on Gongshu Lan. If she were willing to help him obtain a vibranium arm, perhaps he could stand a chance against Huang Tianba. In the days that followed, Gongshu Lan noticed Yi Tian suddenly becoming more affectionate towards her. The two would sneak away from Gongshu Lu, engaging in tender moments. And within 3 days, they were intimately entwined. After a passionate encounter, Yi Tian sighed deeply. The languid Gongshu Lan, nestled against him, inquired, "What troubles you, Yilang? Did I do something wrong?" Yi Tian shook his head. "No, you are wonderful." Gongshu Lan, puzzled, asked, "Then why the sigh?" After a moment of silence, Yi Tian softly replied, "I was merely thinking of my parents. If they were still alive and knew I had such a remarkable daughter-in-law, they would surely be delighted." Upon hearing Yi Tian refer to her as his daughter-in-law, Gongshu Lan's cheeks flushed crimson. Chapter 27. Deceitful Affection and Genuine Sentiments. No opportunity for exploitation, a profound sense of happiness welled up within Gongshu Lan, prompting her to wish she could lay bare her heart for Yi Tian. She gently consoled him. "Yilang, I believe your esteemed parents would not wish to see you disheartened." Yi Tian, feeling despondent as he touched his Kirin arm, lamented, "Alas, if I do not avenge this blood feud, I shall have no face to meet my parents in the afterlife. Regrettably, my hands." Gongshu Lan, mistaking his words for dissatisfaction with his Kirin arm, sympathetically replied, "Yilang, do not be sorrowful. Your distress weighs heavily on my heart as well. How about I secretly procure my father's golden arm for you? With it, you would surely be able to defeat that formidable villain, Huang Tianba." A barely perceptible smile graced Yi Tian's lips as he shook his head. "No, that would surely anger your father, and I would never wish for you to face his ire on my account. I am unafraid. I would willingly endure anything to assist you," Gongshu Lan declared, her heart clouded by love. The more Yi Tian urged her not to act, the more resolute she became. Yi Tian kissed her gently and stroked her head, advising, "Do not be foolish. I shall return to my room now. It would be disastrous if your father were to catch us." After a lingering moment of affection, he quietly leaped from the window, returning to his chamber. Outside, the moonlight illuminated Gongshu Lan's love-filled visage as she clenched her small fist, resolved to aid Yilang. The following morning, as the trio gathered for breakfast, Yi Tian eagerly announced, "Senior, Miss Lan, I intend to venture out, likely returning only by nightfall." Gongshu Lu, unfazed, replied, "Go ahead." Concerned, Gongshu Lan interjected, "Yi Gongzi, you are not planning on seeking revenge, are you? That would be too perilous." In Gongshu Lu's presence, they maintained a facade of casual acquaintanceship, careful not to reveal their deeper connection. Yi Tian smiled reassuringly. "Miss Lan, there is no need for concern. I merely wish to gather information, not to confront the villain. He was not foolish. He could not hope to defeat Huang Tianba in his complete state, let alone with his current limitations. Unless he obtained the golden arm, he would avoid direct conflict. His outing served two purposes: to assess the situation at home and to gather intelligence on Huang Tianba in preparation for future vengeance." Gong Sulan, trusting him, replied softly, "That is good. Be swift in your return." Gong Su Lu cast a sidelong glance at his daughter, sensing her growing affection for Yi Tian, which stirred discontent within him. Gong Sulan, feeling her father's scrutiny, grew anxious. Had he discovered her intentions regarding the golden arm? After bidding a reluctant farewell to Gong Sulan, Yi Tian discreetly donned a peasant's attire, disguising himself effectively, adorning a false beard and smearing dirt on his clothes. He ensured no one would recognize him as the once privileged young master. He dashed towards the vicinity of the Mingjian manor, only to halt in shock at the sight of the desolation that lay before him. Huang Tianba had long since ordered the complete dismantling of the manor, leaving not a single pillar standing, and had set fire to the remnants, sparing not even an ant. Fury coursed through Yi Tian's veins as he gritted his teeth, declaring, "Huang Tianba, you have gone too far. I vow not to live as a man until I have slain you." He refrained from entering the ruins, knowing it lacked any concealment, making it all too easy for anyone to deduce his presence. Instead, he bowed 3 times towards the remnants as a tribute to his deceased father. With a heart full of sorrow and rage, he sprinted away from the bustling twilight city, taking a secluded path towards the Ba Dao Mountain Manor. Before reaching his destination, he encountered a checkpoint brimming with guards from the Ba Dao Mountain Manor. Passers-by were lined up, submitting to thorough inspections. He concealed himself in an inconspicuous corner, observing the rigorous scrutiny. Those wearing hats were instructed to remove them. Sleeves were lifted to check for missing limbs, and even faces and beards were subjected to scrutiny. Women were examined for Adam's apples, indicating a thoroughness aimed at preventing disguise. Every vehicle was meticulously searched, and no hiding place was spared. Even the most inconspicuous of containers were opened for inspection. The Lord had decreed that even coffins and refuse barrels passing through must be inspected to thwart any potential infiltrators. Yi Tian, upon assessing his disguise, felt a sinking sensation. They had begun their checks 5 miles from the manor. If he were to approach, he would undoubtedly become a primary target for inspection, and revealing his Kirin arm would be inevitable. Even if he were to eliminate the guards, it would be futile. Such an extensive perimeter would surely be fortified further. It was clear that he could not pass through here. He contemplated circumventing the area through the nearby mountains, reasoning that Huang Tianba could not possibly station guards throughout the rugged terrain. How many men would that require? With exceptional agility, Yi Tian leapt from branch to branch, wary of traps on the ground, believing the trees offered greater safety. Yet, having scarcely covered 500 meters, he sensed something amiss. Had he just brushed against an invisible line? Suddenly, a whistling sound filled the air, and from his position, countless darts shot out in every direction. Cursing under his breath, Yi Tian deftly evaded the projectiles and leaped aside. A long whistle pierced the air, and a signal arrow with red smoke shot skyward, exploding into a cloud of crimson. This villain is too cunning. He is prepared for everything, Yi Tian thought. Recognizing he could not advance today, he turned and fled towards the forest's edge, fearing that lingering too long might bring Huang Tianba before him. As he fled, he encountered additional traps he had previously avoided. Darts and signal arrows marked his every movement. Upon hearing the signal arrows sound, the nearby guards quickly mobilized, armed with net guns, ready to ensnare any foes. The Lord had ordered that they need not fight to the death. Their task was simply to delay the enemy. When they arrived at the anticipated location indicated by the signal arrows, they spotted a fleeting silhouette vanishing at remarkable speed. The leading squad leader promptly retrieved a special signal arrow from his possession and launched it skyward. A thunderous explosion followed, revealing a large red blade in the sky, marking their position. He immediately commanded, "All units, hold your ground and heighten vigilance. Communications officer, contact the security department for reinforcements. Inform them that a formidable intruder has triggered traps and alarms in the woods." By the time we arrived, the intruder had already escaped. It is uncertain whether they will return. Understood. Unbeknownst to Yi Tian, the seemingly unguarded forest was rife with traps. Huang Tianba had ordered the entire area surrounding Ba Dao Mountain Manor to be rigged with snares, forbidding entry without permission, in order to prevent animals from inadvertently triggering traps. Virtually all creatures that meet the criteria for accidental activation have been eradicated. Moreover, to facilitate communication, a telephone line has been buried underground every 200 meters, enabling a direct call to the security department upon connecting a receiver. This apparatus is exclusively utilized by the guards of the Ba Dao Mountain Villa. Others, even if they were to encounter it, would remain oblivious to its purpose. Chapter 28. The art of remote manipulation and the winged fury Huang Tianba had received a report from Wuming. He stroked his chin in contemplation, pondering. This individual is likely that young scoundrel Yi Tian. An ordinary assassin could easily infiltrate through the checkpoints. If he refrains from doing so, it is likely out of fear of being discovered with a severed limb. However, his reluctance to reveal his face and his stealthy probing, followed by an immediate retreat upon detection, indicates that his strength has not improved. He dares not confront me directly. In light of this, there is little to worry about. Take me to the scene. Wuming bowed his head and replied, I shall prepare the carriage immediately. Huang Tianba waved his hand dismissively. No need for a carriage. I have made some minor advancements recently, and we shall fly there. Fly? Fly there? A multitude of questions erupted in Wuming's mind, and soon he would comprehend the true meaning of flying. It was quite literal. His lord could indeed soar through the air, and he would accompany him in this flight. This revelation sent waves of excitement coursing through Wuming, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. His master was becoming increasingly formidable. It is worth noting that even the most exceptional masters cannot truly fly, unlike Huang Tianba, who appeared to defy gravity. Lightness of foot is bound by principles. Techniques such as grass on the wind and cloud leaping require leverage, at the very least a leaf or a stone. To simply hover in the air is not a mere feat of agility. Could it be that my master has transcended into the realm of innate mastery, embarking upon a path of cultivation? Wuming was filled with confusion, yet dared not voice it, fearing the consequence of being branded as treacherous and sent to toil in the fields. Huang Tianba, noticing his trembling, inquired curiously, Are you afraid of heights? Why do you shake so violently? Wuming hastily shook his head and explained, No, not at all. I am simply thrilled to witness my lord flying. It is the first time I have seen someone stand aloft in the air. Huang Tianba chuckled with pride. Aha, have your horizons expanded? Just yesterday, Xiao witnessed my flight and was so astonished that his jaw nearly dislocated. I had to assist him in reattaching it. Nevertheless, we must remain discreet. This is merely a modest advancement. Wuming quickly complimented. My lord, you are truly too humble. Huang Tianba laughed heartily. Humility fosters progress, while pride leads to decline. Such a minor improvement is not worthy of boastfulness. Wuming could not help but internally scoff. His lord's pride was evident. However, he maintained a serious facade. I shall heed your teachings, my lord. Huang Tianba surveyed the surroundings and asked, Which direction did you indicate? After discerning the direction, Wuming pointed to the right and replied, My lord, it lies in that direction, approximately 5 miles from the manor. Oh, then let us proceed. With that, he accelerated, and the two soared through the air in a superhuman manner toward their destination. Flight was an indirect ability Huang Tianba acquired after fully liquefying his internal energy. Water can take on countless forms, devoid of fixed shape. Thus, when his internal energy became liquid, it too adopted this characteristic. Huang Tianba discovered he could externalize his internal energy, transforming it into various shapes. For instance, he could manifest a hand of variable length to manipulate objects from a distance. Wuming was currently being grasped by this ethereal hand and lifted into the sky. Such feats were impossible when internal energy existed solely in gaseous form. At best, one could only draw distant objects closer. It could also transform into a formidable blade, as sharp as any genuine weapon, or even into a suit of armor, offering defense far exceeding that of conventional protective chi. Thus, even while standing still, he could convert his internal energy into an octopus-like form, using its tentacles to strike at distant targets. However, the internal energy could not be separated from his body, and the further it extended, the more challenging it became to control. Through experimentation, he found that his effective control range currently reached 200 meters. Beyond this distance, He could merely launch the energy. If unobstructed, it could strike targets up to 2,000 meters away. If Xian dared to stand within 200 meters of him, he could dismantle him without lifting a finger. With such formidable internal energy, a powerful leap could elevate him to several hundred meters above ground. Yet, this was still merely leaping, not true flight. Fortunately, being a diligent scholar, he ingeniously applied the principles of aerodynamics to achieve flight. In simple terms, he fashioned wings from his internal energy. Once airborne, he could glide like an aircraft. According to certain literary conventions, he had reached a level akin to a Doqi master. As for why he could hover in the air, the explanation was even simpler. Air, like water, possesses buoyancy. He merely created a cushion of internal energy beneath his feet, akin to standing on a large foam pad atop water, ensuring he would not descend. The 5-mile distance was traversed in no time, as Huang Tianba deliberately refrained from flying too swiftly in pursuit of his quarry. Upon arrival, they found a crowd gathered below, comprising not only the initial guards, but also reinforcements who had arrived later. When some observed a figure flying from the sky and descending towards them, they shouted in alarm, "All units be on guard. An unidentified object is descending from the sky." The onlookers all gazed upwards, drawing their nets and preparing to fire. As the two descended rapidly, they overheard the commotion below. Wu Ming was startled. Were they preparing to attack his lord? That would not do. He shouted urgently, "Stand down. It is the arrival of our lord. Do not delay in welcoming him." The guard who had sounded the alarm recognized Wu Ming's voice, trembling in fear. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed it was indeed the master and Lord Wu Ming. He quickly knelt, leading the others in a chorus. "We welcome you, my lord." By this time, the two had touched down, and everyone else could see who it was, promptly following suit in kneeling and exclaiming, "We welcome you, my lord." In their hearts, they wondered, after a few days apart, when did the master learn to fly? This transcends mere martial prowess. Could it be that the master has entered the innate realm and begun cultivating? Yet, none dared to voice their inquiries, fearing the repercussions of being sent to toil in the fields. Huang Tianba did not chastise them for nearly attacking him. Instead, he praised, "Excellent. Your vigilance is commendable. Rise." "Thank you, my lord." The group stood, their excitement palpable as they gazed at their master. The stronger their lord became, the more prosperous their lives would be. Huang Tianba surveyed the gathering and noticed 2 of the 8 great warriors present. He casually inquired, "Ah, Ba Dao, you are here as well? Have you uncovered any leads?" The Ba Dao Mountain Manor boasted numerous elite fighters, with the 4 great kings primarily tasked with guarding the manor, while the 8 great warriors handled external combat. With the recent defeat of the Righteous Alliance and the absence of significant threats, he had summoned them back to oversee perimeter defense. Upon launching a signal flare, the closest of the 8 warriors, Bai Jin and Mo Jin, rushed to report, "My lord, the adversary possesses exceptional agility, leaving no discernible traces in the forest. I pursued the direction. He fled for 2 miles but found no useful clues. 2 miles is hardly enough to catch up to Xian. He was now at least 20 miles away, just as before, not looking back even once." Chapter 29. Ascending to Immortality and Marrying a Fairy. Some rejoice while others despair since everyone had fled. Huang Tianba was disinclined to send his subordinates on a wild goose chase. Tasking a group of mediocre experts to pursue a transcendent master who had already vanished was nothing short of absurd. It would either result in futile efforts or lead to their demise, ensnared and eliminated one by one. Now that his skills had reached a pinnacle, he thought, why not invite Xian into a trap, hastening his demise? He turned to Wu Ming and instructed, "Wu Ming, make arrangements immediately. Lift all the barriers and traps around the periphery and station everyone outside the manor to keep watch. If Xian dares to approach, notify me at once. Just hold him off until I arrive." Wu Ming nodded. "Rest assured, master, we will risk our lives to stall him." After finishing his orders, Huang Tianba prepared to take flight, but paused to add, "Also inform everyone in the manor that they should not be surprised to see me soaring through the skies. I have transcended the realm of the unparalleled master. I will also ask Old Tan to issue a formal notice." A collective gasp echoed in the room. Their suspicions were confirmed. Huang Tianba had indeed surpassed the limits of a supreme master. Perhaps he had even attained a level akin to an innate expert, a terrestrial deity capable of flight. Congratulations, Master, for achieving unparalleled mastery. Without hesitation, Wu Ming knelt and praised him, prompting others to follow suit, exclaiming their congratulations in unison. Amidst the flurry of flattery, Huang Tianba ascended into the air, swiftly making his way back to the manor, leaving behind a sea of awestruck gazes. Upon returning, he was met with astonished gasps, though everyone discreetly concealed their curiosity. There was an unspoken rule in the manor prohibiting discussions about the master, for fear of being reported and subsequently punished. Rather than retreating to the secret chamber, Huang Tianba summoned Old Tan to discuss matters. Old Tan, I have good news. He began. Please, Master, go on, Old Tan replied. I have made significant progress in my training and can now fly. Having been preoccupied with tasks in the room, Old Tan had missed Huang Tianba's aerial display. Now, upon hearing his claim, he appeared utterly bewildered. Master, what do you mean by flying? Huang Tianba chuckled. I mean soaring through the air like a bird. With that, he levitated, walking through the air step by step, then executed a small loop, reminiscent of a child eager to showcase newfound knowledge. Old Tan gaped in astonishment, stammering, flying. You can actually fly, Master. Have you become an immortal? Huang Tianba burst into laughter, not yet an immortal, merely employing a clever technique. Old Tan marveled, incredible. Master, you are indeed a genius, capable of cultivating such extraordinary abilities. One could certainly liken you to a terrestrial deity. Huang Tianba grinned. Immortal status is still a stretch, but I should now be unafraid of any supreme master. Old Tan, filled with excitement, suggested, that's wonderful. Since you are now invincible, have you considered a marriage proposal? It may be time to find a suitable partner. Within the manor, only Old Tan could speak so candidly with Huang Tianba without inciting his ire. Huang Tianba was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. Old Tan, that topic is quite the leap. Why suddenly discuss me finding a wife? Old Tan firmly responded, there are 3 unfilial acts, and having no heirs is the gravest. You are not getting any younger. Master, it is time to consider this. Realizing that their enemies were numerous and that Huang Tianba's thoughts had been consumed by vengeance, Old Tan continued, now that the righteous alliance has been vanquished and you stand unrivaled, it is only natural to contemplate marriage. Huang Tianba quickly shook his head. I am not considering marriage at this moment. I am currently delving into the study of cultivation and may live for hundreds or even thousands of years. Finding a wife now might lead to heartbreak if she were to pass before me. Old Tan pondered Huang Tianba's reasoning and nodded in agreement. Indeed, with your current abilities, a commoner would hardly suffice. You might need to seek a fairy instead. But where does one find such a being? Cultivators are elusive, and I have yet to encounter one in all these years. Seeing Old Tan genuinely contemplating where to find a fairy, Huang Tianba quickly interjected. Let us not rush the search for a fairy. I will look for one once I become an immortal. Very well. I wish you a swift ascent to immortality. Old Tan replied. Understanding the matter could not be hurried. Huang Tianba promptly shifted the subject. Now, please issue a notice informing everyone in the manor not to be surprised when they see me flying in the skies. Understood. And such a momentous occasion calls for celebration. Tomorrow, grant each person a month's salary as a bonus to uplift everyone's spirits. Master, under what pretext should this be done? Old Tan inquired. Accustomed to Huang Tianba's sporadic celebrations and rewards, given the manor's current prosperity, Huang Tianba mused. Let it be a celebration of my mastery. Very well. I shall attend to it at once. Old Tan, ever diligent, knew that organizing a celebration entailed more than merely distributing bonuses. The entire manor would require preparation, ensuring he would have much to manage. Meanwhile, Yi Tian returned dejectedly to Gong Shulu's residence, where both Gong Shulu and Gong Shulan remained busy before their matches. Upon his arrival, Gong Shulan immediately brightened, rising to greet him. Young Master Yi, you have returned. How did your endeavor fare? With a sigh, Yi Tian shook his head. Alas, the defenses of Ba Dao Manor are too formidable. I didn't even catch a glimpse of the entrance before being discovered and had to retreat. Young Master Yi, please have some water and tell me in detail how I might assist you? Gong Shulan said, thoughtfully pouring him a cup. Gratefully accepting the water, Yi Tian briefly recounted the day's events. Upon hearing of the barriers and traps surrounding the area, Gong Shulu interjected with a sardonic remark, "Young Master Yi, perhaps you should abandon your quest for vengeance. Huang Tianba is far superior and exceedingly cautious. Should you encounter him, you may not return." Gong Shulan chided playfully, "Father, what are you saying? Young Master Yi is destined for greatness. He will be fine." Yi Tian had grown accustomed to Gong Shulu's sharp tongue, treating it as mere background noise. However, he felt compelled to feign despair in front of Gong Shulan, hoping to elicit her sympathy and secure the coveted vibrating golden arm. Clutching his head in despair, tears streamed down his face as he lamented, "Your father is right. I am but a failure, forever unable to defeat the fiend and avenge my parents." Seeing Yi Tian's despondency shattered Gong Shulan's heart. Yet, wary of her father's presence, she hesitated to offer him a comforting embrace, feeling utterly lost. Gong Shulu, ever straightforward, remarked, "I never called you a failure. If you refrain from rushing into vengeance with your talent, after another decade or so honing your left-handed swordsmanship, you may not be at a disadvantage." Yi Tian shook his head, expressing his frustration. "You may not be aware, esteemed senior, but that fiend is also a prodigy in martial arts. The longer we delay, the slimmer my hopes for vengeance become. In 10 or 8 years, he may very well attain the status of a congenital master." Chapter 30. The Vibranium Arm and Shield, boldly seeking revenge. Gong Shulu, in a state of irritation, remarked, "I hope the small one is better than being dead. You should focus on practicing your swordplay with your left hand and wander about. Perhaps one day fortune will smile upon you, and you shall surpass him." However, Yi Tian wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Gong Shulu. "What else is there to say? What do you possess that can compare to him? Young man, vengeance cannot be achieved through mere words. It requires strength. Take care of yourself." Their conversation ended on a sour note, and Yi Tian returned to his room, feeling dejected. Gong Shulan contemplated following him to offer comfort, but feared being discovered by Gong Shulu, so she continued to assist in silence. In the dead of night, after Gong Shulu had fallen into a deep slumber, a restless Gong Shulan stealthily approached Yi Tian's room. Noticing the troubled expression on his face, she gently consoled him, "Yilang, do not fret. Everything will turn out fine." Yi Tian sighed, "Thank you for your concern. Your father is right. I have overestimated my abilities." Seeing Yi Tian's despondency, Gong Shulan pondered for a moment before asking, "Yilang, do you believe you could handle the vibranium arm?" Yi Tian nodded, astonished. "At the very least, I would have a fighting chance." "Has her father agreed to lend me the vibranium arm?" Gong Shulan shook her head and whispered, "No, but I can secretly retrieve it for you. Once you have avenged yourself, we shall return it." Yi Tian smiled faintly and embraced her, planting a kiss on her forehead. "Thank you, but your father would surely be furious. What if he scolds or punishes you? I cannot allow you to do this." Gong Shulan, deeply moved by Yi Tian's concern for her, replied, "It does not matter. If I can assist you, I would gladly endure my father's wrath." Yi Tian gazed at her with affection and said earnestly, "Xiao, Ye Langu." The two exchanged tender glances for a long while, and Gong Shulan resolutely declared, "Yilang, shall I fetch the vibranium arm now? I will accompany you." "What about your father?" "I will leave him a message. After you have avenged yourself, we shall return." "Very well, but do you know where it is hidden?" "It is beneath my father's bed, but he is currently asleep. How will you retrieve it?" "This will depend on you, Yilang. Please, could you apply pressure to my father's sleeping acupoint, so he remains asleep for a few hours?" "All right, no problem." The two reached a mutual understanding. Gong Shulu remained blissfully unaware of his daughter's clandestine dealings. As an extraordinary master, Yi Tian effortlessly pressed on Gong Shulu's sleeping acupoint and gently moved him aside. Gong Shulan lifted the mat and opened the secret compartment beneath, revealing 3 items: 2 shimmering vibranium arms on either side and a gleaming vibranium round shield. She produced the right arm and the shield, leaving only the left arm inside. After covering the compartment and smoothing out the mat, she instructed Yi Tian to return Gong Shulu to his original position. Upon seeing the vibranium arm she had uncovered, Yi Tian's face lit up with excitement. Is this truly the vibranium arm? Indeed. Let us proceed to the storage room. I shall fit it for you immediately. Gong Shulan handed him the vibranium arm, which felt significantly lighter than his current Kirin arm, resembling that of an ordinary person. I must rely on you for this, Xiaolon. Yi Lang, there is no need for formality. Your affairs are my affairs, she declared, picking up the shield and preparing to leave. Curiously, Yi Tian inquired, what is this shield? Gong Shulan replied earnestly, this shield is also made of vibranium. Although it lacks the precision of the arm, its defensive capabilities are formidable. My father claims it can withstand any attack from even the most exceptional masters. Yi Tian gasped in astonishment. Such a powerful shield? Why have I never seen him use it? It no longer requires testing, so my father has not brought it out. His current research focus is on mechas. Understood. But why have you also decided to retrieve it? You should take it along for added protection. Very well, very well. A smile crept onto Yi Tian's face. This was indeed an unexpected delight. He had anticipated merely exchanging for a superior arm, yet he was also acquiring a shield. With this shield, he could disregard Huang Tianba's attacks, and combined with the arm, he was confident he could defeat Huang Tianba. The two made their way to the storage room, leaving Gong Shu Lu still sound asleep. Gong Shulan adeptly fitted the vibranium arm onto him, which required no calibration as it adjusted automatically to the user's habits. Yi Tian instantly felt the difference. It was as if he had an extension of his own hand. Although the arm lacked veins, it could flawlessly absorb and release his internal energy at will, akin to an alternative form of sword chi. He marveled. What a remarkable creation. It is truly a masterpiece. Gong Shulan beamed with pride, of course. My father is a divine craftsman. There is nothing he cannot create. She then secured the shield onto Yi Tian's left arm. Yi Lang, give a try. All right. With curiosity, he flicked the shield with his right hand. It made no sound, as if a cow had sunk into the sea, showing no reaction whatsoever. Interesting. It seems to absorb force. He then unleashed a surge of sword chi against the shield, which again yielded no response. Incredible. It can absorb even sword chi. This shield surpasses your father's mechas by far. Naturally, your father has mentioned that there are no objects capable of absorbing infinite force. Does this have a limit? I do not know. My father has never mentioned it. By the way, the vibranium arm can also absorb force, and you may use it for defense. Ordinary blades cannot damage it. Excellent. With this arm and shield, I am certain I can slay that fiend. Yilang, take your time to familiarize yourself with them. I will leave a message for my father and gather my belongings to join you. All right. Gong Shulan left. And once she was out of sight, Yi Tian smirked slightly and retrieved paper and pen to write a message before departing. Gong Shulan returned to Gong Shu Lu's room, cautiously checking to ensure he remained asleep. She penned a note informing Gong Shu Lu that she had borrowed the vibranium arm and shield to assist Yi Gongzi in seeking revenge, promising to return afterward. After packing a few essentials, she hurried to the storage room. However, upon arrival, she found it empty, save for a note left on the table. Xiaolon, this venture is exceedingly perilous. I do not wish for you to be embroiled in danger. I will return the arm and shield after I have avenged myself. Gong Shulan was momentarily stunned, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down her face. Heavens! Yilang fears for my safety and has gone to seek revenge alone. I did not misjudge him. I hope Yilang remains safe and returns promptly. Without a hint of doubt, Gong Shulan held the note and silently prayed for Yi Tian's well-being for a long time. Meanwhile, Yi Tian, brimming with confidence, made his way towards the Ba Dao Mountain Manor. With two treasures in hand, he felt no need for stealth. He was ready to boldly declare war on Huang Tianba. He aimed to achieve fame in battle, to slay Huang Tianba, seize the Ba Dao Mountain Manor, and unify the martial world. As for the note, it was merely a contingency plan for himself. He harbored no concern for Gong Shulan's fate. The vibranium arm and shield were not something he intended to return. Such treasures would only serve a purpose in his possession. Returning them would only allow them to gather dust in a box. However, every situation carries its uncertainties. Should he fail once more, Gong Shulan remains his fallback option. As dawn breaks, Ba Dao Mountain Manor is already bustling with activity. each face adorned with a radiant smile of joy. Everyone has received the news. The Lord has mastered his profound skills and will be bestowing a month's salary as a bonus to each individual today. Just as the guards of the manor's entrance cheerfully changed shifts, they noticed an individual approaching, bearing a round shield in his left hand. Chapter 31. The Upright Beam and the Crooked Beam. The Heavenly Kings and the Vajra, in 3-on-1 combat, Xian gazed upon the magnificent gatehouse and towering walls before him, his anger boiling within. Once, his Mingjian villa had been even more resplendent, only to be reduced to ruins by Huang Tianba. Stepping over the red line on the ground, he summoned his inner strength and bellowed into the distance. Huang Tianba, come forth and meet your demise. His voice echoed like thunder, resonating across hundreds of meters. The guards at the gate were momentarily taken aback, astonished that someone would dare to be so brazen. The last time they encountered such audacity, the perpetrator had been reduced to ashes. All eyes turned toward him, only to find that his face was obscured by a wide-brimmed hat. On duty at the gate today were the Heavenly King Xian and the Vajraji and Yin. Xian cared not for the identity of the intruder. Disrespecting the master was a capital offense. Moreover, the intruder's audacity suggested he came prepared and confident. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Release the arrows. Eliminate him." The archers atop the walls immediately unleashed a hailstorm of arrows, a veritable swarm descending upon Xian. Unfazed, a smirk played on his lips as he dismissed them with a scoff. A mere parlor trick, daring to display your skills before the master. With a flick of his finger, he unleashed several strands of sword energy toward the aerial barrage. In an instant, the arrows were reduced to dust by his formidable inner strength. Witnessing this display, Xian's pupils constricted in shock. Sword energy. This is an unparalleled master. Alert the master. It must be Xian. At once. A nearby guard immediately contacted Wu Ming to inform Huang Tianba. Xian, merely a top-tier expert, stood no chance against a transcendent master. His role was simply to buy time. With a grave demeanor, he instructed, quickly inform the other heavenly kings and Vajra to come to our aid. Ji Yin, and I will engage him. The rest should retreat. This is beyond your capability. Understood. Another guard hastily made calls to the other heavenly kings and Vajra. With the advent of telephones, messages could be conveyed swiftly, aside from requiring Wu Ming's assistance to reach the master. None would take longer than a minute to arrive at the gate. Xian turned to Ji and Yin, saying, I will take the center. You flank me on either side. Engage closely and ensure your own safety. Rest assured, Heavenly King, the two Vajra nodded in agreement. The trio leapt from the gatehouse and quickly advanced toward Xian. Upon realizing they were not Huang Tianba, but merely 3 underlings, Xian's expression darkened. How dare they underestimate him? He resolved to wipe them all out and see if Huang Tianba would dare to show himself. Unfortunately, the attire of the 4 heavenly kings and 8 Vajra was indistinguishable from that of ordinary guards, wielding the same uniform weaponry. This was to obscure their identities, thwarting decapitation attempts while allowing for surprise assaults. Huang Tianba's philosophy was one of cunning, believing in ambushes, poison, and treachery as essential skills at the Ba Dao Mountain Villa. In his words, if one could strike from behind, there was no need for a frontal confrontation. Xian assumed Huang Tianba was solely treacherous, unaware that his subordinates were equally devious. In a moment of negligence, he allowed Xian and the others to close in. The 3 formed a triangle and launched a simultaneous assault on Xian, their blades striking from the front, sides, and rear at 3 different heights. Yet they were swift, but Xian's movements were swifter still. With a turn, he unleashed a sword energy with his finger, forcing Yin, who was poised to strike his foot from behind, to retreat. He swiftly raised his golden shield with his left hand and deflected the attacks from Xian and Ji with his right. The blade struck the shield and his arm with no sound, as if cleaving through air, leaving no trace of resistance. With a devilish smile, Xian unleashed a powerful punch toward Ji's chest. Ji had no time to evade and was sent hurtling away, tumbling several meters before collapsing, blood spilling profusely. Xian, sensing the dire situation, swiftly maneuvered behind Xian, delivering 3 consecutive strikes. Yi Tian, emboldened by his earlier defenses against the two Vajra, remained unyielding, opting to withstand Lingqian's blows with his shield while preparing to cleave him in two with his sword energy. Lingqian's expression turned to one of horror. With each of his 3 strikes, the force would double. He believed that even an unparalleled master would falter under his relentless assault, save for their master, who was an anomaly. Yet, the shield remained unscathed, devoid of even a scratch, which defied all logic. As the sword energy surged toward him, he barely managed to sidestep, deflecting it with his blade. The clash echoed sharply as his weapon was severed, and he was sent flying over 10 meters. The disparity between a top-tier expert and a transcendent master was vast. Even 3 against 1 could not inflict a single injury. However, their objective was not to harm him, but simply to stall. Realizing that physical confrontation was futile, Lingqian resorted to words, hoping to buy time until reinforcements arrived. With a tone dripping with sarcasm, he inquired, "Who exactly are you, that you dare not reveal your true face? Are you afraid of our master?" Yi Tian's fury ignited at this taunt, and wielding his arm as a sword, he unleashed a massive 30-meter sword energy toward Lingqian. Lingqian felt the oppressive force and found the air thickening around him. He had no time to evade. He swung his broken blade in desperate attempts to weaken the incoming energy. Ji and Yan, seeing Lingqian's peril, charged forward recklessly, their blades dancing in a frenzy to relieve the pressure on him. With a thunderous crash, the ground split open beneath the sword energy, creating a chasm several meters deep. Ji and Yin were hurled away, while Lingqian was struck down, his protective aura shattered, leaving a deep gash from his right shoulder to his chest, blood gushing forth. "Ha ha ha! A pack of ants! I am Yi Tian." His triumphant laughter echoed as he refrained from further attacking Lingqian and the others, instead reveling in self-introduction. Eager to share his newfound elation after so many days of feeling like a hunted animal, Ji and Yin struggled to their feet and rushed toward the chasm. "I will descend to rescue the heavenly king. You cover me from above." "Understood." The two divided their tasks, with Ji leaping into the chasm while Yin stood guard, ready for a fierce battle. Suddenly, Yan's eyes brightened, and he sighed in relief as the other heavenly kings and Vajra arrived. Chapter 32. Poison can kill and heal. The mantis catches the cicada while the sparrow awaits. Ji Jingang found Lingqian at dawn, but Lingqian had already succumbed to unconsciousness, his garments stained crimson with blood. A first-rate master is but a feather before an unparalleled expert. Hence, they had instructed the other guards to withdraw, for numbers held no significance in this dire moment. He checked Lingqian's heartbeat and pulse, discovering he was not yet beyond saving. Hastily, he produced a life-preserving pill and placed it in Lingqian's mouth. This pill, developed by the illustrious Sai Bianke, is aptly named the 3-day death pill. It contains potent toxins, and without the antidote taken within 3 days, the consumer would perish from bleeding from the orifices. However, it is also known as the life-preserving pill due to its unique property. As long as one is not completely deceased, consuming it will awaken latent vitality, granting precious time for healing. As for the poisoning, it is of little concern, for they all possess the antidote, which renders them safe as long as it is administered within 3 days. Lingqian's previously pallid visage began to regain an unnatural flush, and the feeble rhythm of his heart quickened as his frail body slowly regained strength. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Ji Jingang applying a small adhesive bandage to his wounds. This bandage, also a creation of Sai Bianke, adheres firmly to the wounds, preventing them from reopening during ordinary movements. Of course, it too is laced with poison. If not removed in a timely manner, it may result in severe skin necrosis. Nonetheless, they all carry the antidote, a precautionary measure stemming from Sai Bianke's habits as a poison doctor, as well as a safeguard against misuse by outsiders. Watching Ji Jingang tend to his wounds, Lingqian moved his arm and found that apart from the excruciating pain, he was largely unharmed. He rose and inquired, "How long have I been unconscious? What is the situation outside? I believe I heard you mention your name as Yi Tian." While speaking, he retrieved a stack of adhesive bandages from his person and handed them to Ji Jingang. "Here, these are for you." They are life-saving items that everyone carries. Xi Jingang accepted them without hesitation, calculating the time before responding. It seems you have not been out for long. I just administered the life-preserving pill. You should return to treat yourself. I must assist Yan. Very well, Ling Chen replied, refraining from further conversation. The battlefield is ever-changing, and there was no time for trivial exchanges. Besides, in his current state of injury, confronting Yi Tian would only lead to a swift demise, a death devoid of purpose. The members of the Ba Dao Mountain Manor do not engage in futile sacrifices. He handed another life-preserving pill to Xi Jingang before preparing to retreat. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the fissure, Yin Jingang's voice. Everyone, be cautious. He is Yi Tian. His right hand and shield are impervious to blades and bullets. Upon hearing this, both men realized that the other kings and Jingangs had arrived to lend support, prompting Yin Jingang's warning. If the manor lord had come, he would have said to be wary of the lord, not to the entire group. They immediately split up, Xi Jingang leaping into the fissure to confront Yi Tian, while Ling Chen fled along the fissure, intending to take a circuitous route back to the manor. The reach of an unparalleled master's attacks is formidable. He did not have confidence in his ability to return to the manor directly. As the other kings and Jingangs arrived on the scene, they beheld the massive fissure and Yin Jingang standing guard before it, sword raised in readiness. Where are Ling Tian and Xi Jingang? Have they perished? By heavens! I rushed here upon receiving the call, and in such a short span, they have been dispatched? Is the enemy truly so powerful? Everyone, let's avenge our brothers. Their eyes reddened at the thought that Ling Chen and Xi Jingang may have fallen, and they charged at Yi Tian. Yin Jingang, noticing their intent to engage, quickly cautioned, "Be careful. He is Yi Tian. His right hand and shield are impervious to blades and bullets." This was precisely what Ling Chen and Xi Jingang had overheard. They were aware that Yi Tian's hand had been severed by the manor lord, and now, miraculously, he possessed both a hand and a shield that could withstand attacks. The defense of an unparalleled master is already formidable. Combined with ranged attacks, and now an invulnerable shield, he was essentially invincible. It is no wonder the manor lord often exclaimed that without eliminating the root of the problem, the grass would merely regrow with the spring breeze. Yi Tian's uncanny ability to escape death time and again is a testament to his fortuitous encounters. If he were not eliminated soon, no one could predict how formidable he would become upon his next appearance. Fortunately, the manor lord was formidable as well and had learned to fly. As long as they could delay until the manor lord arrived, Yi Tian's defenses would be futile. The manor lord could strike from the skies, and Yi Tian's sword energy, spanning dozens of meters, would be rendered ineffective. Even if the manor lord could not breach his defenses, he could prevent Yi Tian from consuming sustenance, ultimately leading to his demise through starvation. Seeing 9 more individuals charging toward him, Yi Tian scoffed. "Is there no one left in Ba Dao Mountain Manor? Is this the best you can muster?" As he spoke, 9 streams of sword energy shot forth toward the assailants. The 9 swiftly evaded the oncoming sword energy, pressing onward in their assault. A first-rate master, when battling an unparalleled expert, could only hope to engage in close combat. Otherwise, they would merely become targets. Noticing their evasion, Yi Tian expressed mild surprise. Your skills do not seem to be those of mere lackeys. Who exactly are you? Forgive me for not mentioning. We are the 4 great kings and the 8 Jingangs of Ba Dao Mountain Manor," came a voice from behind him, none other than Xi Jingang, who had just leapt into the fissure. The other kings and Jingangs displayed expressions of delight, avoiding Yi Tian's attacks while exclaiming, "Xi Jingang, you're unharmed. I thought you had perished. What of Ling Tian?" Xi Jingang replied loudly, "Ling Tian has retreated." Upon saying this, he glanced at Yin Jingang, who remained vigilant at the fissure's edge. "Yin, let's advance, right?" With the knowledge that Ling Chen had successfully withdrawn, Yin Jingang felt a sense of relief and charged alongside Xi Jingang toward Yi Tian. The trio of kings, noon, dusk, and night, and the 8 Jingangs, Qin, Qi, Shu, Hua, Bai, Mo, Xi, and Yin, attacked Yi Tian simultaneously, effectively surrounding him from all sides, yet he remained unfazed. His fingers danced, sword energy erupted, forcing the 11 adversaries into evasive maneuvers. And, astonishingly, he seized the initiative. Occasionally, one would manage to close the distance, only to have their strike deflected by a shield, the force of their blow dissipating as if striking air, before being sent flying by a powerful punch. Yi Tian toyed with them as a cat would with a mouse. La Wingdarisivi. Ha! What a pathetic gathering of kings and Jingangs. You lot are scarcely fit to carry my shoes. Where is your manor lord? Is he not home, or is he merely hiding like a coward? If he does not emerge soon, I may just storm him myself. The Night King narrowly dodged a sword energy and retorted, a defeated foe, a wretched cur, dares to mock our lord? Does your family know of your shamelessness? Oh, pardon me. I forgot you have no family left. Your entire lineage was slaughtered by our lord. These taunts only served to stoke the flames of Yi Tian's fury. In the distance, Huang Tianba, observing from behind the gates, shook his head and remarked, Knight's words cut deep. Could Yi Tian truly be driven to madness? He, along with Sai Bian and Wu Ming, had only just arrived. Their reluctance to intervene stemmed from Sai Bian preparing his poisons. Yi Tian's fortune had been remarkable, escaping death time and again, thus necessitating their cautious approach. This time, he intended to leave a mark on Yi Tian, ensuring that if he were to escape, he could still be located. The mother and child Gu had long since been cultivated, with 10 minuscule, translucent larvae resembling fleas, rapidly leaping towards Yi Tian. These larvae could silently attach themselves to the protective aura surrounding their target, then stealthily make their way towards the target's groin. Once the target's protective aura dissipated, they would continue their journey towards the rectum, stealthily lurking there, undetected. Yi Tian had just been toying with the various kings and Vajra, hardly moving from his position, which conveniently facilitated the larvae's ascent. Tianba, the goo is in place. You may proceed. All right. Chapter 33. Among the strong, there are stronger. Luring the enemy into the trap, Yi Tian fixed his gaze on the Night King, seething with an urge to tear him apart on the spot. With a sweeping motion of his arm, a colossal wave of sword energy surged forth, imbued with immense pressure, aimed directly at the Night King. Just as the Night King attempted to evade, he realized he was utterly suppressed, leaving him no time to escape. He could only brace himself for the oncoming strike. Damn it, there's no way out now. I hope I can still take a breath afterward and keep company with the dawn. He made every effort to shift his position, aiming to avoid a fatal blow, hoping for a chance at rescue. Nearby, 2 Vajra rushed towards him, trying to alleviate some of the pressure. However, they were soon astonished to discover that Yi Tian had unleashed 2 more waves of massive sword energy. This left them equally suppressed, with no choice but to halt and attempt to save themselves. The Night King was engulfed in despair. Unleashing 3 waves of gigantic sword energy was tantamount to a death sentence for him. Damn it, I haven't even married yet, and there's no one to claim my pension. Night King. The other kings and Vajra shouted anxiously, too far away to reach him in time, forced to continue their assault on Yi Tian to prevent him from launching further strikes. Yet their attacks were futile, akin to ants trying to shake a tree, causing Yi Tian no harm whatsoever. Boom! The sword energy crashed down, resonating with a thunderous roar. To their astonishment, beneath such ferocious sword energy, the Night King and the 2 Vajra remained unscathed. What could possibly be shielding them from the assault? Before they could ponder this, they felt a sudden lightness in their bodies, involuntarily soaring towards the manor. What on earth is happening? Amidst their confusion, a shriek erupted from Yi Tian's direction. Ah! Who attacked me? The very person they couldn't even graze moments ago was now sent flying like a ball, tumbling several meters away. Master! Master, you're here! With Yi Tian's anguished cry, they finally noticed their master, Huang Tianba, had appeared outside the gate. It was evident he was the one who had rescued the Night King and the 2 Vajra, subsequently sending Yi Tian flying. Long live the master! Witnessing Yi Tian, who had been able to toy with the 4 kings and 8 Vajra, now struggling to withstand a single strike from the master, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Huang Tianba had seen the Night King and the two Vajra in peril, and had swiftly used his internal energy to shield them from afar, pulling them out of the battle's reach. In passing, he dealt a harsh blow to Yi Tian. Fortunately, Yi Tian's protective aura prevented a fatal hit. Nonetheless, it was enough to leave Yi Tian utterly humiliated. Yi Tian scrambled to his feet, glaring at Huang Tianba. Huang Tianba, you attacked me from the shadows. That prior strike had been so swift and fierce that he hadn't even had time to react. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself tumbling through the air. How had Huang Tianba grown even stronger in just a few days? Could he still contend with him today? Doubt began to gnaw at him. No, I can certainly defeat him. I now possess the vibranium shield. As long as I remain vigilant, I can withstand most of his attacks and then close in to finish him off. He encouraged himself silently, preparing to withstand Huang Tianba's assault and charge forward. Just as the kings and Vajra had realized, for the weak to strike the strong, they must close the distance. Otherwise, if the opponent attacked from afar, they would be drained of strength. Yi Tian was aware that his attack range was inherently shorter than Huang Tianba's, and lacking any restorative elixirs. He had no choice but to close in. Even with the vibranium shield to absorb damage, he would never inflict harm on Huang Tianba from a distance. While he was deep in thought, Huang Tianba unleashed a torrent of attacks. In battle, there was no room for conversation. Any words could wait until after the enemy's defeat. Yi Tian barely registered Huang Tianba's figure flashing before him, now positioned about 50 meters away. Suddenly, a multitude of blade-like energies flickered before him. Astonishingly, Huang Tianba was not wielding a blade. He was entirely relying on his internal energy to unleash cutting force. Yi Tian quickly crouched down, raising his shield and arm to defend Chapter 34, a violent path to survival, as life and death hang in the balance in a moment of desperation. Huang Tianba unleashed his power-draining technique, siphoning an unending stream of inner strength from Yi Tian's body. My inner strength, Yi Tian exclaimed, horrified as he felt his energy uncontrollably dissipate. What sorcery is this? Huang Tianba chuckled. I won't tell you. You. Yi Tian was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed by rage. How could a person be so despicable as to withhold even the name of their technique? Did he fear that others would learn it merely by hearing its name? The grim reality dawned on him. He might truly perish here. Once his inner strength was fully drained, neither his vibrating golden shield nor his arm would be of any use. Gazing at Huang Tianba's grip on his arm, he made a resolute decision. With a swift motion, he severed his left arm with his vibrating golden arm. Blood gushed forth, yet the flow of inner strength ceased immediately. Indeed, once the contact was broken, the inner strength would no longer be lost. Yi Tian, possessing a sharp intellect, quickly grasped this crucial point. Like a lizard that sheds its tail to survive, he understood that to escape, one must be willing to make sacrifices. As he freed himself from Huang Tianba's grasp, he summoned all his strength and leaped away, instantly covering a distance of 40 to 50 meters. His mind was singularly focused on one thought: to flee as far as possible. He had never run this fast in his life. In just a few strides, he had covered 100 meters. This distance surely surpassed Huang Tianba's range of attack. As long as he kept moving, he would be safe. However, harsh reality struck him with a resounding blow. With a thud, Yi Tian stumbled over something and fell to the ground. Suddenly, he felt something ensnare his foot, and he was hoisted upside down. To his terror, he found himself being pulled backward, returning to Huang Tianba's presence in the blink of an eye. He watched helplessly as Huang Tianba pressed his hand against his dantian. What sorcery is this? Yi Tian gasped in disbelief, his mind reeling. He had just escaped over 100 meters, yet Huang Tianba had somehow brought him back. As he felt his inner strength being drained from his dantian, despair washed over him. He had returned to square one. In battles between masters, the contest is fought with inner strength, as long as one's inner strength remains intact. Protecting chi can withstand attacks, making it difficult for blades to reach the opponent. Huang Tianba focused intently on absorbing Yi Tian's energy, awaiting the moment he would be drained completely before striking the final blow. Furious, Yi Tian shouted, "Demon, if word of your power-draining sorcery spreads, the world will not spare you." Huang Tianba remained silent. "I will haunt you as a ghost if I die." Yi Tian spat, anger fueling his words. Huang Tianba continued to ignore him. Yi Tian, using his vibrating golden arm to attack, found his efforts futile against Huang Tianba's defenses. Huang Tianba allowed him to strike, casually using his energy to retrieve the vibrating golden shield from the severed arm on the ground. After inspecting it closely, he held it up to Yi Tian's fists, blocking several of his punches. He had long been intrigued by Yi Tian's shield and its texture, reminiscent of equipment from films of another world. Noticing that it absorbed the attacks without a tremor, Huang Tianba expressed his astonishment. This can actually absorb damage. Could it be the vibrating golden shield? Yi Tian was momentarily stunned. How do you know? Is it truly the vibrating golden shield? Where did you acquire it? Your hand cannot possibly be vibrating gold as well. A sudden thought struck Huang Tianba. Could it be that a scientist from some film had also traversed into this world? Otherwise, how could such an anachronistic artifact exist? Now, it was Yi Tian's turn to laugh. "Ha, do you wish to know? I would rather die than tell you." Huang Tianba shrugged nonchalantly. "If you refuse to speak, so be it. Once I kill you, all these treasures will belong to me. It seems you have quite the fortune. In just a few days apart, you managed to deliver treasures to me. Why am I not so lucky?" As their conversation unfolded, Yi Tian's inner strength was completely drained. He felt utterly hollow, having given up on fighting back, left in a state of despair as Huang Tianba hung him upside down. Huang Tianba's power had exceeded all his expectations, and he was now at a loss as to how to survive. He suddenly felt a twinge of regret toward his father, Yi Wuyo. When his father had forced Huang Tianba's parents to their demise, why had he not ensured Huang Tianba was eliminated as well? Cutting the grass without uprooting it allows it to grow back. Now, the retribution has befallen me. How unjust. Seeing Yi Tian's face twisted in despair, Huang Tianba remained vigilant, delivering a devastating strike that shattered Yi Tian's dantian and all his meridians. He then aimed a punch at Yi Tian's head. Yi Tian hastily raised his vibrating golden arm to defend himself. With an icy snort, Huang Tianba redirected his attack, transforming his energy tendrils into blades that severed Yi Tian's legs. "Now that your legs are gone, how will you escape? If you can still flee from me like this, I swear I won't eat for a month." Yi Tian let out a series of heart-wrenching screams, regret flooding him. Had he not been so arrogant after acquiring the vibrating golden shield and arm, seeking revenge head-on, he might not have suffered such a devastating defeat. Regret is a luxury that does not exist in this world. Huang Tianba was indifferent to Yi Tian's lamentations. Grasping Yi Tian's vibrating golden arm with his left hand, he transformed his energy tendril into a blade that sliced down from his shoulder, then unleashed a punch aimed at Yi Tian's head, which could no longer be defended. This seemingly ordinary punch was infused with all his might. If it connected, it would surely obliterate Yi Tian's head into nothingness. At that moment, Yi Tian was already overwhelmed by pain and had no reaction to the impending fatal strike. Yet, his body was not without a response. The lightning that had once revived him at the cliff's base surged forth. Just as Huang Tianba's fist was about to collide with Yi Tian's forehead, a dazzling violet light erupted from Yi Tian's head. In an instant, he transformed into a burst of purple lightning, vanishing before Huang Tianba's eyes. A gentle reminder. Huang Tianba had yet to fully unleash his torment upon Yi Tian. He desired Yi Tian to endure further suffering before his demise. As he too sought to cultivate his powers, relying on Yi Tian's experiences of fleeting hope followed by despair, suffering the pain of having all his treasures seized. Onlookers in the vicinity were momentarily blinded by the purple flash, unable to see anything. Huang Tianba was no exception when the violet light flared. He instinctively activated his protective chi to its fullest to guard against any final counterattack from Yi Tian, suspecting he might self-destruct. After approximately 5 seconds, Huang Tianba's vision returned to normal, but Yi Tian's figure had vanished. Only the severed limbs on the ground bore witness to Yi Tian's previous existence. Damn, he managed to escape. Truly, he is the favored child of fortune, possessing such a life-saving ability. However, it seems this ability activates only when faced with a lethal blow. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to be reduced to a mere stump for it to manifest. Fortunately, I had the foresight to sever his limbs first. Had I struck his head first, he might have already fled. Chapter 35. The superior technique of the master and the craftiness of the demon Huang Tianba meticulously gathered the vibrating gold shield and arm, preparing to study them thoroughly. The other heavenly kings, witnessing the conclusion of the battle, gathered around, awaiting instructions. They were somewhat bewildered, uncertain about the nature of that purple light. Had Yi Tian been vanquished by the Lord, or had he managed to escape once again? No one dared to voice their queries, lest they provoke the Lord's wrath if Yi Tian had indeed fled. Huang Tianba, having grown accustomed to Yi Tian's escapades, candidly remarked, "Let's wrap it up. That brat Yi Tian has slipped away once more." The heavenly kings, perceiving that Huang Tianba did not seem particularly enraged, eagerly volunteered, "Lord, we shall track him down at once." Indeed, with his limbs severed, he could not have fled far. However, Huang Tianba felt it unwise to send them in pursuit. The danger of a limbless wretch escaping right under his nose was alarmingly high. That purple light clearly transcended the capabilities of a mere martial artist. And should he dispatch his subordinates to search, they might very well become mere pawns in Yi Tian's game. He inquired of the heavenly kings, "Did any of you see the direction in which he fled?" They all shook their heads. "My lord, I only saw a flash of purple light, and then it vanished." "I too. My eyes still bear the lingering brightness of that light. Indeed, it was astonishingly brilliant, yet I cannot fathom its nature." Finding no answers forthcoming, Huang Tianba concluded, "Let us wait. I shall first consult with Xiao Sai to obtain a tracking position." Just then, as if summoned, Sai Bianc arrived under the protection of Wuming. His expression grave. "Tianba, my sensing has vanished." Huang Tianba, aware that he referred to the connection between the mother and child Gu, was taken aback. "How did it disappear?" Sai Bianc shook his head. "I do not know. It seems the child Gu has perished." "Did it sense the direction before its demise?" "No, when the purple light appeared. The connection abruptly ceased, and I have yet to regain it." Huang Tianba furrowed his brow in contemplation before addressing the group. "Although Yi Tian is now devoid of limbs, the nature of that purple light is too enigmatic. I dare not send you in search, as it may lead to a tragic outcome. What then shall we do? Rather than seek him and risk being eliminated one by one, it is wiser to wait for him to come to us. Frankly, I rather hope he does. He brings gifts each time." The others nodded in agreement, recalling how the last encounter in the cave had yielded Yi Tian's icy sword, from which they had gleaned the profound technique of energy absorption. This time, they had also acquired his metallic shield and arm, leaving them curious about what knowledge they might glean next. Indeed, it was a testament to the saying, "The master rises in skill, yet the demon grows more cunning." Although Yi Tian grew stronger with each encounter, the Lord surpassed him, forcing him to flee in disarray. Last time he lost a hand, now he had lost all limbs, becoming a mere shell of a man. Should he return, he might risk losing his head. As the group reflected on this, the atmosphere lightened. Though they had not achieved a complete victory, their gains were substantial, and they wondered what treasures Yi Tian would bring next. However, Huang Tianba sternly cautioned, "But do not let your guard down, train diligently. The enemy grows increasingly formidable, and I cannot always be the one to clean up the mess." The group felt a twinge of embarrassment, a few reddening with shame as they murmured, "We are unworthy. We cannot alleviate the Lord's burdens. Please punish us." Punishment was out of the question. They had all fought valiantly, showing no fear of death. Rather, they deserved rewards. Huang Tianba stroked his chin, pondering. "The main issue is the vast disparity in strength. My prowess as the only master is insufficient. How about this? My current strength should enable me to forcefully elevate a first-rate expert to the level of a master. You shall elect one among yourselves, along with the injured Lingxian and Wuming. I will assist in their elevation." As his words fell, a collective gasp echoed through the room. Forcefully elevating to the level of a master? Becoming a master was no simple feat. Talent and luck were both crucial. Some first-rate experts were but a hair's breadth from mastery, yet remained forever unable to ascend. Currently, fewer than 10 masters roamed the martial world, each belonging to different factions. Should the Lord succeed in creating 3, the Ba Dao Mountain would truly claim the title of the world's foremost. Yet, no one doubted Huang Tianba's words. Despite his eccentricities, he was a man of his word. If he claimed it could be done, it undoubtedly could. Wu Ming, however, held little hope for his own elevation to mastery. His duties managing the mountain's defenses left him little time for training, and he had lingered at the first-rate level for far too long. Yet he accepted this fate gladly. To be Huang Tianba's confidant was already a blessing beyond his expectations, and he could not ask for more. Should the heavenly kings achieve mastery, they would not entirely heed his commands as a first-rate expert. After all, the martial world revered strength above all else. Huang Tianba's inclusion of him would signify trust and a desire to enhance his capabilities, allowing him to continue overseeing others. Wu Ming felt his eyes redden with emotion and knelt before Huang Tianba, vowing, "Thank you, my lord. I, Wu Ming, pledge my life to the Huang family for generations." With his kneeling oath, the heavenly kings followed suit, kneeling before Huang Tianba in unison, declaring, "Thank you, my lord. We are willing to serve the Huang family unconditionally." They all understood that in Huang Tianba's heart, loyalty was paramount. As long as they remained steadfast in their devotion, even a humble chicken could rise to become a phoenix. Huang Tianba, pleased, replied, "Very well, rise. Once you have elected among yourselves, inform Wu Ming. Let us maintain harmony. As long as you are loyal to me, each of you will have the opportunity to ascend to mastery." Understood. He then turned to Sai Bianc, saying, "Xiao Sai, please assist in treating Lingchen. Spare no expense in medicine. We must ensure his swift recovery." Of course, Tianba. The physicians within the mountain were generally skilled, yet the finest medicines were held by Sai Bianc and Huang Tianba, seldom available to the common folk. With Huang Tianba's assurance, Lingchen's recovery would be expedited significantly. Huang Tianba was not merely a benevolent leader. His decision to elevate his subordinates to mastery stemmed from his own strength being sufficient to control masters. He understood that only when his subordinates grew stronger could he avoid addressing every issue personally. Now then, the mountain must bolster its defenses against a potential ambush from Xian. For the next 3 days, without pressing matters, do not disturb me. I must closely examine the shield and arm. Understood. Sai Bianc pointed to the severed limbs on the ground, saying, "Tianba, may I request those remnants from Xian for my research?" Huang Tianba nodded. "Yes, take them. If you can use them to locate him, that would be even better. I shall do my utmost." Sai Bianc's promise was sincere, indicating his commitment, not mere politeness. With this matter settled, everyone departed for home. Before Huang Tianba entered his secret chamber, he instructed Wu Ming, "Wu Ming, please inform Lao Tan to notify the kitchen that for the next month, I do not wish to have rice. Let my staple be noodles instead." As commanded, Wu Ming did not inquire as to the reasons behind the matter. He recalled that the last time the master abstained from food was due to an unsuccessful experiment, during which he had boasted that should this endeavor fail, he would refrain from eating for an entire month. It seemed that today bore a similar cause, for the master's virtue lay in his adherence to his word. The news swiftly reached the ailing Tian Wang, who was confined to his sickbed. The master intended to forcibly elevate him to the status of an unparalleled master. Upon hearing this, he nearly leapt from his bed in excitement, eager to prostrate himself before Huang Tianba. However, it was only after Sai Bianc informed him that Huang Tianba was engrossed in research and preferred not to be disturbed that he settled down. Observing the envious expressions of the other Tian Wang and the King Kong who came to visit him, a smile remained plastered on his face. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. A single wound earned him the chance to become an extraordinary master. Henceforth, should anyone vie with him for the opportunity to endure hardship, he would not hesitate to confront them. In a distant valley, a sudden flash of purple light pierced the air, and the already unconscious Yi Tian materialized, landing amidst a patch of grass. Beneath this thicket lay a substantial den of king cobras. 2 vigilant serpents, positioned at the entrance, were startled and swiftly lunged at Yi Tian. However, The deeply unconscious Tian did not utter a sound. Before long, the serpents within the den received the alarming news of an intruder, and one after another, they slithered out, all aimed at Tian, who soon found himself ensnared by a multitude of snakes. Chapter 36. The Great Compassion and Empathy. Wishing to alleviate the suffering of all sentient beings the following day, Sun Zhonghua and Sun Lingsu ventured into a valley to gather medicinal herbs, a branch of the renowned Medicinal King Valley. This entire valley is characterized by its unpredictable climate and diverse environment, making it an ideal habitat for various herbs, which is precisely why they chose to settle here. The branch they explored was dark and damp, home to numerous snakes, and also yielded many herbs capable of counteracting snake venom. Both of them carried snake repellent and detoxifying medicines. And being familiar with the distribution of snake dens, their foraging posed little danger. As they ambled along, collecting mature herbs and placing them into their baskets, Sun Lingsu suddenly pointed toward the nearby cluster and exclaimed, "Grandfather, look, why are all those snakes gathered in one place today?" Sun Zhonghua glanced up, unconcerned, and replied, "Perhaps something has fallen from the valley above, and they have taken it for prey. I'll go take a look." Curiosity piqued, Sun Lingsu dashed over to investigate the unfortunate animal. Sun Zhonghua called after her, "Be careful. Don't get too close and disturb their feeding." He refrained from stopping her, knowing that those were non-venomous king snakes, which she had been handling since childhood. Despite being a girl, Sun Lingsu possessed remarkable bravery, having accompanied him on medical journeys since she was young. Even the sight of a decaying corpse would not frighten her. She picked up a twig over a meter long and cautiously approached the pile of snakes, stopping just over a meter away. Getting any closer would send the snakes scurrying away due to the repellent medicine she carried, disturbing their feeding. She poked at the snakes with the twig, eager to unveil the mystery beneath, and soon uncovered clothing. Someone is wearing clothes. Could it be a person? She quickly shouted to Sun Zhonghua, "Grandfather, this seems to be a human corpse. Do you want to come and see?" "I'll take a look," Sun Zhonghua replied, curiosity guiding his steps towards her. It was unusual to encounter a person, even a corpse, in such a remote area where hunters were seldom seen. As they approached, the king's snakes, influenced by the repellent, reluctantly slithered away. They soon discovered the remains of a young man, severely mutilated, with his eyes tightly shut, arms severed at the shoulders, and legs reduced to mere stumps. His body marked with snake bites and blood. Sun Lingsu gasped, "Grandfather, this person has died a horrid death. How'd he end up here?" Sun Zhonghua shook his head. With limbs like this, he certainly didn't fall here by himself. It's possible someone discarded him from the mountain to erase evidence. As he spoke, he instinctively approached to examine the condition of the body, his hand barely touching the young man, when he suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, this person is still alive." Sun Lingsu hurriedly joined him, equally astonished. He truly is alive. How extraordinary to be in such a state and yet still breathe. Who could this be? Regardless of who he is, we must save him first, Sun Zhonghua declared, promptly inspecting the young man's condition. Sun Lingsu expressed concern, "Grandfather, we have no idea how he came to be here. Could helping him bring us danger?" Sun Zhonghua responded solemnly, "Have you forgotten what I taught you? When it comes to healing, one must not hesitate or fear the consequences. We cannot disregard a life in peril." "Oh, I understand, Grandfather." Since her grandfather was determined to help, Sun Lingsu could not dissuade him, though she worried about the potential repercussions of aiding someone who might have enemies. After a thorough examination, Sun Zhonghua noted the severity of the young man's injuries. Not only were his external wounds grievous, but his internal energy channels and dantian were also severely damaged. He lamented, "To take a life requires but a mere strike. Who could be so cruel as to not only sever his limbs, but also ruin his meridians? Even with deep-seated enmity, such brutality is unwarranted." With the compassion of a healer, he empathized with the suffering of his patient. He produced silver needles, inserting them into several acupoints on the young man's body to staunch the bleeding. Then he retrieved a small porcelain vial, pouring a life-saving pill and placing it in the young man's mouth. Sun Lingsu inquired, "Grandfather, how is he?" Sun Zhonghua, with confidence, replied, "For now, He is out of immediate danger. His vitality is remarkably strong. He should survive. We simply need to take him back and allow him to awaken naturally. Yet, Sun Lingsu remained apprehensive. Grandfather, have you truly considered this? Someone capable of inflicting such harm and discarding him is likely to have malevolent intentions. If his enemies discover we saved him, what will happen to us? Or what if he himself is a villain who might turn against us? Sun Zhonghua dismissed her concerns. Over the years, we have aided countless individuals from the martial world. Each has had adversaries, yet we have lived well. The martial realm has its own rules. Their enemies also fall ill and require healing. As long as we focus on saving lives and do not meddle in their affairs, they will adhere to their principles and refrain from harming physicians. If all healers were eliminated, who would tend to their wounds when they fall ill? As for whether he is a villain, we currently have no means to investigate that, but we cannot turn a blind eye to his plight. Rest assured, given his current state, even if he recovers, he will be a cripple and not a threat to us. Sun Lingsu nodded. You are right, grandfather. Let's take him back. Although Sun Zhonghua was a physician, he was also a martial artist, though his training favored health preservation over combat, rendering him not particularly formidable. Nonetheless, he possessed sufficient skill to traverse rocky terrain unassisted, making it manageable to transport the injured young man. Soon, they brought the young man back to their home and laid him upon a bed. Observing his steady breathing, Sun Zhonghua resumed his work, leaving Sun Lingsu to watch curiously by his side. After a few minutes, the young man's eyelids fluttered, and he opened his eyes, finding himself in a humble room. The unfamiliar surroundings left him momentarily disoriented. Was I not killed by Huang Tianba? How'd I end up here? Is this the underworld? Before he could ponder further, a girl's voice rang out. Grandfather, he has awakened. Turning his head, he saw a striking girl in white, her graceful figure gazing at him with curiosity. With intrigue, he asked, Miss, may I inquire where this is? This is my home, she replied. How did I end up here? It was my grandfather and I who rescued you from the valley. The valley? Leaf Tian, having been unconscious, was unaware of subsequent events. He shook his head. How could I possibly be in the valley? No sooner had he spoken than Sun Zhonghua entered the room, approaching him directly. Young man, how do you feel now? With his white hair and youthful demeanor, Sun Zhonghua exuded an aura of wisdom, prompting Leaf Tian to respond with greater respect. I am well, thanks to your esteemed rescue. May I ask your name and the location of this place? Sun Zhonghua stroked his beard and replied nonchalantly, I am Sun Zhonghua, a physician, and this is my humble abode. Sun Zhonghua, a physician? Leaf Tian suddenly recalled the identity of the man before him, his eyes widening in astonishment. Could it be that you are the revered medicinal king, Sun? Sun Zhonghua waved his hand modestly. Medicinal king is merely a title. How do you know of me, young man? With excitement, Leaf Tian exclaimed, Son, I am Tian, the young master of Mingjian Villa. My father often spoke of you, claiming your medical skills were unparalleled, possessing the ability to bring the dead back to life. As Tian finished his flattery, he was taken aback by Sun Lingsu's astonished inquiry. Yi Tian, are you the one infamous for mistreating women? No wonder you bear such injuries. Could it be that Huang Tianba was responsible for this? Yi Tian, momentarily stunned by her question, hastily refuted. Miss, I believe you must have me mistaken. I hail from a prestigious lineage and have never indulged in any such acts of cruelty against women. In truth, a wave of anxiety washed over him, for he could not fathom how this young lady was aware of his past misdeeds. However, admitting to it was out of the question. He found himself utterly defenseless. And should he confess, he feared he would not see the dawn. Sun Zhonghua cast a sharp glare at Sun Lingsu, reprimanding her, Su, do not speak so disrespectfully. Pouting in defiance, Sun Lingsu retorted, Humph, I am not speaking falsely. The rumors have spread throughout Twilight City. Upon hearing Twilight City, Yi Tian surmised that Huang Tianba had divulged the scandal regarding the women in the dungeon of the Mingjian Manor. This was dire news. Having narrowly escaped death to stand before the physician, should their ire be provoked, his life could very well be forfeit that very night. No, he could not possibly admit to such accusations. He had to devise a strategy to extricate himself from his predicament. He fervently denied, this is slander, An egregious falsehood. I have never committed such acts. It must be that the fiend Huang Tianba is maligning my character. Chapter 37. What is the use of swearing to the heavens if the thunder does not strike? Sun Lingsu remained non-committal, while Yi Tian grew anxious. Realizing that if he did not clarify the matter today, he would face dire consequences. He hastily declared, I swear by the heavens that I have never committed any acts of cruelty towards women. If this statement is false, may I be struck by 5 bolts of lightning. The sky remained silent, devoid of any thunder. Sun Lingsu looked at him with skepticism and echoed, I swear by the heavens that I have never told a lie. If this statement is false, may I be struck by 5 bolts of lightning. The sky remained still, with no thunder in response. With a mocking expression, she said to Yi Tian, what is the use of swearing? I just lied, and I did not get struck by lightning. Yi Tian was momentarily rendered speechless. This girl was certainly not following the expected script. In the past, when he swore to women, they would cover his mouth and insist, Yilang, I believe you. Do not say more. Why did she not believe him? What was he to do now? Ultimately, it was Sun Zhonghua who came to his rescue. Sun Zhonghua, a man who believed in the adage that seeing is believing and hearing is deceiving, maintained a skeptical attitude towards what he heard. Thus, he did not show any displeasure towards Yi Tian and calmly remarked, you both should cease this exchange. One person's word cannot be entirely trusted. Let us leave this matter here. Young master, ye shall stay here to recuperate, and once you have healed, I shall escort you to find any remaining relatives. After all, I can only treat your injuries but cannot regenerate your limbs, nor can I care for you for a lifetime. Yi Tian was taken aback by Sun Zhonghua's amiability. He did not seem to care whether Yi Tian was a good or bad person and was still willing to help him recover. How did such a person survive in the martial world? Did he not fear being bitten after saving a snake? However, for the moment, he certainly had no intention of retaliating, as Yi Tian was still of use to him. With tears of gratitude, Yi Tian expressed, thank you, senior son, for your understanding. I have no family left, but I was fortunate to encounter another elder who rescued me recently. If you could assist in escorting me, perhaps that elder could help me acquire new limbs. Sun Zhonghua, who had maintained a serene demeanor, was now visibly astonished. There is indeed someone capable of providing you with new limbs? I am curious to know who this remarkable individual is, whose medical skills are so extraordinary. Being a doctor wholly devoted to the art of medicine, only a higher level of skill could pique his interest. Yi Tian quickly realized that Sun Zhonghua had misunderstood and hastily clarified, senior son, it is not a matter of medical skill. I wonder if you are familiar with the craftsman Gongsun Liu, who excels in mechanical arts. Sun Zhonghua nodded. I have heard of his esteemed name. It is said that his mechanical creations are ingeniously crafted, capable of soaring through the skies and burrowing into the earth. Could it be that his skills have reached such heights that he can regenerate limbs? Yi Tian shook his head, not regeneration, but he can craft mechanical limbs for me using his expertise. Once attached, they will function as though they are real. Previously, when Huang Tianba severed one of my hands, it was Gongsun Liu who provided me with a replacement, but alas, it has been severed again. At this point, Yi Tian could not help but sigh. He truly was quite unfortunate. Sun Zhonghua exclaimed in astonishment. It is surprising that mechanical arts can achieve such feats. When the time comes, I shall escort you there, and it will also serve as an enlightening experience for me. Yi Tian expressed his gratitude. I shall trouble you then, senior. Although he had stolen Gongsun Liu's vibranium arm and shield, Yi Tian was not concerned that Gongsun Liu would refuse to assist him. After all, Gongsun Lan was waiting for him, and with a few flattering words, she would certainly help persuade Gongsun Liu. Moreover, if Sun Zhonghua were to accompany him, he would likely assist in persuading Gongsun Liu as well, as mutual respect would be expected between a divine craftsman and a revered healer. It was merely unfortunate that his martial prowess had been destroyed. Even if he were to acquire new limbs, he would no longer be able to cultivate. By the way, since Sun Zhonghua was a divine healer, he wondered if he could also treat his dantian and meridians. With hope, he inquired, Senior son, not only have my limbs been severed, but my dantian and meridians were also destroyed by Huang Tianba. Is there any way you could assist in healing them? Sun Zhonghua stroked his beard and shook his head. My longevity technique can indeed nourish the meridians, and if it were merely ordinary damage, I could assist. However, in your case, where both the dantian and meridians are entirely shattered, I am powerless to help. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian felt his hopes diminish once more. Was he truly destined to live as a cripple for the rest of his life? Sun Zhonghua pondered for a moment before adding, however, I have heard that the scholar at the academy can repair damaged dantian and meridians. You might seek his assistance. He is a man of integrity, and if he knows you were injured while fighting against the demonic path, he should be willing to help you heal. Yi Tian exclaimed in delight. Is that true? Absolutely? That is wonderful. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Once Gong Sun, Lu helps me acquire my limbs. I will seek out the scholar. Sun Zhonghua nodded in silence and glanced at Yi Tian's lips, which were dry and peeling for blood loss, then said to Sun Lingsu, Su, pour a glass of water for young Master Yi. All right, Sun Lingsu replied, begrudgingly pouring a glass of water to hand to Sun Zhonghua, as she had no desire to serve Yi Tian. First impressions are crucial, and having heard the unsettling rumors from Twilight City, she held preconceived notions against him. Sun Zhonghua carefully fed Yi Tian some water and advised, you should rest well. If you need anything later, you may call for me. My granddaughter cannot assist you, as she is a young lady. I understand. Thank you, Senior. Yi Tian felt that Sun Zhonghua was exceptionally kind. It would be a waste not to take advantage of this opportunity. As for Sun Zhonghua's granddaughter, she was too astute to deceive. In the future, he would have to find an opportunity to retaliate, perhaps by using medicine or force, to avenge the mockery he had endured today. Sun Zhonghua and Sun Lingsu exited the guest room, leaving Yi Tian alone on the bed. Sun Lingsu grumbled, Grandfather, he is a bad person. Do we really have to save him? Sun Zhonghua smiled faintly. I have told you before, hearsay is not trustworthy. As long as he does not commit any wrongdoing in our presence, we cannot label him as a bad person. Sun Lingsu knew she could not persuade her grandfather, but still retorted, Fine, but I still do not like him. Sun Zhonghua patted her shoulder. Do not let preconceived notions cloud your judgment. Time will reveal the truth. Though Yi Tian had lost his internal strength, the physique of an extraordinary master remained, allowing him to overhear the grandfather-granddaughter conversation clearly. He confirmed that Sun Zhonghua genuinely intended to save him. It seemed that as long as he did not act wrongly in front of him, he would be safe. Lying in bed with nothing to do, he began to contemplate life. It was remarkable that he had escaped the clutches of Huang Tianba. It appeared he truly was favored by destiny. However, he pondered who had rescued him from Huang Tianba and placed him in the valley. Never mind, it was of no use to dwell on this for now. He was currently a cripple, and everything depended on acquiring new limbs and seeking the scholar's assistance to restore his dantian and meridians. Chapter 38. Raising a daughter who cannot be kept. Inviting wolves into the house at this moment. Jiji Bai, the headmaster of the Twilight City Royal Academy branch, was aboard a passenger ship with his assistant. Having just succumbed to seasickness and vomited profusely, he lay in bed, utterly unwilling to move. His assistant helped him sit up and offered him a sip of ginseng soup. Jiji Bai, feeling utterly drained, lamented, Alas, I feel as though my life is slipping away. How much longer until we reach the main academy? Approximately 3 more days, the assistant replied. Oh my heavens, I am utterly exhausted. Once we disembark, I shall seek a tavern to rest for a day. After all, what is 1 or 2 days' delay? In the secret chamber of the dominant Blade Manor, Huang Tianba was engrossed in examining a vibrating gold arm. He meticulously disassembled the arm's outer shell, labeling and categorizing each piece with care. Gazing at the intricate mechanical structure within, resembling human muscle, nerves, and skeleton, he could not help but exclaim, What a marvel of craftsmanship! Who could have possibly created this? What is this silk-like material? It can transmit nerve signals. Is this metal that replaces muscle made of copper? Surely not, as copper lacks such strength. How did he shape the vibrating gold into this form? Logically, vibrating gold absorbs force. Normal forging techniques cannot alter its shape. Could it be that some solution was used to dissolve it and then reshape it? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. jotting down the questions that needed resolution before commencing his experiments based on his hypotheses. This vibrating gold arm opened a gateway to a new realm for him. If he could fully comprehend this arm, many issues regarding battle armor would cease to be obstacles. He would then be able to create battle armor for both himself and Sai Bianc, affording them an additional layer of protection. As for Old Tan, there was no need. A common man is innocent, yet possessing treasures can lead to peril. Old Tan was not particularly powerful and did not possess the invulnerability of himself and Sai Bianc. If he were to bestow armor upon him, it would only endanger him, as anyone could easily poison him and steal the armor. The armor could only achieve its maximum efficacy when worn by them. If he donned a full set of vibrating gold armor, even an exceptional master of equal standing would find it challenging to harm him. They might not even breach his defenses before he drained their internal energy at close quarters. For Sai Bianc, the benefits would be even more substantial. With the vibrating gold armor, it would be akin to granting an invincible shield to a poison master. Eliminating the fear of close encounters, he could unleash poison while standing still. Gong Shulan waited anxiously at home all night. Yet Yi Tian still had not returned. Now that midday had passed, her worry escalated as she paced the floor, nearly wearing grooves into it. Where could Yi Lang be? Could he be unable to best Huang Tianba? Should I go check? Just as she pondered aloud, she suddenly heard Gong Shu Lu call out, "Lan Lan." Gong Shu Lan's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. Her father had awakened, and Yi Tian had yet to return. There was no way to conceal the theft of the vibrating gold arm and shield any longer. She timidly stepped outside to greet him. "Father, you're awake." Gong Shu Lu scratched his head, stepping out of his room, and gazed at the bright sunlight with confusion. How long have I been asleep for the sun to be so high? "Father, it is already past noon," Gong Shulan whispered. "Impossible. How could I possibly sleep for so long?" Gong Shu Lu felt something was amiss. He was usually in good health and maintained a regular routine. Why had he suddenly slept so long? As he pondered, he inexplicably thought of Yi Tian and casually asked, "Where is that lad?" But after waiting for a moment and hearing no response from Gong Shulan, he instead heard her sobbing. He turned around to see Gong Shulan biting her lip, quietly crying. "Why are you crying? Did that lad suddenly perish?" As soon as he spoke, Gong Shulan's cries grew louder, leaving Gong Shu Lu bewildered. He can't be truly dead, can he? How could a master die so suddenly? Gong Shulan's lamentations grew more intense, and she finally could not contain herself, crying out, "Father, please stop." Young Master Yi went to seek revenge on Huang Tianba, promising to return, yet now he has not come back. "I am beside myself with worry, and you still speak." Seeing his daughter in tears, Gong Shu Lu hurriedly consoled her. "All right, I shan't speak of this anymore." However, at his current level, it is unlikely he could defeat Huang Tianba. Is he not courting death? Wiping her tears, Gong Shulan softly replied, "Father, I used your vibrating gold arm and shield for him. He assured me he could win." "What? You took my treasures?" Upon hearing that his prized possessions had been given to Yi Tian, Gong Shu Lu dashed back to his room in a frenzy, lifting the mat to open the hidden compartment. When he saw that only one vibrating gold arm remained, he was left dumbfounded, crying out in despair, "You ungrateful daughter! How could you assist an outsider in stealing your father's treasures? Oh heavens! How could I have raised such a daughter? Are you trying to bring about my demise? Confess to me honestly. Did you conspire with them while I slept so late?" Gong Shulan noticed her father's cries were louder than hers, and she was too scared to continue sobbing. Feeling guilty, she admitted, "I feared you would disapprove, so I had young Master Yi apply pressure points to you while you slept." Uft. Gong Shu Lu spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing in a fit of rage. "Father, please don't scare me." Gong Shulan rushed forward to offer aid, and after a considerable time, Gong Shu Lu finally regained his composure. Seeing Gong Shulan trembling with rage, he raised his right hand, intending to slap her. Yet the hand hesitated in midair, and he sighed deeply, feeling dejected. "Your mother passed away early. I have cherished you like a treasure since childhood. I never imagined you would steal your father's lifeblood for an outsider. How can you face me?" Gong Shulan, feeling remorseful, replied, "Father, I am sorry, But young Master Yi promised he would return after seeking revenge on Huang Tianba. Gongshu Lu retorted, I shall slay Yi Tian, declared Gongshu Lu, wiping the blood from his lips with a furious swipe as he stormed toward the warehouse. Chapter 39. Rushing to confront the scoundrel. The master craftsman seeks his treasure. He intended to don his mech and track down Yi Tian, intending to sever all his limbs, so that he could no longer harm his daughter. Gongshu Lan hurriedly stepped forward, kneeling on the ground, and pleaded, Father, if you kill Yi Tian, I will not live either. Good, very good, haha. Gongshu Lu, filled with rage, laughed derisively, pointing at Gongshu Lan and scolding, for a worthless man. You would forsake your father? Then go die. Once I have slain Yi Tian, I shall follow suit. I truly wish to see how you will explain to your mother when you meet her in the afterlife. With that, he forcefully pushed Gongshu Lan aside and stormed towards the warehouse. Only Gongshu Lan remained on the ground, weeping bitterly, consumed by despair. She could not comprehend what she had done wrong. Yi Gongzi was so admirable. Why did her father despise him? She firmly believed that Yi Gongzi was a man of his word, and if vengeance were exacted, he would surely return. The fact that he had not yet returned must mean he had encountered some misfortune. What if Yi Gongzi perished? How could she possibly live on? No, she must plead with her father again. He was merely speaking out of anger, and she was his most beloved daughter. He could not possibly refuse to assist her. Gongshu Lan quickly rose and rushed towards the warehouse, only to hear a loud crash as Gongshu Lu burst through the roof in his mech, soaring at full speed towards the Ba Dao Mountain Manor. Strangely, his mech was equipped with a set of wings on its back, leveraging his immense jumping power to ascend into the sky, gliding gracefully. If Huang Tianba were to witness this, he would surely exclaim in astonishment, for it bore a striking resemblance to his own ability to fly using inner force. As Gongshu Lan watched her father vanish into the distance, her legs grew weak and she collapsed to the ground. After traversing mountains and rivers, Gongshu Lu finally arrived at Ba Dao Mountain Manor. Just as evening fell, the guards atop the high walls suddenly spotted a large figure soaring through the sky towards the manor. One guard shouted, Everyone look! What a colossal bird! The others, hearing his cry, raised their heads to the sky. What a large bird! It doesn't resemble an eagle. Wait, that doesn't seem like a bird at all. Everyone be cautious. That is a flying person. As Gongshu Lu drew nearer, the guards finally discerned that he was not a bird. Beep, beep, beep. The piercing sound of alarms rang out, prompting the guards to grab their loudspeakers, announcing, All personnel, be on alert. An unidentified individual is approaching the manor from above. The guards, upon hearing the alarm, immediately aimed their arrows at the mysterious figure in the sky. The duty officers at the main gate were the Night King and two formidable warriors, Xian and Qi. They watched the approaching figure with curiosity, wondering, a flying person? Could they be a super expert on par with the master of the manor? It doesn't seem so. That individual is clad in iron armor, and it appears they have iron wings, unlike our master, who flies using inner force. Does this style seem familiar? The master had conducted several experiments before. It seems to be called a glider. Yes, a glider. Could this person be planning to glide into the manor for an assassination? Surely not. It's too obvious. Approaching would be tantamount to courting death. We can shoot him down at any moment. While they debated, Gongshu Lu had already descended in the distance. He had come to settle a score with Yi Tian, not to provoke Huang Tianba. Earlier in the sky, he had heard the alarm and noticed the guards below aiming their bows at him. He understood that the defenses here were tight. If he drew too close, they could attack at any moment. While he was confident in his mech's capabilities, knowing that the arrows could not harm him, he chose to land at a distance and approach cautiously. The Night King, seeing him touch down, picked up the megaphone and called out, Who goes there? State your name at once. Since the intruder had not rushed into the manor, they too would follow protocol rather than resort to violence immediately. Gongshu Lu, hearing the inquiry, promptly replied, I am Gongshu Lu of the Mo Gate, here today to inquire about a matter. His mask had amplification properties, and being a skilled individual himself, even from several hundred meters away, his voice was clearly audible. Upon hearing his response, the Night King and the two warriors became puzzled. What business does a MO gate member have here? They are a neutral sect and have no dealings with us. Gongshu Lu? I have heard that his mechanical skills are extraordinary, renowned as a master craftsman. Could he be seeking our master for research? Let us inquire further to ascertain. They speculated that since Huang Tianba was an inventor, it was plausible he knew a few individuals from the MO gate, leading to a more courteous tone in their response. What is it that you seek? Noting the politeness in their tone, Gongshu Lu felt a bit more at ease. I would like to inquire if a young man named Yi Tian has come here today. Yi Tian? How does he relate to Yi Tian? Upon uttering Yi Tian's name, all present became wary. Yi Tian was their arch-nemesis, having mysteriously vanished. The sudden arrival of someone inquiring about him seemed too coincidental. The Night King, holding the loudspeaker, replied earnestly, Yi Tian indeed came by this morning, but he was severely injured by our master and managed to escape. If you seek to defend him, I fear you have come to the wrong place. With that, he immediately ordered, all personnel, prepare to attack. If the opponent makes any move, eliminate them without hesitation. Upon hearing the command, all the guards readied their arrows, poised to shoot at Gongshu Lu. Realizing they had misunderstood his intentions, Gongshu Lu quickly clarified, do not misconstrue my purpose. I am not here to assist Yi Tian. That scoundrel stole my treasure, and I have come to settle the score with him. What treasure? The Night King inquired, already suspecting the answer. The master craftsman's treasure could well be the metallic arm and shield belonging to Yi Tian. Indeed, Gongshu Lu promptly stated, he absconded with my vibranium arm and shield, which are impervious to blades and bullets. Goodness, it is indeed those two items, which nearly led to the demise of our 4 kings and 8 warriors at Yi Tian's hands. Now that the rightful owner has arrived, we cannot let him slip away. The Night King immediately instructed Xian, inform Lord Wuming to notify the master that the rightful owner of the arm and shield stolen by Yi Tian has arrived, Gongshu Lu of the MO Gate, clad in a flying armor. I believe the master will find this of great interest. Understood. Xian promptly called Wuming. The master was known to be an inventor, and after the battle that morning, he had expressed a desire to study the arm and shield. Now that the rightful owner was present, capturing him would undoubtedly expedite the master's research. Moreover, the armor he wore appeared impressive. It might very well be of the same caliber as the arm and shield. If they could seize it for the master, perhaps he would reward them handsomely. Yet, they were uncertain of the opponent's strength. If he turned out to be an unmatched expert, they would truly be at a loss and could only wait for the master to arrive. Chapter 40. The elusive quest for the unattainable Gongshu Lu gazed at the other party for quite some time without receiving a response, and, anxious, inquired once more, do you know where he has fled? I must pursue him. The Night King replied truthfully, we do not know where he has escaped. He transformed into a beam of purple light and vanished, a skill we have never encountered. Purple light? Does that rascal possess such abilities? Could it be that the people from the Blade Mountain Manor are attempting to deceive me? Gongshu Lu pondered, unable to comprehend the meaning of the purple light. However, feeling discontented for not having found the person or the item, he paced back and forth, unsure of what to do. At that moment, Huang Tianba was engrossed in his experiments when the doorbell rang. How peculiar, he thought. Didn't Ti instruct them not to disturb me? Why have they come? Could it be that Yi Tian has returned so soon for revenge? That would be absurd. He hastily tidied up his experimental apparatus and went to open the door. Upon opening it, he heard Wuming exclaim urgently, Master, there's a person outside the manor named Gongshu Lu, claiming to be from the MO clan, inquiring about Yi Tian's whereabouts, stating that Yi Tian has stolen his vibranium arm and shield. The Night King believed this individual could be of assistance to the master's research, so he hurried to inform Huang Tianba. Huang Tianba's face lit up with delight as he said, Gongshu Lu, I have heard he is a master craftsman, an ingenious maker of mechanisms. I never imagined that the vibranium arm and shield were crafted by him. What a fortuitous turn of events indeed. He has come to me, and I shall not let him leave without clarifying these matters. In high spirits, Huang Tianba rushed toward the entrance with Wuming. Upon reaching the gate, he spotted Gongshu Lu pacing back and forth like a headless fly. The Night King and the 2 Golden Kings, Xian and Qi, quickly approached to welcome him. Huang Tianba set Wuming down and inquired, what does he wish to do now? The Night King replied, I am uncertain of his intentions. He merely wanders back and forth without leaving. However, he does not exhibit any aggressive intent towards us, so we have not attacked. Huang Tianba nodded. It seems we can still engage him in conversation. With that, he leaped into the air and soared toward Gongshu Lu. Gongshu Lu, having thought for a long time, without any resolution and not wishing to become enemies with the Ba Dao Mountain Manor, was about to depart in search of Xian when he noticed a figure flying toward him from the manor. Such impressive lightness of foot. Even from a distance of several hundred meters, he does not seem to require any leverage. This was his first encounter with someone capable of flying such a distance, reminiscent of carrying a glider. Huang Tianba landed before Gongshu Lu and directly inquired, "I am Huang Tianba. Are you Gongshu Lu? Did you indeed craft that vibranium arm and shield?" Gongshu Lu gazed at the amiable young man in white before him and asked curiously, "You are the master of Ba Dao Mountain Manor, Huang Tianba?" He mused internally. Indeed, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. Was Huang Tianba supposed to be a great villain? How does he appear so honest? He seems more agreeable than that Tian fellow. Huang Tianba nodded affirmatively, indeed. Gongshu Lu cupped his hands in greeting. "It is an honor to meet you, Master Huang. I am Gongshu Lu, and those items are indeed my creation." Huang Tianba observed the figure before him, encased entirely in metallic armor, resembling a steel man. His eyes lit up. Wasn't this exactly the battle armor he had envisioned? Furthermore, the design featured wings. Could it possibly fly as well? Feeling a bit uncomfortable under Huang Tianba's eager scrutiny, Gongshu Lu inquired, "Master Huang, do you happen to know where Tian has escaped to? I am anxious to reclaim my treasures." Huang Tianba shook his head. "I do not know where he has fled, but the vibranium arm and shield are in my possession. Is that true? Might you be willing to return them to me?" "Master Huang, I will be immensely grateful." Gongshu Lu's voice trembled with excitement. He had not expected the vibranium arm and shield to be in Huang Tianba's hands. If he could retrieve these two treasures, Tian would become irrelevant. He could always teach him a lesson upon their next encounter. Huang Tianba promptly rejected, "No, I certainly will not return them. I acquired these from Tian. How could you expect me to return them after a few words?" Gongshu Lu realized the futility of his request and quickly added, "I apologize for my abruptness. I am willing to offer a price for their return. Name your amount." "Master Huang." Huang Tianba rolled his eyes. "I am not in need of money. However, if you instruct me on how to craft the vibranium arm and the associated knowledge, I might consider returning them once I have mastered it." "Impossible. That is the culmination of my life's work. I cannot divulge such secrets to an outsider." Gongshu Lu refused without hesitation, showing no regard for Huang Tianba's request, which left Huang Tianba somewhat displeased. "Since you are unwilling, then let us not discuss this further." Gongshu Lu, growing desperate, insisted, "I do not care. You must return my treasures, or I shall not leave." Huang Tianba shook his head. "No, they're mine now. Even if they once belonged to you, since Tian stole them, you should seek him to reclaim them, not me. But I do not know where to find Tian. That is not urgent. Even if you cannot find him, he will eventually come seeking revenge. Then I shall disregard him. I only wish to recover my treasures." Seeing Gongshu Lu's unreasonable stance, Huang Tianba laughed in anger. "Ha! Do you intend to rob me if I refuse to return them? What a joke! Only you can act without reason. When has it ever been someone else's turn?" Had he not wished to learn the crafting of the vibranium arm and the knowledge of the armor from Gongshu Lu, he would have already slain him with a single strike. However, Gongshu Lu, undeterred by danger, boldly declared, "I would indeed like to test that. If I win, will you return my treasures?" Seeing Gongshu Lu's audacity, Huang Tianba laughed heartily. "Haha, it is not that I underestimate you, even if you are an unparalleled master. With that armor, you could never defeat me." Gongshu Lu insisted, "I do not believe it." Huang Tianba, intrigued to test the effectiveness of the armor, uncharacteristically agreed, "Very well. Let's compete. If I win, you will teach me how you crafted these items, deal?" At the mention of surrendering his research, Gongshu Lu hesitated. Huang Tianba snorted, "Do not hesitate. You have surely heard of my reputation. I am not known for my kindness. If an ordinary person dared to speak to me in such a manner, they would have been killed long ago. I treat you with courtesy only because of your skills, so do not be ungrateful. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Huang Tianba, Gongshu Lu finally grasped the essence of a name's weight. His demeanor indeed resembled that of a great villain. After much contemplation, he ultimately consented. Very well. How shall we determine the victor? Huang Tianba pondered briefly and replied, It is simple. If one party cannot move or concedes, they lose. I will strike hard, and it is possible you may be injured. But rest assured, as long as you still draw breath, I can heal you. Gongshu Lu felt a flicker of unease but maintained his resolve. Very well, let us begin. You must also be cautious. Seizing the initiative, Huang Tianba would not arrogantly declare any leniency. Upon hearing Gongshu Lu's signal to commence, he swiftly struck a palm against Gongshu Lu's chest. Chapter 41. Braving the storm with the needle of pear blossoms, heart-pounding confrontation with the celestial blade. The distance between the two was scarcely a meter. At such a close range, Gongshu Lu had no time to evade. Instantly, his armor was riddled with countless cracks, absorbing inner strength and converting it into power that surged into his right hand. He lifted his hand and struck Huang Tianba's chest, yet it posed no threat whatsoever, failing even to breach his protective aura. Sensing the intensity of the attack, Huang Tianba chuckled and remarked, Is your armor made of vibranium as well? It can absorb my inner strength for a counterattack, but the conversion efficiency is rather low, perhaps only half. Gongshu Lu, taken aback, inquired, How could you possibly know? With a hearty laugh, Huang Tianba replied, Did you not realize? I, too, am somewhat of a mechanist. Otherwise, how could I be intrigued by your exquisite treasure? Though they exchanged pleasantries, Huang Tianba's assault did not wane. His hand never strayed from Gongshu Lu's chest, his inner strength continuously intensifying. While he observed the armor's attempts to absorb his energy for a counterattack, it appeared that both were evenly matched, yet Gongshu Lu bore a heavy heart. Acutely aware that Huang Tianba's power was escalating, what began as the strike of a first-rate master had now reached the level of an unparalleled expert. Despite the enhancements made to his mech over the past few days, which enabled it to absorb attacks from extraordinary masters, there remained limitations. Should Huang Tianba's force increase further, the ultimate fate of his mech would be to shatter explosively. Thus, he ceased his assault and redirected the absorbed inner strength to his feet, soaring into the sky. Huang Tianba observed Gongshu Lu ascend, not hastening to pursue, but rather curious to see what further tricks he might unveil. Although termed a duel, Huang Tianba's primary interest lay in understanding the capabilities of the armor. The more Gongshu Lu could showcase, the better. Indeed, as Gongshu Lu reached the heights, his wings unfurled, adjusting his trajectory to allow him to circle in the air. Simultaneously, his mech opened dozens of launch ports from head to toe, each shimmering with glimmers of green light. Needle of pear blossoms, Gongshu Lu shouted, unleashing a torrent of fine needles, resembling a downpour, aimed at Huang Tianba. These needles, specifically designed by Gongshu Lu, were spiral-shaped, spinning rapidly as they descended, adept at breaching protective auras. Each needle was coated with a tranquilizer, should it pierce through the aura. Even a slight puncture to the skin could induce paralysis. His intent was not to harm, hence the use of tranquilizers. Had it been Huang Tianba, he would have employed lethal poison. How intriguing, Huang Tianba mused, a slight smile gracing his lips as he summoned his protective aura, enveloping his form in a thick, viscous shield. Water can conquer rigidity with its softness. Thus, his liquid protective aura flowed around him. Upon contact, the needles became ensnared within the liquid, unable to advance further. Once Gongshu Lu finished his assault, he descended from the heavens, observing Huang Tianba's stillness, mistakenly believing him to have succumbed to the anesthetic. Master Huang, are you all right? The needles were laced with a tranquilizer, not poison. You shan't perish. Ha ha ha. Then I must thank you for your consideration. In the spirit of reciprocity, allow me to return the favor. Huang Tianba boomed, channeling his inner strength as all the needles trapped in his liquid shield shot back towards Gongshu Lu. Gongshu Lu hastily raised his hands to shield his face. The visor of his mask featured gaps for observation and breathing, leaving him vulnerable to the piercing needles. Fortunately, The other areas of his body were unscathed, as the needles fell harmlessly to the ground with nary a sound. Now it is my turn. Before Gongshu Lu could react, Huang Tianba soared into the sky, halting at an altitude of 100 meters. Gongshu Lu looked up in astonishment. How can Master Huang remain suspended in the air? What extraordinary lightness skill is this? It is well known that lightness skills require a force to propel oneself. Regardless of whether one can leap 100 or 200 meters, there must be a point of leverage. What he had just achieved was merely a longer jump, utilizing the airflow with his wings, contingent upon his movement. Yet Huang Tianba, standing perfectly still in midair, was a sight Gongshu Lu had never before witnessed. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. Could it be that Master Huang had transcended into the realm of cultivation, achieving true flight as legend describes? Before he could contemplate further, Huang Tianba called from above, "Unleash your strongest defense. You may not withstand my next move." Gongshu Lu felt a surge of anxiety. Swiftly grabbing his wings and dismantling them to form a sizable shield, approximately 1 square meter, positioned overhead. Since Huang Tianba had forewarned him to brace for impact, he could not resort to evasion. As a master craftsman, he had his pride. Huang Tianba had endured his needle of pear blossoms, and he too must withstand Huang Tianba's onslaught. Only then could the disparity between them be measured, providing valuable data for future improvements to his mech. From above, Huang Tianba watched as Gongshu Lu stood foolishly awaiting his strike, silently chuckling to himself. How naive! Such a person is better suited for research than combat. Seizing the opportunity, he raised his hands high and thundered 2 words, "Celestial Blade." His inner strength surged forth, materializing into a colossal blade, extending 100 meters above him. The blade shimmered with rippling waves, reflecting the fading sunlight and radiating dazzling golden light, casting Huang Tianba in an almost divine aura. Everyone at the Ba Dao Mountain Manor heard those 2 words. Those outside looked up to see their master wielding an enormous blade suspended in the air. All gazed in awe at the miraculous scene, internally exclaiming, "Goodness, how can that blade be so massive?" Their master rarely named his techniques, yet this one was declared. How powerful must he be? Observing the length of the blade, they realized their master had indeed transcended to a new realm, explaining his ability to fly. Were the foes today truly so formidable as to invoke such an unprecedented move? While the onlookers remained captivated and entertained, Gongshu Lu's perception was entirely different. The 100-meter-long celestial blade exceeded his wildest imagination. He could confidently wager that no unparalleled expert could execute such a technique. Frankly, this was beyond the capability of any martial artist. Huang Tianba must have entered the realm of cultivation, initially confident in his ability to withstand the blow. Doubt now crept in. Could this strike potentially be fatal? Perhaps it would be wise to evade? Before he could resolve his thoughts, the celestial blade descended upon him. Boom! Even before the blade reached him, an invisible pressure had already arrived, compressing the earth around Gongshu Lu by 30 centimeters, except for the 1-meter diameter area he occupied, shielded by his makeshift shield. Chapter 42. The celestial blade's might destroys the mech. The divine artisan bows to the wicked the earth trembled and the heavens roared. As a colossal fissure, measuring dozens of meters in length and several meters in depth, rent the ground asunder. This was merely the aftermath of the celestial blade's tip. Had Huang Tianba hurled it forth, the chasm's depth would have been far greater. Publican Lu's final moments of consciousness lingered on the sight of the celestial blade descending. In the next heartbeat, his composite shield and armor shattered, pieces scattering in all directions. As he himself had proclaimed, despite the formidable defenses of his mech, there existed an insurmountable limit. Surpassing the threshold would result in catastrophic failure. While the explosion of his mech shielded him from the most lethal damage, he remained dazed by the residual force of the celestial blade, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Huang Tianba descended from the heavens, using his inner strength to pull the unconscious publican Lu from the crevice. He then sent a surge of energy through Lu's heart meridian, rousing him instantly. Upon seeing Lu's eyes flutter open, Huang Tianba, towering above him, inquired, Have you conceded? Publican Liu glanced at himself, devoid of any fragments of his mech, left with only his ordinary attire. Stunned, he exclaimed, "Where's my mech?" Huang Tianba gestured toward the fissure. Shrugging, it exploded, scattered everywhere. "Ah, my mech!" Publican Liu cried out in despair, frantically leaping into the chasm. Huang Tianba followed and discovered Liu desperately excavating the scattered debris from the earth, muttering incessantly, "My mech! My mech!" Observing Liu's frenzied state, Huang Tianba pressed, "Hey, will you concede? If you do, I can assist in the search." "Concede, concede. Please help me find it." Publican Liu replied hastily, his mind consumed with locating the scattered remnants of his beloved mech. Huang Tianba regarded the dark abyss of the fissure, contemplating for 3 seconds before declaring, "Then come up first. Do not obstruct me down there." As the lord of a domain, he deemed it unnecessary to engage in such menial tasks personally. He planned to lift the entire area of land using his inner strength, allowing his subordinates to search gradually. If Publican Liu remained below, the compressing earth could prove perilous. Yet, Publican Liu, in his obstinacy, refused to heed his words, declaring, "I shall not ascend. I will die here today. Why must you be so stubborn?" "Very well, remain below," Huang Tianba retorted, ceasing further persuasion. His inner strength surged forth, transforming into 2 massive excavators. With a swift motion, he dug from either side of the fissure, unearthing 100 meters of earth, then placed it aside. The displaced soil collapsed into 2 large mounds, revealing a disheveled Publican Liu, who barely escaped being crushed during Huang Tianba's excavation. What is happening?" he gasped, staring in astonishment at the earthen heaps, unable to comprehend how they had been lifted from the ground. Huang Tianba, uninterested in explaining, shouted toward the entrance, Wuming, "Summon 200 individuals to retrieve the mech fragments from the earth." "Understood. I shall arrange it immediately." Wuming and the others were momentarily stunned by Huang Tianba's celestial blade and the recent earth-moving technique. To them, witnessing their lord effortlessly uprooting a mound of earth was akin to witnessing a legendary feat of moving mountains and filling seas. Upon hearing of the task, they eagerly gathered tools and set to work, as though preparing for a monumental endeavor akin to the tale of the foolish old man who moved mountains. Publican Liu continued his futile search for fragments until Huang Tianba, using his inner strength, pulled him out. "Cease your search. You must attend class immediately." Publican Liu huffed, "No, I must find my mech." Huang Tianba's expression darkened. "Is the divine artisan also so untrustworthy? If you continue to defy my orders, I shall bury you alive, ensuring you remain with your mech forever." Publican Liu, valuing his reputation, recalled his prior commitments before the duel and reluctantly acquiesced. However, anxiety gnawed at him. But what if they overlook something? Impatient, Huang Tianba replied, "Enough with the excuses. You can inspect it yourself later. Besides, if anything is lost, can you not recreate it? Are you claiming your mech was stolen and you lack the ability to forge another? You are the one who steals. If you dare slander me again, I shall retaliate." Publican Liu's temper flared, and upon hearing Huang Tianba's accusation, he exploded in rage. With a resounding slap, he sent Huang Tianba tumbling into the dirt mound. Furious, Huang Tianba glared, "Am I being too lenient? How dare you raise your voice against me? Despite your inferiority, you remain so arrogant? Remember to show me respect henceforth. I could end your life at any moment." Publican Liu, dazed by the blow, grasped the volatility of Huang Tianba's temperament. In one moment, he was offered counsel, and in the next, he was struck. This transition was as smooth as oil. Emerging from the dirt, he silently followed Huang Tianba, earning wary glances from nearby guards who noted his audacity to shout at their lord. Yet, they also recognized Huang Tianba's peculiar leniency. Had it been an ordinary individual, they would have met a far graver fate. As Huang Tianba's trusted confidant, Wuming remained closely at his side. The trio arrived at the hall outside the secret chamber, where Huang Tianba instructed Wuming, "Keep a close watch on him. I will retrieve the items." "Understood." Wuming promptly sealed Publican Liu's acupoints, rendering him immobile. The best method to monitor someone was, of course, to prevent their movement. Publican Lu, eyes wide, prepared to curse Wu Ming, but recalling Huang Tianba's prior warning. He swallowed the invective. Excellent, Huang Tianba commended, patting Wu Ming's shoulder in appreciation before departing. Wu Ming respectfully watched him leave until he could no longer see his figure, turning his attention back to Publican Lu. Publican Lu, sulking, closed his eyes, reflecting on the improvements needed for his mech. Moments later, Huang Tianba returned with a metal cart. Publican Lu opened his eyes to see Huang Tianba press a button on the cart, causing it to unfold into a 3-meter-long, 2-meter-wide, and 1-meter-high workstation. The table displayed a vibranium shield, disassembled vibranium arms, and various tools. This collapsible and expandable contraption was within Publican Lu's capabilities to create, so he was not surprised. However, upon seeing the disassembled vibranium arm, he gasped, "My treasure! I have finally found you." Chapter 43. The Ultrasonic Nemesis of Vibranium. Huang Tianba let out a cold snort directed at Gong Shulu, who immediately ceased his loud protests and, much like a chastened wife, timidly inquired, "Master Huang, my creations were installed using specialized techniques. How did you discern how to disassemble them?" Noticing his prudence, Huang Tianba casually explained, "I tested it using internal energy." Gong Shulu, intrigued, responded, "Internal energy can be used for that?" "Of course," Huang Tianba replied matter-of-factly. "As long as I channel my internal energy within, I can ascertain the internal structure and subsequently devise a method for disassembly." Gong Shulu's expression betrayed disbelief. He too possessed internal energy, yet had never realized it could serve such a function. After all, this was a metallic arm, not a genuine limb. It lacked meridians. An internal energy could only envelop or permeate. How could it reveal the structure? Huang Tianba offered no further explanation, gesturing toward the vibranium shield on the table. "Let's begin with this shield. What materials were utilized, and how was it crafted?" Gong Shulu awkwardly asked, "Master Huang, could you first release my acupoints?" "Oh, Wu Ming." As a trusted aide, Wu Ming understood Huang Tianba's unspoken command and promptly approached to unfasten Gong Shulu's acupoints. Once able to move his limbs, Gong Shulu eagerly approached, touching the vibranium shield and arm, his eyes reddening as he recalled the hardships endured in their pursuit. Huang Tianba kindly allowed him to bond with his treasures for a moment before querying, "Shall we proceed to discuss it now?" "Very well. I shall speak," Gong Shulu conceded, realizing there was little to conceal at this juncture. To do so would only tarnish his credibility. He lifted the vibranium shield and declared, "This shield is crafted from vibranium, a metal I discovered a decade ago. It is an extraordinary substance, initially found in fragments, entirely unlike any naturally occurring metal. I excavated every piece, only to find that no blade, hammer, or even internal energy could mar it in the slightest. I dedicated 5 years to research, exploring countless methods, and ultimately discovered by serendipity that bats could liquefy vibranium." Huang Tianba interjected, curiosity piqued, "Bats?" Gong Shulu recognized the peculiarity of his assertion, aware it would undoubtedly pique interest. Nevertheless, it was the truth, and he continued, "Indeed, though the reason eludes me, I managed to develop a method for processing it. I captured numerous bats and placed them in a room, whereupon the vibranium within transformed into liquid. When I poured the vibranium into the molds I had prepared and exited the bat-filled chamber, it would solidify once more." Huang Tianba came to a realization, "Aha, so the nemesis of vibranium is indeed ultrasonic waves." Now, Gong Shulu was filled with curiosity, wondering how Huang Tianba seemed to grasp the implications better than he did. "Were ultrasonic waves?" he inquired. Huang Tianba succinctly explained, "They are sound waves beyond the range of human hearing." Still confused, Gong Shulu pressed, "And we're sound waves?" Huang Tianba regarded him for a few moments before smiling gently. "That is of no consequence. Please, continue your discourse." What a jest! If he elucidated this to Gong Shulu, who knew what might happen if he were to create a sonic weapon. Huang Tianba no longer underestimated the prowess of such a master, especially one capable of crafting mechs. If he were to impart further scientific knowledge, Who could say they wouldn't end up creating a transformer? Gong Shulu, feeling exasperated, had finally uncovered the reason behind years of confusion, yet was denied a complete explanation, nearly causing him to choke with frustration. However, he could not compel Huang Tianba to divulge more. He was aware he could not best him in a confrontation. Very well, this vibranium shield was my initial creation. Thus, it merely underwent a simple reshaping to take on the form of shield. After my tests, I found its defensive capabilities to be unrivaled. Even the most formidable masters and legendary weapons could not inflict even the slightest damage upon it. This inspired me to apply such formidable defense to mechs, leading to the gradual development of the vibranium arm and various mechanized constructs. At this juncture, Gong Shulu paused, moistening his dry lips. Huang Tianba immediately instructed Wuming, prepare tea for the master. Wuming promptly set about brewing tea, as this area was off limits to servants, thus leaving these tasks to him. Just as Gong Shulu felt the pangs of thirst, he heard Huang Tianba offer him tea, and feeling honored, he replied, "Thank you, master." "Not at all, please continue," Huang Tianba encouraged. He exhibited a pleasant demeanor towards those who did not oppose him, treating them with courtesy and grace. However, should one dare to cross him, he would not hesitate to turn hostile. Gong Shulu experienced this firsthand, quickly tempering his demeanor and dutifully continuing his exposition. Before long, Wuming returned with the tea, and the two engaged in animated conversation as they sipped. The sky darkened rapidly, prompting Wuming to switch on the electric light, illuminating the room as bright as day. Gong Shulu gazed in astonishment at the resplendent crystal chandelier above, exclaiming, "Master, your night pearl is astonishingly bright, truly a rare treasure." Huang Tianba laughed heartily. "This is not a night pearl. It is an electric light, a marvel of my own invention." Gong Shulu, eager to learn, inquired, "Electric light? How curious. Does it perhaps relate to the thunder and lightning above?" Huang Tianba chuckled mischievously. "I shall not divulge that." Gong Shulu felt a surge of indignation, retorting, "I have shared my research outcomes with you, Master Huang, yet you refuse to share anything in return. How stingy." Huang Tianba replied with a touch of arrogance, "That is because you have lost to me. I'm under no obligation to share my knowledge. Besides, these are my secrets. The more you know, the quicker you meet your demise, understand?" Gong Shulu sighed in frustration. "Very well, it is late. May I return home to my daughter and return tomorrow to enlighten you further? Rest assured, I shall not retract my promise." Huang Tianba, however, firmly declined. "That will not do. I cannot trust you. I have ample guest rooms here, and you shall stay the night." Gong Shulu, in a panic, protested, "But my daughter awaits my return at home. If I fail to arrive, she will surely be worried." "Your daughter? How old is she?" Huang Tianba inquired, studying Gong Shulu's graying hair with curiosity. 18, Gong Shulu replied. Huang Tianba scrutinized him for a moment, skepticism evident. "I cannot believe you have such a young daughter at your age." Gong Shulu, sensing Huang Tianba's doubt, earnestly explained, "It is because I was so engrossed in my studies of mechanics in my youth that I married late." Understanding this rationale, Huang Tianba, who also had no desire for marriage, found it plausible. "Oh, then bring her here to stay with you. I can provide you both with a separate courtyard." Gong Shulu was disheartened. It seemed his visit today would render him unable to return home. Would he henceforth be considered a resident of the Ba Dao Mountain Manor? Was he to become a disciple of the Dark Path? He concocted an excuse to decline. "My materials are all at home, and without supervision, how could I manage?" Huang Tianba, unperturbed, snapped his fingers. "A trivial matter. I shall dispatch a convoy to assist you in relocating your household. Anonymous, promptly arrange a convoy equipped with lights to accompany me in relocating the master." Chapter 44. A father's deep affection and the urgency of relocation. Master Huang. "There is no need for such trouble," Gong Shulu stammered, flustered by Huang Tianba's abruptness. Did this man always act with such haste? It left him utterly unprepared. Observing the displeasure on Huang Tianba's face, he hastily added, "My home is quite distant from here. If you send a carriage, it may not arrive until dawn." Huang Tianba stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Is it truly that far?" Gong Shulu nodded. Indeed, it took me nearly 2 hours to glide here. After calculating the time and distance, Huang Tianba acknowledged, that is quite a trek. A carriage ride would surely be uncomfortable. Seeing that Huang Tianba seemed somewhat persuaded, Gong Shulu continued, Yes, yes. I can manage it without troubling you, master. Just grant me a day to prepare, and I shall return. However, Huang Tianba remained unconvinced, regarding him with suspicion. No, that won't suffice. The world is vast. Should you flee, where would I find you? Perhaps you could draw a map, which I shall keep while I send someone to fetch you and your daughter. It was imperative that Gong Shulu not be allowed to escape, for the creation of his battle armor relied on his expertise. Though Huang Tianba could resort to poisoning him to compel a return for an antidote, he feared that Gong Shulu might stubbornly refuse, even to the point of death. With a sigh, Gong Shulu lamented, I truly cannot draw such a map. I traversed mountains and valleys to arrive here. I'm unaware of which paths might accommodate a carriage. If you insist on sending one, it would first need to reach by Shui town and Hanlin City, then proceed eastward for 10 miles to Shui Dong Village. My home lies 3 miles south of Shui Dong Village, nestled within the mountains. Huang Tianba, exasperated, exclaimed, Why on earth do you reside in such a remote place? Gong Shulu chuckled awkwardly. It is primarily because that location possesses the resources I require. I became too lazy to move after settling there. Turning to Wu Ming, Huang Tianba inquired, Wu Ming, Hanlin City is under our control, is it not? Indeed, master, Wu Ming replied. Since we vanquished the Righteous Alliance, we have taken control of the surrounding 18 cities, including Hanlin City. Excellent. Immediately dispatch someone to Hanlin City and instruct the city lord to arrange for a carriage to relocate the master and his daughter by tomorrow. As you command. Since there were individuals nearby who could assist, there was no need to send a carriage from the manor, thereby saving considerable time. Gong Shulu was left in shock, unable to fathom Huang Tianba's audacity in manipulating a government official. This was tantamount to undermining the authority of the court, and he seemed unperturbed by potential military repercussions. Yet, Huang Tianba felt no fear. Numbers held little significance for him unless they were on par with his own prowess, were it not for the underdeveloped transportation and communication systems. In his preoccupation with research, he would dare to seize the emperor himself. With a faint smile directed at Gong Shulu, he asked, Is this arrangement satisfactory? Yes, it is. Gong Shulu stammered, unable to find fault, primarily out of fear of inciting Huang Tianba's ire. Seeing the matter resolved to his satisfaction, Huang Tianba rose cheerfully. Let's dine first. After our meal, you may share more with me. You shall stay here comfortably tonight and see your daughter by morning. Thank you, Master Huang, Gong Shulu replied, standing to bow, only to witness Huang Tianba produce several vials from his pocket. Selecting one, he poured out a single pellet and said, You need not thank me. Instead, take this. What is this? Gong Shulu inquired, perplexed. Huang Tianba candidly responded, It is poison. Should you consume it, you will require an antidote from me every month, or else you shall perish in agony. Gong Shulu stared at Huang Tianba in disbelief, incredulous that he had mistaken him for a benevolent figure. You cannot expect me to ingest poison to be controlled. That is out of the question. I would rather die than comply. Huang Tianba chuckled, his impatience evident. Are you foolish? Why would I be a benevolent person? Hurry and take it, otherwise I shall force it upon you. Gong Shulu stood resolute, defiantly declaring, I will never be subjugated. If you wish, kill me now, without me. No one will possess the knowledge of crafting the battle armor. He recognized Huang Tianba's intense desire to learn the craft and considered using it as leverage. Yet, Huang Tianba was not easily swayed by such threats. Do you dare to threaten me? No matter. I now know your whereabouts. Should you refuse, I shall capture your daughter and torment her. We shall see how you retain your bravado. As a formidable villain, Huang Tianba was quite adept at intimidation. He keenly observed Gong Shulu's attachment to his daughter, as any father would treasure such a late-born child. Indeed, upon hearing the mention of his daughter, Gong Shulu became frantic. Dare not lay a finger on my daughter. I will fight you to the end. Huang Tianba waved off Wu Ming, who was about to subdue Gong Shulu. and said with an air of nonchalance, "Whether I touch your daughter depends entirely on you. Should you refuse to heed my words, I shall shave her head." "Very well. I will eat it." Gong Shulu's daughter was undoubtedly his Achilles heel. Should anything happen to her, he would have no desire to live. The thought of his daughter, with her flowing hair, being reduced to a bald state pushed him to the brink of despair. With tears brimming in his eyes, he reluctantly accepted the poison and swallowed it, casting a resentful glare at Huang Tianba. "Are all your subordinates controlled in this manner? Do you not fear rebellion among them one day?" Seeing him consume the poison, Huang Tianba smiled broadly. "Most of them receive it only if they are disobedient." "Oh, and Wu Ming is the exception. He is someone I trust." Gong Shulu gazed at Wu Ming in disbelief, astonished. "You poison those you trust? You are truly inhumane." Unbeknownst to him, Wu Ming retorted angrily, "Do not speak disrespectfully to the master. I willingly chose to consume the poison." "Have you lost your mind?" Gong Shulu exclaimed. "To be trusted by the master, one must be willing to entrust their life to him. Otherwise, how can one earn that trust?" Wu Ming asserted, his demeanor resolute. Seeing Wu Ming's nonchalant attitude, Gong Shulu shook his head, unable to comprehend the mindset of those in the dark arts. Huang Tianba, unfazed by Gong Shulu's inability to grasp their logic, cheerfully declared, "No need for understanding. Mere compliance will suffice. Now, let us proceed to dine." The three of them made their way to the dining hall, while moments later, a contingent of knights spurred their horses towards Hanlin City. Meanwhile, Gong Shulan sat alone at the door, the traces of her tears still fresh upon her cheeks. She awaited the return of her father, Gong Shulu, as well as Yi Tian. In the early hours of dawn, the guards at the gates of Hanlin City suddenly heard the thunderous sound of galloping hooves in the distance. It was unusual for anyone to ride at such a late hour, prompting them to remain vigilant. Shortly thereafter, a group of 12 knights arrived at the city gates. Each knight donned the uniform of Ba Dao Mountain Manor, making their origins immediately apparent. Chapter 45. Nonsense is best silenced. Let the hidden weapons take the brunt. The leading knight shouted at the city gate guards, "We are from the Ba Dao Mountain Manor, and we seek an audience with the city lord. Open the gates promptly." The squad leader at the gate hastily replied, "Yes, yes, my lord. Please wait a moment. I shall open the gates immediately." Although they were on the government payroll, their lives belonged to themselves. The city lord had long since informed them to treat anyone from the Ba Dao Mountain Manor with utmost respect. Otherwise, they would not have to wait for the Manor-s people to act, as he would deal with them himself. Everyone understood that, in reality, this city was under the control of the Ba Dao Mountain Manor. As the gates swung open, the squad leader intended to flatter the knights, but they ignored him and surged towards the city lord's residence. At that moment, the city lord had just fallen asleep. He had been suffering from severe insomnia lately and was finally experiencing a rare moment of drowsiness. Suddenly, he was jolted awake by the butler's urgent call from outside. My lord, visitors from the Ba Dao Mountain Manor have arrived." Instantly, the city lord's drowsiness vanished, and he sprang from his bed with a start. His wife, still groggy, inquired, "Darling, what is the matter?" Worry creased the city lord's brow as he replied, "People from the Ba Dao Mountain Manor have come. It must be urgent at this late hour. I shall go see." Upon hearing that it was the Ba Dao Mountain Manor-s people, his wife jolted upright in alarm. She had been present when he was poisoned, and thus understood the ruthless nature of those from the manor. "Hurry then, dear husband, do not provoke their ire." "Understood," he said, hastily dressing before rushing out. Upon opening the door, he beheld a dozen individuals clad in Ba Dao Mountain Manor uniforms, their faces expressionless as they regarded him. Weak in the knees, he nearly fell to the ground, quickly querying, "What is your command, my lords?" "I shall comply without question." The leading knight produced a piece of paper from his cloak and unfurled it, declaring, "The manor lord has commanded you to dispatch a convoy at once to the mountains 3 miles south of Shuadong village in Bishi town, to locate the home of Gong Shulu and retrieve his daughter along with all his possessions, delivering them to the Ba Dao Mountain Manor. We shall accompany you. Make the arrangements immediately." He handed the paper to the city lord, who examined it carefully and nodded repeatedly. "Very well, I shall attend to it at once. Please, my lords, make yourselves comfortable in the parlor." "Butler, Bring tea for our esteemed guests. As the lord of the city, he may have been timid before the Ba Dao Mountain Manor's representatives, but he maintained a commanding presence in front of his subordinates. Within half an hour, 12 horse-drawn carriages, 50 laborers, and 20 soldiers were prepared, setting forth towards Gong Shilu's residence. Before dawn, Gong Shilin, who had been dozing on a chair outside, was startled awake. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she suddenly saw flickering flames and a throng of individuals brandishing torches before her. Terrified, she tumbled from her chair and stammered, Who are you? How did you come to my home?" The leading knight stepped forward and asked earnestly, "Are you the daughter of Gong Shilu?" "Why, yes. What has happened to my father?" Panic gripped her as she realized her father had not returned, and the arrival of so many from the Ba Dao Mountain Manor could only spell trouble. She dared not think that her father might have been killed by them, with these individuals coming to eradicate any remnants. "That is good," the knight affirmed. "Your father has been invited by our manor lord to settle with us, and we are here to assist in your relocation." Gong Shilin shook her head defiantly. "You must be lying. Why wouldn't my father return personally?" The knight responded sternly, "We are merely following orders. You may inquire about the details upon arriving at the manor. We must begin the relocation process now." "I do not believe you. You will not touch my belongings, you bandits." Gong Shilin had been indoctrinated by Yi Tian to view the Ba Dao Mountain Manor as a malevolent force. How could she accept their claims of helping her move? They were undoubtedly here to seize her father's treasures. As she saw them begin to move her belongings, she rushed to confront the knight. Though she possessed some rudimentary skills as a member of the martial world, they were insufficient against the knight. With too much chatter, it was best to render her unconscious. As she initiated her attack, the knight swiftly struck her neck, causing her to collapse instantly. He then sealed several acupoints on her body to ensure her complete incapacitation, instructing those nearby, bring ropes to bind her tightly, and keep a close watch on her. With Gong Shilin subdued, no one obstructed their work. The laborers, under the soldiers' vigilant supervision, diligently continued their tasks, none daring to slack off. Suddenly, as two laborers moved a cabinet, it seemed they triggered a hidden mechanism, and several fine needles shot out, striking them. What is this? They had barely registered the event before they collapsed to the ground. Those nearby were startled and hurriedly retreated, while a soldier rushed to report to the knight. "My lord, there are hidden weapons in that cabinet. 2 laborers have been struck and lie unconscious. Let me there at once." The knights hurried to the scene for a thorough examination and discovered that the laborers were not dead. The needles were merely tranquilizers. They conferred among themselves. "Should we awaken Gong Shilin to inquire where the traps are located? I doubt she would cooperate. It could lead us to more traps and dangers. Then what do we do? We have plenty of laborers. Let them continue working. The tranquilizers won't kill them. We can take any unconscious ones back with us. Indeed, even if all the laborers were incapacitated, we still have soldiers. If they fall too, we can have the city lord summon more. I refuse to believe there are no more traps left." That is a valid point. The people of Ba Dao Mountain Manor, while kind to their own, showed no mercy to outsiders. After all, the needles were not aimed at them. If worst came to worst, they could rely on sheer numbers. The leading knight addressed the gathered individuals. "Do not worry. These are merely tranquilizer needles, posing no threat to life. Continue your work as usual. If anyone else faints, we shall take them back for treatment together." Thus, under the watchful eyes of the soldiers, the laborers anxiously resumed their tasks. Fortunately, Gong Shilu had no intention of taking lives. The hidden mechanisms were all equipped with tranquilizers and were few in number. After 3 more laborers collapsed, they encountered no further traps. Soon, they had packed up all the belongings of Gong Shilu's family, leaving not a single door plank behind, and commenced their grand procession towards the Ba Dao Mountain Manor. As dawn broke, Gong Shilu, who had spent the night in the guest room of Ba Dao Mountain Manor, arose with bloodshot eyes. He had not slept well. Anyone who had been poisoned could hardly rest peacefully. Adding to his turmoil was the uncertainty of his daughter's well-being and whether their possessions had been mishandled. A multitude of worries raced through his mind, keeping him awake until morning. Before washing his face, he heard a servant enter to inform him, "Master, the manor lord has located your mecha fragments and requests your presence in the dining hall. He is awaiting you there." Instantly revitalized at the news, Gong Shilu replied eagerly. Very well, I shall make my way there. Chapter 46. A guest or a prisoner. As Gong Shilu arrived at the dining hall, he beheld Huang Tianba already indulging in a lavish feast. The saying goes, man is iron, food is steel, one meal missed, and one feels anxious. For martial artists, nourishment is the wellspring of their strength, hence their appetites are prodigious. Before Huang Tianba lay a golden, crispy roasted suckling pig accompanied by an array of over 100 dishes. Maidservants flitted about, one deftly slicing the pig into bite-sized pieces to feed him, while another offered him drinks. Noticing Gong Shilu's arrival, he waved him over, exclaiming, "Ah, you've come. Sit down and eat. I've already retrieved the fragments of your mech. We shall inspect them shortly." "Wonderful. Let us go at once," Gong Shilu replied, his eagerness palpable. Huang Tianba gestured towards the table, saying, "First, indulge yourself. All of this is for you. Do not let it go to waste." "What?" Gong Shilu was taken aback. "Do I really have to consume all of this? Is it not excessive?" Before him lay a roasted suckling pig and a plethora of chicken, duck, fish, fruits, and desserts, a veritable cornucopia. Gong Shilu, who typically immersed himself in work and merely grazed at meals, found such extravagance bewildering. A quick comparison revealed that Huang Tianba's portion was at least double his own, leaving him even more astonished. Though martial artists are known for their hearty appetites, consuming several pounds of beef and liquor in a single meal is routine. This seemed excessive. Tentatively, he asked, what happens if I cannot finish?" "It matters not. If you cannot finish, I shall ensure tomorrow's portion mirrors today's," Huang Tianba replied nonchalantly. "Oh, that is a relief," Gong Shilu exhaled, relieved at the absence of any punitive measures. After all, Huang Tianba's temperament had previously instilled a sense of dread in him. As a maid approached to assist in cutting the meat, he quickly declined. "No need for trouble. I can manage myself." The two dove into their meals. Gong Shilu struggling to finish half of the roasted pig and a glass of juice before reaching his limit. In stark contrast, Huang Tianba devoured his feast with the voracity of a starving beast, leaving not a morsel behind. With a loud belch, he looked down at Gong Shilu with disdain, remarking, "Your appetite is pitiful, like that of a woman." Gong Shilu felt his face flush with embarrassment. Clenching his fists as he thought, "Do the women in your household really consume an entire roasted pig in one sitting?" He decided against engaging in a debate, knowing it would only lead to his own detriment. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he stood and declared, "Zhuangzhu, I am full." Huang Tianba rose as well, surveying the remaining dishes with a frown. He addressed the maidservants. "There is so much left. It is wasteful. You may divide the leftover food among yourselves." As a wealthy lord, he had no inclination to consume leftovers. Anything uneaten would be generously distributed to his servants. "Thank you, Zhuangzhu." The maidservants chimed joyfully, bowing in gratitude. Such generosity was a rare occurrence, typically reserved for guests, as Huang Tianba usually finished his meals. Only when guests were accustomed to a larger variety of dishes would there be leftovers, though these remnants were deemed untainted, as the guests had barely touched them. Gong Shilu's half of the roasted pig was still pristine aside from a minor trimming. As Gong Shilu and Huang Tianba exited the dining hall, they were met by the unnamed guard stationed outside, who reported, "Zhuangzhu, one of the knights dispatched last night has just returned." "Oh, what news?" "They have located the Master's residence and are currently escorting his daughter back. However, the Master's home is rigged with traps. 5 laborers were injured, though thankfully it was merely from tranquilizers and not serious." Huang Tianba turned to Gong Shilu, his expression darkening. "Gong Shilu, that was rather inconsiderate of you. You should have informed me of the traps. Had I gone in person, I would have been caught off guard." Feeling the sudden shift in Huang Tianba's demeanor, Gong Shilu involuntarily trembled, yet defiantly retorted, "You have poisoned me and intended to use my daughter as leverage. How could I possibly warn you?" "Quite spirited, are we?" Huang Tianba chuckled, his eyes glinting as he reached out with his inner power, tapping Gong Shilu several times. "What have you done to me?" Gong Shilu gasped, feeling an invisible force press against him. Just a slight reprimand, Huang Tianba replied. Almost immediately, Gongshu Lu felt an uncontrollable itch spread across his body. Unable to resist, he began scratching, only to find the sensation escalating until he was left with bloody streaks on his hands and face, writhing on the floor. After enduring the torment for a brief moment, he finally begged, Zhuangzhu, please, I beg you to spare me. I know I have erred. This is unbearable. It is peculiar how pain can be tolerated. Yet no matter how resolute the spirit, one cannot withstand an itch. While pain may cause one to faint in self-defense, an itch persists, driving one to the brink of madness. Huang Tianba, witnessing Gongshu Lu's plea, swiftly released his hold, allowing him to breathe freely upon the ground. After a moment, Huang Tianba looked down at him with an air of authority, stating, "Remember this. You must maintain a proper respect towards me. When I am in good spirits, I may regard you as a master, but when displeased, you are merely my prisoner. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand," Gongshu Lu replied weakly, his spirit crushed. "Let us proceed and examine your mech fragments," Huang Tianba said, resuming his casual demeanor as he walked away, with the unnamed guard following closely. As a notorious figure, he was adept at administering punishment, wielding both the rod and the carrot to ensure obedience. Gongshu Lu, still shaken, rose from the floor and followed obediently, not daring to utter a word. The abrupt shift from joviality to menace was something he could hardly endure. Uncertain of how he had fallen prey to such a subtle attack, he could only sense the invisible force that had struck him, a silent assault that was utterly indefensible. The trio traversed in silence to the site of yesterday's excavation, now adorned with many tables. The mech fragments had been meticulously categorized and laid out. As Gongshu Lu prepared to inspect them, he recalled Huang Tianba's earlier admonition about maintaining respect. Thus, he approached with utmost deference, requesting, "Zhuangzhu, may I step forward to examine?" "Certainly," Huang Tianba nodded. "Let us ascertain if anything is amiss. If all is in order, you shall proceed to assemble the mech for me." Chapter 47. The creation of an ultrasonic generator. Gongshu's father and daughter moved to a new home. Gongshu Lu gazed at the fragmented pieces before him, feeling distressed. "Master, they're so shattered that it will take quite some time to reassemble them. Furthermore, many fragments need to be remolded, which requires tools for my home." Huang Tianba understood the technical difficulties and did not press him further. "You may begin your inspection. After all, your tools should arrive today." Gongshu Lu nodded and added, "Additionally, I require a substantial number of bats, approximately 400 to 500. Huang Tianba, aware that Gongshu Lu needed the bats to melt vibrating gold, stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Bats, you say? It will not be easy to capture that many in a short time." Gongshu Lu shrugged. "However, without them, I cannot proceed with my work. With others present." Gongshu Lu refrained from elaborating, assuming Huang Tianba understood his implication. Huang Tianba scratched his head. "Forget the bats. I shall construct an ultrasonic generator instead. It will serve the same purpose." Gongshu Lu inquired, "What is an ultrasonic generator?" "You and T comprehend it, even if I explained. Continue with your tasks. I shall commence my work now." Huang Tianba, uninterested in elaboration, turned to head to the laboratory. Gongshu Lu awkwardly watched Huang Tianba leave, feeling a sense of humiliation he had not experienced in years. As a master craftsman of divine caliber, he was accustomed to being courted wherever he went. Here, however, he was at the mercy of Huang Tianba, who could strike or scold him at will, even dismissing him with disdain. Alas, under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. He sighed inwardly to console himself. Noticing that Wu Ming was about to follow him, Huang Tianba quickly said, "Wu Ming, stay here. If his family arrives, you must help with the arrangements." "Understood." Huang Tianba said no more, as his mind began to devise a plan for the ultrasonic generator. This endeavor posed little complexity for him. With electricity and a transformer at hand, he merely needed to create a piezoelectric transducer and some peripherals. Suddenly, he conceived the idea of fashioning it into a portable ultrasonic gun. In the future, should he encounter adversaries equipped with vibrating gold, he could simply fire a few rounds from the ultrasonic gun to dissolve their gear. Time swiftly passed, and soon half a day had elapsed, during which a knight returned periodically to report. The rationale for dispatching 12 knights was twofold: to ensure sufficient manpower against potential enemies and to facilitate timely updates. One knight would return every half hour, replaced by a fresh knight who would then retrace their route. If there were any responses from the manor, they would be conveyed by the new knight. After another half hour, the convoy finally arrived outside the gate, where those from Hanin City whispered curiously among themselves. Is this the Ba Dao Manor? It's truly magnificent. The walls are even higher than our city walls. What is that large pit? Why is there so much earth here? Could they be excavating treasures? Perhaps they are digging a grave. That gleaming object on the table might be silver. How fortunate they are to unearth money right at their doorstep. The knights instructed the coachman to halt, then promptly reported to Wuming. My lord, we have successfully brought back Master Gongshu Lu's daughter and his household. Before Wuming could respond, Gongshu Lu, having set down his components, anxiously inquired, has my daughter arrived? Where is she? The knights paid him no heed, as Wuming was present, and it was not his place to interject. Indifferent to this minor detail, Wuming said, very well. Please bring his daughter over. Two knights swiftly descended from the first carriage, carrying Gongshu Lan, who was bound and gagged. Gongshu Lan's eyes blazed with fury as she awoke from being struck unconscious and bound. After a bumpy journey, she had only managed to utter a few curses before her mouth was silenced. Lan Lan, you have suffered, Gongshu Lu exclaimed, rushing forward to untie her, only to be halted by two knights. No one was permitted to touch Gongshu Lan without Wuming's orders. Gongshu Lu turned to Wuming, pleading, my lord, please release my daughter. Oh, very well, Wuming nodded. The knights quickly untied the ropes binding Gongshu Lan and removed the cloth gagging her mouth. Father, freed from her restraints, Gongshu Lan threw herself into Gongshu Lu's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Gongshu Lu, equally tearful, patted his daughter's back. Lan Lan, it is all my fault for bringing you here. Are you injured? She shook her head. Father, I am unharmed. Are you well? Gongshu Lu sighed, alas. It is a long story. From now on, you shall reside here with me. I refuse. These are all wicked people. Father, we must return home. Return? I have consumed poison. Without antidotes each month, I shall perish. Besides, our home has been relocated. Where else could we go? Upon hearing that her father had ingested poison, Gongshu Lan felt a pang of guilt. Father, it is my fault. If I had not stolen your treasures for young Master Yi, you would not have come here and been poisoned. Gongshu Lu comforted her. Silly daughter, what use is it to lament now? As long as you are safe, I am at ease. They yearned to converse further, but Wuming, who had been observing, interjected, Master, these discussions can wait. You must advise your daughter not to provoke the manoress lord, or you both may not survive. Yes, thank you for the reminder, my lord. Gongshu Lu immediately turned to Wuming and bowed respectfully before turning to Gongshu Lan with a serious expression. Lan Lan, you must remember what I am about to say. No matter how much you despise the lord of this manor, do not raise your voice against him. Understood? Do as he instructs. Do you comprehend? Gongshu Lan pouted defiantly. Father, why are you so timid? Gongshu Lu, displaying a look of fear, replied, This is not a matter of timidity. It is that Lord Huang has a volatile temper and may resort to violence at any moment. I am not afraid. I may fear, for if you were to perish, how would I continue on? Gongshu Lu was genuinely worried about his daughter's impulsive nature, fearing she would confront Huang Tianba, which would surely lead to her demise. Observing her father's distress, Gongshu Lan sensed the gravity of the situation and realized she could not act recklessly here. After a moment's contemplation, she said, Very well, but what if he attempts to take advantage of me? Am I not allowed to resist? Yi Tian had warned her that Huang Tianba was a tyrant, notorious for his nefarious deeds, including exploiting women. Having already shared an intimate bond with Yi Tian, she could not allow another man to take liberties with her. Gongshu Lu was at a loss for words in response to her question, but Wuming interjected on his behalf. Rest assured, our manor-s maidens are far more beautiful. The Lord would not take notice of you. You. Gongshu Lan nearly erupted in indignation. What woman could endure being told she was unattractive? However, before she could retort, Gongshu Lu quickly covered her mouth, advising Lan Lan, do not speak. I assure you, Lord Huang does not appear to be a lecherous man. You need not worry. Through their interactions that day, Gongshu Lu observed that Huang Tianba was indeed a man wholly devoted to his research, though he bore a wicked reputation. His conduct in personal matters seemed to be above reproach. In the restaurant, the maidens serving him were all strikingly beautiful, yet he maintained a demeanor of utmost decorum. With assurances in place, Gongshu Lan refrained from further discussion. After all, their home had been relocated, and with his father present, he resolved to adapt to the circumstances. As the conversation drew to a close, Wu Ming addressed Gongshu Lu, saying, "Very well, esteemed master, I shall now escort you to the new courtyard, where you may arrange your belongings anew." The courtyard had already been selected by Old Tan, who managed all aspects of sustenance and accommodation within the estate. Each party had their designated roles. Although Wu Ming had accepted the task, he still relied on Old Tan for execution. Under Wu Ming's guidance, the convoy proceeded grandly towards the new courtyard. The new residence comprised 3 rooms and a hall, comparable in size to their previous quarters. Personal items would be organized by Gongshu Lan, while tools and equipment were set aside, awaiting transfer to the new laboratory, which would henceforth be utilized by Gongshu Lu. Amidst their bustling activities, a guard hurried over to announce, "My lord, the estate owner has called for you, stating that his instruments are ready, and he wishes for you to accompany Master Gongshu Lu to inspect them." Chapter 48, Showcasing Advanced Technology. Gongshu Lu kneels to become a disciple under the guidance of the Nameless One. Gongshu Lu arrived at the laboratory, where he found Huang Tianba standing proudly beside a metallic box over 1 meter tall. Upon noticing Gongshu Lu's arrival, Huang Tianba boasted, "Behold, this is the ultrasonic generator I have just created." Gongshu Lu examined the device closely and observed its simple design, a bowl-like indentation on top, adorned with various switches of both square and round shapes on the front. A black leather strap extended from the bottom, connecting it to a nearby object riddled with holes. Curiously, he inquired, "Master, can this truly function like a bat?" "Of course, let me demonstrate," Huang Tianba replied. Retrieving a piece of vibranium detached from an arm and placing it in a small metallic bowl, which he then submerged in the basin. He pressed the power button and stood back to observe. "Is this all it takes?" Gongshu Lu asked, intrigued. Huang Tianba nodded, pointing at the vibranium in the bowl. "You see, it's beginning to melt." Gongshu Lu watched in astonishment as the vibranium indeed transformed into liquid at a visibly perceptible rate. "Master, what is the principle behind this? How can it melt so effortlessly?" A true master always harbors the heart of a disciple, yearning to understand phenomena that exceed his comprehension. He was eager for Huang Tianba to divulge all his secrets. A seemingly unremarkable machine could wield the extraordinary power of hundreds of bats. What could possibly explain this? However, Huang Tianba was destined to disappoint him. Such significant knowledge was not something he would freely share. With a casual air, he replied, "It's the principle of ultrasonic waves." "Haven T, I mentioned it before?" Gongshu Lu, feeling frustrated, retorted, "But you never explained what ultrasonic waves are." Huang Tianba chuckled, "Well, with your intellect, it would be quite challenging to elucidate." For a moment, Gongshu Lu was taken aback, his face flushed with indignation. Intellect? What did he mean by that? Did he perceive him as foolish? Having been hailed as a prodigy since childhood, he had achieved the revered status of a master craftsman. It was shocking to encounter someone, especially a much younger individual, who would dare to belittle him. Fuming with anger, he exclaimed, "You dare to humiliate me so? You say nothing, yet you summon me here for what?" "Honestly, I just wanted to show off a bit," Huang Tianba replied smugly, a gleam of pride evident on his face. To humble an arrogant person, one must target their area of expertise. Once they feel utterly inadequate, their pride would naturally dissipate, rendering them malleable. Gongshu Lu nearly choked on his own frustration. "You brought me here just to flaunt this?" He felt utterly belittled, and, if not for the disparity in their abilities, would have gladly confronted Huang Tianba. Seeing Gongshu Lu's furious demeanor, Huang Tianba laughed, "Come, let me show you something even more fascinating. In the future, if you require it, feel free to borrow from me." "Humph." Gongshu Lu was so irked he could scarcely muster a response, yet he dared not insult Huang Tianba. fearing he might soon find himself groveling on the ground. He followed Huang Tianba to a machine adorned with a spiral copper coil. Huang Tianba switched it on and inserted a metal rod into the coil. Before long, the portion of the rod within the coil began to glow red-hot, akin to being in a furnace. "What is this?" Gongsu Lu couldn't help but ask, though he quickly remembered that Huang Tianba would likely withhold the answer. And he fell silent, feeling dejected. "This is an electromagnetic heater. It's far more convenient than a furnace," Huang Tianba declared proudly. He turned off the machine and moved the now white-hot rod to another machine, which appeared exceptionally sturdy, resembling a blacksmith's anvil, but with a thick column atop it. As he activated this machine, the column began to move up and down slightly. Huang Tianba placed the rod on the anvil and stepped on a pedal beneath the machine. The column began to strike the rod rhythmically, swiftly transforming it into a flat piece of metal. This device is called an air hammer. It makes blacksmithing much easier and saves considerable manpower. Gongsu Lu gazed in awe at the machine, feeling as if a tidal wave of realization was crashing over him. This was nothing short of a blacksmith's miracle. With such a contraption, the arduous labor of forging could be reduced to mere simplicity. Why did Huang Tianba, a figure renowned for his villainy, possess such wondrous machines? Had he perhaps stolen them from some master craftsman? In disbelief, he stammered, Did you truly create all of this?" "Of course, they are all my creations. There is no other like them," Huang Tianba boasted, leading Gongsu Lu to inspect more machines. After a thorough tour, Gongsu Lu found himself kneeling in reverence. Huang Tianba could even generate electricity, leaving Gongsu Lu's hair standing on end. This was electricity, far beyond the realm of mechanical arts. It resembled sorcery. Gongsu Lu felt utterly bewildered. The machines here transcended his understanding, and he could not fathom how they operated. The mechanical knowledge that once filled him with pride seemed infantile in comparison to Huang Tianba's inventions. His confidence shattered. He felt like an ignorant child. Kneeling before Huang Tianba, he prostrated himself. "Please, master, accept me as your apprentice. I wish to learn this knowledge from you." Huang Tianba chuckled and shook his head. "In this world, such opportunities do not come easily. Do you think I am obligated to teach you?" Desperate, Gongsu Lu implored. "What must I do for you to accept me as a disciple? I am willing to offer my life savings." Huang Tianba continued to refuse. "This knowledge cannot be purchased with money. That will not suffice." With tears of desperation, Gongsu Lu pleaded, "What do you desire? I will do anything within my power." Seeing Gongsu Lu fall into his trap, Huang Tianba finally revealed his true intention. "Well, you must first work diligently at my estate for 3 years. This way, I can assess your character. If, within those 3 years, you prove to be loyal and hardworking, I may consider taking you on as my disciple." Upon hearing this glimmer of hope, Gongsu Lu readily agreed. "Very well, it is settled then. From now on, I shall follow your lead, master. Whatever you command." "Ishal Do." Huang Tianba patted his shoulder. "Excellent. Now rise. Strive to repair the mech as soon as possible. Should you need to use these devices, inform the Nameless One in advance. He will relay the message to me." Yes. I will go repair it right away," Gongsu Lu exclaimed with a beaming face, skipping off like a child who has just received a beloved toy. The minds of technicians are simple, as long as their thirst for knowledge is satisfied. Notions of right and wrong become inconsequential. Even if Huang Tianba is recognized as a villain, the prospect of learning from him ignited a willingness to offer his very soul. In the Valley of the Medicine King, Sun Zhonghua was using a wooden stick to craft 2 prosthetic legs for Yi Tian. Lacking the craftsmanship of Gongsu Lu, he merely sawed 2 wooden sticks of equal length, adding supports to secure them to the thigh. Yi Tian's self-healing abilities were remarkable, and with the aid of Sun's medicine, his wounds had scabbed over. In a couple of days, he would regrow new flesh, allowing the prosthetic legs to be fitted. At that point, they could set off to Gongsu Lu's home, where he would equip Yi Tian with mechanical limbs. Chapter 49. A Healer's Compassion to the End. Finally meeting the master at the academy, as for Yi Tian's hand, it was beyond repair at this moment. Unlike a foot, which merely requires support, a hand cannot be effectively replaced by merely binding 2 wooden sticks. It demands precise control to grasp objects. Moreover, The remnants of Yi Tian's hand were scant. His left arm measured only 5 or 6 centimeters, and his right arm was entirely severed at the shoulder. At that time, the fastening component of the vibranium arm had been affixed to his shoulder, which was also severed by Huang Tianba. Such a degree of disability left son Zhonghua utterly helpless. Fortunately, his compassionate nature led him to assist Yi Tian with drinking water, feeding, bathing, and attending to his bodily needs, ensuring that Yi Tian would not languish in bed. Sun Lingsu, being an unmarried young woman, was, of course, not permitted to engage in such tasks. Influenced by the propaganda she had encountered in Twilight City, she harbored a lingering prejudice against Yi Tian and seldom exchanged words with him. Yi Tian, preoccupied with thoughts on how to restore his dantian and meridians, paid her little mind. Despite Sun Zhonghua's daily efforts to mend his meridians with his own internal energy, the results were minimal. As 3 days swiftly passed, Yi Tian's wounds had healed significantly, and wooden supports had been fashioned for his legs. Sun Zhonghua and Sun Lingsu busied themselves preparing a mule cart to take Yi Tian to find Gongshilu. Though less ornate than a horse-drawn carriage, the cart provided a sufficient enclosure against the elements. They loaded essential provisions, dried food, water, travel money, and a first aid kit, while Yi Tian observed their diligent preparations. Once everything was ready, Sun Zhonghua called to Yi Tian, "Young Master Yi, please board the cart. We are set to depart." "Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Senior." Yi Tian climbed aboard, removed the wooden supports, and noticed Sun Zhonghua taking the driver's seat at the front of the cart. "Senior, will you not join us inside?" Yi Tian invited. Sun Zhonghua chuckled. "If we all sit inside, who will drive the cart? This mule does not know the way." Realizing the truth in his words, Yi Tian turned to see Sun Lingsu standing by, not boarding the cart. He casually asked, "Oh, is Miss Sun not coming along?" While adjusting the reins, Sun Zhonghua replied, "The journey is long, and it would be inconvenient for a young lady to accompany us. She will stay home to care for my medicinal herbs." "That makes sense," Yi Tian conceded, refraining from further inquiries. He recognized Sun Lingsu's aversion towards him, which would only create discomfort in their company. He attributed her prejudice to Huang Tianba's slanderous claims of his mistreatment of women. As Sun Lingsu approached her grandfather, she reluctantly said, "Grandfather, please return swiftly. If you have not returned in 6 days, I shall come to find you." Yi Tian had already informed them of Gong Shulu's location, and they estimated that the journey would take 2 to 3 days, making a round trip approximately 6 days. Sun Zhonghua, eager to alleviate his granddaughter's worries, assured her with a smile, "I shall return early. You need only remain at home." After bidding farewell to his granddaughter with a wave, Sun Zhonghua cracked the whip, and the mule obediently trotted forward. Sun Lingsu watched them depart until they vanished from her sight, then returned to her task of preparing medicinal herbs, awaiting her grandfather's return. Sun Zhonghua frequently spent several days gathering herbs in the mountains, so the duration of this journey did not trouble them. Meanwhile, Ji Bai had also arrived in the capital with his assistant, the carriage bringing him to the Royal Academy's main campus. The arduous journey had left him looking rather unwell, and he was assisted down from the carriage by his aide. At this hour, the students were absent from the gates, engaged in their lessons. The aide unloaded their belongings and followed Ji Bai toward the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper was engrossed in studying an ancient text. Upon noticing their arrival, he leisurely set down the book and said, "Come, please register." Ji Bai promptly produced his badge and handed it to the gatekeeper, politely stating, "Greetings, I am Ji Bai, the principal of the Twilight City branch of the Royal Academy. I urgently seek an audience with the master. Is he available?" Though merely a gatekeeper, the man commanded respect. The academy was a place of hidden talents, and any one of them could be an old friend of the master, capable of jeopardizing Ji Bai's position with a mere word. Upon inspecting the badge, the gatekeeper confirmed its authenticity and diligently recorded the details before returning it. It is Principal Ji visiting. The master is in the principal's office. I shall summon someone to guide you there." "Thank you for your assistance," Ji Bai replied, nodding respectfully, devoid of any airs of superiority associated with his position. The gatekeeper, pleased with Ji Bai's demeanor, called the 2 guards patrolling nearby, Xiao. Come here and escort these guests to the principal's office. The guards were at least 100 meters away. Yet the gatekeeper's voice carried clearly to them, as if they were conversing casually. The two guards called back, "Yes, Wanda, we'll be right there." Bai wiped the sweat from his brow, inwardly apprehensive. I knew this gatekeeper was no ordinary man. He must be a top-tier expert, someone not to be trifled with. He bid farewell to the unassuming gatekeeper and followed the guards to the principal's office. Inside, two burly men clad in scholarly robes were engaged in a game of Go. One, with a shiny bald head and a kindly demeanor, was the master. The other, with a crew-cut and shifty eyes, was his disciple, Su Dai, one of the 12 guardian spirits of the zodiac. The guards, noticing their game, whispered to Bai, "The principal and Mr. Su are preoccupied with their game. It would be inconvenient to disturb them. Please wait here until they finish." Bai nodded in understanding. "Thank you for your consideration." Though the two were focused on the game, their hearing was acute, and they had already caught the conversation outside. Seeing he was about to lose, Su Dai casually placed his pieces and said, "Master, we have a visitor. Let us continue later." The master, aware of Su Dai's ploy, chuckled. "Very well." Su Dai, relieved by the reprieve, quickly tapped the board, causing the black and white pieces to leap back into their containers, demonstrating a remarkable control of internal energy. The master turned towards the door and called out to Bai and the others, "If you have matters to discuss, please come in." Bai swiftly approached the master, performing a deep bow and respectfully stating, "I am Bai, principal of the Twilight City branch. Honored to meet you." He then bowed to Su Dai as well, saying, "Greetings, Mr. Su." The master nodded. "Ah, Principal G, it is not yet time for the annual report. What brings you here? Has something significant occurred?" Given that the branches were scattered far and wide, the annual report was the only occasion for everyone to convene. Typically, correspondence occurred through letters. So Bai's personal visit indicated a matter of great importance. Bai took a moment to compose himself, his eyes reddening as he forced out a few tears, lamenting, "Master, your disciple, Mr. Juidan, has been murdered." Chapter 50. One Punch Man is invincible. A gentleman harbors no grudge overnight. A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. The usually unflappable master changed countenance upon hearing Hai's words. "What did you say? Little Zhu is dead?" Su Dai rose with agitation, his small eyes betraying a murderous intent as he ominously inquired, "My junior brother has perished? Who did it?" Hai felt a chill run down his spine, his legs trembling with fear as he hastily replied, "Yes, Mr. Zhu was killed by the owner of the Ba Dao Villa, Huang Tianba, along with his disciple, Sima Bei. Here are their urns, and Mr. Zhu asked me to deliver this letter to you." He hastily completed his explanation, placing the urns on the table and personally handing the letter to the master. The master received the letter in silence, extracting the paper within and scrutinizing it with a darkening expression. With each word, his fury mounted, causing the items in the room to tremble incessantly. Hai and his assistant felt as though a mountain had been placed upon their shoulders, collapsing to their knees with a thud. Su Dai quickly helped them up, using his inner strength to shield them from the pressure. He had lost count of how long it had been since he had seen the master so enraged, completely unable to contain his oppressive aura. After reading the letter, the master took a deep breath, suppressing his wrath, and coldly remarked, "Huang Tianba is indeed exceedingly tyrannical." Su Dai, sensing the master's repressed power, cautiously asked, "Master, how did my junior brother die?" "You may read for yourself," the master replied, tossing the letter to him. Then turning to Hai, commanding, "Tell me everything you know about Huang Tianba in detail." Hai nodded like a chick pecking at rice, stammering, Yes, I will explain." Su Dai quickly perused the letter and was instantly consumed by rage. His junior brother, known for his carefree nature and disinterest in meddling, had died due to his disciple's interference. How could Huang Tianba be so oppressive? Merely acting to retrieve his own disciple had turned him into an enemy. His junior brother had approached Ba Dao Villa with courtesy, yet still met with death. It was utterly outrageous. What was more infuriating was the foolishness of his junior brother, who, even when facing death, had claimed that Huang Tianba, was a man of principle, one who kept his word. If Zhu Yidan were alive, Su Dai would have wanted to knock some sense into him, questioning, "Junior brother, your alias may be Hai Zhu, but you are not truly a pig. How could you be so dim-witted? If Huang Tianba truly adhered to his word, would the urn of your disciple have arrived alongside yours?" It was evident that Huang Tianba had killed you before disposing of your disciple, a clear betrayal of trust. Such a kind-hearted and straightforward person as his junior brother had fallen victim to Huang Tianba's malice. He truly deserved the title of a great villain. Although his junior brother had not requested vengeance in his letter, a grudge had undeniably been formed, and Su Dai was resolute in finding a way to eliminate Huang Tianba. To appease his junior brother's spirit, Ji Zhihai soon divulged everything he knew, casting anxious glances at the master, unsure if he might unleash his fury upon him. After all, Zhu Yidan and Sima Bei had met their fates on his territory, which could not absolve him of some responsibility. Su Dai, filled with righteous anger, declared, "Master, we must avenge my junior brother." The master nodded in agreement, stating, "It seems that after decades of teaching in the academy, the people of the martial world have forgotten my presence. A villain dares to lay hands on my disciple. They truly do not know their place." A shiver ran down Su Dai's spine at the master's icy tone. He had been the master's earliest follower, well aware of his formidable nature. The master, now a century old, had once served as a librarian for the National Library. He had commenced his career at the age of 20, finding joy in reading. After immersing himself in literature for 20 years, he suddenly discovered a method to train his muscles, enhancing his strength through the manipulation of his entire body. After a decade of silent training, he felt he had reached a certain limit and yearned to venture out into the world. Thus, a powerful figure emerged in the martial realm, one against whom no one could stand, a man known as One Punch Man. By the age of 55, the master had become an unparalleled expert, the strongest among them. While other masters accustomed to externalizing their inner strength favored long-range attacks, the master was an exception, relishing the visceral sensation of striking flesh. He took delight in pinning opponents against walls, transforming them into living artworks. No one wished to become a mere painting, hence they avoided engaging him in battle. Loneliness plagued the master in the absence of worthy opponents, prompting him to redirect his focus toward the pursuit of immortality. He traveled extensively in search of immortal beings, gathering exceptionally gifted children as his disciples along the way. Su Dai was the first disciple he accepted, having been saved from the jaws of a tiger by the master. He would forever remember the moment the master turned the tiger into a mist of blood with a single punch. "Master, please avenge my junior brother." Su Dai believed that if the master intervened, even Huang Tianba, a formidable master, would meet his end at the master's fists. The master rose, affirming, "This vendetta must certainly be addressed. Otherwise, others will think our academy is without guardians. A gentleman harbors no grudge overnight. You must arrange for carriages at once. We shall depart immediately." Overjoyed, Su Dai exclaimed, "Very well. I shall make arrangements right away. By the way, our fifth junior brother is at the academy today. Should we inform them to join us?" Given that the brothers did not always reside at the academy, each had their own affairs to attend to and sometimes led their students on journeys. Su Dai, for instance, had only just returned from a 2-month business trip the day before. The master nodded. "Of course, they are like brothers. It is imperative they participate. However, those from afar will have to be excluded, as we cannot delay for them." "Understood. I will notify him at once," Su Dai replied, turning to leave without hesitation. Ji Zhihai was taken aback by the master's decisiveness. It became clear that a gentleman does not postpone vengeance. However, he remained present, and he feared he might also be summoned to return. As anticipated, the master fixed a cold gaze upon him, stating, "Dinji, you are familiar with that place. You shall accompany me." Ji Zhihai's face paled as he stammered, Of course. Though he wished to refuse, he dared not, fearing the master's wrath. The assistant remained silent, acutely aware that he was surrounded by titans and had no place to speak. "Sit tight. We shall depart once they return," the master instructed, placing the urns of Zhu Yidan and Sima Bei upon his desk. He then picked up the letter, gazing at it silently, lost in thought. The wait felt interminable, And just when Gigi Hai was on edge, Su Dai finally returned, accompanied by a muscular man in his 30s, Long Kong, one of the 12 Zodiac Guardians. Such is the nature of a teacher and his disciple. Among the Zodiac Guardians, aside from the lazy Juidon, the rest were all honed into muscular figures, including the women. Upon entering, Long Kong bellowed, "Master, once you have vanquished Huang Tianba, allow me to dismantle his villa. Such a den of filth has no place in this world." Chapter 51. The emergence of two peerless masters. The divine weapons unveiled. The master shook his head and said, "One must not engage in unwarranted slaughter." Long Kong, filled with urgency, replied, "But we must eradicate evil entirely. He is a fiend, and his subordinates undoubtedly have blood on their hands. How could they possibly be innocent?" The master, adhering to his principles, corrected Long Kong's perspective. "One should not assume anything. Those who strike at us may be eliminated, while those who do not, we shall leave to the authorities to deal with." Observing his teacher's unwavering resolve, Long Kong felt reluctant to press further, merely muttering, "Very well, I understand." The master chose not to continue his lecture, reassured by Su Dai's presence beside Long Kong, knowing that Long Kong would not act out of line. Among all the disciples, Su Dai had been with him the longest and possessed the most meticulous intellect. He was not only dependable in his actions, but also dedicated to mentoring his junior brothers and sisters. "Su Dai, are we all prepared?" the master inquired. "Yes, master. Everything is ready. The carriage awaits outside, and we can depart at once." As they stepped outside, they noticed another individual standing there, Assistant Xiao Bao, the master's aide. Upon seeing him, the master casually instructed, "Xiao Bao, I have urgent business in Twilight City. Manage what you can, and for matters beyond your capacity, we shall address them upon my return." Assistant Bao respectfully replied, "Understood, master. Mr. Su has briefed me, so I know what to do." "That is good to hear." The master nodded, trusting Su Dai's competence and refraining from further repetition. Typically, an assistant would accompany them when leaving, but with two disciples in tow, their presence was deemed unnecessary. 3 carriages awaited outside, each manned by professional drivers, with horses capable of traversing 1,000 miles by day and 800 by night. The master had 1 carriage to himself, while Su Dai and Long Kong shared another, and Ji by travel with the assistant in the third. As they passed the academy's entrance, the driver halted the carriage, for Mr. Wang was there to register their whereabouts. Upon recognizing the master, Mr. Wang greeted him with a cheerful demeanor. "Master, it's rare to see you venturing out. Where are you headed today?" Mr. Wang, a longtime friend of the master, had once traversed the martial world alongside him. The master, not wishing to conceal anything, sighed and said, "Old Wang, my youngest disciple has been murdered, and I'm going to seek vengeance." Mr. Wang's jovial expression vanished, replaced by disbelief. "What? Little Zhu has been killed? Who dares to harm your people? Are they not afraid of death?" The master shook his head, saying, "It is a long story. I will explain in detail upon my return." Mr. Wang, displeased, tossed aside his registration book and insisted, "No, there is no need to wait. This matter concerns me as well. I will accompany you." Little Zhu had always been kind to him, bringing gifts upon his return from outings, and he could not stand idly by. The master, feeling helpless, replied, "I can manage alone. It is not necessary for you to intervene." Mr. Wang pointed to the already exited Su Dai and Long Kong, saying, "True, you are invincible. But what of your 2 disciples? I can help protect them. Fiends are often cunning. What if they lure you away and target your disciples instead?" The master had not considered this aspect, confident in his unmatched strength and believing that he could resolve the situation with a single punch against Huang Tianba, oblivious to any danger. However, upon hearing Old Wang's words, he acknowledged the validity of his concern and nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall leave them in your care." "Not a problem," Mr. Wang exclaimed as he hopped into the master's carriage. "Now, can we discuss the specifics?" Ji Bai, who had been peering curiously from behind, was taken aback. Evidently, Mr. Wang had a special relationship with the master. Moreover, his declaration to protect Su Dai and Long Kong only underscored the gravity of the situation. Su Dai and Long Kong were renowned first-rate masters. What sort of master could protect such esteemed individuals? Surely, he was a peerless expert. In disbelief, Ji bemused over the revelation that Mr. Wang was indeed a master of unmatched prowess. It was astonishing that such an extraordinary figure would serve as a mere gatekeeper. Su Dai and Long Kong were aware of Mr. Wang's exceptional abilities, and upon seeing him join their carriage, Long Kong grumbled, "Senior brother, now that Mr. Wang is coming along, we might not even have the chance to act." Su Dai, indifferent, replied, "There was never any opportunity for us to intervene. With the master present, dealing with Huang Tianba will be a matter of a single punch. If that does not suffice, then 2 punches." Long Kong furrowed his brow and said, "I just feel uneasy not being able to avenge our junior brother personally. I share your sentiments, yet our strength is insufficient. Otherwise, we could have sought vengeance ourselves." Su Dai sighed, and the two fell into a contemplative silence. Meanwhile, Huang Tianba remained unaware that 2 peerless masters and 2 first-rate experts were approaching the academy. He was engrossed in his laboratory, where, after extensive experimentation, he made a startling discovery. The blood-drinking blade and the stunning swan sword, which had been gathering dust, were actually quite sharp and capable of cutting through vibrating gold. With this revelation, he developed 3 methods to deal with the resilient material. One was to shatter it with overwhelming force that exceeded its absorption limits. Another was to melt it using ultrasonic waves, and the last was to wield his blood-drinking blade and stunning swan sword to cut through it. As for the ice sword, which could absorb sword energy and convert it into internal power, it had been lost. He had initially believed the ice sword to be extraordinary, akin to the stunning swan sword, only to have it break into 2 upon striking the blood-drinking blade. He intended to reforge it using heat, but found that electromagnetic heating was ineffective, so he resorted to heating it in a charcoal fire. To his astonishment, when heated to just 1,000 degrees, the ice sword vaporized entirely. It appeared that a specific point on the blade reached 1,000 degrees, triggering a chain reaction that caused even the unheated portions to vanish. Such a remarkable phenomenon was unprecedented for him. Indeed, it was a wondrous sword. Gongshu Lu's primary focus was on repairing his mech suit. With Huang Tianba's advanced tools and abundant materials, the restoration progressed rapidly. The exterior had been fully repaired, and he was now fine-tuning the details. Gongshu Lan had learned of her father's desire to be mentored by Huang Tianba, leaving her incredulous. Her father was a master craftsman. How could his mechanical knowledge possibly fall short of that of a notorious villain? She longed to confront Huang Tianba and inquire whether he had brainwashed her father, but she had yet to find the opportunity. Huang Tianba spent most of his time in the laboratory, a place only accessible to Gongshu Lu, rendering her unable to approach him. After several days of waiting, she had not come within 10 meters of him. 3 days passed, and Sun Zhonghua finally brought Yi Tian to the vicinity of Gongshu Lu's former home. Just around the corner lay their destination, and Yi Tian excitedly said to Sun Zhonghua, "Senior, just ahead is Master Gongshu's home." Sun Zhonghua urged the mule forward with a whip, eager to reach their goal. After an arduous journey through mountains and valleys, tending to Yi Tian, who was disabled, had exhausted him. Now that they had arrived, he felt a sense of relief. However, hope often leads to disappointment. Yi Tian dismounted the carriage and stared in bewilderment at the empty expanse before him. Where are the houses? Where are Master Gongshu and Miss Lan? Have they moved away? Chapter 52. Huang Tianba's love for plundering, the old man by his side, but who would truly move an entire house when relocating? Yi Tian felt as though he were on the brink of madness. The entire wooden cabin had vanished, not even a single door left behind. He stood in a daze, staring blankly at the ground, when Sun Zhonghua approached him. Initially intending to inquire if Yi Tian had taken a wrong turn, he reconsidered upon seeing Yi Tian's expression, which did not suggest confusion. With a slight sigh, he said, "Young Master Yi, it seems they have departed. If you happen to know where they have gone, we might search for them again." Yi Tian, puzzled, replied, "I have no idea. But why would they leave?" Sun Zhonghua continued, "Let us be on our way. My granddaughter awaits my return home." Deeply disappointed, Sun Zhonghua did not wish to blame Yi Tian. He called out to him and prepared to head back. However, just as he was about to climb into the carriage, he suddenly asked, "Young Master Yi, you mentioned that Gongshu Lu and his daughter were the only ones residing here. correct? Yi Tian nodded and inquired, "Yes, why do you ask?" Sun Zhonghua pointed to the various tracks on the ground, saying, "Yet look at all these wheel marks. Hoof prints and human footprints. Do many guests visit here regularly?" Yi Tian shook his head. "During my stay, I never saw a single visitor." As he scrutinized the traces on the ground, an ominous feeling began to dawn upon him. Sun Zhonghua surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "If they were moving, would they truly require so many people?" He then pointed to some extinguished torches nearby, asking, "Do you usually light torches at night?" Jitian replied, "No. We use a type of lamp crafted by Elder Gong Shu." Sun Zhonghua stroked his beard and deduced, "Then these torches must have been brought by others," indicating they arrived at night. However, the path we traversed was rather treacherous. A rational person would not move at night. Yi Tian pondered his words, realizing that the elder implied they had been taken away by someone. Sun Zhonghua, uncertain, added, "It's difficult to say. What puzzles me is that if an enemy were to come for them, there would be no need to take everything with them." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian became agitated, exclaiming, "Elder, I understand now. It must have been Huang Tianba's men who came." Sun Zhonghua, intrigued, asked, "Why do you say that? Does Huang Tianba abduct people while plundering?" Yi Tian gritted his teeth, asserting, "You may not know, but Huang Tianba indeed delights in plundering. My Mingjian manor was once so grand, and now it lies in ruins. He left not a single pillar of my home standing, taking everything away." Sun Zhonghua was at a loss for words, pondering what kind of twisted personality could commit such acts. He said anxiously, "We should leave at once. If he has men stationed nearby, we are doomed." "Yes, let's hasten," Yi Tian replied, alarmed. Given his current condition, even two ordinary henchmen could easily overpower him. The two hurriedly climbed into the carriage and raced back. Upon reaching the town, Sun Zhonghua suddenly turned to Yi Tian and asked, "Young Master Yi, do you think it possible that Huang Tianba placed something on you to track your movements?" Yi Tian froze, a shiver running down his spine. If that were the case, escape would be futile. Sun Zhonghua continued, "So, after you left Gong Shulu's house to seek revenge, they found him. Do you think that could be the case?" Yi Tian shook his head. I don't know." Sun Zhonghua expressed his concerns. "I fear he might find my home. My granddaughter is alone there. What if they capture her as well?" Yi Tian hesitantly replied, "That should not be the case, right?" "Elder, what do you mean?" After a moment's contemplation, Sun Zhonghua resolved, "Young Master Yi, perhaps we should part ways here. Your injuries have healed, and I will find a place for you to stay in town, hire someone to assist you, and provide you with some silver. As for what happens next, I trust you will manage." Sun Zhonghua's actions were indeed beyond reproach. After all, Yi Tian had not compensated him a single coin. He had not only treated his wounds for free, but had also gone to great lengths to ensure his comfort during their journey. Their relationship was merely that of a doctor and patient, and it was unreasonable to expect him to care for Yi Tian indefinitely. Now, offering him money and assistance was truly a kindness beyond measure. When Yi Tian heard that Sun Zhonghua intended to abandon him, he panicked, realizing he was utterly incapable of independent living. "Elder, are you truly leaving me behind?" Sun Zhonghua replied, "It's not that I am abandoning you. I will ensure you are well taken care of. My primary concern is for my granddaughter. I must return home quickly, and it is rather inconvenient to take you with me. I hope you understand." Having reached this point in their conversation, Yi Tian knew further entreaties would be inappropriate. Soon, Sun Zhonghua found a seemingly kind-hearted yet unattractive landlady in town, renting a room for Yi Tian for a year. The rent included meals and care. Given the landlady's age and appearance, there was little chance of any impropriety occurring. He secretly gifted Yi Tian 5 golden leaves, which, if spent wisely, would sustain him for 2 years of modest living. The landlady, upon receiving the rent, beamed with joy. Upon learning that Sun Zhonghua was about to depart, she eagerly offered, "Sir, why not stay for a meal before you go? I shall prepare something delicious." Sun Zhonghua waved his hand, saying, "Thank you, but I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot linger. I trust you will take good care of young Master Yi. I will visit him whenever I have the chance." The landlady patted her chest, assuring, "Rest assured, I will see to it that he is well cared for and plump." Realizing the situation was now beyond his control, Yi Tian felt immense gratitude for Sun Zhonghua's kindness. "Elder, I am truly indebted to you for your assistance and safe passage. I have not repaid you, and now I am imposing further cost upon you. I feel quite guilty." Sun Zhonghua dismissed his concerns, saying, "What need is there for such words? I did not help you for your money. Your health is what matters most. A healer's heart lies in saving lives. Wealth is of little consequence. I often treat patients and even give them money to ensure they live well." With that, he expressed his deep concern for Su Su, bidding farewell to Yi Tian. He hurried home, not wishing to delay any longer, and respectfully bowed in farewell. "Elder, travel safely." Yi Tian walked him to the door, watching as Sun Zhonghua gradually faded from view, leaving him standing there in a daze, feeling lost about the future. The person who had cared for him and helped him regain his mobility was gone, and he now lacked the ability to venture to the capital to seek aid for his wounds. Was he doomed to languish in this small town for the rest of his life? The landlady, observing Sun Zhonghua's departure, cheerfully approached Yi Tian, saying, "Young Master Yi, come inside and sit. What do you fancy to eat? I shall prepare it for you." Yi Tian, despondent, replied, "Anything is fine." "Oh, very well then. Allow me to assist you inside," she said, noticing his difficulty in moving and stepping forward to offer her support. Unexpectedly, Yi Tian seemed to be stirred by something, and he shouted at her fiercely, "No, go away. I am not incapacitated. I can walk by myself." The woman was taken aback, gazing at Yi Tian, who was lacking limbs, and thought to herself, "Without hands and feet, how can he claim not to be incapacitated?" Nevertheless, she reassured herself that as long as he was happy, it mattered little, especially since he had paid. With that thought, she cheerfully entered the house to prepare a meal. Yi Tian, feeling dejected, returned indoors and lay motionless on the bed, resembling a lifeless corpse. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind. "Young man, are you truly unable to endure such a minor setback?" Chapter 53. Carrying an old man with you. The secret of regeneration. Who is speaking? Yi Tian was startled and sat up abruptly, casting a frantic glance around. Just then, an elderly woman passed by outside, and upon hearing his inquiry, she peeked in and said, "Young Master Yi, I did not speak just now." Yi Tian felt embarrassed, responding, "Oh, perhaps I misheard." The elderly woman regarded him with a sympathetic gaze before returning to her tasks. Alas, the poor child. Not only was he physically impaired, but he also seemed to have some mental issues. Seated on the bed, Yi Tian anxiously scanned his surroundings. He was certain he had not been imagining things. There had indeed been someone conversing with him. Could it be that someone was using a long-distance communication technique to speak to him? But who could it be? Judging by the tone, the speaker was undoubtedly much older than he, for it was unlikely that someone would refer to him as a youth otherwise. Indeed, that voice echoed once more in his mind. "Yi Tian, stop searching. I am within your body." This time, Yi Tian clearly heard it, as the entity not only called his name, but also claimed to reside within him. He hastily looked down at himself, but alas, lacking hands, he could only wish to inspect his body. Trembling with fear, he asked, "Are you a human or a ghost? How can you be inside my body? Are you one of Huang Tianba's people, tracking me?" The mysterious figure laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. You think too much. I am your savior." "Nonsense. Well, have you ever saved me?" Yi Tian was skeptical of this mysterious being's words, for he could not recall anyone who had saved him only to end up speaking from within his body. Seeing that Yi Tian was unconvinced, the mysterious figure explained with a smile, "I have indeed saved you twice. The first time was at the cliff. You were dead, and I revived your heartbeat, granting you a second chance at life." Yi Tian, still doubting, replied, "How is that possible? I merely fainted from the fall." The mysterious figure chuckled, "Believe it or not, the second time was during your battle with Huang Tianba, when I teleported you to Sun Zhonghua." Yi Tian was momentarily rendered speechless, beginning to believe, for that feat seemed beyond human capability. He exclaimed, "Who are you? How can you bring the dead back to life and teleport at will?" The mysterious figure calmly responded, "You may call me Old Lei. I am a cultivator capable of such miracles." "A cultivator? You are truly a legendary figure. But how did you end up in my body?" Yi Tian could hardly fathom that a cultivator resided within him. It was no wonder he had been revived and transported to Sun Zhonghua. Old Lei sighed. This is merely fate. I was undergoing tribulation when I was ambushed by enemies, leaving only a fragment of my primordial spirit to escape. By chance, it entered your body just in time to restore your life after your fall. Yi Tian was astonished by this revelation. It was a stroke of luck that had saved him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If Old Lei possessed such formidable powers, could he also help regenerate his severed limbs? Excitedly, he said, I see. Thank you, Old Lei, for saving my life. With your vast abilities, I humbly request your assistance in restoring my limbs. Old Lei chuckled softly. I am currently just a fragment of my primordial spirit. Having expended much of my power, saving you twice, I cannot accomplish the task of limb regeneration at this moment. The flicker of hope that had ignited in Yi Tian's heart dimmed, leaving him feeling despondent. Old Lei, seemingly sensing his disappointment, continued, however, while I cannot restore your limbs, I possess a cultivation technique suitable for you. If you master it, your arms and legs will naturally regenerate. Yi Tian's eyes brightened. Is that true? Such a celestial technique exists? But my dantian and meridians are damaged. Can I still cultivate? Old Lei replied with a smile. Indeed. Your current condition is precisely what makes you suitable for this technique, as it emphasizes rebirth through destruction. Yi Tian, filled with excitement, began to tremble involuntarily. He bowed 3 times on the bed, saying, Please, Old Lei, impart this celestial technique to me. I am at your service. Old Lei appeared to have been waiting for this very moment, and replied earnestly, Very well. I do have a favor to ask of you. Once you reach the stage of integration, assist me in gathering rare materials to reconstruct my physical form. Yi Tian vowed resolutely. I shall obey your commands, Old Lei, without hesitation. But what is this stage of integration? Can I defeat Huang Tianba? Old Lei burst into laughter, as if he had heard something amusing. The realms of cultivation are divided into qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, God transformation, void refinement, integration, great ascension, and tribulation. Your enemy, Huang Tianba, has merely taken his first steps into the qi refinement stage. By the time you reach integration, a mere glance from you could end him. Yi Tian was dumbfounded. Is he truly that weak? You mentioned earlier that you were ambushed while undergoing tribulation, so you were the strongest among the tribulation stage cultivators? Indeed. I was but a step away from ascension, yet now I must start anew. Old Lei expressed his frustration, though he had little to say to a disabled person like Yi Tian. Let's not dwell on that. Allow me to explain this technique. Yi Tian respectfully responded, Please. Old Lei, enlighten me. Without further ado, Old Lei succinctly conveyed the pertinent knowledge to Yi Tian. This technique is called the longevity method. It emphasizes seizing the essence of heaven and earth, nurturing one's foundation and vital energy. While cultivating, you can repair your meridians and body, and upon completion, you will achieve immortality, hence the name longevity method. However, the conditions for cultivation are quite stringent, requiring the practitioner to abandon their martial skills, which conveniently aligns with your current state. Typically, cultivators can regenerate limbs upon reaching the core formation stage, but the longevity method allows for regeneration upon entering the qi refinement stage. I will share the incantation with you. Later tonight, you should practice in the nearby forest. It is best to choose a location that is rarely visited, as the process will absorb the life force of the surrounding flora, causing them to wither, lest you attract unwanted attention. Yi Tian was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could hardly articulate his words, stammering, I understand, Old Lei. He now believed he was truly the child of destiny. Though he had endured numerous hardships, he had miraculously escaped death and found a benefactor to assist him. He recalled a saying his teacher had taught him in his youth. When heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon an individual, it must first temper their will, exercise their muscles, starve their body, and leave them destitute. It must disrupt their actions to strengthen their resolve, thus enhancing their capabilities. This sentiment resonated with his current predicament, instilling him with renewed confidence. Old Lei continued, Now listen closely. The incantation for the longevity method is, Heaven is eternal, earth is everlasting. The reason they endure is that they do not seek self-existence, hence they achieve longevity. Therefore, the The sage places himself behind, yet leads, externalizing himself. He preserves his existence. Is it not through selflessness that he can achieve his desires? After reciting the incantation several times and confirming that Yi Tian had memorized it, Old Lei began to instruct him on how to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. At this point, Yi Tian had complete faith in Old Lei and meticulously followed his instructions, unaware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Old Lei secretly reveled in his cleverness. This fool was so easily deceived that it was no wonder he had been manipulated by others. Were it not for the protective luck surrounding him that prevented possession, he would not waste words on him. However, once Yi Tian practiced the method and his luck diminished, his body would be his. As night fell, Yi Tian quietly opened his door and stealthily made his way to the small grove outside the town. He had wooden legs to aid his movement. Although he lacked hands, if a dog could use its mouth to open a door, he could certainly do the same. Chapter 54. Delving into the mountains for cultivation. Testing the new mecha's power upon arriving at a small grove, Yi Tian hesitantly said, "Old Lei, given my current physical condition, it is quite challenging for me to venture deep into the mountains. I can only practice here for now." Old Lei responded amiably, "That is acceptable, but it will be wise not to confine yourself to a single location. Vary your surroundings to evenly absorb the vitality of the flora, lest you attract unwanted attention." Understood. Yi Tian approached a grand tree and pressed his face against its trunk, employing the method taught by Old Lei to absorb the tree's life force. He resembled a cicada, drawing sap from the tree. This peculiar technique did not rely on meridians, but utilized a unique breathing frequency to draw the vitality of the plants into his body. Old Lei had mentioned that as long as sufficient life force was absorbed, his meridians and dantian would naturally recover, allowing him to mend his body. Yi Tian felt a sense of satisfaction, for once he restored his meridians and dantian, his inner strength would also revive, transforming him once more into an unparalleled master. At that point, he would no longer need to practice in secrecy, but could openly retreat to the deep mountains and cultivate until his limbs grew strong. As a former supreme master, Yi Tian's control over his body surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and he quickly adapted to the special breathing technique. From the area of the tree trunk facing him, a scattering of green luminescent points began to emerge, representing the tree's life force. These points were drawn into his body, eliciting a wave of comfort. Various illusions danced before his eyes: iridescent blacks, resplendent whites, little mushrooms of the maiden, and mountains with slender arms that could stand on their heads. Yi Tian suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. What on earth were these visions? Had he inadvertently fallen into a trance? Old Lei's voice resonated at the opportune moment. "Yi Tian, do not be alarmed by these illusions. They are merely a normal phenomenon when practicing the longevity technique." Yi Tian's lips twitched slightly. Was this truly considered normal? How extraordinary must the creator of this technique have been? Nevertheless, reassured by Old Lei's words, he relaxed and chose to trust him completely. Indeed, ignoring the illusions did not result in any adverse effects. Rather, they added a touch of amusement to his otherwise monotonous practice. After an hour, Old Lei reminded him, "Yi Tian, it is time to switch to another tree." Yi Tian promptly halted his practice and glanced at the tree. Bathed in moonlight, he noticed that its leaves had begun to droop. Not only that, but the once lush tree now bore many yellowing leaves that fluttered to the ground. He quickly moved to another tree to continue his cultivation, preventing the first tree from being drained. At 3 in the morning, Old Lei, resembling a clock, announced, "Yi Tian, it is time to return. Otherwise, if someone sees you on the way back, it will be difficult to explain." "Understood. I shall leave at once." Yi Tian exited his meditative state and examined his meridians, finding no noticeable restoration. Anxiously, he inquired, "Old Lei, how long must I cultivate to restore my meridians?" "Based on today's progress, approximately 100 days, Old Lei replied. "Another 100 days?" Yi Tian exclaimed, feeling disheartened. Old Lei, however, remained unfazed. "Is 100 days considered slow? For cultivators like us, a period of seclusion typically spans decades." Yi Tian expressed his frustration, "But I cannot endure such a monotonous existence for even a single day. After a brief silence, Old Lei suggested, if you truly wish to expedite your cultivation, you could remain here and practice tirelessly in the forest. It is likely you could restore your meridians in as little as 20 days. Yi Tian hesitated. I would like to, but in my current state, even eating would prove difficult. I might starve before I achieve any progress. Old Lei chuckled. Fear not. The life force you absorb from the plants will only create a sensation of hunger, but you will not perish from it. With Old Lei's assurance, Yi Tian felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Eagerly, he declared, then why wait? I shall commence my cultivation in the deep mountains right away, and I will not return. Old Lei had no objections, for everything was under his control. As long as you can endure the sensation of hunger, it is indeed possible. Yi Tian gritted his teeth. I must endure. The thought of Huang Tianba enrages me. I am already filled with fury. Old Lei calmly replied, anger will not resolve anything. Focus on your cultivation. Do not be misled by his current strength. Once you reach my level, you will find he is merely an insignificant ant on your path to immortality. Yi Tian nodded, feeling a sense of shame. You are right, senior. My impatience has led me astray. I will devote myself to my practice. With that, he took advantage of the moonlight to leave the grove, heading toward a more secluded area in the deep mountains. This location was still too close to the town. He did not wish to be discovered. As dawn approached, the kind Anne awoke, yawning as she made her way to Yi Tian's door. She knocked, calling, Young Master Yi, Young Master Yi. After calling several times without response, she murmured, Is he sleeping so soundly? I had intended to ask if he needed to relieve himself. She decided to prepare breakfast first and would return shortly. The aunt was diligent in her caretaking, treating Yi Tian as if he were an incapable patient. Little did she know that he had already ventured into the deep mountains for cultivation and would not return. In the vast training ground of the Ba Dao Mountain Villa, Huang Tianba stood in the center, fully armed and clad in the repaired and enhanced mecha designed by Gongsu Liu. The vibranium arms and shield had been incorporated into this mecha, endowing it with extraordinary defensive capabilities. The mecha was predominantly red and black, featuring an aerodynamic design adorned with intricate patterns, and its mask boasted large, elongated eyes, exuding an unsettling yet captivating beauty. This was Huang Tianba's adaptation of the Belial Ultraman image. As a villain, he certainly needed to embody the essence of one. On his left forearm, he bore a vibranium round shield emblazoned with an abstract, demonic design. Devoid of any ostentatious embellishments, it was merely a thickened iteration of the original shield, maximizing its defensive potential. Initially, Gongsu Liu had considered adding wings to the back, but since Huang Tianba could already fly, there was no need for such excess. Instead, the original wing space had been transformed into a sheath for the blood drink blade, featuring a special mechanism that allowed for easy withdrawal with a simple twist of the hilt. Although the stunning sword was also a powerful artifact on par with the blood drink blade, he found it cumbersome and less imposing, opting not to carry it. Huang Tianba flexed his limbs, noting that while the mecha offered more restriction than not wearing anything at all, it did not significantly impede his movements. He reached behind, twisted the hilt, and the sheath split open, allowing him to effortlessly draw the blood drink blade. After performing a few flourishes with the blade, he returned it to its sheath. He then addressed the surrounding 12 kings. Come to me all at once, and unleash your full strength. As you command. The 12 kings showed no concern for insubordination. After all, their master was unparalleled in strength, and if he instructed them to attack with all their might, they would do so without hesitation. The 12 of them surrounded Huang Tianba, simultaneously declaring, Master, be cautious. They charged toward him, blades drawn, ready to strike. Chapter 55. The drunken man's intent lies not in wine. The master of the manor is the strongest, a gasp echoed as 12 swords clashed against the mech, only to be met with an overwhelming force emanating from beneath. The shockwave sent them hurtling backward for dozens of meters, with the exception of the King of Dawn, who staggered a few steps but remained grounded. This was not due to superior strength, but rather because he had only recently recovered from grave injuries and could not maintain his grip on the sword, which flew from his hand. Looking at himself, Huang Tianba noted that apart from a few scratches where the blade had struck, he suffered no damage. The mech, after modifications, had significantly improved its capacity to absorb and rebound force, achieving an efficiency of approximately 70 to 80%. Essentially, the strength exerted upon him would be met with an equal counterforce. The others quickly scrambled to their feet, returning to Huang Tianba's side, scrutinizing the spots where their blades had landed. In disbelief, they exclaimed, "Master, your mech's defense is extraordinary. It can send us flying even while remaining stationary. Indeed, it is rather humiliating that my full assault only resulted in a few scratches," another added. "However, with such strength, it seems difficult to conduct a proper test." Huang Tianba nodded. "That is true. Your offensive capabilities are simply too weak to inflict any damage. It is unfortunate that no unparalleled master is available for a proper assessment." Although he spoke thus, Huang Tianba had secretly tested the mech's defensive capabilities in the laboratory. He knew that unless the attack landed on the shield, the modified mech could not withstand a strike from him. If it did strike the shield, however, it would be impenetrable. The reinforced shield could endure his full power without a scratch. The disparity in defensive strength stemmed from the necessity of mobility, which prevented the mech's exterior from being constructed as a single unit, thus lacking the overall robustness of a shield. Despite having tested it previously, he felt compelled to demonstrate it once more before his audience, though his intentions were not solely for testing. Addressing the onlooker known as Wuming, he called, "Wuming, come here and don this mech. I wish to test my strength against you." "Understood, Master," Wuming replied, swallowing nervously as he approached Huang Tianba. Despite the mech's impressive defensive capabilities demonstrated against 12 elite fighters, he remained more convinced of his master's prowess. Fearing that the mech might not withstand Huang Tianba's assault and that he might inadvertently meet his demise, he contemplated whether he ought to prepare a last testament. Before he could finalize his thoughts, Huang Tianba instructed, "Wuming, are you ready? I'm about to strike." Wuming hastily raised his shield before him, trembling as he responded, "I am ready, Master." Though he felt he would not perish, he anticipated severe injury, for he was a trusted confidant of the Master and had committed no wrongdoing to warrant such a fate. Huang Tianba formed a massive blade entirely of internal energy in his right hand, employing the same technique he had used against Gongxu Lu. However, the proximity of their positions rendered the need for a larger weapon unnecessary. Despite the difference in size, the potential for damage remained unchanged. All eyes were fixated on the blade in Huang Tianba's hand, silence enveloping the air. With a swift motion, he swung the blade, but instead of striking Wuming's elevated shield, he targeted the toes of his feet. The shield was impervious to his energy, and he could not afford to lose face in front of the others. So he resorted to cunning. In an instant, the mech, which had absorbed 70 to 80% of incoming force, detonated under Huang Tianba's strike. Wuming stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend the events that had just unfolded, while the others gasped in astonishment at their master's terrifying power. They speculated that Huang Tianba had intentionally aimed for Wuming's foot, fearing that a blow of greater magnitude might harm him. After all, should the shield shatter, Wuming's face would be exposed, and if the mech exploded without dissipating the force, it could spell disaster for him. No healer could mend such a fate. Wuming shared this sentiment, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for your restraint." Huang Tianba nodded, for this was precisely his intention. He summoned Wuming and the other Tianwang Jin gangs, not merely to test the mech, but to impart the lesson that while the mech might possess formidable strength, their master was even stronger. This was to prevent any notions of rebellion or thoughts of seizing his mech, should they ever entertain such treasonous ideas. Even if they did not harbor such thoughts at present, Huang Tianba deemed it prudent to instill a sense of caution. Casting a glance at the scattered debris, Huang Tianba commanded, "Wuming, send some individuals to collect the fragments. Arrange for Gongxu Lu to repair them." "Yes, Master," Wuming replied. Huang Tianba then addressed the others, stating, "Previously, I mentioned enhancing your capabilities to that of unmatched masters. Wuming has provided me with the results of your votes, and we shall begin with the enhancement of Qin Jin Gang." "Thank you, Master," Qin Jin Gang expressed gratefully. As the King of Dawn was already eligible for enhancement, the Tianwang Jin Gangs opted not to select another from their ranks to maintain fairness. The 8 great kings, tasked with external combat, required an unparalleled master to lead them. Thus they chose Qin Jingang. Having achieved his objective, Huang Tianba retrieved the blood-drink blade from a distance, gesturing for them to disperse. Wu Ming, once you have organized the tasks, come to the secret chamber. I shall elevate you to an unparalleled master. Thank you, master. Returning to the secret chamber, Huang Tianba found the esteemed Sai Bian Ke awaiting him, having not seen him for several days. Curiously, he inquired, what brings you here today? Have you not been absorbed in your studies of Gu arts? Sai Bian Ke smiled slightly. I have cultivated a rather intriguing Gu, which I wish to show you. Chapter 56. The 1,000-mile voice transmission insect. A biological intercom. Sai Bian extended his hand, revealing 2 peculiar insects the size of yellow beans, reminiscent of lips adorned with 6 legs. Curious, Huang Tianba inquired, what kind of insect is this? With a smile, Sai Bian replied, I call this the voice transmission insect. Cultivated from a responding bug, it can convey the words of the person carrying it to another. A spark of realization illuminated Huang Tianba's mind. Isn't this akin to a walkie-talkie? He exclaimed. The realm of wireless communication and intercom devices was indeed his next developmental venture, and he was astonished that Sai Bian had already crafted something with such capabilities. It appeared that future innovations need not solely rely on technology. Rather, one could leverage these extraordinary creatures to fulfill corresponding functions. Given the current technological limitations in production, advancing technology was a daunting challenge, with resistors, capacitors, inductors, and transistors. Although he could fabricate some components himself, he fell short of his aspirations in miniaturization, integration, and quantification. Eagerly, he asked, what is the effective communication range? Sai Bian shook his head. Several meters is no issue, but beyond that, I am uncertain. Hence, I sought your assistance for testing. Curious, Huang Tianba picked up one voice transmission insect and asked, how does one use it? Simply insert it into your ear, Sai Bian instructed, placing the remaining insect into his own ear and tilting his head to demonstrate. Huang Tianba observed as the insect's legs spread out, securing itself firmly within his ear. Following suit, he inserted the other insect into his ear, shaking his head and discovering that it remained stable and did not fall out. He tentatively uttered, hello. Can you hear me? To his surprise, he saw Sai Bian chuckling and responding, at this proximity, you needn't the voice transmission insect to be heard. Moreover, it hasn't been activated yet, so your words cannot be transmitted. Huang Tianba marveled, is it merely a bug? It can also be activated? Sai Bian replied matter-of-factly, certainly. If it were to continuously transmit your words, it would relay everything you say. Pondering this, Huang Tianba realized the implications. It would indeed be terrifying to have no privacy. Nodding thoughtfully, he asked, how's one activated? Quite simple, Sai Bian explained to activate it. Just say Gula Ba, and it will transmit your words to the other insect, which will then vocalize them. Indeed, upon uttering the activation command, Huang Tianba heard the voice transmission insect in his ear echoing each word Sai Bian spoke, albeit with a slight delay, creating an effect akin to an echo. Amazed, Huang Tianba exclaimed, I can hear it. Does that mean you have activated mine as well? Sai Bian nodded and clarified, yes. Since we are in close proximity and the activation commands are identical, they activated simultaneously. If we were farther apart, they could be activated individually, but they would still shut off together, as the shutdown command you issue would be relayed to me, prompting my insect to deactivate upon hearing it. Huang Tianba laughed heartily. How fascinating. What is the shutdown command? The shutdown command is simply the reverse. Bala Guli. You should not hear any transmission now. Indeed, after Sai Bian spoke the shutdown command, the latter part of his sentence was not relayed. Liguam la Bosnia Herzegovina. Huang Tianba attempted the activation command once more, reactivating the voice transmission insect, and then inquired, is this command truly necessary? It seems rather convoluted. Sai Bian shook his head. This is to prevent accidental activation through our everyday speech. Thus, such uncommon phrases were designated as commands. That makes sense. However, I have identified a potential issue, Huang Tianba remarked. Pray tell, If we deactivate and are too far apart, even if I activate it again, how would you hear me if yours is still deactivated? Hearing this concern, Sai Bianc tilted his head in contemplation. Indeed, that is a valid point. I shall need to conduct further research. With that, he turned to leave, intent on continuing his studies, but Huang Tianba quickly detained him. Wait, since you're here, let us first test the communication range before you depart. Otherwise, we shall have to measure it again next time. Sai Bianc scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, right? I came here for that very purpose. You choose a direction and fly out. When you reach a location, inform me, and we shall ascertain the maximum communication distance. Huang Tianba promptly retrieved 2 maps from the table, unfurling one for Sai Bianc's inspection. This is the power distribution map of the Ba Dao Mountain Manor, with 18 cities under my control and surrounding villages marked in red. Due to technological constraints, the map is not entirely accurate, but it suffices for orientation, location determination, and distance estimation. I have a map. I shall fly towards Jinfeng City and notify you upon reaching each village or town. Excellent. That indeed makes it more convenient. With their plans set, Huang Tianba exited the secret chamber, leaping high into the air, utilizing his inner strength to soar towards Jinfeng City. The distance from Ba Dao Mountain Manor to Jinfeng City was approximately 90 li, or 45,000 meters. Typical civilian walkie-talkies have a range of about 3,000 meters. So if this could maintain communication, it would far surpass conventional devices. Upon reaching each village or town, he relayed his status to Sai Bianc, receiving confirmation before continuing his flight to the next destination. Sai Bianc diligently marked the locations on the map, estimating the distances. Soon, Huang Tianba flew past Jinfeng City and onward to another city. After traversing 2 more towns, he found himself unable to hear Sai Bianc's response. Xiao Sai, I have arrived at Yutua town. Can you hear me? After several attempts to establish contact without success, he began to return. Just before reaching the previous village, he finally heard Sai Bianc's voice. Tianba, do you hear me? Huang Tianba replied promptly. Ido. It seems the limit is between Baizhang village and Yutua town, as I lost contact upon arriving at Yutua town. Understood. Please return now. All right. The Nameless One, having arranged his tasks, arrived outside the secret chamber, exhilarated at the prospect of becoming an unparalleled master today. In future battles, he envisioned himself effortlessly wielding his blade, unleashing a surge of energy. While contemplating improvement strategies, Sai Bianc heard the doorbell. Looking through the peephole, he saw the Nameless One outside. Rather than opening the door immediately, he turned to Huang Tianba and asked, "The Nameless One has arrived. Should I let him in?" Huang Tianba responded without hesitation, "Yes, allow him to enter and wait for my return. I previously promised to assist him in enhancing his abilities." Very well. Sai Bianc opened the door, and upon seeing Sai Bianc, the Nameless One quickly expressed his politeness. "Dr. Sai, I am here to see the Manor Lord." Sai Bianc nodded. "Tianba asked you to come in and wait. He has just stepped out to assist me with a test, and will be back shortly." "Thank you." The Nameless One respectfully entered the secret chamber, closing the door behind him and standing quietly to the side. The wait always felt interminable, and it seemed like an eternity had passed when the door finally opened. Huang Tianba entered, glancing at him before saying, "I will speak with Xiao Sai for a moment, then assist you in your enhancement." The Nameless One waved his hands repeatedly, overwhelmed with gratitude. "No rush, no rush. Manor Lord, please attend to your matters first." Chapter 57. The Nameless becomes an extraordinary master. Evil must be tempered by evil. Sai Bianc approached Huang Tianba and extended his hand, causing the sound-carrying insect in Huang Tianba's ear to crawl out and leap into his palm. "Tianba, do you have any further matters to discuss? If not, I shall resume my research." Huang Tianba, having contemplated several ideas on his way back, decided to voice them. "Wait, I have a few thoughts. Perhaps you can help realize them." "Speak," Sai Bianc replied, pulling out a small notebook to jot down notes. "Could we possibly enable multiple individuals to communicate with one another? For instance, allowing Lao Tan and the Nameless to connect as well, so they can reach out to each other when needed, avoiding unnecessary trips." Sai Bianc noted this down. Responding, "Very well, I shall give it a try." Anything else? The activation and deactivation commands should not be identical. That is simple enough. I will assign different commands to each one. Let it be so. If you manage to modify that insect, it would greatly aid me. Hearing this, Sai Bianc felt a surge of joy. Smiling as he remarked, "I am glad to be of assistance. I shall take my leave now." Huang Tianba nodded, but suddenly inquired, by the way, how is the research on the insect for locating Yi Tian progressing?" "I have made some headway. The insect is still in cultivation. It may yield results in 2 or 3 days, and I will inform you then." "Excellent." Sai Bianc continued his research with a contented heart, while Huang Tianba felt his studies were now imbued with purpose. Once Sai Bianc departed, Huang Tianba beckoned to the Nameless, saying, "Come with me to the training room. I need to discuss some important matters with you." "Certainly, Master," the Nameless replied eagerly as they made their way to the training chamber. Sitting face to face on the cushions, Huang Tianba spoke with gravity, "Forcibly elevating you to the realm of an extraordinary master differs significantly from a natural progression through cultivation. While your strength may reach that pinnacle, your understanding of the realm will remain at your current stage. You will need some time to adapt and must strive to control your power to avoid harming others." The Nameless earnestly assured, "I will do my utmost to refrain from making any reckless moves." Huang Tianba glared at him, saying, "It is not that you should refrain from action. On the contrary, you should practice vigorously in the training arena, striving to adapt to your newfound strength without fear of exhausting your inner energy. I will provide you with medicine to replenish it." "Thank you, Master." The Nameless felt elated. He had initially been disheartened at the thought of becoming an extraordinary master, yet being unable to engage in combat. Now, with the prospect of the master reimbursing him for elixirs, he could unleash his power freely and practice diligently. He even contemplated inviting the formidable king and diamond warriors to witness his prowess. Huang Tianba continued, "When I assist you in your elevation, your dantian and meridians may rupture. Do not be alarmed. I will help you restore them. With the master present, I fear nothing," the Nameless replied, unwavering in his trust. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Tianba waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Turn around. I wish to avoid any blood splattering on my face." Confused, the Nameless complied, feeling a sudden trepidation at Huang Tianba's words. Would it truly be so dire that he might bleed? However, he quickly reassured himself that one must endure trials to achieve greatness. Success does not come easily. After all, the master would ensure his safety, particularly with a plethora of restorative elixirs at hand. "Are those potions meant for my rescue?" He pondered, but before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, Huang Tianba announced from behind, "Prepare yourself. I am about to transmit my energy." "I am ready," the Nameless declared, forcing himself to remain calm, bracing for the impending storm. Huang Tianba pressed his palms against the Nameless' back, a steady stream of inner energy flowing into him, aiming to forcibly elevate his reserves to that of an extraordinary master. Simultaneously, he worked to repair and strengthen the Nameless meridians and dantian, ensuring they could withstand the surge of energy. The Nameless, accustomed to a state of equilibrium, found his meridians and dantian rapidly expanding under Huang Tianba's immense power, fissures appearing as if they might burst. The tumult within him caused a spurt of blood to escape his lips. He internally mused, "The master truly possesses remarkable foresight. I have bled so swiftly." With his meridians and dantian genuinely fracturing, he wondered how the master would mend them. Suddenly, a refreshing sensation enveloped him as Huang Tianba began employing the Academy's miraculous techniques. As he repaired the meridians while simultaneously transmitting energy, within a matter of minutes, he had opened all the Nameless meridians and acupoints, forcibly elevating him to the extraordinary master level. At this point, the Nameless, pale from blood loss, felt as if he were on the verge of collapse. Huang Tianba turned him around and swiftly placed a complete restoration pill in his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, rapidly enhancing his blood production. Huang Tianba once again intervened to expedite his recovery, ensuring the Nameless complexion regained its healthy hue before stating, "You are now an extraordinary master. Take a moment to appreciate this transformation. Regaining his vitality, the Nameless knelt before Huang Tianba, bowing 3 times. Thank you, Master, for bestowing upon me this second life. Realizing the vastness of his newly expanded dantian and meridians, along with the countless times more inner energy than he previously possessed, the Nameless understood the strength of an extraordinary master. He felt capable of defeating all 4 kings and 8 diamonds single-handedly. Comprehending why Yi Tian had shown no fear in the face of their siege. Observing the Nameless for a while longer and confirming his well-being, Huang Tianba instructed, "All right, you may go clean yourself up, and then I have several tasks for you." The Nameless replied respectfully, "Master, please command me. Summon Lingxun and Xian. I intend to elevate them as well." Upon hearing Huang Tianba's intention to elevate 2 more extraordinary masters, the Nameless expressed concern. "Master, will this not affect your health?" Huang Tianba remained composed. "There is no cause for alarm. The impact is minimal. If I do not complete this task together, I fear I shall be restless tonight." The Nameless had no further objections. Realizing the Master's obsessive nature compelled him to finish tasks at once. Yet, the Master's strength was indeed unfathomable. Capable of consecutively elevating 3 elite warriors to extraordinary mastery, such power was awe-inspiring. Huang Tianba continued, "Additionally, we shall introduce a new point system for contributions, including a category for elevating extraordinary masters. As for the required points, please calculate a figure that motivates contributions without making it too easily attainable." "Certainly. I shall present the proposal to you tomorrow. Moreover, I find the current roadways rather inconvenient. I plan to pave all the roads within the 18 cities with cement. For the project to proceed smoothly, you must eliminate all nearby bandits and robbers." "Understood, Master. However, paving the roads may require substantial funds. Should we not request assistance from the authorities?" As a diligent subordinate, the Nameless was always mindful of Huang Tianba's welfare. Huang Tianba patted his shoulder in appreciation. "You understand me well. I had no intention of using my own funds. The larger expenses shall be directed to the city lord, while the smaller ones will be the responsibility of the wealthy. They shall receive the fame, while I only desire well-maintained roads." Indeed, the Nameless thought, recognizing the wisdom in this approach. Paving roads is a matter of national benefit, naturally warranting government involvement. Since the glory would belong to them, it was only fitting they also bear the costs. As a sect of the demonic path, how could Ba Dao Mountain Villa expend resources on charitable deeds? Considering the enormity of this undertaking, Huang Tianba still felt compelled to remind them. Naturally, we must never forget our principles. Those genuinely virtuous individuals who sincerely perform good deeds and accumulate merits shall remain untouched. As for those hypocrites who feign benevolence while committing atrocities in secret, eliminate them without hesitation. And remember to confiscate their family assets, for those belong to me and must not be diverted to road construction. Wu Ming promptly nodded in agreement. "Understood, understood." This subordinate keeps it firmly in mind at all times. "We shall conduct thorough investigations beforehand. As the saying goes, it takes a villain to deal with a villain. Our Blade Manor specializes in dealing only with the wicked." Chapter 58. No regrets in this life for entering the Dominator's blade. In the next life, I shall still be a blade master, having refreshed himself with a bath and don a new attire. The Nameless One arrived at the gate of the manor, brimming with vigor. He was determined to flaunt his newfound status as an unparalleled master. If his prowess remained concealed, how would it differ from traversing the night in splendid garments? The summoned 4 heavenly kings and 8 golden warriors gazed upon him with envy, clamoring with excitement. "Master, have you truly become an unparalleled master already? I expected it would take several days. I am astonished at your rapid progress. Master, may we witness your abilities?" The Nameless One bowed respectfully toward the direction of the secret chamber, stating, "The Manor Lord possesses extraordinary skills. It is not for us to speculate." I had anticipated a lengthy endeavor, yet success came within mere minutes. The term minutes held a specific meaning to all present. The Dominator's manor employed 2 methods of timekeeping. One adhered to the world's traditional hour and quarter system, while the other, favored by Huang Tianba for its precision, was a grand clock he constructed, housed in a clock tower within the manor. Each hour, the clock would chime melodiously, and gradually, everyone adapted to this 24-hour system. However, one could not carry a clock about, so Huang Tianba began crafting wristwatches. The skill of a master was unparalleled. A strike intended to slay a mosquito's right leg would never veer toward the left. Crafting gears was trivial for him, and he effortlessly produced wristwatches. Furthermore, he mass-produced them, creating templates for all components, allowing hundreds to be forged at once with a machine tool. Thus, the Manor S Points Exchange Program introduced a new category for wristwatch redemption. Under the Nameless One's guidance, the leadership of the Manor eagerly exchanged their points for watches, frequently raising their wrists to flaunt the shimmering timepieces. For clarity, it should be noted that as a time traveler, it is only natural to adapt the world to one's preferences when one possesses the means. Very well, allow me to demonstrate. The Nameless One confidently unsheathed his grand blade, elegantly sweeping it toward the empty space beyond the gate. Silence ensued. Nothing transpired. Embarrassed, he twirled his blade in a flourish, realizing he should have practiced beforehand. Casting a sidelong glance at the others, he noted their lack of awareness regarding any anomaly. Affecting nonchalance, he swung the blade once more, this time successfully releasing a torrent of inner strength that manifested as a 30-meter-long blade aura, cleaving the ground far off into a deep fissure. Cheers erupted around him. Wow, the master has indeed become an unparalleled master. How formidable! The Manor Lord can truly transform us into unparalleled masters. Our future is secure. With my aptitude, I would have been destined to remain merely a first-rate master. I never expected to have hope again. The Manor Lord is truly magnificent. Retrieving his blade, the Nameless One solemnly declared, indeed, as long as everyone remains steadfastly loyal and diligent in serving the Manor Lord, there lies an opportunity for all to become unparalleled masters. The others fervently expressed their allegiance. Absolutely. I live for the Manor Lord and shall die as a servant of the Manor. Why does that sound so unsettling? No regrets in this life for entering the Dominator S-Blade. In the next life, I shall still be a Blade Master. Once they had voiced their commitments, the Nameless One gestured. All right, Xian the Heavenly King and Xian the Golden Warrior, accompany me to the Manor Lord to enhance your abilities. The rest may return to your posts. Xian the Heavenly King and Xian the Golden Warrior exchanged incredulous glances, questioning, what? Now we enhance our skills? The Manor Lord just helped you. Will it not affect his health? While I am eager to advance, the Manor Lord's well-being is paramount. I can wait. The Nameless One chuckled, worry not. The Manor Lord's capabilities are vast, and this is trivial for him. That is relieving. The two felt elated at the prospect of soon becoming unparalleled masters themselves, envisioning the moment they would showcase their prowess. The others looked on with envy, contemplating when their turn would arrive. The Nameless One smiled gently. Do not fret about missing opportunities. I bear good news. The Manor Lord has announced the addition of the enhancement to Unparalleled Master to the Points Exchange Program, allowing you to redeem it with your points in the future. Excitement rippled through the crowd as they inquired, is that true? How many points will it require? The Nameless One nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is true. The exact points needed will depend on the Manor Lord's decision. But I believe that with everyone contributing diligently, it should not be overly difficult to redeem. A grand project is forthcoming, presenting ample opportunities for merit. The good news flowed like a torrent, and they clamored with curiosity. Master, what grand project is it? Is it another assault on a renowned sect? Are we to raid the academy? The Nameless One, no longer teasing their anticipation, replied, not at all. The Manor Lord intends to eradicate all bandits and thieves within the 18 cities and repair all roads into concrete. We shall discuss the specifics together tomorrow. A collective gasp echoed as they absorbed the enormity of the undertaking. The scope of the 18 cities was vast. Completing such a project would likely take a year or more. However, the larger the project, the greater the opportunities for merit, and they enthusiastically pledged, yes, Master, we shall work diligently. As the discussion drew to a close, the Nameless One addressed Xian, the Heavenly King, and Xian, the Golden Warrior. Let us proceed. We must not keep the Manor Lord waiting. Along the way, I shall share my experiences during my enhancement for your mental preparation. Understood, Master. The trio swiftly made their way to the secret chamber, following Huang Tianba into the training room, where a faint scent of blood lingered. This was the result of the Nameless One as earlier blood loss. Although he had cleaned the floor before departing, the scent would take time to dissipate. Yet, as individuals accustomed to the edge of danger, none were bothered by the faint odor. The subsequent process unfolded smoothly as Huang Tianba adeptly guided them through their enhancement. After more than half an hour, both attained the status of unparalleled masters, kneeling before Huang Tianba in gratitude. Huang Tianba consumed several bottles of restorative pills to replenish his inner strength, and after a moment of recuperation, he instructed, tend to the cleanliness of this area. Then proceed to the training grounds to familiarize yourselves with your new powers. He handed them 3 bottles of restorative pills, stating, each of you shall receive a bottle containing 10 pills, each capable of restoring half of your inner strength. Consume these during training if your energy wanes. I need you to acclimate to your newfound abilities swiftly. Should I discover anyone hoarding them, I assure you, I shall be displeased. Understood, Manor Lord. The 3 dared not provoke the Manor Lord sire. They were acutely aware that even as newly minted unparalleled masters, they were not much stronger than children in his presence. They accepted the pills and diligently cleaned away the blood, packing up the refuse without further disturbing Huang Tianba. Ling Chun, the Heavenly King, and Xian, the Golden Warrior, quickly bathed and changed into fresh garments, eagerly joining the Nameless One at the training grounds to commence their training. The arena soon resonated with the clash of blades, dust swirling as the ground was shattered beneath their strikes. Ultimately, the trio engaged in a frenzied melee, each blow landing with intent, their weapons aimed at vital points, fighting for their very lives. As Gong Shulan strolled through the manor, she found herself enveloped in a sense of monotony. Upon her arrival at the Ba Dao Manor, her only human interaction occurred when Gong Shulu returned home in the evenings. During the day, she was left to her own devices. Hunger was not a concern, as arrangements had been made for her sustenance and comfort upon her arrival. She had been given a card that allowed her complimentary meals, free rides in the manor's carriage to the city, and no-cost medical care. The card bore a unique number, which it was said could be used to inquire about her wages, contributions, and points. However, at present, she was neither engaged in work at the manor nor accumulating any wages or contribution points. Fortunately, aside from areas marked by red warning signs and guarded by sentinels, there were no restrictions on her movements. In moments of boredom, she could wander freely throughout the manor, leading her to discover many enchanting places within its confines. Chapter 59, Abundance at the Canteen. Remember the rules. Firstly, the canteen here is truly enchanting. She initially thought that free meals would consist of little more than some congee paired with pickled vegetables. However, upon entering the canteen, she was nearly rendered speechless. There were vast baskets overflowing with steamed buns and dumplings, enormous containers filled with rice, noodles, and congee, as well as large pots brimming with braised pork and vegetables, and jars of tomato egg soup. Hundreds of servants working at the estate lined up in orderly queues, washing their hands and utensils at a peculiar water basin, where the water flowed freely at the pull of a lever. Surrounding the food were dozens of individuals clad in white attire, complete with caps, masks, and gloves, who served the requested quantities of food into their uniquely shaped utensils. I would like 3 meat buns and a bowl of soup, one would declare. I would prefer a scoop of rice, a scoop of meat, a scoop of vegetables, and a bowl of soup, another would request. I need 5 steamed buns, a scoop of meat, and a bowl of soup. Each person's order varied in quantity, and after receiving their meals, they sought a place to dine. Gong Shulan was astonished. Was it truly possible to take as much food as one desired? After observing for a while, she confirmed this was indeed the case. Moreover, the food appeared exquisite. Fluffy white steamed buns, savory meat dumplings, delectable braised pork, and comforting egg soup. This was astonishing. During her outings with her grandfather, she had noticed that the servants of typical landlords endured meager fare, subsisting on coarse cakes and a bowl of cold water. Such luxuries as white steamed buns, braised pork, and egg soup were reserved for the landlords themselves. She yearned to approach the serving area, but lacked the uniquely shaped utensil that others possessed. These utensils resembled a collection of bowls fused together, allowing one to carry both rice and soup, alongside chopsticks and a spoon. Glancing around, she spotted a sign hanging above an area labeled Service Desk. Recalling what the person who had given her the card had mentioned, if assistance was needed, one should simply find the nearby service desk. She nervously approached it. Before she could utter a word, a polite maid stationed inside greeted her. "Hello, how may I assist you?" The maid's courteous demeanor left her momentarily flustered. Noticing her anxiety, the maid smiled reassuringly. "There's no need to be nervous. Feel free to ask for any help you require." In a hushed tone, Gong Shulan replied, I also wish to eat, but I do not possess the utensil they have." The maid's eyes lit up with understanding. "Ah, you must be new here." Gong Shulan was taken aback. "Yes, how did you know?" The maid chuckled. "Only newcomers lack utensils, you see. Do you have your card with you?" "Yes, I do." Gong Shulan quickly produced the card. The maid took it and checked it against a ledger filled with numbers on a nearby shelf. She swiftly located Gong Shulan's identification number and corresponding entry. "Is your name Gong Shulan?" she inquired. Gong Shulan nodded. "Yes, but how do you know?" "I don't believe we have met before." The maid beamed. "It's written in the ledger. Every newcomer receives a card, and their number and name are registered, delivered to every location where the card can be used." "How remarkable," Gong Shulan thought, astonished by the efficient operations of the estate. The maid recorded her details and then handed over a complete set of utensils. "I have registered your utensil set. This is now yours. Please take care of it." "Thank you," Gong Shulan exclaimed, cradling the utensils with excitement. The maid continued. "Let me explain the rules of the canteen. Before dining, you must wash your hands and utensils at the sink, then queue to receive your food. The offerings vary daily. You can refer to the sign over there that lists the meals for each day. You may take as much as you can eat, and if you find yourself still hungry, you can request more until satisfied. However, do not take more than you can consume. Excessive leftovers will result in punishment, which may involve going hungry for 1 to 3 days. Meals must be eaten within the canteen and cannot be taken outside. Failure to comply will also incur punishment, requiring you to finish your meal on the spot. After dining, you must clean your utensils and return them to your designated locker, which corresponds to your card number. If your utensils are damaged, you may request a replacement at the service desk, but intentional damage or theft will lead to severe consequences, including forced labor or worse. Those are the main points. Feel free to ask the service desk if you have any questions. Gong Shulan blinked in disbelief, overwhelmed by the numerous regulations surrounding mealtime. She summarized the maid's instructions: no wasting food, no taking food outside the canteen, and no intentional damage or theft. The penalties range from hunger to forced labor or even death. The thought of such brutality over a meal was chilling. Tentatively, she inquired, "May I ask, what does forced labor entail?" The maid's expression grew serious, and she explained earnestly, "Forced labor means being sent to work as a slave, doing dirty, exhausting, and perilous tasks, treated as mere livestock, working until death. It is a truly terrifying fate. Please do not make any mistakes." Gong Shulan felt a chill run down her spine at her words, and she stammered, "I understand. I will certainly not make any mistakes." "Very well. I wish you a pleasant meal," the maid replied, her smile returning as she waved goodbye. Gong Shulan dazedly washed her hands and utensils, joining the queue behind others. She glanced at the sign in the distance, noting the meals for today and tomorrow. Tomorrow's menu featured a change from braised pork to preserved mustard greens with pork and substituted the greens with water spinach. She could not help but marvel at the happiness of the people here, who enjoyed meat every day. Finally, it was her turn. Cautiously, she said to the attendant in white, "I would like 1 steamed bun and a scoop of soup, please." She feared requesting too much and ending up with leftovers that would lead to hunger. The attendant nodded silently, handing her the bun and soup, signaling her to proceed. Finding a quiet corner, she took a bite of the steamed bun, savoring its delightful flavor, clearly made from the finest flour. After sipping the tomato egg soup, whose tangy taste was delightful, she finished the bun in just a few bites. The bun was so delicious that she felt she could eat another, but she refrained from taking more, wary of her appetite. After properly washing her utensils, she finally located her designated locker in the utensil storage area. At that moment, a wave of happiness washed over her. In this unfamiliar place, she now possessed something that belonged solely to her. This left her puzzled. Why would the notorious villain, Yi Tian, show such kindness to the servants? If the common folk knew they could eat for free here, they might willingly become his servants. Was there perhaps a misunderstanding between Yi Tian and Huang Tianba? In addition to the astonishing canteen, Gong Shulan discovered another remarkable aspect: the apparent freedom enjoyed by the servants. The villa is adorned with exquisite beauty, with each path revealing a charming garden. Some gardens feature stone tables and benches, while others boast wooden long benches or pavilions. It is not uncommon to observe a few maidens scattered about, engaged in lively conversations, embroidering, or reading. Do these maidens not have any duties to attend to? With a curious heart, she approached two maidens who were engrossed in their reading within a pavilion. Sensing her presence, the maidens looked up to regard her. Chapter 60. Within the book lies abundant grain. Within the book lies a house of gold. Gong Shulan greeted them and curiously inquired, "Hello, may I ask? Isn't it work hours? How are you able to play here?" The maids exchanged knowing smiles and replied, "You must be new here, right?" "Yes." Gong Shulan realized that her mere voice revealed her newcomer status, which was quite remarkable. One maid said, "You probably haven't attended the pre-job training yet. If you had, you would know that we have days off." Confused, Gong Shulan asked, "What is pre-job training?" No one informed me about it. The maids were astonished. That's impossible. Every new servant is notified about their duties. Otherwise, the notifier would face punishment. Gong Shulan suddenly understood and quickly explained, perhaps because I'm not a servant. I merely reside here." Upon hearing Gong Shulan claim she was not a servant, the maids promptly stood and bowed to her. "Oh, you are a guest. Greetings." Gong Shulan's cheeks flushed as she waved her hand. No need for formality. She felt more like a captive than a guest, though she hesitated to voice that. The two maids politely continued, "You may not know, but we work 6 days and have 1 day off, and today happens to be our day off." Gong Shulan was astounded. "You can actually rest while working? Such a wonderful arrangement. I've never heard of it." The maids beamed with pride, "Of course. This is unique to our estate. Those wealthy masters outside couldn't care less about their servants' exhaustion. They would prefer that we toil every day. Indeed, only the estate owner treats us well, fearing we might tire." Observing their prideful expressions, Gong Shulan curiously asked, "But if you are all resting, then who is doing your work?" One maid replied, "There are other colleagues on duty. We work in shifts. Each day, 3 shifts rotate to ensure someone is always present." Gong Shulan then noticed the books in their hands, and her curiosity piqued. "Do you all know how to read?" Having traveled extensively with her father, she had seldom encountered maids who could read. Girls from impoverished families typically spent their lives working or waiting to marry, rarely having the opportunity to learn. The maids nodded proudly, "Of course, we can read. Our estate provides free lessons, and the owner requires us to attend at least 1 class every 6 days to learn more and avoid being maids for life." Gong Shulan was astounded. Such a privilege. Free education? Is the intention to cultivate you into housekeepers? Seeing her astonished expression, the maids proudly clarified, "Not just housekeepers. Those skilled in arithmetic can become accountants. Those adept in tailoring can become seamstresses, and those proficient in hospitality can become managers. As long as one possesses the ability, whether managing the estate or starting their own business, the owner supports it." Gong Shulan was speechless. Was this truly what being a maid entailed? Even the parents of common folk would not treat their children this well. She found it hard to believe. Your estate owner is extraordinarily kind. Why do people outside call him a demon? The maids, hearing this, expressed their indignation. That's all nonsense. Especially from that young master Yi Tian of the Mingjian Manor, who frequently spreads rumors to tarnish our owner's name. They're the ones who have captured many girls and imprisoned them, yet they accuse our owner of being lecherous. Upon hearing Yi Tian's name, Gong Shulan quickly interrupted, "Yi Tian? Isn't he a righteous gentleman?" The maid scoffed. What a joke. If he were a righteous gentleman, roosters would lay eggs. It was our owner who rescued those girls and treated their ailments. But unfortunately, many have already lost their minds and cannot be healed. If I were as formidable as the owner, I would dismantle Yi Tian piece by piece and see how he continues to bully our women. He should be castrated first, avenging those poor girls. As they voiced their disdain for Yi Tian, and praised Huang Tianba, Gong Shulan found herself in a state of disbelief. Why was Yi Tian portrayed as a villain here? Yet, Huang Tianba, whom Yi Tian labeled a demon, did not seem as malevolent as described. In fact, he treated the servants excessively well. This realization was difficult for her to accept. Could it be that the man she admired was merely a petty slanderer behind others' backs? Suddenly feeling dizzy, she gently touched her forehead and said, "I'm sorry, I feel a bit faint. I'll head back now." The maids quickly supported her, expressing concern. "Guest, shall we escort you to the medical room to see a doctor?" Gong Shulan gently shook her head. "No need, I'll rest for a bit." The maids insisted. "Then let us accompany you back." No, I can return by myself." "Thank you." Gong Shulan declined their kind offer and, feeling a bit disoriented, made her way back to her small courtyard, lying quietly on her bed in a daze. That evening, Gong Shulu returned home and found Gong Shulan lying on her bed, tears streaming down her face, nearly startling him. He worriedly asked, "Lan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Let me take you to see a doctor." Gong Shulan weakly shook her head and asked, "Father, do you think young Master Yi is a good person?" Gong Shulu, perplexed, responded, "Why are you suddenly mentioning Yi Tian?" With reddened eyes, Gong Shulan recounted, "Today I met two maids, and while chatting, they told me that young Master Yi is actually the villain, having captured and bullied many girls, driving them to madness, whereas Huang Tianba is the one who rescued and healed them. I no longer know who is good and who is bad." Gong Shulu, unfazed, replied, "That's quite normal. They are enemies, so of course, they will speak ill of each other. It's hard to discern the truth. However, that Yi Tian doesn't seem like a good sort to me. He not only stole my treasures, but also my daughter. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been captured." When Gong Shulan heard her father speak ill of Yi Tian, she felt compelled to defend him. "Father, it was I who stole your treasure. It has nothing to do with young Master Yi." Gong Shulu retorted, "You're still defending that boy? If it weren't for him, how would you have stolen my treasure? Don't mention him again. If I see him, I'll have him castrated." Gong Shulan, chastised, fell silent. Gong Shulu pondered for a moment and added, "Moreover, don't mention Yi Tian in front of the owner, nor imply any connection with him, lest the owner recalls that we helped him disguise his arm." "Understood, father. And show more respect to the owner. Refrain from calling him Huang Tianba all the time. He should be addressed as the owner." Gong Shulan gazed at Gong Shulu in astonishment, as if she hardly recognized him. "Father, you haven't been brainwashed, have you? He forced you to consume poison and even captured me, yet you still respect him?" Gong Shulu shot her a glare and scolded, "You know nothing. He is the most extraordinary master of mechanisms I have ever encountered. I am striving to become his disciple, and of course, I must maintain respect. As for the poison, that is quite normal. After all, I was impolite to him initially, and him not killing me immediately is already a sign of mercy. Moreover, although he forcibly brought you here, he did not compel you to consume poison. Rather, he provided you with free accommodations and meals, allowing you to go wherever you please." Gong Shulan was rendered speechless, pondering for a considerable time before weakly uttering, "But the rules here are exceedingly strict. One could be killed for the slightest infraction." Chapter 61. The new approach to portable mechs highlighted by Piers. Gong Shulu remarked, "Without rules, there can be no order. In such a vast estate, if everyone disregards the rules, chaos would surely ensue. While he has his reasons for taking lives, consider the situation of other landlords, where servants live lives worse than pigs or dogs, killing at will without justification. Who then truly fares better?" Upon hearing Gong Shulu's comparison, Gong Shulan could not help but exclaim, "By this measure, it seems that Huang Tianba is somewhat preferable." Gong Shulu, with a stern visage, replied, "Have you not learned your lesson? It is no longer Huang Tianba. He should be referred to as the estate owner. Show him due respect. As long as we abide by the rules here, we can live comfortably." He added, "I certainly do not wish for you to offend the estate owner, leading to both of you facing dire consequences. Your father hopes to learn new mechanisms from him." Gong Shulan lowered her head and murmured, "Understood, father. I shall respect him from now on." "That's good," Gong Shulu said, gently patting her head, their father-daughter bond radiating warmth. After a moment, Gong Shulan tentatively inquired. Father, I would like to work at the estate. Could you ask the owner if there are any positions available? Gong Shu Lu, taken aback, replied, Why seek work when I provide for you? You have no need to worry about food or clothing. Gong Sulan pouted, but I find it quite dull at home. I cannot assist you at your workplace, and here, with a dining hall, there is no need for cooking. I am at a loss for what to occupy my time. Acknowledging the truth in his daughter's words, Gong Shu Lu nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall inquire with the estate owner tomorrow morning. Thank you, father. The following morning, Huang Tianba arrived at the laboratory to find Gong Shu Lu diligently repairing the mech. He greeted him, Old Lu, how is the repair progressing? Gong Shu Lu promptly halted his work and reported, Owner, it should be completed by tomorrow morning. Huang Tianba gestured for him to sit, saying, I have a new idea I would like to discuss with you. Gong Shu Lu respectfully replied, Please, owner, go ahead. Pointing at the mech, Huang Tianba remarked, You see, each time it breaks down, repairs take 2 to 3 days. It is far too time-consuming and labor-intensive. I was pondering whether we could implement a modular design. Each component would function independently, yet remain interconnected. In simple terms, when I strike the mech's chest, if it cannot withstand the force, only the frontal part would explode, leaving the limbs and back intact. Additionally, this design would increase the number of damage mitigations. Instead of blocking a single blow, if divided into head, front, back, and limbs, the mitigations could total 7. Gong Shu Lu raised a question, but wouldn't this weaken its defense? Each part would only possess 1/7 of its defensive capability. Huang Tianba nodded. You are correct, but we do have a shield, right? We can meld the shield into the components to enhance their defense. Gong Shu Lu hesitated. While this would indeed strengthen each part, it would still not match the shield's overall defense. Would it not be a form of weakening? Huang Tianba chuckled. A reduction in strength is acceptable. I estimate that even this level of defense would suffice against a Master S attack. Very well. I shall proceed with your suggestion, owner. Since Huang Tianba expressed no objections, Gong Shu Lu acquiesced, not wishing to appear contrary. Seeing Gong Shu Lu accept his proposal, Huang Tianba picked up pen and paper, sketching as he spoke, Let us discuss another matter, the donning of the mech. Each time it is worn, it requires considerable time, and I cannot wear it constantly. If enemies were to attack, would they wait for me to don it? That is not feasible. Therefore, I'm contemplating how to make it easier to wear and remove. At this point, he drew a figure carrying a box, and then illustrated the box's unfolding mechanism, which would allow the mech to be donned from the back. Huang Tianba's drawing skills were exceptional, using his own crafted pencil to create clear, vivid structures. He beckoned Gong Shu Lu to observe his sketches. Imagine if we designed it as a backpack. I could wear it casually and in battle. With the press of a button, it would automatically unfold and fit onto me. Wouldn't that be splendid? Gong Shu Lu exclaimed. Owner, your intellect is remarkable. How did you conceive such an idea? Do you believe it can be realized? I believe it can, although the design may need alteration since your sword will not fold, which would make it longer than the backpack itself. Gong Shu Lu gestured towards the backpack, indicating its dimensions. Huang Tianba attempted to sketch a sword diagonally across the backpack, but shook his head. Indeed, it appears somewhat awkward and asymmetrical. He then drew a sword vertically in the center of the backpack, adding a casing around it. Pointing to the guitar case-like shape, he suggested, Let us design it this way, placing the sword centrally for symmetry. Understood, owner. Gong Shu Lu readily agreed. Recognizing that this task would take time, Huang Tianba stood up, saying, You may continue your work. I must take my leave. Gong Shu Lu quickly called after him, Owner, please wait a moment. Is there something else? Gong Shu Lu, somewhat embarrassed, explained, My daughter wishes to find a job within the estate. Could you possibly facilitate this? Huang Tianba expressed surprise. Why does she need to work? Am I not providing for your needs? It seems I have not taken your money. Are you truly so impoverished that she must earn a wage? Gong Shu Lu awkwardly replied, Owner, you jest. It is not for financial gain. She usually assists me, but she cannot do so here. She finds it dull at home and seeks to engage with others. Ah, that is acceptable. However, working means she will not enjoy the same freedom as before. Should she violate any rules, there will be consequences. I must forewarn you, If she makes a grave mistake and I am forced to take action, do not hold it against me. Given this reasoning, Huang Tianba saw no reason to refuse, though he prudently issued a cautionary note to prevent future issues. Gongshu Lu promptly assured him, I have already conveyed this to her. She will adhere strictly to the estate's rules. Very well, I shall call Old Tan to make arrangements. Thank you, owner. This matter was merely a phone call away. Huang Tianba instructed Old Tan to avoid favoritism and to treat Gongshu Lan as an ordinary servant. Old Tan promptly relayed the orders, and soon, individuals from the training department arrived at Gongshu Lan's small courtyard. Knocking on the door, he called out, Is Gongshu Lan home? Inside, Gongshu Lan was contemplating the nature of good and evil when she heard someone calling. She hurried to open the door and found a person in the estate's uniform holding a bag. Curiously, she asked, I'm here. Who are you? The individual smiled, Hello. I am from the training department. Following orders from above, I am here to notify you of a pre-job training session to arrange a suitable position for you. Gongshu Lan exclaimed in delight. Really? That's wonderful. When do we start? If you are available at this moment, we may proceed together. If not, the time frame between 2 to 5 in the afternoon will suffice, and I shall guide you on the way. I am free right now, so let us depart without delay. Very well, let us set forth. How could Gongshu Lan possibly wait until the afternoon? Quickly lock the door and follow him. Having left the laboratory, Huang Tianba has now arrived at the Puja Pavilion. It has been several days since he last visited to converse with these street performers, and he wonders if any new novels have been penned in the interim. Chapter 62. My word is law. The shameless plagiarists, all the scholars were summoned and lined up neatly to greet Huang Tianba. Although most of them stood straight, their faces bore an air of defiance. In their hearts, they thought, Here comes the fool again. This talented scholar not only consumes your hospitality, but also berates you. Huang Tianba relished their rebellious demeanor. It made the act of reprimanding them all the more satisfying. Meanwhile, Captain Li, responsible for their supervision, bowed and scraped at the side. Huang Tianba inquired, How is their riding on swords and blades coming along? Captain Li quickly responded, We have received 68 books, but they have not yet reached the requisite 10,000 words. So I have not presented them to you. Oh, bring them to me to review, he commanded. Yes, just a moment. Captain Li hastily instructed 2 guards to assist him in bringing the books for the master's perusal. Before long, they wheeled over a cart filled with new writings, all centered on the theme of blades. Huang Tianba casually picked one up, scanned 3 chapters with a swift eye, and tossed it aside. This is poorly written. The beginning is all world building. I want to read a story, not a setting. He picked up another book, read 3 chapters, and discarded it as well. What is this? 20 names in the first chapter, and I cannot even discern the protagonist. After discarding a dozen volumes, he finally stumbled upon one that was relatively well written. This one is quite good. It deserves to continue. Captain Li promptly took possession of this book, placing it carefully on the table. Good writing would earn rewards, a chicken leg for every meal, for 3 consecutive days. Poor writing, however, would incur punishment, 3 days of mucking out the latrines. For these scholars, a beating might be perceived as a struggle against authority, an experience to boast about later. Yet, to compel them, who could barely swat a fly, to work in the muck was a blatant insult, one that would leave them unable to hold their heads high again. Upon seeing the book, Huang Tianba suddenly instructed Captain Li, Fetch that book I just gave you. Captain Li hurriedly retrieved the book, unsure of the impending trouble. Huang Tianba compared the 2 volumes, his expression darkening. He handed both books to Captain Li, commanding, Bring the authors of these books to the forefront. Captain Li glanced at the numbers on the covers and called out, Numbers 37 and 38, step forward. The 2 scholars marched forward proudly, defiantly gazing at Huang Tianba. With a demeanor as cold as ice, Huang Tianba questioned, The first 10 chapters of your books share identical plots. Who has plagiarized whom? Their faces paled. And number 37 stammered, I don't know. I didn't copy him. How could they be the same? Number 38, with a flicker of cunning, pointed at number 37, declaring, Master, it must be number 37 who copied me. Number 37, bewildered, retorted, When did I ever copy your work? I don't even remember you discussing your book with me. Number 38, with a scornful look, sneered, Stop playing the fool. It must be you. How else could it be so similar? I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Furious, number 37 stammered, I. What kind of person am I? You need to clarify, or I. Slap. Captain Lee intervened, delivering 2 resounding slaps that left both scholars dazed. Do you dare to argue in front of the master? Are you tired of living? With that, the 2 fell silent, realizing that further protest could cost them their lives. Huang Tianba, noting their quietude, glared menacingly and declared, I detest plagiarism. Find evidence to prove your originality, or the consequences will be severe. Both scholars hastily protested, Master, I did not copy. I have an outline to show you. Master, I too have an outline. Huang Tianba waved his hand. Go and retrieve them. They dashed to their respective drawers to fetch their outlines, which soon lay before Huang Tianba. Upon inspection, he noted that the first 10 chapters were remarkably similar. Aside from differing protagonist names, the plots were nearly indistinguishable, with divergence occurring only later. He slammed the outlines on the table, proclaiming, I cannot discern who plagiarized whom from this. If you fail to provide distinct evidence of your originality, I shall assume you both plagiarized each other and execute you together. At his words, a collective gasp arose from the gathered scholars. Since their capture, they had rarely witnessed executions, save for those who were particularly obstinate. The thought of 2 being put to death over mere suspected plagiarism was egregious. One after another, they chastised Huang Tianba. This is excessive. Isn't this indiscriminate slaughter? Just because you are the master, must you act without discernment? Is there no fairness left? How can you condemn the allegedly plagiarized without ascertaining the truth? Is there no law, no justice? The 2 scholars, now panicked, realized that this was no mere confinement or latrine duty. Their lives were at stake. The defiance that once adorned their expressions faded, replaced with fear as they pleaded, Master, you cannot do this. I am the one who has been plagiarized. Please see clearly. I did not copy. All of it is my own work. Huang Tianba erupted, and even if it were merely a single chapter, it would still be an act of copying. The audacity of plagiarism is truly shameless. Chapter 63. Better to err in execution than to let a culprit go free. The cultivation of workplace elites bring forth number 38 and execute him. With the truth laid bare, Huang Tianba had no intention of allowing the petty squabbling among them to continue. At his command, the guards swiftly intervened, separating the 2 individuals. Captain Lee drew his sword and, in a single stroke, severed number 38's head from his body. The gory spectacle splattered the surrounding scholars with blood, causing several to faint in terror, collapsing to the ground in a stupor. Huang Tianba spoke with grave authority. I do not wish to witness any further instances of plagiarism. I am indifferent to the possibility of mistakenly executing the wrong person. Each time I execute 2, I am assured that at least 1 genuine plagiarist will be among them. However, your lives are singular, and I cannot afford to play such games. He then instructed Captain Lee, secure their drawers with locks and let them keep the keys. Understood. Master, Captain Lee replied promptly. Turning to the other scholars, Huang Tianba warned, should your work be plagiarized again, you will not be so fortunate next time. I do not possess the luxury of time to wait for you to prove your innocence. Yes, the scholars stammered, trembling in fear, their voices quavering as they could only repeat their acquiescence. With the lesson imparted, Huang Tianba turned and exited the Pooh Street Pavilion, only to encounter Wu Ming approaching him with a black leather bag in hand. He jested, today you appear quite the elite with that bag. Wu Ming, a diligent subordinate and a paragon of workplace excellence, understood the unspoken rules of the office. The boss may jest, but one must never jest with the boss, particularly one as capricious as Huang Tianba, whose temperament could shift faster than the turning of a page. Any misstep could spell the end of one's career. He replied earnestly, Master, this bag contains the points scheme and the details for dealing with the bandits. I intend to present the points scheme for your review, after which I will convene a meeting with Tian Wang and Jin Gang to discuss the eradication of the bandits. Huang Tianba nodded and gestured toward a nearby park. Very well, let us discuss this in the park ahead. Of course, Wu Ming responded. Upon reaching the park, they found a stone table and benches in the pavilion occupied by several maidens, who were embroidering and chatting. Sensing their approach, one maiden looked up and quickly rose to greet them. "Greetings, master." The others followed suit, setting aside their work to offer their salutations. Huang Tianba smiled at them. "Continue with your tasks. Do not mind me." "Thank you, master." The maidens replied gratefully before resuming their embroidery, though a palpable tension lingered in the air, as they dared not speak further, fearing the repercussions of unguarded words. Although they knew the master typically did not concern himself with their leisure activities, his presence instilled a formidable pressure that rendered them unable to relax. Huang Tianba settled onto a long wooden bench in the pavilion and extended his hand towards Wu Ming. "Let me have a look." Wu Ming quickly opened the briefcase and presented 3 different point schemes along with the current points redemption table. As a consummate professional, he had prepared the plans in high, medium, and low tiers, providing the master with options. Huang Tianba examined the proposals and compared them against the redemption table before selecting the mid-tier scheme. "This one will suffice." "Understood. I shall update the redemption table shortly." Wu Ming replied, already aware that Huang Tianba would prefer this choice, as it was his customary selection. As Wu Ming returned the materials to the bag, he respectfully stood by, awaiting further instructions. Huang Tianba waved his hand dismissively. "You may proceed to the meeting. I wish to take a stroll." "Very well, master. I shall take my leave." Wu Ming acknowledged, understanding that Huang Tianba preferred to avoid meetings and thus did not insist on his attendance. Huang Tianba delegated authority entirely to Wu Ming. Once a task was assigned, he rarely interfered. For him, the quality of Wu Ming's work was secondary to his unwavering loyalty. With ample resources at his disposal, any mistakes could be rectified, and he could afford the minor costs of trial and error. Wu Ming consistently met his expectations, executing tasks with precision. After Wu Ming departed, Huang Tianba exited the pavilion amid the respectful farewells of the maidens. He recognized their sentiments. The disparity in their social standings was stark. His every word could determine their fate, leaving them unable to act freely in his presence. Only Old Tan and Xiao could engage with him comfortably. It was indeed lonely at the top. Wu Ming first contacted Tian Wang and Jin Gang, instructing them to gather in the conference room. By the time he arrived, they were already assembled, eagerly awaiting his input, like fledglings yearning for nourishment. The main seat at the conference table remained unoccupied, and Wu Ming took a position at the side. Although Huang Tianba would not attend the meeting, it was still inappropriate for Wu Ming to occupy the central position. Doing so could lead to accusations of ambition and usurpation, tarnishing his reputation in the master's eyes. As a professional, he treaded carefully, ensuring that such a situation would never arise. Clearing his throat, he addressed the assembly. "I bring good news. The point scheme for redeeming unmatched masters has been finalized by the master. It requires only 66,000 points for redemption." Upon hearing this, the attendees began calculating how long it would take them to accumulate sufficient points. They earned 800 points annually, while Wu Ming garnered 1,000 points. Given that the points market had only been established for 2 years, their point totals were generally modest. Calculating their annual income against the required points suggested they would need to work for at least 80 more years to redeem the prize. However, the rewards obtained during the campaign against the Righteous Alliance had significantly bolstered their points. Each victory yielded hundreds or even thousands of points, bringing their totals to around 15,000. Yet, this still fell far short of the 66,000 required, necessitating the defeat of at least 3 or 4 more Righteous Alliances. Yet, with no enemies of such scale remaining, the only recourse would be to eliminate the Academy, the Tiandao sect, and the Shaoxing sect, which might yield enough points. Calculating the feasibility of this plan suggested it could be accomplished in merely 7 or 8 years. The most elated among them were Wu Ming, Tian Wang, and Jin Gang. While Wu Ming maintained a composed demeanor, Tian Wang and Jin Gang beamed with joy, their smiles stretching wide as they realized they had effectively saved 66,000 points and spared themselves decades of labor. Observing their delight, the other Tian Wang and Jin Gang members felt a pang of regret. Had they chosen differently, they might have already attained the status of unmatched masters. Wu Ming, noticing their expressions, chuckled Do you feel the disparity in points renders redemption unattainable? They nodded in unison. Indeed. The gap is far too great. Redemption seems impossible. Absent new missions, it may take a century for me to become a martial arts master. I find myself hoping for the Academy to attack us soon, for that would provide an opportunity to earn points. Wuming countered, have you considered how few unmatched masters exist in the world? If it were easy to redeem such status, would not the other guards and servants of the estate also be able to do so? Would the master then have nothing to do but bestow skills upon everyone? If unmatched masters were commonplace, what value would it hold to be one? Upon hearing Wuming's perspective, the assembly found merit in his argument. If everyone could easily attain the status of unmatched masters, it would render the achievement meaningless. They have now ascended to the upper echelons of the villa, their points far surpassing those of other guards and servants, who may take an eternity to accumulate such wealth. This implies that in the future, the unparalleled masters of the martial world will be confined to just a select few among them, as they remain perched atop the pyramid. Upon reflection, everyone felt that this point system was remarkably fair, almost tailor-made for their benefit. They were not mistaken. Indeed, it was the nameless figure who had spent sleepless nights meticulously crafting it for their advantage. As a competent confidant and a paragon of professionalism, one must diligently work to further the interests of the villa's lord, even if it means ensnaring one's colleagues and subordinates. Moreover, in order to ensure that the formidable warriors feel the lord's affection, he has additional strategies in store. Chapter 64. The opportunity to seize, yet choosing to bestow. Wuming rapped on the table, signaling for silence. Everyone was aware of the master's generosity. Although this proposal had been tailored to accommodate them, the master deemed it somewhat daunting for the present moment. Consequently, he bestowed upon them a remarkable benefit. At this juncture, Wuming tantalizingly paused, gazing at the assembly with a smile. Indeed, their curiosity piqued. They clamored eagerly. What is the benefit? Could there possibly be discounts? Please, don't keep us in suspense. I can hardly contain my excitement. Noticing their agitation, Wuming leisurely revealed the answer. For those present who have yet to advance, a 50% discount is now available. Hence, for merely 33,000 points, one may attain the status of an unparalleled master. Is that truly the case? How splendid! Shujingang exclaimed, pressing his hands on the conference table in excitement, leaving two sizable dents in its surface. Wuming cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, damage to public property will incur compensation. My sincerest apologies. I was overcome with enthusiasm. I shall repay. Shujingang quickly apologized, his embarrassment evident. The others promptly reined in their emotions to avoid causing any further damage, their hearts brimming with exhilaration as they extolled, the master is exceedingly generous. Slashing 33,000 points at once. This will save us decades of toil. Indeed, I had expected a discount of perhaps 80 or 90%. Only the master possesses such audacity to have it outright, another chimed in. The master's kindness is beyond reproach. It would be a disservice not to work diligently in return. Wuming observed their praise for the master with satisfaction, for it was he who had orchestrated the discount scheme, merely attributing the credit to the master. His authority stemmed entirely from the master. The gratitude of others could yield him no advantage and might even incite jealousy. Should he lose the master's trust, he would be left with nothing. His skills, power, status, and wealth would dissipate into oblivion. However, the more the others revered and appreciated the master, the greater respect they would bestow upon him, the master's confidant. It was this awareness that allowed him to outlast his predecessors, earning greater trust from the master. He thus encouraged everyone. Let us engrave the master's benevolence in our hearts and translate it into action through diligent labor, repaying the master. Though the master, with his extraordinary prowess, does not require our protection, safeguarding the estate, vanquishing foes, and expanding our domain are indeed tasks we can undertake for him, which will also serve as our future source of points. As they progressed to discuss the bandit eradication and road construction projects, everyone recognized the potential for substantial point accumulation, perhaps redeemable within a year or two. From a daunting prospect of 80 years of struggle, It had now been condensed to merely a year or two, igniting their spirits. They urged, "Please, let us commence with the discussion. Yes, let us delve into the bandit eradication. I'll get to work immediately." Wu Ming nodded. "Very well. Let me briefly outline these two projects. Why is road construction necessary? The master believes that the external roads are exceedingly treacherous. While the master can soar through the skies, we are bound to the ground. During his excursions for leisure or inspection, it would be impractical for him to travel alone. Hence, he must resort to horse-drawn carriages. However, beyond our estate, the roads are riddled with potholes, becoming particularly treacherous in the rain, severely impeding the master's travel experience. Therefore, the master has resolved to pave all roads connecting 18 cities and surrounding villages with concrete. As we know, the majority of our estate is already comprised of concrete roads, which are nearly as firm as stone. Should all roads be transformed into concrete, devoid of potholes and puddles, would it not provide the master with a most comfortable journey? The assembly nodded vigorously. Indeed, concrete roads were marvelous, a testament to the master's ingenuity. Wu Ming continued, "Yet, in order to construct these roads, we must consider the bandits who plague the region. Their presence would significantly disrupt our progress. Thus, the master has resolved to act against them first." Everyone concurred. Indeed, with such a vast area as 18 cities, it would be impractical to monitor continuously. Should supplies be pilfered, tracking them back would prove exceedingly difficult. Precisely. Should the roads be completed, an influx of travelers will surely follow. It is intolerable for us to construct roads only for them to pillage. Let us eliminate them entirely. We shall circle the 18 cities and eradicate every last one. However, the celestial king of night disagreed, stating to kill them would be a colossal waste. Are we not in need of laborers for the road construction? Capturing them at work would be far more advantageous. Hua Jingang echoed, "Indeed. As the celestial king of dawn said, using them as labor would save us wages. The cost of such extensive roadwork is substantial. Every bit saved for the master counts." Wu Ming smiled faintly. "Do not worry about expenses. The master does not intend to spend money on the road construction." Curiosity sparked among the assembly. Are we to undertake this monumental task ourselves? Even our entire workforce would be insufficient. Wu Ming shook his head. "Of course, road construction necessitates funds, but we shall not bear the cost. The city lords and wealthy individuals must contribute. As for manpower, that too is their responsibility, whether they conscript labor or hire. That is theirs to decide. Moreover, the funds they provide are primarily intended for us, as they will require concrete exclusively from us." Were the city lords and affluent individuals to overhear Wu Ming's assertions, they would be moved to tears. The audacity to seize their wealth while compelling them to construct roads, yet still providing them with concrete, truly a paragon of benevolence. Now, the pressing question remained. How could they swiftly locate and eliminate all bandits? As Wu Ming posed this inquiry, the assembly fell into deep contemplation. Mo Jingang was the first to propose, "We could enlist the city lords to dispatch their troops to eradicate the bandits. They are surely familiar with the terrain, and we need only oversee the operation." Yanzheng disagreed. Such an approach would surely alarm the bandits. They would retreat into the mountains, making them nearly impossible to track. The celestial king of dusk suggested, "What if we first consult the merchant caravans to gather intelligence? They are frequently targeted and would know which routes are infested with bandits. We could then disguise ourselves as merchants. Should anyone dare to attack, we could follow the trail back to their stronghold." Amidst their fervent discussion, Sun Zhonghua, anxious about his granddaughter being seized by Huang Tianba, finally arrived home. As he gazed at the house from afar, he noticed his granddaughter was not outside tending to the herbs. Alarmed, he halted his cart abruptly and tumbled out, calling out, "Sususu, grandfather has returned." Yet no response met his ears, and his heart sank. It was over. His granddaughter had indeed been taken. Chapter 65. "Granddaughter, we must depart quickly. The enemy will soon arrive." Sun Zhonghua searched the entire house, but could not locate Sun Lingsu. However, her belongings and clothing remained untouched. Unlike the situation at Gong Shulu's residence, which had been completely emptied, this left him perplexed. Could it be that Huang Tianba, lacking medical knowledge, showed no interest in his possessions and merely abducted his granddaughter? No, I must head to Ba Dao Villa to see if they have taken my granddaughter. At that moment, Sun Zhonghua's mind was consumed with worry over Huang Tianba having kidnapped his granddaughter, leaving no room for other thoughts. He hurriedly filled a water bag and prepared to set off in the mule cart for Ba Dao Villa. Just as he reached the door, he heard Sun Lingsu's voice outside. "Grandfather, is it you returning?" Overcome with excitement, his hand trembled, causing the water bag to drop to the ground with a thud. He rushed outside in haste, only to see Sun Lingsu approaching with a basket full of mushrooms. "My dear granddaughter, where have you been? I thought you had been taken by Huang Tianba." Sun Lingsu, beaming with joy, replied, "Grandfather, I felt bored, so I went mushroom picking. I'll make you mushroom soup when I get back." "Why did you think I was taken by Huang Tianba? Does he even know we live here?" Seeing that Sun Lingsu was unharmed, Sun Zhonghua snatched the basket from her and set it aside, taking her hand and leading her back indoors. As they walked, he urged, "Forget about mushroom soup for now. We must pack our things and leave this place immediately." Confused, Sun Lingsu asked why. Noticing her bewilderment, Sun Zhonghua recounted the events that had transpired. After hearing his explanation, Sun Lingsu finally understood. "So that's what happened. Grandfather, you've suffered a great loss this time. No payment for your services, and you've even had to spend your own money." Sun Zhonghua dismissed her concerns, saying, "Our purpose in practicing medicine is to save lives, not to make a profit. As long as people are safe, that is what matters. Enough of this. Regardless of whether Huang Tianba can find us here, we must quickly gather our belongings and travel to practice medicine elsewhere for a few months before returning." Sun Lingsu felt no fear and smiled brightly. "Grandfather, you are too timid. Why worry about such baseless speculation?" Sun Zhonghua retorted, "Is it not because I'm worried about you? My old bones can endure his wrath, but you must not come to harm. All right, I know you care for me the most. Please, take a seat and rest for a moment. I will pack our things right away." Sun Lingsu, not wanting to prolong her grandfather's worry, set about preparing their luggage. After all, most of the year was spent traveling to provide medical care, and home was merely a temporary resting place, not something to be deeply attached to. Efficiently, she organized and sealed their belongings, and soon they were off in the mule cart, unsure of when they would return. At that moment, Jijibai longed for his home in Twilight City and the luxurious fur-lined chaise lounge that graced it. Now his back and limbs ached, and he yearned for a soft place to lie down and not rise again. Perhaps fortune had turned against him, as the carriage he was riding suddenly collapsed, leaving only the two horses to pull it. With no other option, he mounted one of the horses, while his assistant and the coachman rode the other. After 2 hours of riding, the experience was far from that of a carriage ride. His body ached all over. Finally, they arrived at a small inn, and as he dismounted, he realized he could only walk with a bow-legged gait. The teacher observed his plight and shook his head, chiding Director G, "As the head of a department, how can your body be so weak? Do you not exercise regularly?" Jijibai quickly concocted an excuse. Well, the affairs of the academy keep me quite busy, and I've neglected my exercise. But do not worry, I will definitely train every day once I return." The teacher, uninterested in pursuing the matter further, casually asked, "How long do you think it will take to reach Ba Dao Villa?" Jibai hesitated, shaking his head. "Teacher, we did not take this route when we came, so I cannot estimate the time." The teacher, disappointed, cast him a glance, but chose not to comment further. Deeming him useless, Sudai pulled out a map and said, "Teacher, according to the map, we are not far from Twilight City. At our current speed, I estimate we will reach Ba Dao Villa in about 2 days." The teacher nodded in satisfaction, appreciating his disciple's reliability at a crucial moment. He turned to enter the inn and instructed Jijibai, "Director G, hurry and find a new carriage. We will wait for you here and continue our journey." "Understood, teacher. We shall go at once." Jijibai quickly summoned his assistant, and together they sought out a place to purchase a carriage. He, too, wished to rest for a moment, but with the teacher's command, he dared not linger. Initially, the teacher had intended to grant Jibai some extra rest upon seeing his discomfort. However, given that he could not even answer a simple question about their route, the teacher thought it better to make him exercise instead. After a hearty meal at the inn, when Jijibai returned with a new carriage, Su Dai handed him a packaged meal. Director Ji, your food is ready. Given the urgency, you can eat in the carriage. Ji Jibai's face turned pale. Not only was there no time to rest, but he also had to eat on the move. Are you all in such a hurry to meet your fate? Though he dared not voice his frustration, he forced a smile and accepted the food, thanking Su Dai. Let's depart swiftly. As Ji Jibai sat in the carriage, he divided 2 buns with his assistant while he munched on a chicken leg, tears streaming down his face. The rudimentary and poorly constructed carriage, coupled with a rough road, made the journey jarring, exacerbating his already painful backside and leaving him in tears. Unming organized the meeting notes to present to Huang Tianba and, upon locating him, found him instructing the craftsmen in the engineering department about road planning. Given the vastness of Ba Dao Villa, its maintenance naturally required many hands, especially since Huang Tianba enjoyed inventing and often altered the landscape, necessitating the establishment of an engineering department. This department boasted around 200 specialized craftsmen responsible for the villa's upkeep. As skilled laborers, their status within the villa surpassed that of the servants. A dedicated dining hall was provided for them, offering a more diverse selection of food, including meat. The villa housed several such dining facilities, catering to different groups, including servants, craftsmen, and the guards. With abundant funds at his disposal, Huang Tianba deemed such expenditures trivial, believing that as long as everyone was satisfied and well-fed, they would work better. Most of the ingredients were cultivated by the workers themselves, yielding virtually no costs. Today, Huang Tianba was discussing the standards for road markings. He illustrated various road markings on a blackboard, explaining to the craftsmen the distinctions between vehicle lanes, sidewalks, pedestrian crossings, fast lanes, overtaking lanes, and slow lanes. These are the classifications. Once the external roads are completed, you will be responsible for guiding the marking process. Now, do you have any questions? For the people of this era, the concept of road classification was foreign. They merely traversed wherever they could. Hearing the Lord speak opened their eyes to the realization that walking itself was an art. Chapter 66. The dual endeavors of bandit suppression and road construction. At the foot of Broken Dragon Mountain, the artisans exchanged glances, each waiting for one among them to raise a hand. After a prolonged silence, a brave soul finally did. Huang Tianba smiled faintly at the courageous individual and inquired, "What is your concern?" The artisan replied candidly, "Master, I comprehend the instructions, yet if the lines are drawn well, but others fail to understand them, would that not render the effort futile?" Huang Tianba waved his hand dismissively. "That is a simple matter. We shall print a batch of flyers and submit them to the local authorities, who will ensure that the message is communicated to every villager, guaranteeing that all near the new road are informed." The artisan scratched his head and posed another question. "But what if they choose not to comply?" Huang Tianba scoffed. "If they are aware and still refuse to obey, it is a matter of disrespect. I shall dispatch personnel to patrol the routes, and those who defy us will be apprehended and sent to work the land." As Huang Tianba's demeanor turned cold, the artisan's heart, filled with a myriad of questions, sank. He swallowed nervously and affirmed, I have no further questions. I believe your plan is excellent." Driven by a strong instinct for survival, he hastily added a compliment for his master. Observing the others, Huang Tianba noted that no one else had raised their hands. His gaze fell upon the figure of the nameless one, who stood nearby with a briefcase, and surmised that he had a matter to discuss. He gestured to the other artisans. "Very well, let us proceed as such. You may confer amongst yourselves." Then, he beckoned to the nameless figure. "Do you have something to convey?" The nameless one hurried over, producing documents and stating, "Master, we have deliberated on the matters of bandit suppression and road construction. Here are the meeting notes I have compiled for your review." Huang Tianba replied, accepting the minutes and perusing them carefully. He nodded and declared, "Let us proceed accordingly. The area surrounding Twilight City is devoid of bandits. We may commence the road construction immediately. The other 3 directions are considerably distant from our estate and may harbor small groups of bandits. You are to dispatch men to eliminate them. As discussed, those who resist shall be killed, while those who surrender will be captured and put to labor." The nameless one had crafted the records meticulously, and Huang Tianba had no amendments to suggest. He wholly endorsed their conclusions. The nameless one exhaled in relief. It appeared that today would be flawless, with no revisions required. Very well, master. I shall make the necessary arrangements. With matters settled, the artisans were now tasked with their labor. Huang Tianba summoned the head of the engineering department, informing him, "The road construction is now confirmed. Commence with a dual-lane thoroughfare from the estate to Twilight City. Conduct a site inspection and provide me with a detailed report within 3 days." The responsible party readily acknowledged, "Understood. Master, I will arrange this immediately." Road construction cannot be achieved instantaneously. Preliminary surveys and data collection are essential prior to generating an assessment report. Huang Tianba was well aware of the process, thus granting the head 3 days, ample time to compile the report. Suddenly, the estate buzzed with activity as artisans flocked between the estate and Twilight City to conduct surveys. The 8 great warriors, leading their respective subordinates, divided into 3 groups to advance toward the other 3 directions. Their plan was to eliminate any encountered bandits along the way. If none were found, they would venture into the city to consult the lord and merchant caravans for intelligence on the bandits before devising a strategy to deal with them. The logistics department bore the brunt of the workload, as the sudden influx of such a large project required an immense quantity of resources: carts, tools, food, and more. Fortunately, Ba Dao Mountain Manor was well funded, and daily shipments from the warehouses ensured the smooth progress of all operations. Huang Tianba observed the bustling activity with a sense of satisfaction, recognizing this as a significant step towards transforming the world around him. He aimed to first reshape the internal dynamics of the estate before extending his influence outward, determined to mold the world to his vision through knowledge and strength. To the north of Ba Dao Mountain Manor lies the nearest city, Dawn City, adjacent to a mountain named Broken Dragon Mountain. The official road leading to Dawn City runs beneath Broken Dragon Mountain, where a band of robbers frequently ambushes passing merchant caravans. These bandits, cunning in their approach, only seize half of the goods, leaving the merchants in a precarious situation. If they were to take everything, it would lead the merchants to a dead end, compelling them to fight back. However, by only taking half, the merchants are left with a dilemma. Fighting back seems less appealing since the remainder could still yield some profit. Yet, enduring such losses repeatedly is disheartening. Merchants would often report to the Lord of Dawn City, who, upon receiving a bribe, would swiftly send troops to apprehend the bandits. Yet, every attempt ended in failure. The bandits seemed to possess an uncanny ability to evade capture. When the next caravan passed, the vanished bandits would reappear to continue their plunder, much to the merchants' frustration. Unable to fight back effectively and finding official recourse futile, they gradually resigned themselves to the situation, accepting the loss as a toll for safe passage. The Lord, in turn, would receive a box of gold bars each month, varying in quantity, accompanied by a note inscribed with the words Broken Dragon Mountain. As the merchants faced rising costs, they inevitably raised their prices, leading to inflated costs in Dawn City. Thus, a precarious balance of power emerged, ultimately resulting in the locals of Dawn City bearing the brunt of the consequences. Today, the vigilant Xian, tasked with the routine watch, yawned as he suddenly caught the sound of a steady, unhurried hoofbeat. His seasoned ears recognized the approach of a merchant caravan, and upon closer inspection, he discerned a sizable group of approximately 30 individuals guiding mules laden with goods towards their direction. With a sharp whistle, he summoned his comrades, who had been dozing in the woods, a total of 30 or so. "Xian, are there sheep coming?" "Indeed, it appears we have a flock of fat sheep." The group observed the laden mule carts, clearly hefty and abundant. "Let's go and slaughter the sheep." At the command of the squad leader, as the caravan approached, they swiftly positioned themselves in the center of the road. "This road is mine. This tree is mine. Should you wish to pass, you must pay the toll." A time-honored phrase heralded the commencement of the robbery. The caravan, comprised of sturdy men, was led by a resolute figure who coldly retorted, "Our numbers are nearly equal. Do you truly believe you can seize our goods? Quickly clear the way, or I shall break your legs." The squad leader chuckled at this bravado, responding, "Oh, you must be new to this route. Are you unaware of our reputation?" The leader, undaunted, replied defiantly. So what if I am? The squad leader, with a dismissive scoff, brandished his knife, stating, You don't think we're just a handful of men, do you? We're merely here to remind you of the rules. Hand over half of your goods and leave, or I shall summon my men, and your life may be forfeit. Since the unwritten rules had taken root, there had been no further violence on this road. Merchants were accustomed to paying for safe passage. The squad leader, comfortable in this routine, could intimidate with threats. But in a real confrontation against such formidable foes, he too would likely suffer injury. However, the leading man, resolute and unyielding, cast a disdainful glance at the squad leader and remarked, A few ruffians think they can seize my goods? They ought to take a good look in the mirror. If you truly possess any worth, then summon your allies for us to behold. Otherwise, I shall leave your faces adorned with blossoms. The squad leader was taken aback. Having not encountered such a formidable opponent in quite some time, it was evident that summoning assistance was imperative. He retrieved a signal arrow from his pocket and, with a swift motion, released it into the sky. A single arrow soared through the clouds, heralding the approach of countless troops. He triumphantly pointed at the leading man's nose and declared, Prepare for your demise. Do not flee. Instead, consider purchasing a coffin. Chapter 67. A sudden enlightenment in harvesting chives. Even a strong dragon cannot oppress a local serpent in the vegetable garden atop Ba Dao Mountain. The bandit chief Gu Piao was joyfully harvesting chives with a sickle, an activity he relished above all else. Once a long-term laborer for a wealthy landlord, his days had been filled with toil in the fields. Yet he subsisted on humble fare and resided in a communal dormitory, scarcely seeing any coins throughout the year. After 10 arduous years of servitude, he found himself in debt to the landlord, owing 10 taels of silver. One day, while cutting chives in the field, a revelation struck him. It dawned on him that the notion of becoming prosperous through hard work was a fallacy. Why was it that he, a diligent worker, remained impoverished while the indolent landlord thrived? If hard work truly led to prosperity, farmers would be the wealthiest, not the exploitative landlords feeding off their labor. That very night, he used his sickle to send the landlord to meet the king of hell, absconding with a box of gold bars in tow. With this newfound capital, combined with his courage and cunning, he established a flourishing enterprise and firmly rooted himself atop Ba Dao Mountain. With years of experience in harvesting chives, he grasped a crucial principle. One should never eradicate entirely. Robbery, he understood, was an art. If one was excessively ruthless, the victim would retaliate fiercely, for without money, life loses its significance. Conversely, if one was not ruthless enough, the victim would merely view it as a minor misfortune. Just like chives, if one uprooted them entirely, they would not return, necessitating replanting. However, if one merely harvested them in batches, after a few days of care, new growth would be ready for the next cut. Thus, he established a rule. During each robbery, only half of the goods would be taken, ensuring that merchant caravans would remain intact and unbroken. This route was essential for reaching Dawn City. As long as merchants retained hope for profit, they would not waste time circumventing through alternative paths, for time equates to money. Ultimately, the merchants would recoup their losses by elevating prices, ensuring that the wool would always come from the sheep. Through a strategy of sustainable and steady returns, he transformed one-time robbery victims into repeat customers, generating a consistent stream of revenue every month. Now he enjoyed a leisurely life, indulging in wine, tending to his vegetables, and basking in the sun, having effectively retired early. As he placed freshly cut chives into a basket, he instructed his subordinate, Quickly prepare some scrambled eggs with chives for me to enjoy with my drink. Certainly, Chief, his subordinate responded. Just as he lifted the basket, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Everyone looked up to see a signal arrow explode in the sky, releasing plumes of green smoke reminiscent of a flourishing patch of chives. This was their signal for assistance. Gu Piao furrowed his brow and commanded his subordinate, Immediately inform our brothers on the mountain to descend and provide support. Understood, Chief. The subordinate blew his whistle while running, urging others to gather their weapons. Thanks to their regular training, soon 100 bandits surged down the mountain like a tidal wave. Observing his brothers rushing to aid, Gu Piao pondered. It has been a while since I encountered someone daring enough to oppose me. I wonder what reckless merchant convoy this is. He was unperturbed by the prospect of government troops descending upon them, as he had a cooperative relationship with the city lord. And the monthly tributes were no trifling matter. Whenever the city lord sought to eliminate bandits, he would send word in advance. And all Gu Piao needed to do was go through the motions. Meanwhile, the bandits confronted the merchant convoy, and their leader yawned, glancing at his watch with impatience. Your efficiency is appalling. It has been 10 minutes, and no reinforcements have arrived. I can no longer wait. I shall slay you worthless scoundrels now. Brothers, arm yourselves. At this command, all men drew large blades from beneath the carts, glaring menacingly at the bandits. The bandit squad leader was taken aback, bewildered by the scene. What is happening? Why do they seem more like bandits than we do? He mused. Isn't summoning reinforcements supposed to take time? Why are they so eager to fight? As he anxiously awaited, the sounds of battle cries finally echoed from the mountain. He looked up to see a throng of over 100 individuals charging out of the forest. My brothers have arrived. His confidence surged, and he boldly pointed at the merchant leader, declaring, See, my brothers have come. With so many of us, we could drown you in spit alone. Surrender your weapons and leave at once. The second-in-command approached him and inquired, Pansy, what is the situation? The squad leader, named Pansy, quickly recounted the events. The second-in-command regarded him skeptically. These individuals do not seem ordinary. They all appear well-trained. Could it be that a formidable force has passed through our territory? He addressed the merchant leader with a gesture. Gentlemen, we of Duanlong Mountain seek only wealth, not bloodshed. If you leave half of your goods, you may depart unscathed. However, if you are fellow travelers, a quarter of your goods will suffice as a toll, and we shall provide you with fine wine for your journey. The merchant leader laughed heartily. Surely, you jest. Are you already yielding? Do you truly believe that your 100 men fear our mere dozen? Perhaps I should grant you some time to summon more allies. I would not want to be accused of bullying you. Upon hearing this, the second-in-command's expression shifted dramatically. This group was far too arrogant. Initially, he had considered treating them as equals and allowing them to retain some goods. But since they had shown such blatant disrespect, he would not hold back. Even if you are a formidable dragon, you must abide by the rules of Duanlong Mountain, he warned. Since you refuse my hospitality, you should not only forfeit your goods, but perhaps your lives as well. Brothers, charge. At his command, the bandits prepared to rush forward. Wait. Suddenly, the merchant leader shouted, causing everyone to halt, unsure of his intent. The second-in-command smirked. What? Are you afraid? If you are scared, kneel and bow to me 3 times, and I may spare you. The merchant leader chuckled. Not at all. I merely wish to inquire if you have anyone else. Bring them forth. Truly oblivious to danger. The second-in-command was nearly amused by the audacity of the merchant leader. We have more than enough men here. Brothers, charge. Hold on. The merchant leader called again, throwing the bandits' rhythm into disarray. Just as the second-in-command was about to explode with rage, the merchant leader continued, You have summoned reinforcements, which is unfair. I too wish to call for support, lest I be unable to contend with you. With that, he produced a signal arrow from his pocket and shot it skyward. Everyone gazed upward as the arrow soared, exploding into a grand display of red fireworks resembling a large blade. Some bandits marveled at the spectacle, thinking, This signal arrow is impressive, far more striking than our chives. Upon seeing the opposing side's signal, the second-in-command felt a wave of unease. It was evident that they had come prepared, and it was imperative to resolve the conflict swiftly to avoid facing reinforcements. Just as he prepared to order his men to charge, he suddenly heard the thunderous sound of galloping hooves approaching, shaking the very ground beneath them. A dark cloud appeared in the sky, accompanied by the sound of hooves, ominously advancing towards them. Chapter 68. Victorious, without battle the ominous clouds obscured the sunlight, and fear crept into the faces of the bandits. 100 knights clad in uniform black armor charged like a tempest, surrounding them from both sides. Each knight brandished a crossbow, aiming down at the mountain ruffians. Lay down your weapons and surrender. Those who resist shall be met with swift execution. The chilling warning echoed through the valley, reverberating ominously. The bandits were thrown into disarray. What was happening? Pansy was taken aback. while they had been waiting for reinforcements. Here they were, arriving instantaneously. Could it be that he had concealed them deliberately to toy with him? The second-in-command quickly noticed the two characters emblazoned on the knight's attire, Ba Dao. Cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead and back, his body trembling uncontrollably. It was over. Today they had crossed paths with this formidable force. The mere presence of Ba Dao, known for their ruthless reputation, was enough to instill dread. Everyone, quickly lay down your weapons. They are for Ba Dao, he shouted, sinking to his knees in desperation. Please, gentlemen, do not strike. We surrender. The mere mention of Ba Dao sent shivers down the spines of the other bandits. Some so frightened they lost control of their bladders. With a clatter, weapons clanged to the ground as they all trembled and knelt before the knights. Although Ba Dao typically engaged only with the righteous sex and ignored such lowly bandits, the tales of their strength were well known. The once boisterous leader, witnessing the capitulation of his men, commanded, "Clean the battlefield." His 30-odd armed followers immediately sprang into action. The first group immobilized the bandits with pressure points. The second stripped them down to their undergarments, while the third confiscated their clothing and weapons. The fourth bound them with ropes and gagged them, ensuring they posed no threat. The precision of their actions left the bandits in awe. Truly, this was the hallmark of a premier villainous organization. Such professionalism was unparalleled. The leader approached the second-in-command, removing the filthy sock from his mouth with a knife, and inquired darkly, "Do you know who I am?" Though immobilized, the second-in-command could still speak, and he pleaded, "I had no idea. Had I known it was Ba Dao passing through, I would have prepared a grand feast to welcome you." The leader, amused by his cowardice, smirked. "Listen well, I am Mo Jingang, one of the 8 brutes of Ba Dao." The second-in-command nearly fainted from fear, mentally chastising such a fearsome title. But why does he dress like a mere foot soldier? If he hadn't revealed himself, who would have known he was a brute? Weeping, he implored, "Great Mo Jingang, I did not recognize your greatness and have offended you. Please, show mercy and spare my life. I would do anything you ask." "Oh, truly anything?" Mo Jingang replied. "Very well then, divulge everything about your mountain lair. Should you withhold any information, you shall learn what it means to suffer. Rest assured, I shall speak without reservation." The second-in-command hastily relayed every detail about the bandit camp, even recounting the color of the leader's undergarments. Mo Jingang learned that there were about 100 fighters on Dunlong Mountain, totaling 168, including their families and servants. Yet, he dismissed them as inconsequential, for they lacked even a third-rate expert. All were mere amateurs. The only third-rate expert was the second-in-command, who now groveled before him. Their leader was nothing more than a farmer with brute strength. Mo Jingang wasted no time and ordered his men, "Send 50 to attack the lair, using crossbows. Do not alert them and allow them to escape." The second-in-command eagerly offered, "Great Mo Jingang, I will guide you. With my assistance, your efforts will yield greater results." The other bandits watched in disbelief at their second-in-command as betrayal, wishing they too could have the same chance, yet their gags rendered them speechless. Mo Jingang nodded. "That will suffice. Lead the way. If you perform well, I shall take you back for labor reform, and this incident will be forgotten." "Truly?" the second-in-command exclaimed, astonished that he had stumbled into a chance for survival after offending Ba Dao. "Indeed," Mo Jingang affirmed. "Consider yourself fortunate that you did not attack earlier. Had you done so, even your pleas for mercy would not have saved you. They had no intention of slaughtering. These were valuable laborers. As for the duration of their labor reform, it was uncertain, could be a month, a year, or a decade, depending on their endurance." He struck the second-in-command, Dantion, rendering him powerless before releasing his pressure point. This was a tactic learned from the leader to avoid being caught off guard. The second-in-command, initially relieved to have preserved his life, was suddenly dismayed at the loss of his martial prowess. Bewildered, he asked, "You have rendered me powerless." "Being powerless is still preferable to dying by my hand," Mo Jingang retorted. "Now lead on." The second-in-command realized the truth in this, understanding he was already at the mercy of fate. To live was a blessing, even if it meant losing his skills. Embarrassed by his state of undress, he timidly requested. Great Mo Jingang, could I have my clothes back? In response, Mo Jingang kicked him to the ground, impatiently warning, your demands are excessive. Speak another word, and I shall end you. The second in command, on the verge of tears, dared not utter another word, leading the way clad only in his undergarments. He pointed out every checkpoint along the route, each met with a swift arrow, ensuring no warnings were given. After eliminating several sentinels, they finally reached the heart of the bandit camp. At that moment, Gu Piao was leisurely indulging in wine and scrambled eggs with chives in high spirits. He had noticed a dark cloud approaching and anticipated a rain that would benefit his freshly cut chives. Suddenly, a man clad only in underpants burst in, accompanied by a group of armed men, without so much as an announcement. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the second-in-command who had just ascended the mountain. Gu Piao sensed an ominous presence. Drawing a sharp sickle from beneath the table, he rose to his feet and pointed it at them, inquiring, "Second brother, what has transpired?" Before the second village master could utter a word, the group surged forward, seizing his sickle, sealing his acupoints, and beginning to strip him of his garments. In that moment of clarity, he comprehended why the second village master was clad only in his undergarments. It seemed that after spending his days hunting geese, he had fallen prey to their vicious beaks. Today, he had encountered a band of perverse robbers intent on stealing one's clothing. Chapter 69. The enigmatic voice-tracking Gu the bandits of Broken Dragon Mountain were thus eradicated, with all men, women, and children, along with their treasures of gold and jewels, being transported back to the Ba Dao Manor. Other routes saw similar outcomes, as bandits and thieves were continuously subdued, leaving them bereft of both personnel and goods. The Ba Dao Manor bustled with activity, reminiscent of the days when the righteous alliance was vanquished, with horse-drawn carriages returning laden with spoils. Under Old Tan's supervision, the logistics department efficiently managed the registration of various incoming and outgoing supplies. Old Tan, beaming with joy, presented a statistical report to Huang Tianba, sincerely congratulating him. "Master, your plan is truly remarkable. We have profited immensely this time. If this continues, our manor will soon be as wealthy as a nation." Huang Tianba smiled faintly, replying, "Wealth, once it reaches a certain threshold, is merely a figure. There is no cause for excitement. If I were inclined, I could easily fly to seize the emperor and claim the imperial treasury for myself." Old Tan chuckled. "Indeed, master, you are now unrivaled across the realm. Acquiring anything you desire is as effortless as plucking a flower. By the way, do you think the emperor's treasury might contain any celestial scripts? If so, it would be worth obtaining for cultivation, allowing you to ascend to immortality and perhaps find a celestial maiden to wed." At the mention of celestial texts, Huang Tianba initially felt a spark of interest, but the subsequent notion of marriage left him speechless. Old Tan was quite earnest about this matter, seamlessly intertwining it with the topic of romance. His aspirations were boundless, aiming for the stars and the sea. How could he possibly contemplate entanglement in the grave of love so soon? Nevertheless, he acknowledged Old Tan's good intentions, assuring him he would consider it. While enduring Old Tan's incessant chatter about the manor's parks and the recent births of twins among the maidservants, the ringing of the telephone finally interrupted Old Tan's monologue. He answered, "Hello, what is it? You seek the master? He is with me." "Very well, I understand." Putting down the phone, he informed Huang Tianba. "The communications department just called. Dr. Sai requests your presence in the secret chamber." "Understood," Huang Tianba replied, promptly dialing the secret chamber. "Little Sai, what do you need me for?" "What? The voice-tracking goo is ready? I will be there immediately." His excitement palpable, he turned to Old Tan. "Come with me to the secret chamber. I have something fascinating to show you." Upon their arrival, Dr. Sai Bianc revealed a cultivation box containing 17 voice-tracking goo. One was extraordinarily large, roughly the size of a quail egg, while the remaining 16 were merely the size of soybeans. Each of the smaller goo bore a number written in red ink, ranging from 1 to 16. Sai Bianc explained last time, Tianba expressed a desire to improve the voice-tracking goo, so I cultivated a mother goo, allowing it to produce numerous offspring. Each offspring can communicate with one another, and I have assigned them numbers. To activate or deactivate them, one must first recite the corresponding number, thus preventing unintended control over others. Additionally, if an offspring is deactivated, the mother goo will emit a sound to alert the owner that someone is attempting to reach them. Whether to activate it is up to them. However, in urgent situations, if they fail to respond promptly, they can seek my assistance. I can directly activate their offspring through the mother goo, enabling communication. Old Tan was perplexed, yet Huang Tianba grew increasingly exhilarated. What a marvel! Can goo be manipulated in such a manner? How has Sai Bianc managed to transform an insect into something akin to a mobile phone? Without further ado, he urged, let us test it immediately. Under Huang Tianba's enthusiastic prodding, Sai Bianc opened the box and commanded the first goo, activate number 1. The goo marked with the numeral began to scurry about. Deactivate number 1. Instantly, it ceased movement. Sai Bianc handed the goo to Huang Tianba, saying, Tianba, insert this. Thereafter, simply follow this method to activate and deactivate it. As Huang Tianba inserted the voice-tracking goo into his ear, he remarked, using numbers is quite advantageous. They are less likely to be repeated and are easier to articulate. I initiated the use of numbers within the manner, as it is far more convenient than the previous cumbersome counting method. Sai Bianc then assigned the second goo to himself and the third to Old Tan, gesturing for him to wear it. Imitating soy dianque. Old Tan inserted the goo into his ear. Once everyone had activated their commands, Sai Bianc stated, activate number 1. Tianba, can you hear me? End of communication. Huang Tianba immediately heard, Tianba, can you hear me? He nodded at Sai Bianc and inquired. So, before speaking, one must first recite the number to activate it, and conclude with end of communication. Indeed, Sai Bianc confirmed. If I subsequently recite a number to deactivate, will that silence the other party? Sai Bianc shook his head, no. Once activated, the subsequent conversation belongs to the other individual and will not issue commands to your goo. Oh, this is much more convenient. With Sai Bianc's modifications, the previous shortcomings of the voice-tracking goo had been entirely rectified. Sai Bianc continued, the remaining goo are for Wu Ming and the heavenly King Jin gang. Once they wear them, issuing commands will be significantly easier, even eliminating the need for phone calls. Ah, how well you understand me, little Sai. This is precisely what I have been in need of. Huang Tianba joyfully embraced Sai Bianc, who beamed with delight. Huang Tianba's happiness was his own. Old Tan watched the two with a smile, reassured by the bond they shared. The secret chamber radiated warmth and camaraderie, a sight invisible to outsiders. Who could not fathom the yearning for kinship and friendship felt by a blood sorcerer and a poison master? Only Old Tan comprehended their sentiments, yet he was aging, and despite various elixirs, his time was limited. Once he was gone, only Sai Bianc would be able to engage with Huang Tianba on equal footing. Huang Tianba pondered and asked, by the way, these goo are indeed insects. Do they not require sustenance? Sai Bianc smiled gently. They do not require food. According to historical texts, voice-tracking goo can absorb nutrients from the air, so there is no need for concern. If they were to perish from starvation, you could simply come to me for replacements. Huang Tianba was astonished. Oh, how marvelous! I suddenly wish to learn goo techniques. If you desire to learn, I can teach you. You are quite clever, and I am certain you would grasp it quickly. Very well, once I complete my current tasks, I shall learn goo techniques from you. After they made their agreement, Sai Bianc set aside the remaining voice-tracking goo and brought forth a large, heavy box from the table. With a mysterious smile, he said to Huang Tianba, Tianba, I have a surprise for you. Can you guess what it is? Huang Tianba examined the square box, contemplating, could this be a birthday cake for me? But my birthday is not for several days yet. Sai Bianc merely teased him, not prolonging the suspense, and cheerfully revealed, this is not a birthday cake. It is a goo that can locate Yi Tian, which I have dubbed the tracking goo. Huang Tianba's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that true? Let's open it and see. If this goo can indeed find Yi Tian, he is surely doomed. Even if he is shielded by fortuitous luck and flees to the ends of the earth, I shall pursue him relentlessly to ensure his demise. Chapter 70. The insectoid mech is ready. Yi Tian awaits his fate. Sai Bianc opened a box, revealing a palm-sized transparent container and an elongated blue-gray metal box. Within the transparent container rested a blood-red mosquito, approximately the size of a finger. The elongated metal box was recognized by Huang Tianba as a lead box, typically employed to shield certain radioactive materials. Upon opening the lead box, Bianc revealed a severed arm, encased in rosin. The mosquito in the transparent container immediately shifted its direction, aligning itself with the severed arm. Bianc elucidated this is the tracking bug cultivated from the bloodthirsty giant mosquito. It possesses an acute sensitivity to vital energy. I have fed it with Yi Tian's severed arm, and now it can only sense his vital energy. Observe. It is oriented towards the direction of the severed arm. However, this sensitivity can be obstructed by lead. When I cover the severed arm with the lead box, it will redirect itself, and I deduce that this new direction points to Yi Tian's actual location. Demonstrating this, Bianc rotated the box, and indeed, the mosquito reverted to its original stance. Huang Tianba stroked his chin and inquired if it must choose between the severed arm and Yi Tian, which will it select? Bianc replied confidently that is simple. It follows a hierarchy. It will prioritize the source of the stronger vital energy. Since all other severed limbs are sealed in lead boxes, it is highly probable that it can only sense the original body. Nodding in understanding, Huang Tianba asked, "How do I use it to locate him? Once released, won't it just fly away?" Bianc took the transparent container, slowly rotating it in his hand. "There is no need to release it. Just carry this box and follow the direction it indicates." Indeed, no matter how many times Bianc spun the box, the mosquito remained fixed in its orientation. Huang Tianba accepted the transparent container, examining it with curiosity and nodding. "Excellent. I shall follow this direction shortly." Old Tan quickly cautioned, "Master, do not act too hastily. We do not know how far he is. What if you leave and someone attacks our manor?" Waving his hand dismissively, Huang Tianba reassured, "There is no need for concern. Our manor is protected by the unparalleled skills of Wu Ming and the King of Dawn. Furthermore, with the sound transmission bug provided by Xiao, as long as Wu Ming and the King of Vajra wear it, I can reach them within 100 miles. I can return at any moment." Old Tan nodded, relieved. "Then I can rest easy. However, Master, do not venture too far, lest you become unreachable." "Understood. I will maintain contact with Xiao. If I sense no response, I will return promptly." Huang Tianba would not err in judgment. The safety of the manor outweighed all else. "I will summon Wu Ming and the kings now to provide them with the sound transmission bugs." A call was made, and soon Wu Ming and the 4 kings arrived. Bianc distributed the bugs, explaining their usage, and everyone soon grasped the operation. Like children receiving a new toy, they marveled at the invention. "This is remarkable, Dr. Sai. Such an ingenious creation," they praised. "I had always thought bugs were harmful. I never imagined they could be employed so positively. Dr. Sai, you are extraordinary." Huang Tianba, noticing their excessive flattery, interjected, "All right, enough compliments. Do not remove or deactivate these devices in the future. I must maintain contact with you. Unless you say the activation command, I will not hear your conversations. So do not worry about my eavesdropping." Wu Ming earnestly replied, "Master, I am not concerned in the slightest. You may listen to whatever I say." The other kings and Vajras, eager to express their loyalty, chimed in, "I too do not mind, Master." Huang Tianba shot them a glance and waved his hand. "Enough, if you find it entertaining. I find it noisy. Do not seek me unless it is urgent." Satisfied that their show of loyalty had been acknowledged, they ceased further chatter to avoid displeasing the master. "Very well, then. You may all return to your duties." Wu Ming dispatched knights to locate the positions of the Vajras and instruct them to wait for me. Have the knights return promptly with their locations. I need to deliver the remaining 8 sound transmission bugs to them. The kings and Vajras eagerly offered, "Master, you need not trouble yourself. We shall deliver them." Only Wu Ming remained quiet. If the master wished to deliver them, then so be it. For there must be a reason behind his decision. Huang Tianba firmly refused. "No, these items are exceptionally precious. You cannot fly. Should something happen, we cannot afford to lose even one. It is safer for me to go." With that, the others ceased their insistence. Understanding that some tasks were best left to the master, Wu Ming promptly agreed. "Very well, I shall make the arrangements." Huang Tianba grasped the box containing the tracking bug and addressed the group. You may disperse now. I am going to seek old Liu for the mech. Upon arriving at the laboratory, Gongshu Liu was engrossed in sketching design plans. Upon noticing Huang Tianba's arrival, he quickly stood to greet him. Master, you have come. Approaching the mech standing nearby, Huang Tianba inquired, Old Liu, is my mech ready? I require it now. Yes, master, it is ready for immediate use, Gongshu Liu replied. The mech is now divided into 7 sections. Damage to one will not affect the others. The shield has been melted and reinforced onto these 7 sections. I have tested it, and the mech's defensive capabilities have reached half of its original strength. Additionally, I have simplified the design for donning. It now allows for tool-free disassembly. Gongshu Liu approached the mech, detailing each improvement to Huang Tianba, demonstrating the operations as a car salesman might. Huang Tianba applauded, excellent. Truly worthy of a master of mechanisms. Gongshu Liu humbly replied, I am far from your level, master. After exchanging mutual praise, Huang Tianba asked, how is the research on the portable design progressing? Gongshu Liu responded with embarrassment, this will require some more time. I kindly ask for your patience for a few days. Huang Tianba patted him on the shoulder very well. Do not rush. Take your time. You must rest or you will exhaust yourself, which will hinder your work. Thank you for your concern, master. I will strive to meet your expectations. Meanwhile, 80 miles away from Ba Dao Manor, in a vast forest, Yi Tian diligently practiced his cultivation. The forest bore witness to his efforts, with patches of withered land marking his achievements. He no longer needed to press his face against trees to absorb the vitality of the flora. He could now draw upon the life force of plants within a 10-meter radius with ease. Chapter 71. The Super Flyers Deliver Goods. And the great battle is about to commence. The verdant vitality flowed into Yi Tian's nostrils like a swarm of glowing fireflies, teeming with life. A nearby thicket exuded an especially vibrant energy, reminiscent of a luminous stream. Observing the surroundings in silence, Old Lei sensed this phenomenon and couldn't help but marvel. So, it is this rare entity. Yi Tian's fortune is truly remarkable. Yi Tian, with his eyes closed in introspection, remained oblivious to the unusual occurrence, merely feeling an abundance of vitality from his recent cultivation. Within his body, his dantian and meridians began to heal at a pace surpassing dozens of times their usual rate, spurred by this immense life force. Upon absorbing all the surrounding vitality, he was astonished to discover that his dantian and meridians had fully recovered. Opening his eyes, he exclaimed in surprise, Old Lei, my meridians and dantian are healed already. Didn't you say it would take 20 days? How is this possible in just a few days? Old Lei sighed. My boy, you can only attribute this to your extraordinary luck. There happens to be a millennium-old ginseng nearby, which you just absorbed. Yi Tian paused for a moment and then burst into laughter. Haha, indeed, even the heavens are aiding me. Old Lei, the vitality I absorb now can be used to further heal my body, right? Old Lei nodded in agreement. Of course, now that your dantian and meridians are restored, once your internal strength recovers a bit, you should venture deeper into the forest. The more secluded the area, the greater the treasures it holds. If you find just one, it could be equivalent to several days of arduous training. Who knows? You might even stumble upon a spiritual herb that could elevate you to a practitioner in an instant. Yi Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. With his good fortune, he might indeed encounter a spiritual herb. Once he becomes a practitioner, even at the lowest level of qi refining, he would be able to defeat Huang Tianba. He eagerly replied, All right, Old Lei, I will go at once. However, I will need your guidance, as I'm unfamiliar with medicinal herbs. Old Lei chuckled. This is simple. Just practice the longevity technique while moving. Wherever you sense an increase in vitality, there will surely be treasures. Realization dawned upon Yi Tian. You're right. I should recover some internal strength first, then I will search. With just a bit more internal energy cultivated, he would emerge as an unparalleled master, even if his limbs were not fully functional. A single burst of sword energy would suffice to vanquish any ferocious beast. Finally, he could escape the days of trepidation. He was immensely grateful to Old Lei for keeping watch over him these past days, alerting him to any danger, Otherwise, he would have met his demise countless times. The knights responsible for contacting the 8 great warriors had set out, but the distance was great, and they would not return anytime soon. Bored, Huang Tianba began to ponder modifications for his mecha in the laboratory. Currently, the mecha was solely designed for combat, lacking any other functions. However, as a time traveler, he desired a multi-functional mecha with various capabilities. Not to mention auxiliary functions like cooking and healing, it must surely have thermal imaging capabilities. If he could equip the mecha with an evil eye that had thermal imaging, then no matter how well the enemies concealed themselves, they would not escape his gaze. He meticulously noted down the functions he wished to enhance on paper, while Gongsu Lu contemplated how to transform the mecha into a backpack. Both were engrossed in their respective studies, undistracted by one another. The knights spurred their horses towards the direction of the warriors, with new knights departing from the manor every hour to prevent any previous knight from encountering mishaps and failing to return with news. Finally, after more than an hour, the knight along the route to the Qianxin warrior was the first to reach his destination. Dismounting from his frothing steed, he sprinted towards Qianxin warrior and reported loudly, "Report. Qianxin warrior, the manor lord has commanded you to remain in place. He has something important to deliver to you." Qianxin warrior inquired curiously, understood. Did the manor lord mention what it is? No, but the nameless lord stated that each warrior would receive a share, and the manor lord would deliver them one by one. The knight knew only to convey the command. The specifics had not been disclosed to him. Qianxin warrior couldn't help but gasp in surprise. What could be so significant that it requires the manor lord to personally deliver it? The knight, lacking further knowledge, requested, "I must return immediately to inform the manor lord of your location. Please, Qianxin warrior, grant me a swift steed. Mine can no longer continue." "Very well. I shall take you to fetch a horse." Qianxin warrior did not dare to delay and personally escorted the knight to retrieve a swift horse, watching as he galloped away without pause. The 8 great warriors had originally split into 3 routes towards the other 3 cities, reasoning that taking multiple paths would reduce the likelihood of encountering bandits. Ultimately, this resulted in each warrior traveling alone. Consequently, some knights needed to reach one warrior to inquire about another's location before backtracking to search, wasting considerable time. Time passed slowly as one knight after another reached their respective warriors, relaying messages before hastily returning. By the time the first knight returned to the manor, nearly 3 hours had elapsed. The nameless lord quickly conveyed the locations to Huang Tianba, who, glancing at the time, lamented, "The efficiency of this message delivery is abysmal. Thankfully, Xiao helped me cultivate the sound transmission bug. Though it's a bit tiring today, it will make things easier in the future." He promptly donned his mecha, equipped with the sound transmission bug and tracking bug nestled in a pouch. The superflyers were set to deliver goods. After instructing the nameless lord to relay subsequent locations via the sound transmission bug, he soared towards Qianxin warrior's position, where a knight required over an hour. He arrived in mere minutes. Qianxin warrior had already instructed the team to rest in place, informing them to call out when they saw the manor lord approaching from the sky to prevent him from flying past. Before Huang Tianba even neared them, he heard the enthusiastic shouts from below. "Manor lord, we are here. Over here." Amidst the calls, Huang Tianba descended gracefully, his striking mecha capturing everyone's attention. The onlookers marveled inwardly. Wow, the manor lord's armor is truly extraordinary. It looks so menacing. If the righteous were to see him like this, they would surely tremble in fear. I would willingly sacrifice 20 years of my life just to touch the manor lord's armor. Huang Tianba lifted his visor to reveal his face, waving to greet the crowd. Addressing Qianxin warrior directly, he stated, "I am in a hurry. Let us find a secluded spot. I have matters to discuss with you." "Understood, manor lord." Qianxin warrior promptly led Huang Tianba to a private area, instructing the others to keep their distance. Only then did Huang Tianba produce the sound transmission bug for him. After a brief explanation, Qianxin warrior grasped its usage and realized the significance of the manor lord's personal delivery. It was akin to a portable telephone. With this device, they could communicate regardless of their locations. Truly a miraculous invention. He marveled at the genius of both the Manor Lord and Dr. Sai, understanding why these two prodigies had become such good friends. Upon witnessing the mastery of the Golden Titan, Huang Tianba did not linger for long. He swiftly departed, following the coordinates recently relayed to him, and soared towards another Golden Titan. Meanwhile, the Golden Titan continued to lead the team forward, with merely 20 miles remaining to reach Lingxi City. Outside Lingxi City, Confucius and his entourage had just exited the city gates and were hastily making their way towards Ba Dao Mountain Villa. Now, a question arises. The distance between the Golden Titan's team and Confucius's carriage is 10,000 meters. The Golden Titan's team travels at a velocity of 5,000 meters per hour, while Confucius's carriage advances at a speed of 20,000 meters per hour. As they move towards each other simultaneously, how long will it take for them to meet? Chapter 72. Come on, let us hurt each other. Who among the extraordinary fears whom? The scholar sensed that the carriage was slowing down. The coachman turned back and informed him, "Sir, there's a large merchant convoy ahead blocking the road." The scholar lifted the curtain and gazed outside, confirming the presence of a convoy consisting of approximately 40 to 50 individuals, driving carts laden with goods. At the forefront was a passenger cart, its curtains drawn tight, likely concealing the owner within. "Let us halt here and wait for them to pass," he said, lowering the curtain. He then remarked to Mr. Wang, "This merchant convoy is formidable. Those guards appear to possess considerable strength, at least second-rate masters." Mr. Wang also peeked out and speculated, could it be that they are wary of the Ba Dao Mountain Manor, fearing robbery, hence the need for so many skilled guards? The scholar nodded in agreement. Indeed, such a possibility exists. Once we eliminate Huang Tianba, we shall restore peace to this region. After the convoy moved on, the scholar's carriage resumed its journey, but soon slowed again. "Sir, there's a large troop ahead blocking the road," the coachman called out. The scholar lifted the curtain once more and peered outside, his expression turning cold as he instructed the coachman, "Stop the carriage." Mr. Wang, who had been resting his eyes, inquired, "What is it?" The scholar replied icily, "The ones arriving are from Ba Dao Mountain Manor. We shall inquire about Huang Tianba's whereabouts." Mr. Wang immediately opened his eyes and leaned out to observe, confirming the presence of Ba Dao Mountain Manor's members, all clad in identical uniforms embroidered with the words Ba Dao, as if to ensure no one could mistake their identity. "Why wait? I shall capture a few and interrogate them," he declared. However, before they could disembark, the impulsive Long Kong had already spotted the individuals from Ba Dao Mountain Manor. He leaped down from the carriage and shouted at the troop, "Halt!" Upon seeing this, Ji Bai realized the dire situation. How could they possibly encounter members of Ba Dao Mountain Manor here, with the enemy so numerous? If a fight broke out and he were to be struck by a hidden arrow, would he not meet his end here? He hurriedly urged his assistant, "Quick, let us descend and hide behind the scholar." Upon hearing Long Kong's boisterous call, the Ba Dao knights nearby halted, their faces filled with murderous intent as one knight stepped forward and questioned, "Who are you to boldly shout at us?" At that moment, Su Dai approached Long Kong and asked solemnly, "Are you members of Ba Dao Mountain Manor?" "Of course," the knight replied proudly, only to witness the loudmouth erupt in fury and leap, delivering a punch to his chest. Being merely a second-rate master, he was unprepared for the vengeful assault from Long Kong, a first-rate master. Instantly, his chest caved in, and he was violently propelled from his horse, crashing into several knights, resulting in their immediate demise. Alarm! Enemy attack! The piercing whistle sounded, accompanied by urgent warnings and the launch of signal arrows. The other knights, witnessing the ambush, swiftly raised the alarm, drawing their repeating crossbows to unleash a volley of 10 shots at Long Kong. These crossbows had been modified by Huang Tianba, capable of holding 30 arrows at once, supporting both single and continuous fire, and each knight carried 5 quivers to maintain sustained combat capability. In an instant, a 100-strong troop unleashed thousands of crossbow bolts upon Long Kong, saturating the area around him. Long Kong and Su Dai, both first-rate masters, found themselves with no place to evade the overwhelming barrage of bolts. Although they possessed protective energy, their ability to withstand such a dense assault was uncertain. At that critical moment, the scholar appeared before them, delivering a punch that unleashed a tempest, repelling all the incoming bolts. Instantly, cries of anguish erupted as numerous knights were struck by the returning bolts, with many unfortunate souls meeting fatal injuries. In the presence of extraordinary masters, numbers held little significance. A mere flick of the wrist could devastate a large swath. The knights hastily gathered their fallen comrades and fled on horseback. The manor lord had advised, if unable to win, retreat is no disgrace. Preserving one's life affords the chance for revenge later. Observing their retreat, the scholar showed no intention of pursuing. Disdain etched on his face as he remarked, such dastardly scoundrels are merely a rabble, lacking even the courage to fight. Su Dai, standing beside him, flattered, you speak truly. Master, with their caliber, once we eliminate Huang Tianba, they will be but a scattered bunch. As his words fell, several massive blades of energy cleaved through the air toward them. A figure sprinted from the distance, unleashing waves of blade energy as he ran. It was Qin Jingang, returning to offer support upon seeing the signal. The scholar, perceiving the ambush, immediately released his own energy, sending forth gigantic shadows of fists that shattered the incoming blade energy. Extraordinary masters? Both men were momentarily taken aback. Upon closer inspection, the one who had attempted to ambush them was a man clad in a black cloth robe, appearing more like a lackey than a master. Qin Jingang, puzzled, wondered how an extraordinary master had suddenly appeared in this location, wounding so many of his subordinates. Noticing the absence of Ba Dao Mountain Manor's insignia, the scholar, perplexed, inquired, I am the scholar from the Royal Academy. Who are you? And why do you interfere in matters concerning me and Ba Dao Mountain Manor? Qin Jingang, surprised, cast a glance at the scholar but remained silent as he aimed his attack at Su Dai. He had not anticipated that merely days after becoming an extraordinary master, he would encounter such a formidable adversary in the scholar. Both were extraordinary masters. A battle between them would not yield a swift conclusion. Yet, who decreed he must engage an extraordinary master? Surely, it was wiser to target the seemingly unassuming figure beside the scholar. He would eliminate him first. Su Dai, being only a first-rate master, stood no chance against Qin Jingang's 30-meter blade energy. If struck, he would surely be gravely injured. The long-range attacks of extraordinary masters inherently exuded pressure, significantly hampering their opponent's speed. Faced with the impending strike, he had no choice but to brace himself, yet he remained calm, for he stood beside his master. To take his life, one would first require the master's consent. As the scholar shattered the blade energy with a punch and swiftly closed the distance to Qin Jingang, he delivered a powerful blow to his chest. He preferred close combat, relishing the visceral sensation of each strike. Qin Jingang did not flinch or evade, accepting the scholar's punch and retaliating with a thrust of his blade toward the scholar's chest. Both were extraordinary masters. Enduring a punch would not lead to death. Come then, let us harm each other. With a resounding crash, a figure was sent flying into the distance. Qin Jingang had underestimated the scholar's combat prowess. He felt momentarily disoriented before being sent sprawling several meters away, embedding himself in the mountainside. Blinking in disbelief. PGA Chapter 73. The unyielding Qin Jingang faces four foes. Master unveils his muscles at this moment. Huang Tianba had imparted the art of the sound-transmitting gu to Qin Jingang, preparing to proceed to the next location of the other giants. Suddenly, a distress signal from Qin Jingang pierced through his ears, causing his expression to turn grave. There was no doubt that the master would not appear without reason. Perhaps he was seeking vengeance at the manor. Thankfully, Qin Jingang encountered him. Otherwise, had the master arrived at the manor in his absence, it might have been reduced to chaos. As a seasoned master, the master's prowess far surpassed that of the newly ascended Qin Jingang. It was entirely reasonable to find oneself outmatched. Survival was the priority. He promptly responded to Qin Jingang, Number 9, I'm on my way. Try to stall for 10 minutes. If you cannot fight back, flee. If you cannot escape, plead for mercy. Ensure your safety and that of your brothers. I will handle the rest. End of communication. Having been trained by Huang Tianba, Qin Jingang had memorized everyone's number and understood that number 9 referred to him. It seemed that Qin Jingang had encountered some adversaries, and he could only hope to ensure his survival. What was the situation? Hadn't Qin Jingang already become a master? Who could possibly challenge him in this vicinity? After a brief pause, Huang Tianba heard Qin Jingang's reply. Rest assured, master. I will protect my brothers. Huang Tianba acknowledged this with a reply and immediately commanded Qin Jingang. Qin Jingang has encountered the master. I must assist him now. I lack the time to send other sound-transmitting Gus. Send someone to inform the other giants to return to the manor at once. You must also return to prevent others from launching a surprise attack. Understood, master. Qin Jingang then comprehended why Qin Jingang was at a disadvantage. He had indeed run into the master. The master, a formidable veteran, possessed profound internal energy that likely only Huang Tianba could contend with. He wished to assist, but realized that, given his own strength, he would only be a burden and thus refrained from voicing his intentions. Huang Tianba soared into the sky, racing towards Qin Jingang. Simultaneously, he relayed a message to the Nameless One, instructing him to prepare a comprehensive defense of the manor. Qin Jingang quickly organized his forces, urging them to hasten in notifying the other giants to return to the manor. Receiving Huang Tianba's response, Qin Jingang coldly laughed as he leapt from the cliffside. He unleashed a wave of blade energy, repelling Long Kong, who was attacking the other knights, and then commanded the remaining members of the Ba Dao. All units, heed my command. Advance at full speed towards Lingxi City Academy. Capture everyone inside as hostages. If any lives are in danger, eliminate them. A life for a life is the worst-case scenario. What a farce. As members of Ba Dao Manor, there was no reason to passively endure attacks. The master had instructed to flee if outmatched, but he had not yet reached that point. Although the master's strikes were formidable, they would not be fatal in a short time. There was no need to fear. The priority was to ensure the safety of his brothers. With so many present, chaos would ensue in a confrontation, making it impossible for him to protect everyone. He resolved to have them retreat, while he remained behind to cover their escape. The journey to Lingxi City would take merely 10 minutes at full gallop. As long as he secured hostages, his comrades would be safe. As for himself, he had no thoughts of fleeing. Having just become a master, he could not bear the shame of retreating from battle. Even if the master did not mind, he could not accept it himself. Today, he would fight to the death, ensuring his brothers could safely withdraw. If all else failed, he would consume a life-saving pill. As long as he had breath, he could hold on until the master arrived to vanquish the master and his companions. Understood. All knights, along with the disguised merchant team members, sprang into action. The merchant team members discarded their goods from the carts, allowing the knights to place their still-breathing comrades atop the vehicles. Everyone mounted their horses and began their advance towards Lingxi City. However, the master and his companions were not mere wooden dummies. They would not simply watch the convoy escape. The master, Wang Dai, Su Dai, and Long Kong immediately split up to attack the convoy. Yet Qin Jingang, as a master, wielded a blade energy that spanned 30 meters. Anyone who dared to impede his allies faced his wrath. He single-handedly staved off the 4S assault, creating a path for the convoy to survive. You must contend with me. If you wish to harm them, you must first pass through me. Qin Jingang stood resolutely like a nail, blocking the four from pursuing the convoy. The master seethed, "Foolish child. Wang, handle him." "Understood, master." Wang Dai immediately veered towards the convoy, and Qin Jingang swiftly unleashed a series of blade energies to obstruct Wang's path, placing himself in front. "Apologies, but this way is blocked." Wang Dai smiled. "If blocked, I shall strike through you." 8 trigrams Dragon Palm. Wang Dai, a master of palm techniques, bellowed as he unleashed a flurry of dragon-shaped palm energies, targeting Qin Jingang's vital areas. Damn it, another master, Qin Jingang thought, lamenting his luck at encountering 2 masters in succession. He could not withstand such power. Just as he prepared to defend himself, he caught a glimpse of the master preparing a powerful stance aimed at the convoy, seemingly ready to unleash a devastating attack. This cannot be allowed. Otherwise, my brothers will perish. He gritted his teeth and braced himself against Wang Dai's 8 trigrams Dragon Palm. allowing it to propel him towards the convoy. Indeed, he witnessed the master executing an unknown martial art, hands creating afterimages as countless fist energies shot towards the convoy. Chaotix la said, Qin Gang shouted, employing the ultimate move taught by the master, unleashing a torrent of blade energies that shattered the oncoming fist energies. However, the move drained his internal energy tremendously, leaving him feeling utterly depleted. He hastily consumed 2 replenishing pills. The taste of blood flooded his mouth, and he realized he was injured. Having braced against Huang Tianba's strike and recklessly unleashed his ultimate technique had inflicted significant internal harm. There was no way around it. A newly ascended master could not withstand the might of 2 seasoned masters without injury. I warned you, to harm them, you must first overcome me, Qin Gang sneered coldly. Sending a message to Huang Tianba. Number 1. They possess 2 masters. Exercise caution. End of communication. He swiftly received Huang Tianba's reply. Understood. Do not force it. Let them on a chase. I will arrive shortly. To avoid confrontation was not an option. If he dodged, who would shield his brother's retreat? As a giant, his position entailed responsibility. When danger loomed, he must be at the forefront. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Since the day he became a giant, protecting his subordinates had become an unshirkable duty. Seeing Qin Gang obstructing their path, the master was filled with frustration. Being a master posed challenges. Without exhausting the opponent's internal energy or overpowering their defenses, it was nearly impossible to vanquish them swiftly. He tore off his garment, revealing muscles sculpted like marble. With fierce intent, he declared to Qin Gang, Boy, it is time for you to experience the strength of my muscles. Chapter 74. The Serious Fist of Buddha. The indestructible Vajra holds on upon witnessing the seemingly muscular figure of the master. Lord Wang understood that the master was prepared to unleash his true power. In such a state, the master was certainly poised to deliver his ultimate move, the Serious Fist. Even he could not withstand the force of this serious punch, which could shatter his protective energy like a world-class master Espagne. Qin Gang felt a surge of tension. The master's demeanor indicated he was indeed going to execute a powerful attack. Yet, why should he defend? His mentor had taught him that when an enemy begins to pose dramatically for a grand move, one must not remain idle. Instead, one should charge forward to interrupt the enemy's technique, thereby minimizing its destructive potential. As the master assumed the stance to strike, Qin Gang took the initiative to attack. With a sweeping blade strike, he sent forth an array of sword energies toward the master, rushing in behind the onslaught. This bold move left Lord Wang dumbfounded. How could he dare to attack? Shouldn't he be focusing on defense against the master's impending strike? Was he a fool, unable to discern the master's intent? The master, momentarily taken aback, wondered why this individual was deviating from the expected course of combat. Why rush in rather than await his fate? However, since he had the audacity to approach his demise, the master decided to oblige. He unleashed half-charged Serious Fist, obliterating the multitude of sword energies before him. At that moment, Qin Gang reached the master, raising his blade high for a decisive strike. Crack! The master's fist met the blade, shattering it into fragments, leaving only a portion of the hilt in Qin Gang's grasp. Yet, the master's punch did not relent. It thudded against Qin Gang's chest, dispersing his protective energy with sheer might. Before Qin Gang could comprehend the situation, he was sent flying over 100 meters, rolling across the ground numerous times. He coughed up copious amounts of blood. Although the master's punch had not been delivered at full strength, it had still grievously wounded him. Had Qin Gang not initiated the attack, that punch could have penetrated him entirely, perhaps even obliterated him. In a desperate bid for survival, Qin Gang quickly consumed a life-saving pill along with 2 energy-replenishing elixirs, striving to restore his inner strength. He glanced at the master. Chapter 75. Grasping Old Wang to strike the master. The celestial blade slays the eldest disciple Huang Tianba upon witnessing the distinctive attacking motion of Old Wang. Was instantly reminded of a descending palm technique. Should the supine Qin Gang receive a blow, he would undoubtedly merge with the earth, utterly immovable. With a swift dive, He soared toward Old Huang, akin to an eagle seizing a sparrow, clutching Old Huang's calf with a fierce grip. Before Old Huang could unleash his divine palm, he was hoisted away by his foot. What is happening? Who is clutching my leg? Old Huang turned in astonishment, startled by the sight of this strange creature. By the heavens, I'm about to crash into the ground. He quickly bent his body, executing a kick akin to a rabbit's leap, aiming to compel the creature to release him. Yet, curiously, the kick bore no impact, akin to striking thin air. The creature maintained its iron grip on his leg as it slammed him down to the ground, creating a series of craters upon impact. Though protected by his vital energy, Old Huang's face flushed crimson from the force of the blows. How infuriating! Such an indignity! Old Huang's anger surged. Yet, under the overwhelming strength of the creature, he found himself unable to even alter his position, let alone retaliate. Then, a more terrifying realization dawned upon him. He felt his internal energy seeping away from the point where the creature held him. The monster was capable of siphoning one's energy? This was intolerable. Should his energy be fully drained, his protective aura would dissipate, and continued assaults would surely reduce him to a pulp. In a panic, he cried out, "Master, save me. This creature can absorb internal energy." Upon hearing the plea of his old friend, the master could not remain idle. He dashed toward the creature, albeit uncertain of what manner of beast it was that had descended from above. Its malevolent nature suggested it was no benign entity. Just as he aimed to punch at the creature, he was met with the unexpected sight of Old Huang's large head hurtling toward him. The master quickly restrained his force, fearing he might crush Old Huang's skull, and instead braced himself with his protective energy. It turned out that Huang Tianba, noticing the master's approach, had seized Old Huang as a weapon, propelling him toward the master with considerable force. The master rolled on the ground several times before regaining his footing. Barely catching his breath, he was alarmed to see the creature charging toward him, still clutching Old Huang, who was being wielded like a club. Unable to retaliate for fear of harming Old Huang, the master was left in a state of helplessness. Qin Jingang, lying on the ground, turned his head to witness the absurdity, almost bursting into laughter. "You dare bully me? The moment the lord of the manor arrives, you're reduced to this pitiful state." Su Dai and Long Kong stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the creature's overwhelming dominance over their master. They knew their teacher was an unparalleled expert, a being who typically dominated his opponents. No, that's not it, they realized. It's not that the creature is stronger, rather, it is cunning. Using Old Huang as a shield, knowing the master would hesitate to strike. The master grasped this truth as well. If he didn't seize Old Huang, he would only endure further blows. Apologies, Old Huang, he thought, seizing the opportunity to take hold of Old Huang's arm and delivering several punches to the calf that the creature clutched. Crack, crack. Blood splattered as Old Huang's leg was brutally broken. Old Huang, shocked by the master's unexpected assault, exclaimed, "Master, have you lost your mind? Fool, you're in his grasp. How can I strike without getting you away from him?" The master, having wrested Old Huang from the creature's grip, turned and fled, aiming to toss Old Huang far from the danger. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of peril descended from the heavens. Both the master and Old Huang looked up, their eyes wide with disbelief. What in the world? How can a blade's aura be so immense? They beheld the creature soaring high above, hands raised, channeling some unknown force to create a blade of energy over 100 meters long. The blade shimmered with a rippling surface, reflecting the sun's rays and casting blinding light as it descended upon them. This was Huang Tianba's celestial blade. Even before the blade's arrival, an invisible pressure bore down, warping the ground beneath them by several centimeters. The master leapt aside with all his strength, and a series of thunderous booms echoed as the blade cleaved the earth, creating a massive fissure. How perilous! What level of expert could possess such might? Could he possibly be a master of innate realms? Just as they exchanged thoughts, a new wave of danger washed over them, compelling them to look up once more, where an additional colossal blade of energy manifested. Good heavens, more? The master, with Old Huang in tow, began to flee, but this time their judgment faltered. The blade did not descend upon them. Huang Tianba, Realizing that such a long-range attack could not quickly vanquish the master, redirected his aim toward the distant onlookers, Su Dai and Long Kong. Aiming for the easy target, he intended to eliminate them first. As for Qin Jingang, he could remain on the ground. There was no time for pleasantries amid such chaos. Su Dai and Long Kong stood frozen, bewildered. Wasn't he the creature engaged with the master? Why is it suddenly attacking us? They attempted to escape, yet were enveloped by the blade's oppressive aura, rendered utterly immobile. Seeing the imminent danger to his disciples, the master hurled old Wang away and leaped with great force toward the descending blade, launching a series of punches in an attempt to dissipate its energy. However, he underestimated both the blade and Huang Tianba. The blade was intricately connected to Huang Tianba's entire internal energy. Unless he could sever the energy supply, the blade would simply regenerate, even if temporarily disrupted. His punches merely punctured the blade, which swiftly mended itself. Realizing his offensive was futile, the master shifted to a defensive stance, bracing himself to withstand the blade's might, urging his disciples to flee. "You two run now." Despair washed over Su Dai and Long Kong. They wished to flee but found their legs immobilized by the overwhelming pressure. With a thunderous crash, the blade finally descended, creating another massive fissure in the ground as the master was struck down. As for Su Dai, he was obliterated, cleaved in two by the blade, his essence ground to nothingness by its relentless power. Long Kong, drenched in blood, stood in shock, having witnessed Su Dai's demise, powerless to intervene. The situation grew direr as a second blade appeared, poised to strike him down. My life is forfeit. Even the invincible master was powerless against this creature. He felt utterly abandoned. Yet, the master refused to succumb to despair. The bond forged with Su Dai over decades was akin to that of father and son. Witnessing his eldest disciple slaughter, he could not allow another disciple to meet the same fate. With a furious roar, the master sprang from the fissure, charging toward the blade with a punch imbued with all his accumulated strength. Chapter 76. The miscellaneous minions must be cleared away. Lord Wang's misfortune, this punch, was not merely a manifestation of inner strength, but also a testament to muscular power. The master's fist collided with Huang Tianba's heavenly blade, resulting in a resounding shatter of the massive weapon. The severed section, now devoid of control, soared over Long Kong's head, cleaving a significant fissure into the ground in the distance. In that moment, with the pressure dissipating, Long Kong felt compelled to flee, swiftly turning and sprinting away. The master's forceful strike began to descend back to the earth. Unlike Huang Tianba, who could utilize liquid inner energy and principles of aerodynamics to hover mid-air, he had no such advantage. However, before he could reach the ground, he observed the severed blade morphing into countless tendrils that ensnared him entirely, dragging him towards the monstrous figure. Even the most battle-hardened among them would be taken aback, his hairs standing on end as he exclaimed, "Monster, what sorcery is this?" Yet, the creature offered no response. The master summoned all his strength to break free, finally escaping the grasp of the tendrils just as the monster extended its hand to seize him. He hastily executed a technique to plummet to the ground, breathing a sigh of relief. For one adept in close combat, the air offered no leverage. Only on solid ground could he truly unleash his full potential. Huang Tianba paused momentarily, astonished by the master's sheer physical strength that allowed him to break free from his inner energy restraint. He cared little for entangling himself further with the master, redirecting his focus back to Long Kong, diving in pursuit. The miscellaneous minions must be thoroughly eliminated before confronting the boss, who could predict what unforeseen complications might arise. Observing the monster chase after Long Kong, the master hesitated briefly before following suit, haunted by the psychological trauma from being ensnared by the tendrils, instilling a fear of approaching the creature. Yet, the safety of his disciple was paramount. He steeled himself and pressed on. With each step slow, he had only traversed halfway when the monster had already reached Long Kong's rear. He could only manage to shout along, "Be careful." Long Kong turned upon hearing his voice, and that glance became eternal. Huang Tianba's fist struck his head, and he fell lifelessly to the ground, headless. Along, the master cried out in anguish, rushing towards Long Kong's corpse, weeping profusely. In mere moments, 2 disciples had perished, and the master felt as though his heart were shattering. Meanwhile, Huang Tianba had shifted his focus to the nearby Ji Bai, his assistant, and the 3 coachmen. Eliminating these 5 would allow him to concentrate solely on the master. Ji Bai was on the brink of panic, having long wished to flee. But the rapid succession of Huang Tianba's lethal strikes left him no time to escape. As he witnessed the monster approach after having slain 2 of his teachers, he fell to his knees, pleading desperately, "Spare me, I am not one of them." His assistant and the 3 coachmen followed suit, kneeling in terror. But before they could utter a word, they were met with a barrage of blades, torn to shreds. Huang Tianba, amused by their pleas, laughed. "What a joke. The atmosphere has escalated to this point, and you expect to be spared?" Though they appeared ordinary, none were innocent for daring to spectate nearby. Who could tell what lethal techniques the master possessed? Should a mutual destruction ensue, it would be catastrophic if these miscellaneous minions seized the opportunity. Now, eliminating the old man with the broken leg would grant him peace of mind. With his abundant inner strength, it would be a waste to kill him outright. Absorbing his energy would replenish his own, especially after expending considerable inner strength on several techniques. Lord Wang had already applied pressure to staunch his bleeding. Hopping towards the master on one leg, he knew that escape was impossible, given his condition and the creature's ability to fly. Their only hope lay in joining forces against the monster. He called out to the master, "Master, do not grieve. We must unite against him, or we shall all perish." Before he could reach the master, he saw the monster soaring towards him and had to halt, launching an attack to defend himself. He swung his arms, sending 18 dragon-shaped energy blasts towards Huang Tianba. The latter, recognizing the familiar technique, was taken aback. Oh, such a technique exists? However, he deemed the elaborate display ineffective, as dividing the power of a master's strike into 18 portions rendered them incapable of breaching his defenses, dispersing harmlessly. Unscathed, Huang Tianba pressed onward, seizing Lord Wang by the throat and beginning to siphon his inner strength. Panic set in for Lord Wang. How could this monster possess such formidable defenses? He struck at Huang Tianba repeatedly, only to find that each blow rebounded with equal force. Could it be? It can reflect attacks as well. How are we to combat this? Feeling his inner energy being drained, Lord Wang sank into despair. He glanced at the master, who had now set aside Long Kong's lifeless body and was charging towards him at full speed. "Master, be cautious. He can reflect attacks. Release old Wang." The master's eyes burned with rage as he retaliated with a punch. Huang Tianba swiftly positioned Lord Wang as a shield. Recognizing that the master's blow would undoubtedly exceed the mech's capacity for endurance, he preferred to let the old man endure the ensuing agony. With a resounding impact, the master's fist connected with Lord Wang's back, causing a gout of blood to spurt forth, shattering his protective aura. Realizing he had struck old Wang, the master quickly adjusted his aim, directing another punch at Huang Tianba. Once more, Huang Tianba used Lord Wang as a shield, and the blow landed squarely on the old man's back. Without his protective aura, Lord Wang's spine shattered, and his heart and lungs suffered grave injuries. After spewing forth blood, he despondently remarked, "Master, to strike me on the head and put me out of my misery." The master, filled with remorse, replied, "I did not intend for this. He kept using you as a shield." Laughter erupted, and Huang Tianba finally spoke for the first time since entering the battlefield. The master and Lord Wang exchanged astonished glances, asking in unison, "You can speak? Who exactly are you?" Huang Tianba grinned, "I am Huang Tianba, the master of the Blade Mountain Manor." Upon realizing that this monstrous figure was the very one responsible for the death of his disciple Zhu Yidan, the master seethed with fury. "So it is you. Why do you hide your true form, presenting yourself as some monstrous apparition? Why should I explain myself to you?" Huang Tianba retorted dismissively, "Enough of this old man. He has outlived his usefulness, so here you go." Sensing that Lord Wang's inner strength had nearly been drained, he deemed him of little use. With a powerful punch, Huang Tianba struck Lord Wang on the head, sending fragments flying, before tossing the headless corpse towards the master. The master, splattered with gore, instinctively reached out to catch Lord Wang's body, only to feel a hand grasping his right wrist. Instantly, he felt his inner strength being siphoned away from the point of contact, and in a panic, he yanked his hand away, attempting to escape Huang Tianba's grasp. To his astonishment, his own strength pulled Huang Tianba closer. His physical strength is not greater than mine? The master's eyes lit up, recognizing the pivotal moment. Chapter 77. The master transforms into a muscle monster. Mysteriously confident, yet reduced to fragments, the master initially built his prowess through muscle cultivation, capable of overpowering unparalleled masters solely with his physical strength. Eventually, he honed his inner power to the pinnacle of mastery, becoming a formidable figure with dual strengths. With no rivals left in the world, he shifted his focus to teaching disciples. However, upon clashing with Huang Tianba, he realized that in a contest of inner strength, he stood no chance, for Huang Tianba could absorb his inner energy. Yet, relying on sheer muscle might offer him a glimmer of hope. Silently allowing Huang Tianba to drain his inner power, the master diligently practiced the ultimate muscle cultivation technique he had long struggled to master. It wasn't long before Huang Tianba noticed the peculiar transformation. The master suddenly morphed from a muscular figure into a grotesque muscle monster, his physique resembling a gnarled tree, with muscles bulging and intertwining. His shoulder muscles jutted out like armor, while his neck thickened, enveloping his head in a fortress of muscle. Even the muscles around his eyelids swelled, reducing his eyes to mere slits. Huang Tianba's pupils constricted in shock, nearly exclaiming in disbelief. What was happening? He had expected to face Master Kong, yet here stood a creature reminiscent of a legendary brute. Was this transformation instantaneous? He had yet to brace himself for such a spectacle. Adhering to the principle of avoiding danger, he promptly released his grip on the master, preparing to ascend into the skies. However, the master anticipated this, swiftly seizing Huang Tianba's hand and executing a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. This marked the first time since entering the battlefield that Huang Tianba had been thrown off balance. Observing from a distance, Qin Jingyang's eyes widened in astonishment. How could the master have thrown the leader down? Huang Tianba pondered the unexpected turn of events. How had he been so easily dispatched? His mech was designed to amplify its user's strength tenfold. Could it be that the master's transformation granted him superior power? Seeing his fortunes reversed, the master laughed heartily. Did you truly believe that absorbing my inner energy would secure your victory? My true strength lies in my muscles. Even without inner power, I remain a master of unparalleled might. In truth, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Had you not slain my disciples and friends, I would never have transcended to this level. This is absolute power, Huang Tianba. To express my gratitude, allow me to reduce you to mere fragments. Yet as he chuckled, tears welled in his eyes. If given the choice, he would trade this breakthrough for the resurrection of his fallen disciples and friends. Huang Tianba, dismissive of the master's ramblings, retorted, "You don't actually believe this monstrous form can defeat me, do you? In these times, who isn't a monster in their own right?" With a surge of inner power, he propelled himself and the master high into the air. Even if your strength is immense, once your feet leave the ground, you'll find no leverage, he challenged. The master, momentarily stunned by their altitude, hastily attempted to employ his weight to drag Huang Tianba down. Yet, Huang Tianba's strength was formidable, continually siphoning the master's inner energy, making it impossible for him to be pulled down. As the balance shifted, Huang Tianba awaited the moment when the master would exhaust his inner power, poised to deliver a fatal strike. This was no ordinary blade he wielded, but the blood-drinking blade, capable of slicing through even the toughest materials. He had refrained from using it earlier, fearing the master might seize it and turn the tide against him, for his mech would scarcely withstand a few strikes from the legendary blade. Realizing his descent was futile, the master desperately attacked Huang Tianba. However, his efforts proved fruitless. Huang Tianba's protective energy was fluid, and the master's punches merely created ripples upon impact, dissipating their force. The meager strength that managed to penetrate the protective barrier was further thwarted by the layer of the mech's armor, inflicting no harm. Meanwhile, Huang Tianba seized the opportunity, his left hand siphoning the master's inner energy, while his right hand delivered a relentless barrage of punches to the master's face. Each blow was enhanced by sharp angles at the joints, designed to breach the master's defenses. They soared through the sky, exchanging blows until the master's inner energy was utterly depleted, leaving him defenseless. Huang Tianba instinctively sought to shatter the master's meridians, yet the muscular fortification rendered his punches ineffective. Resolving to resort to his blade, Huang Tianba activated the mechanism, drawing the blood-drinking blade from its sheath, and aimed a lethal strike at the master's head. In such close quarters, with their grips locked, the master had no means of evading the blow. Yet, overconfident in his muscles' resilience, he attempted to parry with his left hand, convinced that even without his protective energy, his muscle mass would render him impervious to ordinary blades. Regrettably, he would soon pay for his arrogance. The blood-drinking blade was no ordinary weapon. It sliced through flesh as effortlessly as a knife through tofu. Before the master could register the pain, his hand was severed. As he beheld the blade advancing toward his face, confusion and terror filled his gaze. Why had his defense failed? His memories froze at that moment. The master perished at the age of 100, his head cleaved in two, one half tumbling to the ground alongside his severed hand. In a flurry of strikes, his body was dismembered and fell in pieces. Huang Tianba sheathed the blade and, detaching the severed arm still grasping his hand, began his descent. Though the battle against the master took the longest, it had not proven particularly challenging. No matter how skilled one might be, they could not withstand a well-forged blade, especially one as formidable as the blood-drinking blade. Even with muscles fortified against harm, the master, having lost his protective energy, could not endure a single strike. Qin Jingang lay on the ground, observing the aerial duel. The details were obscured, but he saw the two figures swirling through the sky, the master and who, Chapter 78. His Highness Prince Ma Yinglong takes full control of Lingxi City the Prince. A disciple of the esteemed master is named Ma Yinglong, the guardian spirit of the horse in the 12 zodiac signs. Recently returned to the capital from an inspection trip, he intended to pay a visit to his mentor at the academy. To his dismay, he was met with tragic news. His indolent junior, as lazy as a sloth, had been slain, and the master had set out for vengeance accompanied by two seniors and Lord Wang. How could this be tolerated? They were all formidable warriors, and yet this delicate scholar had been treated like a precious gem and ultimately killed. Enraged, he resolved to return and lead an army to obliterate the Ba Dao Mountain Manor. However, the vice president interjected, "Your Highness, do you still doubt the master's prowess? It is likely that Ba Dao Mountain Manor has already been vanquished. The master should be on his way back now. What if you were to stray and miss him?" Reflecting on this, Ma Yinglong acknowledged the master's unmatched strength. His presence would surely guarantee victory, and his own haste would serve little purpose. Instead, he decided it prudent to prepare a warm welcome for his mentor upon his return. He turned to his personal guard and commanded, "Dispatch a messenger immediately. With utmost urgency. 800 li. I require the swiftest news of the master." "As you wish, Your Highness." At that moment, Huang Tianba had already reduced the master and his companions to ashes, scattering their remains with a casual gesture. He deemed it unnecessary to chant sutras, for finding monks or priests for a proper ritual on such short notice was impractical. Perhaps in the future, he should install a recording device and speaker in the mech to facilitate the recitation of scriptures. Huang Tianba communicated with Wuming, informing him of the master's demise and his intent to return to Lingxi City with the injured. He urged Wuming to remain vigilant against any further assaults on the manor. After attending to these matters, he approached Qin Jingang to assess his injuries. The finest healing elixirs had been administered, and Qin Jingang's condition was now stable. Without further ado, he harnessed his inner strength and soared toward Lingxi City. The Royal Academy of Lingxi City was in utter disarray, with several bodies pierced by arrows lying on the ground like hedgehogs. All within the academy had been herded into the courtyard, surrounded by men from Ba Dao Mountain Manor. pointing crossbows at them. Fear gripped the crowd, silencing any dissent. Recent events had taught them the perils of bravery. Confused and bewildered, they could only speculate on the motives behind their confinement, while any attempt at resistance was met with fatal consequences. The senselessness of their plight weighed heavily on their hearts, and they yearned for the city defense forces to come to their aid. In truth, the city defense forces had arrived along with the city lord, yet they found themselves barred from entering the academy's gates. The men of Ba Dao Mountain Manor guarded the entrance with unwavering resolve, brandishing crossbows at the approaching defenders, who were too frightened to move. The city lord, with a forced smile, addressed the squad leader. "Surely, they are merely scholars. Must we resort to such heavy-handedness? The repercussions could be dire." The squad leader shot him a scornful glare. "Which side are you on? Do you dare speak in their favor?" The city lord, feeling aggrieved, replied, "I am undoubtedly on your side. However, we must maintain order. If conflicts arise, let us resolve them discreetly." Having tasted the poison of animosity before, he was acutely aware that his very life depended on the antidote, and he dared not offend the men of Ba Dao Mountain Manor. The squad leader, though stern, offered a warning. "This situation is precarious. The master ambushed us en route, and many of our brothers have perished. To ensure our survival, we have taken these scholars hostage. As long as the master refrains from attacking us, we will not resort to indiscriminate slaughter." The city lord, dumbfounded, stammered, "What? The master has arrived? Has it escalated to this extent? What should we do?" In a state of panic, he paced helplessly. Two formidable forces clashed in his territory, and he felt utterly powerless to intervene. The squad leader, despite his harsh demeanor, cautioned, "If you wish to survive, instruct your men to comply and guard the west gate. Should the master appear, alert us immediately. We may face death, but once the manor lord arrives, the master will surely accompany us to the grave. If you do not assist us, the manor lord will not spare you." The city lord, increasingly fearful, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "Understood, I shall comply. You are all mighty figures. I cannot afford to provoke you." He promptly ordered the city defense forces to the west gate, acutely aware that his fate rested in the hands of Ba Dao Mountain Manor. Deep down, he hoped for the manor's victory, for his very survival depended on it. Should they fall, he would not last a fortnight. As time dragged on, each moment felt like an eternity until two figures descended upon the academy. The men of Ba Dao Mountain Manor, upon recognizing the peculiar mech and Xian gang at Huang Tianba's side, understood their invincible lord had arrived. Moreover, Xian's presence suggested the master had likely been dispatched. Indeed, as soon as Huang Tianba touched the ground, he proclaimed, "The master has been slain by my hand. Henceforth, the academy shall be governed by Ba Dao Mountain Manor. Any disobedience will be met with lethal consequences." His voice resonated like thunder, reverberating for hundreds of meters. A ripple of shock spread among the squatting scholars and students, their limbs trembling at the sight of this bizarre figure. The legendary master, capable of vanquishing unparalleled foes, had been felled by this very individual? When had Ba Dao Mountain Manor produced such a formidable warrior? What fate awaited them now? Would they too be slaughtered in the takeover? In stark contrast to the scholars' trepidation, the members of Ba Dao Manor erupted in jubilant cheers. "The Lord is invincible! The Lord is invincible!" Those stationed outside and the injured in classrooms, upon hearing the uproar, rushed to join the celebration. It seemed salvation had arrived with their Lord's presence. The academy's inhabitants soon realized that this eccentric figure was none other than the Lord of Ba Dao Mountain Manor, a true embodiment of terror. Huang Tianba instructed Xian gang, "Summon the city lord." "At once, my lord," Xian gang replied, swiftly relaying the command. Knights mounted on swift steeds dashed toward the west gate in search of the city lord. Before the city lord could arrive, Xian gang presented Huang Tianba with a report detailing casualties. 32 were dead and 28 were injured, effectively having their forces. Among the injured, 5 were severely wounded, having sustained life-threatening injuries, yet they clung to life thanks to life-saving pills, appearing alert despite their pallor. The remaining injured mostly bore superficial wounds that, while impairing movement, posed no serious threat. "Find a carriage," I must transport these 5 critically injured and Xian Jingang back, while the others can recuperate in the city, Huang Tianba commanded. Understood, my lord. Just then, the city lord arrived, gazing at the peculiar figure before him with a mixture of confusion and fear. Are you the lord? Huang Tianba removed his mask, revealing his face. He nodded solemnly, stating, "The master has been slain by my hand. From this moment forth, Lingxi City is under the complete control of Ba Dao Mountain Manor. No one is to enter or leave, and the news of the master's death must not be disseminated." What? The master has been killed? The city lord's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. He has already surmised why Huang Tianba forbids the information from leaking. Should the court become aware, an army would swiftly descend upon and obliterate the Ba Dao Mountain Manor. Chapter 79. Crafting aircrafts is superior to automobiles. A perfect harmony of inner and outer excellence, Huang Tianba was not fond of being questioned. He shot a glare at the city lord and inquired, "What? Do you doubt my capabilities?" The city lord, terrified, stammered, No, it's perfectly fine." Witnessing the increasingly menacing gaze of Huang Tianba, the city lord was nearly petrified and hastily clarified, "Lord, please spare me. I stutter when I'm anxious. I meant to say everything is as you command." Huang Tianba nodded, his demeanor softening. "Oh, I thought you were saying it wouldn't work. Now, hurry and make the arrangements. I shall attend to it immediately." The city lord scrambled away, rushing to station guards at all 4 city gates, forbidding anyone from leaving. It was utterly terrifying. He felt he had narrowly escaped death at Huang Tianba's hands. Huang Tianba, observing the city lord's frightened demeanor, turned to the steadfast Xian Jingang and asked, "Am I truly that fearsome?" Xian Jingang shook his head vigorously, his gaze unwavering. "Not at all. The moment I see you, I feel profoundly secure." His fear likely stems from his guilty conscience. Huang Tianba nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I share your sentiment. Please assign a few individuals to keep an eye on the city lord and arrange for someone to manage affairs here. I must take you back to tend to your wounds." "Understood, my lord. I shall make arrangements at once." Xian Jingang promptly summoned the surviving captain, delegating him authority over the remaining forces. Once everything was organized, he returned to Huang Tianba's side. As they exited the academy, a carriage awaited them outside. Xian Jingang and 5 severely injured individuals entered the carriage. Huang Tianba donned a mask and, using his internal energy, meticulously secured the carriage to ensure it would not disintegrate during rapid flight. With a mighty leap, he soared towards Ba Dao Mountain Manor. The onlookers from a distance, too frightened to approach, were taken aback by the spectacle, deepening their terror of Ba Dao Mountain Manor. They wondered if mere mortals could ever contend with such beings, fearing that only divine intervention could suffice. Upon reaching the manor, he found Wuming, the 4 kings, and Old Tan waiting at the entrance. The other warriors were still en route, as he had just flown over Xian Jingang's team moments earlier. His dissatisfaction with the current transportation situation grew. At this pace, they would scarcely manage to enjoy a warm meal. Regrettably, constructing cement roads or railways was not an instantaneous endeavor. Without adequate pathways, even if he were to create automobiles or trains, they would be rendered ineffective. It was time to retrieve the personal flying device he had once crafted and have Gong Shulu modify it for reconnaissance and communication purposes. After all, Gong Shulu had originally glided in wearing mechanized wings and likely possessed significant knowledge of aerial vehicles. Perhaps, after his enhancements, it could even evolve into a military helicopter, proving to be far more advantageous. Although Huang Tianba excelled in mathematics and the sciences, he was not omnipotent in machinery. Many inventions required familiarity and a conceptual understanding, followed by countless experiments before yielding results. Often, the outcomes were crude prototypes, unfit for widespread use. Gong Shulu, however, seemed capable of crafting almost anything, lacking only Huang Tianba's visionary concepts and perspective. As Huang Tianba descended the carriage to the ground, medical personnel swiftly approached to escort the injured for treatment. Old Tan hurriedly approached, concern evident in his eyes as he noted the blood and grime on Huang Tianba's armor. "My lord, are you unharmed?" Huang Tianba chuckled, "No worries. I dispatched the foes with ease. eliminating two extraordinary masters. Old Tan sighed in relief, patting Huang Tianba's hand. As long as you're well, that's what matters. You should clean yourself up. You're quite dirty. Feeling Old Tan's genuine concern, Huang Tianba smiled warmly. Indeed, I shall take a bath. He turned to Wuming. I will take some time to recuperate. Once the other warriors return, inform me. You, the four kings, and the rest should convene in the conference room. We will hold a meeting then. Understood, my lord. After briefly outlining his intentions, Huang Tianba retreated to his quarters to rest. After bathing, he found himself still awaiting Wuming's notification. Instead, he sat in his room, reflecting on the recent battle. Success is born from the continual assessment of experiences, identifying shortcomings, and striving for improvement. He recognized significant flaws in his confrontation with the master. His physical strength paled in comparison. Had he not possessed formidable internal energy, enhanced strength from his armor, and relevant scientific knowledge, he would not have triumphed. For the first time, he realized that sheer physical strength could indeed elevate one to the level of extraordinary masters. Internal energy could be depleted, and armor could sustain damage. However, corporeal strength remained constant. He aspired to be like the master, embodying both inner and outer excellence as a dual extraordinary figure. Thus, he needed to discover a method to develop his physical form, not merely to build muscle, but to enhance the entirety of his body's strength, encompassing skin, muscle, fascia, and bones. He envisioned transforming a wooden stick into an iron rod and a piece of yarn into steel wire, achieving a qualitative leap in their properties. Lost in thought, he entered a state of enlightenment, as an array of insights flashed through his mind like shooting stars. Suddenly, the voice of the communication talisman disrupted his reverie. My lord, the warriors have returned. We await you in conference room 1. Huang Tianba blinked in surprise, sighed, and replied, switch to room 4. I shall be there shortly. He had been on the verge of discovering a training method when Wuming's notification interrupted him. Yet, he bore no ill will. He could always delve deeper into his understanding during his next retreat, for his innate comprehension was not easily extinguished. Upon entering the conference room, he observed the weary expressions on the faces of the warriors, all of whom appeared to have exerted themselves in haste. He addressed the assembly. I have summoned you all to announce a few matters. You are likely aware of the incident involving the master today, which resulted in significant casualties among Qin Jinggong's team. Had I not arrived in time, Qin Jinggong might not have survived. The room fell silent, each person reflecting on the shock of the master's unexpected appearance. As the head of the Royal Academy and the prince's mentor, such a cultured individual resorting to violence was unfathomable. Thankfully, Huang Tianba's prowess exceeded that of the master. Otherwise, the manor might have faced dire consequences without anyone comprehending the gravity of the situation. Huang Tianba continued, I have eliminated the master, and should the imperial court learn of this, they will undoubtedly dispatch a formidable army. While I have managed to contain the news within Lingxi City, there is no wall that does not allow for whispers. I suspect we have at most a few weeks before the truth leaks. Originally, he had contemplated flying directly to the capital to seize the emperor, but the limitations of the communication talisman and the vast distance posed significant risks, particularly if something were to transpire at the manor during his absence. Huang Tianba was resolute in ensuring that both he and Ba Dao Mountain Manor remained in constant communication. Should the manor fall, no amount of vengeance against the emperor's family would suffice to remedy the loss. Therefore, to safeguard the manor, all operations concerning the extermination of bandits and road construction will be temporarily suspended. Everyone was to return to protect the manor, with the four kings remaining in Lingxi City for reconnaissance and countermeasures, while the 8 warriors would stay at the manor to thwart any potential ambushes. Once enemies are detected, regardless of whether they are 1 or 2 in number, you shall all engage swiftly to resolve the conflict. Understood, Master Zhuang. Everyone naturally had no objections. They would heed Master Zhuang's commands, though they harbored concerns about their own inadequacies, fearing that it would ultimately fall to Master Zhuang to salvage the situation. Huang Tianba seemed to perceive their thoughts and address them. To ensure absolute certainty, I shall commence elevating each of you to the status of unparalleled masters starting tomorrow. Astonishing. Some have even left negative reviews because the protagonist's subordinates are becoming unparalleled masters, arguing that this renders the protagonist invincible. They fail to recognize the nature of this world. In the presence of true cultivators, even unparalleled masters are not formidable. The story has merely begun. Why does it seem to have concluded in their eyes? Chapter 80. Transformed and empowered, the regeneration of limbs, the demise of Beast's heavenly lord. Could there truly be such a fortuitous event? Have I suddenly ascended to the rank of an unparalleled master? What a promise point exchange. Everyone wore expressions of astonishment. And during lunch, Heavenly Lord boldly inquired, Master Zhuang, do we not require points for the exchange? The moment those words escaped his lips, the other heavenly kings who had not attained mastery were tempted to strike him down. You foolish simpleton, they thought. Given Master Zhuang's disposition, you should have kept silent. Now that you've mentioned it, do you think he would refuse? Indeed, Huang Tianba cast a glance at him, akin to that of one observing a fool. How naive! Points were still necessary. You shall have 2 years to repay them. Should you fail to repay by the deadline, I shall revert you to your original state. With a 2-year grace period for repayment, what is there to fear? A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, dispelling the urge to harm Heavenly Lord at lunch. What difficulty lies ahead? Having become unparalleled masters, who would worry about accumulating points? Should opportunities prove scarce, they could unite to eradicate all remaining orthodox sects. Thus, points would flow abundantly. 12 unparalleled masters joining forces. Would those sects dare to challenge them? Or if they were bolder still, they might conquer the realm and present it to Master Zhuang, thus elevating him to emperor, potentially earning even more points. If anyone felt pressed for time and preferred to accumulate points gradually, they could raise their hands. There would be no compulsion. Not a single hand was raised. Only a fool would dissent. It seemed unanimous, so the decision was made. Seeing the excitement on their faces, Huang Tianba cautioned, however, having achieved mastery, do not let pride cloud your judgment and lead you to reckless solitary ventures. Tread carefully, lest you stumble. In unison, they responded, understood, Master Zhuang. We shall never venture alone if we have at least 2 companions. Indeed, the 4 of us will remain in Lingxi City, even if an enemy stand alone. We shall confront them as a quartet. Then let us approach as an octet. The 8 great kings constitute a single unit. And engaging one-on-one does not equate to overwhelming the few. Huang Tianba nodded in satisfaction, approving of their cautious stance. He produced the remaining voice transmission worms and addressed the assembly. This is the voice transmission worm. We owe its existence to it. Otherwise, Xian King would have faced utter annihilation. Those who have not yet received one should do so promptly. It will facilitate future communications. He distributed them in order, instructing them on usage and allowing them to practice. The meeting room soon filled with the delightful sounds of chatter, as everyone reveled in their newfound communication abilities. Having provided all necessary items, Huang Tianba prepared to take his leave. He turned to Wu Ming, saying, Wu Ming, you shall preside over the discussion on fortifications. I am off to the secret chamber to cultivate. You may make decisions at your discretion. Understood, Master. Wu Ming was accustomed to Huang Tianba's hands-off leadership to honor his trust. He would strive for perfection in every endeavor. In a withered forest, Yi Tian had just absorbed the last vestiges of vitality from the surrounding flora and was preparing to depart for a new location. Following Elder Lei's counsel, he had indeed discovered numerous spiritual herbs, such as Millennium Ganoderma, Millennium Huangjing, and Millennium Fulling. Having absorbed them all, his range of absorption had significantly expanded and, consequently, his efficiency had increased. However, the side effects of the longevity technique were numerous, leaving him with a distinctly verdant hue. Yi Tian gazed at his green-tinged body, expressing his dismay. Elder Lei, I seem to have become even greener. Elder Lei chuckled and reassured him, fear not. To navigate life, a touch of green is essential. But this appearance resembles that of a monster. How shall I present myself to others? Yi Tian remained troubled by his unusual color, having only encountered the notion of wearing a green hat. Now, He was entirely green. What would others think? He could already envision Huang Tianba doubled over in laughter before him. Elderly, having witnessed far stranger sights, remained unfazed by Yi Tian's predicament. Worry not. The world is vast and filled with wonders. I have seen cultivators from Gurin Star who appeared thus, and they too could regenerate. In recent days, Elderlay occasionally shared tales of the cultivation world, igniting Yi Tian's ambition for progress. It was his first realization that the earth beneath his feet was spherical and that the stars above were likewise spheres. Alas, he was currently situated on a desolate planet, its spiritual energy waning, rendering it unsuitable for sustained cultivation. Elder Lei promised that once Yi Tian achieved a certain level of cultivation, he would transport him to a true cultivation planet, rich in spiritual energy, where even a single breath would equate to 10 days or half a month of arduous practice here. As for when he might reach such proficiency, Elder Lei indicated that it would likely be when he had absorbed all the vitality from his planet's flora. Very well, Elder Lei. I have already absorbed a significant amount of vitality. May I now regenerate my limbs? Of course. The vitality within you is indeed sufficient for limb regeneration. What must I do? Simply concentrate on the part you wish to regenerate. However, be forewarned that the process may be quite painful, so you must endure. I shall endure. Yi Tian resolved to regenerate his right hand first. Life without hands was exceedingly difficult. Not only could he not grasp food, but even the most basic bodily functions were challenging, as he could not remove his pants. To avoid mishaps, he had taken to not wearing pants at all, resembling a wild man returning to nature. The thought that he could finally regenerate his hand filled him with excitement, causing him to tremble with anticipation. He focused all his energy on the severed arm, envisioning the emergence of a new limb. The vitality he had concentrated in his mind began to flow toward the severed arm, and a tingling sensation emerged at the sight of the amputation. Wait, didn't Elder Lei say it would be very painful? Why does it feel itchy? Before he could voice his confusion, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, causing cold sweat to break out instantly. It turned out that the bones had begun to grow first, piercing through the previously sealed stump. He gritted his teeth, enduring the agony, and witnessed the muscles, veins, and skin of the severed arm coming to life, growing in tandem with the bones. In less than a minute, a fully formed arm emerged. Yi Tian marveled as he clenched his fist, waved his hand, and squeezed his new arm, exclaiming with elation, "Wow, it has truly grown back. How miraculous! With this ability, how could Huang Tianba possibly defeat me?" Noticing Yi Tian's burgeoning arrogance, Elder Lei hastily reminded him, "Do not become complacent. While the regeneration ability of the longevity technique is formidable, if your head is shattered, it cannot be regenerated." Yi Tian, instead, felt invigorated by this information and joyfully inquired, "Elder Lei, are you saying that as long as my head remains intact, I can regenerate my body, even if it is lost?" "Indeed, for the vitality resides in your head. However, to regenerate your entire body will require significantly more vitality." Yi Tian sensed the vitality within his head and discovered that approximately 1/6 had diminished. Absorbing enough vitality to regenerate a single arm had indeed consumed a considerable amount. Clenching his fist with determination, he declared, "I understand now. Once I absorb a few more forests and gather sufficient vitality, I shall seek vengeance upon Huang Tianba." Once more, he braced himself against the searing pain and regenerated his remaining limbs. With the restoration of his limbs, Yi Tian felt reborn, howling towards the heavens, sending birds and beasts fleeing in terror. In the forest, the animals sensed their increasingly dire circumstances. As the flora withered away, they were forced to migrate incessantly. With food growing scarce and competition for territory intensifying, more and more creatures met their demise. In the desolate forest, drained of vitality by Yi Tian, the once thriving flora will never sprout again, save for the new seeds brought by passing birds and beasts. Chapter 81. Enlightenment of the body forging technique and researching personal flying devices at a relay station along the road from the capital to the Ba Dao Manor. A messenger galloped forth, calling out urgently, 800 miles, urgent. 800 miles, urgent. Upon hearing his cries, the once tranquil station erupted into a flurry of activity. A throng of staff rushed out to await the messenger's arrival. The exhausted horse, its front legs raised high, could no longer bear the strain and collapsed, though fortunately, the messenger had already rolled aside. A new messenger promptly approached, ready to take over. The arriving messenger produced a letter from his possession and solemnly conveyed the command. The Crown Prince has issued an order to hasten to Ba Dao Manor outside Twilight City to ascertain the whereabouts of the master. Relay any information back to the Crown Prince with utmost urgency. With a firm acknowledgement, the new messenger tucked the letter into his cloak, mounted a fresh steed equipped with provisions, and galloped away into the distance. Meanwhile, the previous messenger was assisted by the staff to rest and receive treatment. Such relentless running could inflict considerable harm on both man and beast, occasionally leading to dire consequences. However, the relay station, as a professional institution, handled these situations with remarkable proficiency, ensuring all operations were conducted smoothly. As dawn broke the next day, Huang Tianba awoke in bed, a sudden spark of enlightenment illuminating his mind. He had finally comprehended the body-forging technique. By channeling his inner strength in a unique manner, he could generate a shockwave that traversed his entire body along the meridians. This shockwave would forge the bones, muscles, tendons, and skin as if they were being hammered like iron. Simultaneously, it would amalgamate with his vital energy and blood, continuously enhancing their strength. This technique could operate autonomously, allowing him to undergo comprehensive training even while asleep. Though he might not reach the Master S level immediately, over time, his physical form would inevitably grow stronger. After freshening up, Huang Tianba entered a secret chamber and utilized a sound transmission talisman to summon Wu Ming and the Three Kings. The Three Kings had been waiting by Wu Ming's side, eagerly anticipating the summons. They had been restless throughout the night, unable to sleep, consumed by excitement at the prospect of becoming unparalleled masters, and had spent the night playing cards, having already ingrained the necessary precautions and sensations of enhancement. The three followed Wu Ming into the secret chamber. Huang Tianba inquired and, upon confirming their readiness, dispensed with unnecessary words. After a series of methodical operations, three unparalleled masters emerged. Huang Tianba provided them with healing potions and energy-replenishing pills before ushering them away. All right, clean up this space. You three should fetch Lingshan and prepare to head to Lingxi City. Understood, Manor Lord. The Three Kings replied gleefully as they tidied the training room and departed with enthusiasm. After seeing them off, Huang Tianba proceeded to the laboratory, where he found Gongsu Lu already immersed in his research on mechas. Upon noticing Huang Tianba's arrival, Gongsu Lu hurriedly approached him with a greeting. Manor Lord, what brings you here so early? With an air of mystery, Huang Tianba replied, Come with me. I have something to show you. Certainly, Manor Lord. Gongsu Lu followed Huang Tianba to a storage room. Once Huang Tianba opened the door, Gongsu Lu beheld a peculiar machine inside. Huang Tianba pointed at it and said, Old Lu, examine this device and see if you can create an improved version. Gongsu Lu circled the machine, puzzled. Manor Lord, what is this? Huang Tianba opened the skylight of the storage room and checked the machine's condition before explaining, This is a flying device I constructed when I was still unable to fly. Gongsu Lu gasped in astonishment. Are you implying that this thing can fly? But it has no wings. Huang Tianba refrained from elaborating further, believing that demonstrating its operation would provide clearer understanding. Come, let me show you how it works. The personal flying device resembled an oversized drone. Yet the central cockpit was akin to that of a fighter jet, allowing a person to sit inside and navigate. Powered by a large battery capable of sustaining flight for about 10 minutes, its dimensions spanned over 5 meters in length, width, and height, akin to a small house. Huang Tianba entered the cockpit, flipped the power switch, and manipulated the two joysticks, causing the 4 rotors to spin rapidly. The force of the powerful airflow sent Gongsu Lu staggering back, yet he remained transfixed, watching as the massive machine ascended vertically. This contraption can indeed take off without wings. It was no wonder wings were unnecessary. Having previously designed flying machines based on aviomechanics, he had always incorporated wings for gliding. Witnessing this vertical flight without wings opened a new realm of possibilities for him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Isn't this akin to a bamboo dragonfly? A true master. He immediately recognized the essence of the drone. Excitedly, he dashed out of the storage room, observing Huang Tianba maneuvering the flying device through the air. After a brief demonstration, Huang Tianba descended, mindful of the potential embarrassment of a midair power failure. Gongsu Lu rushed before him, brimming with eagerness. Manor Lord, may I have a turn? Huang Tianba shook his head. No, if you lose control, you might destroy the entire vicinity. Oh, all right. Gongsu Lu pouted, resembling a child denied a toy. Huang Tianba found his demeanor amusing. Don't be disheartened. You could dismantle it for study and then create your own version to experiment with. Gongsu Lu's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Can I start dismantling it now? Of course, go ahead. No sooner had Huang Tianba spoken than Gongsu Lu dashed over to begin disassembly. Equipped with various tools, he swiftly removed the outer shell, revealing a plethora of electronic components that left him bewildered. Manor Lord, what do these parts do? I can't make sense of them. How am I to replicate this? Huang Tianba chuckled. Those electronic components are for flight control. You can attempt to use your own methods when you construct yours. Oh, understood. Gongsu Lu scratched his head, abandoning the incomprehensible parts and focusing instead on the other structures and components. Huang Tianba patiently elucidated the functions and principles of each section as they encircled the flying device for the better part of the day. Manor Lord, I comprehend it now. Give me some time, and I should be able to create a flying device with similar capabilities. Huang Tianba nodded approvingly. Very well. Take your time with the research. I can trust you with this while I seek out Yi Tian. The mere mention of Yi Tian caused Gongsu Lu's expression to shift dramatically. He hastily inquired, Manor Lord, are you planning to kill Yi Tian? Why do you ask? Huang Tianba regarded Gongsu Lu, pondering whether he sought to intercede on Yi Tian's behalf. To his surprise, Gongsu Lu not only refrained from pleading for mercy, but instead, with a fierce countenance, declared, that scoundrel stole my treasure and nearly caused my demise at your hands. Please, ensure that he is thoroughly punished for this transgression. Chapter 82. The Monk and Taoist Recorder. The demon enjoys listening to scriptures. Gongsu Lu's precious treasures were not merely the vibrating golden arm and shield, but also his daughter, Gongsu Lan. This was what he found most intolerable, the thought of his cherished little cabbage being ravaged by that swine. Yi Tian kept him awake at night. Huang Tianba chuckled, patting his shoulder in consolation. Do not worry. I'd already planned to reduce him to ashes and then recite scriptures to help him transcend, ensuring he never reincarnates. Speaking of scriptures, I need to create a recorder and have someone record the chants. Suddenly remembering this, Huang Tianba felt something was amiss if he killed someone without this step. Curiously, Gongsu Lu inquired, Master, what is a recorder? A recorder is a device that stores sound, and when needed, it can play it back. Astonished, Gongsu Lu exclaimed, You can create such a thing? Is it akin to the legendary jade slips used by cultivators to store spoken words? Upon hearing this, Huang Tianba regarded him with newfound respect. Clearly, he possessed a fair amount of knowledge. He nodded confidently. This is nothing. I have many skills. If I continue to develop, I could create devices akin to those jade slips. Just work diligently here, and I shall teach you all in due time. Huang Tianba thought there was no difficulty involved. After all, weren't those jade slips merely an MP3? Eventually, he could even produce MP4s capable of storing images. Excellent. I shall work diligently. With Huang Tianba's assurance, Gongsu Lu's face blossomed into an exuberant smile, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. Tentatively, like a small disciple, he asked, May I observe you as you construct this recorder? Why not? It's not a significant task, Huang Tianba replied, preparing to make a tape recorder composed of a microphone, tape, recording and playback heads, an amplification circuit, speaker, and drive mechanism, exactly within his current production capability. Having traversed 4 years since his arrival, most of his time had been spent honing his skills and engaging in battles, leaving little time for scientific research. Consequently, he had only progressed to the stage of vacuum tubes and electronic components, severely impeding the miniaturization of his machines. However, Once he advanced to the transistor stage, he would be able to create more compact and exquisite products. After 2 hours of diligent effort, Huang Tianba commenced assembly testing. Pressing the record button, he addressed Gongshu Lu. Old Lu, the moment of miracle has arrived. After concluding the recording, he rewound the tape and pressed play. The recorder echoed his earlier words. Old Lu, the moment of miracle has arrived. Gongshu Lu stared agog at the device, utterly astonished. He had witnessed Huang Tianba painstakingly fabricate various peculiar materials and components from scratch, and had indeed succeeded on the first attempt. This was extraordinary. He gave Huang Tianba a thumbs up and sincerely remarked, "Master, you are truly remarkable." Everyone appreciates praise, and Huang Tianba was no exception. He laughed heartily. It's just ordinary. Next, we shall test the recording duration. After another half hour of adjustments, the recording time reached 1 hour. Huang Tianba decided to leave it at that and began contemplating how to incorporate the recorder into the mecha. Due to the recorder's considerable size and the requirement for a large battery, with the mecha's back already housing a blade magazine, Huang Tianba planned to install on the front. 2 large speakers will be mounted on the chest, and the main unit along with the battery in the abdomen. After reducing enemies to ashes, he could play the scriptures to assist in their transcendence. While modifying the mecha, he also decided to add a powerful light to the center of its forehead. This would not only be useful at night, but could also blind enemies during combat, making them feel as though their eyes had merely blinked before their lives were irrevocably extinguished. With everything completed, he contacted Old Tan via a voice transmission talisman. Number 3. Old Tan, have the scripture reciters I mentioned last time been arranged? We need them immediately. End communication. Before long, Old Tan's voice came through. Master, they have been found and are waiting at the manor, ready for use. Number 3. Instruct them to gather at Hall 1 with their equipment. I will be there shortly. End communication. Understood, Master. Noticing Huang Tianba preparing to leave, Gongshu Lu timidly asked, Master, may I use your materials to attempt making a recorder? Although he did not comprehend the principles, he had a good memory and retained Huang Tianba's operations. If he imitated them, creating a replica should not pose a problem. Huang Tianba generously replied, Of course, go ahead. If you encounter any difficulties, just ask me when I return. Thank you, Master, thank you. Gongshu Lu deeply bowed to Huang Tianba, overwhelmed with gratitude. He initially believed he had descended into hell, but to his surprise, he had found paradise. The wondrous devices and novel knowledge captivated him entirely. A true master always harbors the heart of an apprentice. For to hear the way in the morning is worth dying in the evening. Had he known Huang Tianba's realm was so extraordinary, he would have sought him out long ago, eager to ingest poison and become an apprentice. Wearing the mecha, Huang Tianba entered the hall, where Old Tan awaited at the entrance. Master, they're all inside. Good, let's take a look. Upon entering the hall, Huang Tianba observed an impressive gathering. On the left were a group of stout monks, and on the right, a cadre of slender Taoists. Old Tan introduced them. Master, these are the most renowned scripture reciters in the vicinity. The monks are from Jingguang Temple, and the Taoists hail from Changxingguan. Huang Tianba was indifferent to their affiliations and addressed the monks. Then let each showcase their abilities. Monks, begin by reciting a scripture that ensures eternal damnation. The leading master, Zhizhong, frowned. Master, we cannot do such a thing. Our purpose is to guide the deceased to the Pure Land. Causing someone to never transcend is a grave sin we dare not commit. Seeing his reluctance, Huang Tianba suspected he was being insincere. If they couldn't perform this, how could they claim to be great? He did not press the issue, casually stating, Oh, if monks cannot recite scriptures, what use are you? You all can go till the fields instead. The monks, terrified, feared the wrath of the demon. A small monk beside Master Zhizhong, struck by inspiration, exclaimed, Master, we possess the Diamond Sutra, which can indeed prevent wicked individuals from ever transcending. As soon as he uttered this, the small monk broke into a cold sweat, realizing the grave implications of his words, especially since the one before him was a great villain. Huang Tianba cast him a glance and waved his hand. Then hastened to recite it. The small monk quickly agreed. Very well, We shall commence immediately. He tugged at Master Zhizhong's sleeve, whispering, Master, let us proceed with the Diamond Sutra. Alas, Master Zhizhong sighed, feeling he must have angered the Buddha to be brought to the abode of a formidable demon. Who would have thought a great villain would wish to listen to scriptures? Was this not akin to lighting a lamp in a restroom, seeking filth? Unfortunately, their recitations were mere pretense. Otherwise, he would have relished witnessing the demon's demise through scripture. The Taoists nearby watched with glee, knowing that with the bald monks leading, they would know precisely how to proceed. Instead of reciting the Sutra of the Master's deliverance, they would instead chant the Sutra of Celestial Master's demon suppression, which the great demon would surely appreciate. As for why a demon enjoys listening to sutras, that is not a matter for them to ponder. The essence of cultivation lies in seeking fortune and avoiding calamity, in fostering longevity and enduring existence. As long as one can survive, it is better than anything else. Chapter 83. Yi Tian enters the Qi refining stage. Huang Tianba burns the withered forest after listening for over 10 minutes. Huang Tianba began to yawn. He was uncertain about the efficacy of the chanting for transcendence, but found its soporific effects quite agreeable. All right, let us stop for now. It's time for the Taoists to chant. What scripture will you recite? The Taoists, puffing out their chests with bravado, proclaimed, Master, we are experts in exorcising demons. We shall recite the Celestial Master's demon-subduing scripture, which sends any malevolent spirit into utter disarray, ensuring they never attain rebirth. Huang Tianba scoffed, his face betraying skepticism. Oh, what grandiose claims! Let us hear it then. With their boastful claims now exposed, the Taoist fell awkwardly silent, but, noticing Huang Tianba's lack of ire, quickly gestured for the others to commence their incantation. After another 10 minutes, Huang Tianba called for a halt, feeling the chanting from both the monks and Taoists had rendered his mind somewhat dazed. How long do you plan to chant? In unison, the monks and Taoists responded, Master, we shall chant for as long as you desire. Huang Tianba waved his hand dismissively. Let us limit it to 15 minutes. Taoists first, the monks wait outside. Old Tan, please close the door and keep watch. Ensure no one enters while I'm occupied, and silence anyone outside who might disrupt my focus. Understood, Master. Old Tan escorted the monks out, leaving Huang Tianba alone with the Taoists. He maintained a stern demeanor, instructing, when I say start, you shall begin. When I say stop, you shall cease. No mistakes are permitted, or it will be your end. Do you understand? Understood, understood. We will obey your commands, Master. The Taoists nodded vigorously, eager to demonstrate their utmost proficiency in chanting, for failure meant an audience with the infinite celestial Lord. Begin. Huang Tianba unveiled a wristwatch embedded within a protective casing and pressed the recording button, the sound of the Taoists chanting resonating throughout the hall. After half an hour, he pressed the stop button, and the hall fell into an immediate silence. The Taoists, eyes closed, dared not breathe. Huang Tianba rewound the tape and played it back. The deafening sound of their own chanting filled the hall, leaving the Taoists in shock. Is this not our own voice? When did the demon capture our sounds? What sorcery is this? Yet, they refrained from questioning, aware that Huang Tianba's malevolent aura was hardly conducive to enlightenment. Satisfied with the playback, Huang Tianba instructed the Taoists, You may leave now and summon the monks. The Taoists hurriedly gathered their belongings, bowing and scraping as they departed at an alarming speed, as if pursued by vengeful spirits. The same procedure ensued for the monks, who were equally startled by the playback of their own chanting. They too held their tongues, fearing that knowledge could lead to their demise. With this task concluded, Huang Tianba felt a surge of satisfaction. Old Tan, settle their payment and see them off. The monks and Taoists stared in astonishment, having expected merely to escape with their lives, but now realized they were to receive compensation. This is indeed a blessing from the Buddha. We must offer more incense upon our return. As everything was prepared, Huang Tianba noted it was already 4 in the afternoon. He decided to set out the following morning, reasoning that venturing out now would only lead to darkness falling before he could find a suitable location. He preferred to wait until dawn. In the meantime, he resolved to hone his skills further, as every bit of strength was a boon. In the forest, Yi Tian had slain a deer and, after a hasty preparation, skewered it on a sturdy branch to roast over a fire he conjured with his magic. As he restored his limbs, he officially entered the qi refining stage. All his internal energy transformed into spiritual energy, while his protective barrier evolved into a more formidable spiritual shield. The venerable Lei Lao then imparted two spells to him, the fireball technique and the object manipulation technique. Initially, Yi Tian could barely conjure 3 egg-sized fireballs and levitate a stone weighing about 10 pounds for a mere 10 breaths. However, the life force he absorbed rapidly converted into spiritual energy, enabling him to unleash 30 fireballs and suspend a deer for the duration of a tea time. Lei Lao, with my current power, can I defeat Huang Tianba? Yi Tian, having acquired such formidable strength, was eager for vengeance. Lei Lao was not optimistic, patiently explaining, "Not yet. Your spiritual energy is still insufficient. Though Huang Tianba lacks spiritual energy, his internal strength is formidable, and he is only a thin veil away from the qi refining stage, capable of breaching your protective spiritual barrier." Yi Tian retorted, "But I have the fireball technique now." Lei Lao chuckled, offering a blunt lesson. "What harm can your meager fireballs inflict? They're little more than kindling for roasting. Once you reach the mid-qi refining stage, you need not fear him. He will not breach your protective spiritual energy, and both your sword energy and fireballs will be enough to vanquish him. For now, focus on your cultivation." Yi Tian, feeling dejected, inquired, "How long until I reach the mid-qi refining stage?" After a moment of contemplation, Lei Lao calculated, "At your current rate of cultivation, it will take approximately half a month." Half a month was bearable for Yi Tian. Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth. "All right, I will endure for another half month. When the time comes, I shall ensure he suffers greatly." The next morning at 5, Huang Tianba rose early, filled his belly, and bid farewell to Sai Xiao, Old Tan, and Wuming before setting off. There was little cause for concern, as they could communicate at any moment. And no one was more cautious than Huang Tianba. He flew along the direction indicated by the tracking goo until he spotted a vast expanse of desolate trees and halted. For the tracking goo had moved to the bottom of the box. Gazing at the withered forest below, Huang Tianba mused, "Could Yi Tian be hiding beneath? But these trees are dead. There likely isn't any food. Is he subsisting on soil?" He circled the area, noting that the tracking goo consistently shifted toward that direction. Upon returning to the previous location, the tracking goo once more settled at the bottom of the box. Clearly, this spot bore some connection to Yi Tian. He resolved to investigate further. However, before proceeding, he first confirmed with Sai Xiao whether communication would remain intact. "Number 2, can you hear me now?" "Yes, I can hear you." "Number 2, the tracking goo has moved to the box's bottom, revealing a withered forest below. I intend to investigate." "Understood, be cautious. And contact me if anything arises." "Number 2, all right," and a transmission. Having confirmed that he could still communicate with Sai Xiao, Huang Tianba felt reassured. He slowly descended, meticulously scanning the area for any signs of life. However, the abundance of dead branches and leaves obscured his view, rendering it impossible to discern whether anyone lurked below. He wondered if Yi Tian had perished in that place. As the adage goes, avoid entering the forest, and the chaotic scene below raised concerns about potential traps. What if he is still alive and sees my arrival, preparing to launch a surprise attack from below? Although he is currently a mere limbless being, who can say whether he might not regrow his limbs? After all, he has been remarkably fortunate, and there may yet be some fortuitous turn of events in store for him. Huang Tianba hovered in the air, contemplating for a moment before ultimately deciding against descending. He began to fly back, arriving at a grassy clearing where he gathered some dry hay and fashioned it into a ball, then soared towards a location where it was likely that Yi Tian was hiding. Producing a lighter, he ignited the hay ball and cast it downwards, where it quickly caught fire amid the dry twigs and fallen leaves, erupting into a fierce blaze. Huang Tianba positioned himself against the wind, intently observing the inferno below, vigilant for any suspicious movements. "I shall set this forest ablaze. Let us see if you dare to emerge. Should you remain hidden, you shall meet your end in the flames." Chapter 84. The underground cultivator's abode. The spiral slash unleashed by Huang Tianba reduced the area within 100 meters to mere ashes, yet no one emerged from the devastation. Growing impatient, he decided to unleash his most formidable attack, regardless of whether anyone lay beneath him. At that moment, Xian was ensconced in a stone chamber 100 meters below, untouched by the raging inferno above. Earlier that day, as he prepared to leave the desolate forest, he inadvertently stumbled into a pit, plummeting into the depths below. Fortunately, his protective spiritual energy shielded him from harm. As he navigated through the subterranean labyrinth, he fortuitously discovered a stone chamber, furnished with a stone table, benches, and a bed, alongside an alchemical furnace and a cabinet filled with jars and vials, a clear sign of a reclusive master's dwelling. After a thorough examination, Elder Lei concluded, "It appears to be the abode of a cultivator skilled in alchemy. You should investigate the cabinet for any prepared elixirs." Xian voiced his concerns. "But what if the owner returns?" Elder Lei chuckled. "The occupant is unlikely to return. If someone resided here, protective formations would guard the entrance, making it impossible for us to enter so easily. But it's so clean here. Surely someone must maintain it?" Xian pointed out, noting the immaculate surroundings that suggested occupancy. Elder Lei laughed heartily. "Not necessarily. Observe the pearl on the ceiling. That is a dust-repelling pearl, which keeps this place tidy." Xian looked up and indeed saw a pearl the size of an egg. Curiously, he asked, "A dust-repelling pearl? Such treasures exist? Since no one resides here, I shall take it." Elder Lei dismissed it with a wave. "That trinket is hardly a treasure. It's merely a peculiar stone. In the realm of cultivation, one could procure a bag of them for the price of a low-grade spirit stone." Xian gazed longingly at the dust-repelling pearl, his eyes sparkling. "You may not value it, but I still consider it a treasure." Elder Lei pondered the decline of cultivation on this planet, conceding, given the state of affairs, "It might as well be yours. Take it. It will certainly save you time when bathing." Approaching the cabinet, Xian rummaged through its contents and, with disappointment, reported, "Elder Lei, all the bottles are empty except for this one labeled Still Spirit Elixir, which contains some pills." He poured the contents into his hand, only to find them unremarkable, lacking fragrance and brilliance. After examining them, Elder Lei remarked, "This Still Spirit Elixir is devoid of spiritual energy and has expired. Dispose of it." Xian was perplexed. Elixirs can expire? After finally finding something, it turns out to be worthless. It feels like meeting an old acquaintance only to realize they seek repayment. "Indeed," Elder Lei replied. "Typically, a Still Spirit Elixir can be stored for 500 years. Its expiration suggests the cultivator has been absent for at least that long." With the elixirs deemed useless, Xian shifted his hopes to the alchemical furnace. Its golden sheen indicated its uniqueness, surely worth a considerable sum if sold. "Elder Lei, is this furnace a treasure?" Elder Lei answered nonchalantly, "For you, it is indeed a treasure, and you shall find it useful when I teach you alchemy." Elated, Xian prepared to lift the lid, but Elder Lei quickly intervened. "Do not open it. After such a lengthy period of disuse, the residual alchemical energy may have turned toxic. Should you open it here, you might find yourself with no chance to escape, potentially succumbing to the poison." Startled, Xian withdrew his hand, conflicted. "What should I do then?" "It's simple. Just do not open it. Secure it somehow, and take it outside before you open it." Gazing at the large furnace, Xian hesitated. "But it's so massive, I cannot carry it everywhere. Do you have any spells to store it?" Elder Lei had no solution, as he was merely a wisp of primordial spirit, and his treasured storage ring had likely been taken by enemies long ago. "That is indeed a dilemma. Let us leave it here for now. Remember the location and return for it when you possess a storage artifact." With a sigh, Xian lamented, "Elder Lei, where might I find such a storage artifact?" "That depends on luck. If you can gather the necessary materials, I could teach you how to forge one. There is no need to rush. Your immediate focus should be on cultivation." Elder Lei believed that given Xian's exceptional fortune, he might stumble upon a storage pouch at any moment. Unable to take the furnace, Xian redirected his attention to the dust-repelling pearl. "Elder Lei, I shall retrieve that dust-repelling pearl first." "Very well. With permission granted, Yi Tian jubilantly leapt to the ceiling, grasping the embedded pearl and attempting to pull it free. Suddenly, the ground trembled and a thunderous roar echoed from above. A chill ran down Yi Tian's spine. Was it possible that the dust-repelling pearl was connected to some mechanism? Time rewinds by 1 minute. Huang Tianba unsheathed his blood-drink knife and consumed 10 bottles of chi-boosting pills. Feeling his inner strength swell rapidly, he channeled half of it into the blood-drink knife. The energy swirled around the blade, gaining momentum and causing the surrounding air to spiral, forming a vortex centered around him. To burrow underground, he reasoned, cutting or thrusting would be less effective than drilling. With the same force, a drill bit would inevitably penetrate deeper. Huang Tianba was resolute. Even if Yi Tian hid below, he would not evade the consequences. Spiral slash. In the absence of witnesses, Huang Tianba boldly proclaimed his technique and struck downward with all his might. The immense, spiraling energy instantly carved a sizable hole into the earth, rapidly extending downward. At that moment, Yi Tian was in the process of extracting the dust-repelling pearl. Elder Lei, with a wider range of perception, urgently warned, Yi Tian, be cautious. Something colossal seems to be descending. Above, Yi Tian glanced at the solid stone ceiling. There was no apparent entrance. How could anything come down? I do not know. Run quickly. Yi Tian obeyed, sprinting away, only to hear Elder Lei shout, "There's no time. Prepare your defenses." Yi Tian hastily strengthened his protective energy to its maximum, only to be overwhelmed by an incessantly spiraling force that propelled him further underground. What was happening? Yi Tian was bewildered, bracing himself against the massive drill-like force until he glimpsed a sea of red light. Lava flowed beneath the surface? It dawned on him that the cultivator had likely chosen this location for its geothermal properties, using the Earth's fire for alchemical endeavors. Now, the previously blocked layers had been breached, causing the molten rock to surge forth from the opening. The powerful natural forces neutralized Huang Tianba's spiral slash and propelled Yi Tian upward from the depths. Huang Tianba, absorbed in observing the gaping hole he had created, suddenly noticed a torrent of fiery substance erupting from it. He swiftly dodged to the side. By the heavens, did I unleash the lava? Wait, what is that creature? Just as he marveled at his own might, he spotted a green humanoid figure amidst the fountain-like lava. An epiphany struck Huang Tianba as he glanced at the tracking insect in his hand, realizing it had shifted direction, now pointing toward the green figure. Could it be Yi Tian? How did he become like this, sprouting limbs and turning green? Deciding against speculation, he resolved to capture the figure first and ask questions later. Huang Tianba soared toward Yi Tian, extending 4 tendrils of inner strength to ensnare him. Chapter 85. Yi Tian is possessed by Old Lei. Warriors pursue cultivators. Yi Tian, in a dazed state, was swept up into the sky by a surge of lava and soon spotted a creature in the distance. Adorned with eerie black and red stripes and possessing an evil, large eye on its face. He quickly inquired of Old Lei, "What is that creature? Could it be responsible for the commotion we just heard?" Old Lei, perplexed, replied, "The distance is too great for me to sense clearly. From its appearance, it wields a blade, suggesting it may not be a monster, but rather a cultivator." As he contemplated this, Old Lei found himself increasingly bewildered. Strange. To fly solely with its physical form, it must at least be at the core formation stage. Given that this planet's spiritual energy is depleted, how could there still be cultivators at that level? Core formation stage? What should we do now? Should we approach it? Yi Tian asked, astonished. Old Lei scolded him. "If you wish to die, then by all means go ahead. With that guise, it is evident that it belongs to a sinister faction. You might not even realize how you perish. Not good, it's coming this way. Run." Yi Tian, now fully obedient to Old Lei, hurriedly rolled in a desperate attempt to flee to the ground. However, he soon felt something grasping at his limbs, an all-too-familiar sensation. It seemed reminiscent of the time he sought vengeance against Huang Tianba, when he had been similarly ensnared and had lost his hands and feet. Looking down, he saw his limbs entwined by tendrils resembling transparent streams of water. Oh no, could that creature be Huang Tianba? Yet, I am not his match, as I have yet to master my skills. In a panic, he implored Old Lei, Old Lei, it might be Huang Tianba. I'm being controlled. What should I do? His only hope now rested upon Old Lei. Old Lei, too, was alarmed. His current powers were insufficient for a teleportation. If Huang Tianba were truly at the core formation stage, they would have no means of escape. Yet, how could Huang Tianba have suddenly reached such a level? Hadn't he not even attained the Qi refinement stage? Upon probing the tendrils that ensnared Yi Tian, Old Lei discovered that they did not consist of spiritual energy. This indicated that Huang Tianba had not yet reached the Qi refinement stage. His ability to fly must stem from the peculiar armor he wore. It could very well be a relic left behind by a cultivator, inscribed with some flight formation. A mere martial artist wielding a cultivator's artifact would not necessarily wield great power. Perhaps there was still an opportunity to turn the tables and seize that armor. Reassured, Old Lei confidently advised Yi Tian, do not panic. He has not yet reached the Qi refinement stage. He is likely relying on that armor to fly. The energy binding you is merely an incomplete form of internal energy, which is weaker than your own. Simply sever it with your sword energy. Understood. Yi Tian swiftly unleashed his sword energy against the binding tendrils, finding it surprisingly easy to sever them. His heart settled, and he immediately launched a barrage of fireballs at Huang Tianba, shouting, Huang Tianba, I am not one to be trifled with. Experience my fireballs. Yi Tian, it truly is you. Huang Tianba, elated at recognizing Yi Tian, disregarded how he had identified him. More tendrils of internal energy surged from his body, aiming to ensnare Yi Tian once more. The fireballs collided with the tendrils, resulting in a series of explosions. How amusing. He can conjure fireballs, but they are rather feeble. Huang Tianba mused. The fact that Yi Tian could wield spells did not astonish him. After all, as the child of destiny, his encounters were hardly surprising. He even speculated that had he delayed a few more days, Yi Tian might have summoned a meteor shower to obliterate his entire Ba Dao manor. As a villain, it was imperative to take initiative to eliminate Yi Tian before he fully matured into his potential. Today, he was determined to kill Yi Tian, no matter the cost. Seeing the fireballs ineffective, Yi Tian unleashed several sword energies. By then, Huang Tianba had already closed the distance between them. The sword energy, being spiritual energy, pierced through Huang Tianba's protective barrier, but was stopped by the armor. Yi Tian gaped in disbelief. What on earth? Why can't I harm him? Yet, Huang Tianba wasted no time pondering, bringing his blade down with the intent to cleave Yi Tian in two. Realizing that his internal energy attacks were futile, he opted for a direct assault with his blood-drinking blade, which could even cut through adamantium. There was no way it would fail against Yi Tian. In a moment of realization, Yi Tian understood he had no time to evade and quickly turned his head away, allowing Huang Tianba's blade to strike his shoulder. He thought that with his protective spiritual energy, he could withstand the blow, but it sliced through him as smoothly as silk, splitting him in half. Old Lei was left agape. This blade is also an artifact. It can penetrate protective spiritual energy. We must flee. You cannot defeat him. Yi Tian's upper half quickly struck out a palm at Huang Tianba, using the reaction force to propel himself rapidly toward the ground. This maneuver momentarily stunned Huang Tianba. What gives? How can he not die from that? Then he watched as Yi Tian landed, contorting his face in agony, yelling incessantly, only to rapidly regenerate his other half. Huang Tianba's eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of joke is this? Have you inherited the legacy of the mecha aliens, turning green and regenerating limbs? Yi Tian took flight, exclaiming boastfully, Huang Tianba, you will not be able to kill me. I shall return to settle the score. Old Lei, nearly in tears, urged him in his mind. Stop with the bravado and escape. How much life force do you have to waste? Yi Tian merely sought to alleviate his pain, for being cleaved in two and regenerating was excruciating. Upon glancing back, he saw Huang Tianba diving towards him like a hawk. His face paled further. He was about to endure pain once more. Huang Tianba was indifferent to whether Yi Tian could regenerate, even with the legacy of the mecha aliens. The head could not regrow. He recalled how Yi Tian had tilted his head to evade earlier, revealing that the head was indeed a weakness. He had no reason to hesitate. As long as he could sever Yi Tian's head in two, Victory would be his. Yi Tian's legs felt as though they were turning to wheels, and in a state of desperation, he cried, "Old Lei, what should I do? He is relentlessly pursuing me, and I can't escape." Despair washed over him. He had believed himself strong, only to find Huang Tianba had become even more formidable. He had ascended to a cultivator. Yet Huang Tianba, a mere martial artist, could still chase him down. How is this fair? In the midst of this life and death crisis, Old Lei solemnly declared, "If you wish to survive, you must allow me to control your body. Only then can your spiritual energy be maximized, and perhaps we can escape. Are you willing?" Yi Tian eagerly agreed. "I am willing." Old Lei continued, "Then do not resist. I shall take over your bodily control now." "Quickly, Old Lei," Yi Tian urged, his anxiety palpable. "Very well." As soon as Old Lei's words fell, Yi Tian felt himself enveloped in a pitch-black space, completely losing control of his body. Before him was a window through which he could perceive the outside world, as if residing within his own eyes. A wave of inexplicable fear washed over him, and he shouted in panic, "Old Lei! Old Lei! I am here!" Old Lei's voice resonated from all directions, prompting Yi Tian to question, "Where am I? How did I end up here?" "Do not be anxious," reassured Lei Lao. "When I take control of your body, you shall remain there in peace. Rest assured, you will be able to return whenever I decide to switch back." "Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Lei Lao." Yi Tian felt a sense of calm in the small dark room, observing the battle outside, confident that with Lei Lao's presence, everything would be fine. Lei Lao, filled with quiet joy, relished the moment. After such a long wait, he had finally secured this body, proving that his emotional investment had not been in vain. Chapter 86. The Death of Elder Lei and Yi Tian. The blood-drinking blade holds a demon. After resurrecting Yi Tian, Elder Lei intended to seize his body for rebirth, only to discover that Yi Tian's soul had not dissipated. However, a mere mortal soul did not concern him. Even a fragment of his primordial spirit could easily control it. Yet, the situation took an unexpected turn. When he attempted to act, he found that Yi Tian's soul was enveloped in a faint purple light, rendering him powerless to proceed. Reluctantly, he chose to conceal himself and bide his time. After a period of observation, he surmised that Yi Tian was a child of destiny, and that purple light was the protective aura of his fortune. If he were to forcibly seize control, he risked being consumed by Yi Tian instead. To successfully usurp control, he needed Yi Tian to willingly relinquish his body or to diminish his fortune. Thus, when Yi Tian was in despair, he emerged and taught him the heavenly seizing demon technique under the guise of a longevity mantra. It was said that mastering this technique would allow one to seize the vitality of all beings and become a celestial demon. However, it was rarely heard of anyone achieving the celestial demon realm through it, as the cultivation of this technique depleted one's fortune. Once a person's fortune diminished to a certain extent, misfortune would inevitably follow, leading to calamities and disasters. They would either be slain by righteous forces or struck down by heavenly tribulations. There were no favorable outcomes. The demonic sect merely regarded this as a shortcut to entering the path, advising practitioners to swiftly transition to other demonic arts after reaching the chi refinement stage. A saying circulated within the demonic sect: "If you love someone, let them practice the heavenly seizing demon technique. If you hate someone, let them practice the heavenly seizing demon technique." After Yi Tian began cultivating the heavenly seizing demon technique, he absorbed increasing amounts of the vitality of plants and trees, while his fortune continuously waned. When encountering fortuitous encounters, such as the lairs of cultivators, he should have been able to obtain elixirs and magical artifacts. Yet, due to his diminishing fortune, not only did he receive expired elixirs, but he also found himself pursued by vengeful enemies when attempting to seize treasures. In this moment of peril, Elder Lei swiftly deceived Yi Tian into surrendering control of his body. However, just as he took over, he sensed Huang Tianba's blade descending upon his head. With a spell that required minimal spiritual energy, Elder Lei instantly transported himself 100 meters ahead, narrowly evading Huang Tianba's strike. Utilizing another acceleration spell, his speed multiplied several times as he fled into the distance. What was this? Why did it seem that Yi Tian had suddenly become formidable, with spells emerging one after another. Nevertheless, his speed was still inadequate. Huang Tianba would show him what true speed meant. Huang Tianba landed and, targeting Elder Lei's escape route, propelled himself with tremendous force as if transforming into a flying knife, leaving behind a large crater in his wake. Elder Lei, foolishly running in a straight line, realized too late as he heard the sound of slicing air behind him. The blood-drinking blade pierced through his skull, emerging from his forehead, and he instantaneously lost control of his body. The vitality Yi Tian had painstakingly absorbed was also traversed by the blood-drinking blade, as if triggering a chemical reaction. The blade, which typically required a considerable time to absorb even a drop of blood, suddenly grew powerful, immediately consuming the vitality along with Elder Lei's primordial spirit and Yi Tian's soul. Huang Tianba, unaware of this, had just grasped Yi Tian's body with his left hand, activating the absorption technique. The spiritual energy within Yi Tian's body, which had not yet dissipated, began to be drawn into Huang Tianba. Huang Tianba refrained from immediately obliterating Yi Tian's head, primarily fearing that he might possess a regenerative core that could escape during the explosion. By keeping the blade embedded in Yi Tian's head, rendering him immobile, and draining his spiritual energy, he could then incinerate him, achieving a flawless plan. As the first strand of spiritual energy was absorbed into his body, Huang Tianba felt a significant transformation. His liquid in after a brief moment of chewing and absorption, having assimilated the memories of the two individuals. The large-eyed creature suddenly erupted into laughter. How delightful it is to discover that the blade that sealed me lies within the hands of the Blood Demon. Chapter 87. The Blood Demon Physique, Universally Hunted. Huang Tianba begins his cultivation. The Blood Demon Physique is a type of innate demonic body, renowned for its rapid cultivation speed, particularly when practicing demonic arts. It is characterized by 4 elongated, pointed fangs, 2 on the top and 2 on the bottom, that regenerate if removed. However, the Blood Demon Physique does not consume blood. In the absence of demonic cultivation, its bearer remains an ordinary human. Yet, it serves as the perfect vessel for blood demons and is coveted by various malevolent entities. In the realm of cultivation, the discovery of any demonic body prompts the righteous sects to eradicate it immediately, even if it is merely an infant. According to the righteous doctrine, the existence of certain individuals is an original sin. Although they may not commit evil now, it is believed that they will inevitably do so in the future. Thus, extermination is deemed the only means to avert tragedy. Unaware of these grim realities, Huang Tianba cheerfully hummed a tune as he returned to the Banshan Manor, heading directly to the laboratory of Sai Bianc. He intended to return the tracking goo to Sai Bianc and dispose of Yi Tian's severed limbs. Clad in a white lab coat, Sai Bianc was diligently recording data on a series of goo when he noticed Huang Tianba's arrival and hurriedly approached him. "You back? Are you injured?" Huang Tianba replied with a grin. "Not at all. I have been relentlessly pursuing him. Here, take back this goo, and where are Yi Tian's limbs? I wish to incinerate them at once." "Follow me," Sai Bianc said, accepting the tracking goo and leading Huang Tianba to a large cultivation chamber. Inside were several lead boxes containing Yi Tian's limbs. As soon as he opened the lead box, the previously inert tracking goo sprang to life once more. Observing the goo's reaction, Sai Bianc confirmed, "It seems that Yi Tian's bodily tissues have indeed been eradicated by you. Are you certain you wish to incinerate these as well, rather than keeping them for research?" Huang Tianba shook his head. "No, there are no traces left to pursue. Keeping them serves no purpose. I will consider him as having been completely destroyed." "Very well, then proceed with the cremation." Sai Bianc acquiesced, having no further objections. Following suit, Huang Tianba incinerated Yi Tian's limbs, crushed the ashes, and mixed them with new materials to craft a cube, inscribing the characters Yi Tian on one face. "At last, this adversary is dealt with. I shall secure him in the safe shortly," he declared. "Do as you wish," Sai Bianc replied. The two men settled down to enjoy tea while conversing, and after Huang Tianba recounted the events, Sai Bianc inquired earnestly, "So, your internal energy is on the verge of transforming into magical power?" Huang Tianba nodded. "Indeed, though the time frame is uncertain. I plan to enter seclusion for a few days to ensure the complete transformation of my internal energy into magical power. Bianc lamented, "That is indeed necessary. It is regrettable that we do not know how Yi Tian learned his spells. Otherwise, you could have sought him out to learn. This is not a significant issue. You know my innate understanding. Since he demonstrated the fireball technique before me, I should be able to comprehend it," Huang Tianba responded confidently. Seeing Huang Tianba's self-assuredness, Bianc felt a sense of shared optimism. "Your comprehension is indeed extraordinary. It is highly likely. I eagerly anticipate the day you can unleash the fireball technique." With a chuckle, Huang Tianba said, "I shall not delay you further. I need to discuss matters with Lao Tan and Wu Ming. You can provide me protection when the time comes." "Of course, summon me whenever you require," Bianc replied. After bidding farewell to Bianc, Huang Tianba hurried to Lao Tan, requesting Wu Ming to join them as well. Once everyone had gathered, Huang Tianba gestured towards the cube and proclaimed, "It is now certain. I have slain Yi Tian. This is crafted from his ashes." Both Lao Tan and Wu Ming congratulated him in unison. "Congratulations, Manor Master, for finally eliminating a formidable foe." Huang Tianba reflected. He was indeed a significant threat, having repeatedly escaped death and obtained fortuitous encounters. Fortunately, no matter how much stronger he became, he could never surpass me. I gained much from this battle and intend to enter seclusion for a time. Lao Tan, please summon a substitute to take my place. Understood, Manor Master, Lao Tan Ziplit. Furthermore, such a momentous occasion deserves celebration. We shall commence a 3-day festivity starting tomorrow, with each person receiving an additional month's salary. The occasion shall be to commemorate my defeat of the scoundrel Yi Tian, the young master of the Mingjian Manor. Very well, Manor Master, Lao Tan agreed, having no objections. This was standard procedure, and given the manor's ample resources, the bonus was inconsequential. Huang Tianba then addressed Wu Ming. "Wu Ming, you are responsible for the safety and combat readiness of the manor. My seclusion is of utmost importance. Inform everyone not to contact me. For any urgent matters, reach out to Sai. He will assess whether to inform me." "As you command, Manor Master," Wu Ming affirmed. Upon hearing this, Lao Tan expressed concern. "Manor Master, will your seclusion pose any danger?" Only Lao Tan would dare to voice such a question. Had Wu Ming posed it, it might have suggested ulterior motives. Huang Tianba smiled reassuringly. "There is no significant danger. However, should I succeed in this seclusion, I will transcend the unclear innate realm and become a true cultivator. Thus, caution is imperative." Lao Tan gapet in astonim heavens. "A cultivator? Truly, it is divine providence. The Lord and Lady will surely rejoice from the heavens." Wu Ming promptly extended his congratulations. "I preemptively congratulate you, Manor Master, on your ascension as a cultivator wielding boundless magical power to dominate the martial world." Huang Tianba chuckled. "Very well. Let be as such. Lao Tan, arrange a grand feast for me. I shall dine before entering seclusion." "Understood, Manor Master. I will make the arrangements immediately." Lao Tan Ziplit. Once the feast was prepared, Huang Tianba summoned Bianc to join them for a bountiful meal. As was customary, he retreated to the training room to cultivate, while Bianc stood guard outside. Should he require sustenance, Lao Tan would personally deliver it. Presently, only the three of them were permitted near the secluded chamber. As Huang Tianba entered a state of introspection, he observed that the liquid internal energy in his dantian and meridians had diminished somewhat, while the magical power he absorbed from Yi Tian had increased slightly. Estimating the conversion ratio, he sighed. It appears there is a significant disparity in the conversion rate. After the transformation, the total magical power may not even fill 1/50th of the dantian. However, relying on this method of converting internal energy to magical power is inefficient. I should endeavor to have the dantian produce magical power directly. But how can I induce the dantian to generate magical power? This is a pressing issue that requires resolution, and I must conduct a thorough analysis. This analysis spanned 3 days, during which Bianc diligently kept watch, foregoing sleep entirely, only dozing off when utterly exhausted. Over these 3 days, upon learning of Yi Tian's demise, the members of the manor, aside from Gong Shulan, were elated, each sporting smiles as they received an extra month's salary. Gong Shulan, however, was taken aback by Huang Tianba's ability to locate and eliminate Yi Tian. Her lover was now dead, and she wept bitterly. She demanded Gong Shilu take her to confront Huang Tianba, resulting in her father, who had never struck her in her life, finally raising his hand against her. This time, he made up for years of grievances, leaving her battered and unrecognizable. Even to her mother, Gong Shilu helped her take a leave of absence, confining her at home to reflect on whether she wished to accompany Yi Tian in death or to continue living alongside her father. Meanwhile, messengers hastened from the capital to Lingxi City, only to be intercepted by the four great kings. Upon learning that the crown prince was in search of the master, they reported to the Nameless One, who, after much contemplation, issued orders in the manner of Huang Tianba to replace all personnel at the relay stations between Lingxi City and Tianlai City, intercepting all messages sent from the capital. Upon discovering an impending military assault, they were to seize the opportunity to poison the intruders. Meanwhile, the world outside was tumultuous, yet Huang Tianba remained engrossed in his cultivation. As the last remnants of his inner strength were transformed, he finally opened his eyes. The warrior had successfully transitioned into a cultivator. He had become a true practitioner of the arcane arts. The next target for elimination, the child of destiny, Ma Yinglong, was rather peculiar, embodying a languid disposition, predominantly existing in a state of unconsciousness as a prisoner. His primary affliction was directed towards his father, his grandfather lying in a coffin, and his great-grandfather, indeed, his ancestors. Their role was to provide Huang Tianba with spiritual talismans, magical artifacts, spells, spiritual stones, the imperial throne, while also bestowing upon the renowned physician, Sai Bianc, an epic enhancement. Chapter 88, transitioning from martial arts to Taoism and comprehending the fundamentals of the five elements within the confines of the training chamber. Huang Tianba finally accomplished his transformation from a martial artist to a cultivator, successfully entering the qi refining stage. He had also mastered an advanced technique for absorbing spiritual energy from the cosmos, the upgraded version of the qi absorption method. Although his liquid inner strength had transmuted into gaseous spiritual energy, its potency far surpassed that of its earlier form. To put simply, he could now unleash a blade of energy powerful enough to effortlessly pierce through his former liquid protective barrier. As for the cultivation technique, it was rendered even simpler. By enhancing the qi absorption method, he merely needed to shift the focus from living beings to the surrounding air. Using the spiritual energy within his body as a template, he searched the ambient space for unknown elements that shared certain characteristics. Consequently, he successfully identified 5 elemental energies with spiritual attributes, which he named the 5 elemental spiritual energies: golden metal qi, green wood qi, blue water qi, red fire qi, and yellow earth qi. Though these energies were imperceptible to the naked eye, their presence could be sensed. However, he remained puzzled as to why their colors were discernible in his perception. Perhaps it was merely a quirk of this world as design. He did not discover a 6th type of spiritual energy, concluding that it was either too advanced for him to perceive or that this realm was fundamentally based on the 5 elements, thus limiting the energies to only 5. Furthermore, he suspected he might possess a versatile affinity for all 5 elements, as he felt no particular attraction or aversion to any specific type of spiritual energy. He could absorb them all, which then transformed into a uniform spiritual essence within him. Everything was progressing smoothly, save for one lament. He sensed a severe scarcity of spiritual energy in the outside world. After absorbing energy for an extended period, he realized that he had acquired less than 1% of the spiritual energy he had drawn from Yi Tian. Goodness, how can one cultivate in such a meager environment? Could it be that the lack of spiritual energy led to the extinction of cultivators, explaining their absence now? Huang Tianba pondered, feeling somewhat perplexed. Just when he had finally found the opportunity to cultivate, the conditions seemed prohibitive. At this rate, he feared he might never ascend to immortality. Thus, A question arose. From where did Yi Tian acquire his spiritual power? Huang Tianba did not believe his aptitude was inferior to Yi Tian's. Thus, either Yi Tian had consumed some miraculous elixir or had encountered a venerable master who imparted knowledge. Dismissing the notion of a master, as he was not the protagonist and had no such support, he resolved to explore the efficacy of medicinal remedies. After consuming an entire bottle of replenishing pills, he found their effects paled in comparison to the energy he absorbed in a mere minute. It seemed the quality of the medicine was too low to keep pace with his advancement. Never mind, I shall first investigate how to release the fireball technique. This inquiry consumed yet another day. As the sun rose and fell, Bianc, who had been dozing off on a chair just outside the door, suddenly perked up at the sound of the door opening. Upon seeing Huang Tianba emerge from the training chamber, he sprang to his feet, brimming with excitement. How'd it go? Did you succeed? Huang Tianba nodded, but upon noticing the pronounced dark circles under Bianc's eyes, he shook his head. Have you not slept? I asked you to guard me, not to keep vigil all day. You should rest when you can. Bianc chuckled. It's fine. I just take little naps when I feel drowsy. Huang Tianba sighed. You've truly defeated me. Let us refrain from this in the future. Bianc nodded. Understood. Now, tell me what changes you've experienced. Huang Tianba recounted his cultivation journey and findings in detail, concluding with a sigh, having become a cultivator. I now realize how pitifully scarce the spiritual energy is. It may very well take until my death to achieve immortality. After a moment of contemplation, Bianc suggested, perhaps the deep mountains and forests hold more abundant spiritual energy. Shall we venture there to explore? Huang Tianba agreed, absolutely. However, before we go, allow me to demonstrate the spells I have comprehended. With curiosity, Bianc inquired, you've truly mastered the fireball technique? Huang Tianba grinned, extending his hands. Indeed. But I have not only grasped the fireball technique. I have also comprehended the water ball, earth ball, wood ball, and metal ball techniques, along with their corresponding control techniques for fire, water, earth, wood, and metal. Additionally, I have derived offensive spells such as fire arrow and water arrow, as well as defensive spells like fire shield and water shield. I even developed a growth acceleration technique for plants. As Huang Tianba spoke, 5 orbs, each the size of a ping-pong ball, representing the 5 elements, manifested in his hands, swirling and transforming into various shapes. With a flick of his wrist, the chair Bianc had been sitting on flew over to him. Grasping the wooden armrest, he watched as tender buds sprouted forth, soon flourishing into a lush, leafy growth. Bianc's jaw dropped in astonishment, and he gazed in disbelief at Huang Tianba's display. Finally, he managed to close his gaping mouth and exclaimed, I've always thought you were a genius, but it turns out you are an absolute prodigy. How did you derive so many spells from just a glimpse of the fireball technique? Pleased by Bianc's astonishment, Huang Tianba felt a sense of pride, akin to showing off a new toy to a friend. Pointing to the chair, he explained, the primary reason I can comprehend these spells now is that I have the foundation of spiritual energy. Had I only possessed internal strength before, I would have been unable to grasp the fireball technique, or I would have already achieved immortality by now. The more advanced spells remain challenging for me to understand. I must slowly research and accumulate spiritual energy, for without it, I cannot cast what I have comprehended. Since my spiritual energy is composed of the 5 elemental energies, I can convert it into a specific elemental attribute and then utilize it in accordance with each attribute to perform these spells. For example, the growth acceleration technique is well known. Wood represents plants, and if I provide sufficient wood chi to a plant, it should grow better. It is said that a withered tree can bloom again. Even if wood has been fashioned into a chair, if given enough spiritual energy, it can regain vitality and naturally sprout anew. Bianc nodded in agreement, finding this explanation quite logical. He too felt that he could achieve similar feats if he possessed spiritual energy. Huang Tianba continued to elaborate on the various principles behind the spells he had comprehended for over half an hour. Bianc proved to be an excellent listener. Even when he did not fully grasp the concepts, he remained patient and attentively absorbed every word. Finally, he remarked, I believe you're nearly akin to an immortal at this point. Huang Tianba humbly replied, I am still far from that. There are many spells I have yet to understand, and demonstrating these just now consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy, which may take me 3 days to replenish. Sai Bianc gasped. That is quite a considerable expenditure. If a battle ensues, wouldn't you deplete your energy in an instant? Huang Tianba shrugged nonchalantly. Not at all. The spiritual energy I absorbed from Yi Tian is sufficient for several engagements. As long as I am not faced with formidable opponents wielding protective artifacts or life-saving trump cards, I should be able to strike decisively. While Sai Bianc had confidence in Huang Tianba's prowess, he nevertheless cautioned, "That is good to hear. But remember that there are always greater mountains and people beyond, so one must remain vigilant." Huang Tianba readily concurred. Caution indeed begets longevity. He could not afford to become arrogant due to momentary triumphs, for he had initially believed himself invincible, only to discover the existence of formidable experts like the Confucian master. The future was uncertain, and he could encounter many more prodigies. Let us proceed outside and seek areas with greater concentrations of spiritual energy, he proposed. Agreed, Sai Bianc affirmed. As the two emerged from the secret chamber, they swiftly soared into a nearby forest, not far from the manor. After a thorough assessment, Huang Tianba deduced, the wood's spiritual energy here is significantly higher, at least tenfold compared to my training chamber. The water and earth spiritual energies are also several times greater, while the metal and fire energies are comparatively lower, even less than those in my training room. Sai Bianc contemplated, if that is the case, might the water spiritual energy be elevated in the river and the earth spiritual energy in the soil? We shall ascertain this. With that, Huang Tianba stamped his foot, and a large pit suddenly appeared in the ground, into which he promptly descended. After a few moments, he leapt from the hole and declared, indeed, the subterranean earth spiritual energy is noticeably higher, likely augmented by the presence of more minerals, thus increasing the metal spiritual energy as well. Upon hearing this, Sai Bianc suggested, that simplifies matters. You may choose any location you fancy for your cultivation, which is certainly preferable to remaining in the training chamber. After a brief moment of contemplation, Huang Tianba affirmed, let us remain in the forest. It offers the best balance of cost-effectiveness and comfort. He had little inclination to immerse himself in water, lie in fire, confine himself within metallic enclosures, or be buried in soil. Such experiences felt akin to undergoing the entire ordeal of drowning, cremation, and interment. Let's explore our surroundings and seek out the area with the most abundant spiritual energy in the forest. We shall arrange for the construction of a research facility there, where we can reside. You may also relocate. Conducting your research on toxins in the forest will not disturb the manor. In the capital city, at the prince's residence, Ma Yinglong slammed his palm onto the table, chastising his personal guard beside him. How many days have passed? Yet there is still no word from the master? The guard, in a state of alarm, replied, Your Highness, please do not be angry. I have already dispatched a second wave of personnel to investigate, and I believe we shall receive news shortly. Ma Yinglong murmured to himself. Could it be that something has befallen the master? That seems implausible. The master is invincible. What could possibly hinder him? Yet, why has the messenger not returned? Something is amiss. After a moment's contemplation, he commanded, deploy another team of scouts, bypass the relay stations, and discreetly investigate each city to inquire with the city lords. Any anomalies must be reported promptly. As you command. At the first relay station between Tianlai City and Lingxi City, a messenger raced in from the distance. His voice preceding him, urgent dispatch. Urgent dispatch. The station's personnel sprang into action, rushing out in droves. As the messenger dismounted, ready to hand over his mission, one of the attendants behind him struck him on the neck with a swift blow, rendering him unconscious. A group of individuals expertly stripped him of his garments, searching for any concealed items, and then bound him tightly before carrying him inside. These were all members of the Ba Dao Manor, who had already replaced all personnel at the relay stations along this route. Upon searching the messenger, they discovered letters containing instructions to locate the master. The false messenger tucked the letters securely into his clothing, mounted a prepared swift steed, and galloped towards the next relay station, clad in the black uniform of Ba Dao Manor, free from the worry of treachery from his own. Chapter 89. Please, master, unify the seven kingdoms and rule as emperor in the conference room. Lao Tan, Wu Ming, and the 8 great warriors were all present, taking their seats in order. At the head of the table sat Huang Tianba, flanked by Sai Bianc, a close friend of Huang Tianba, who naturally occupied a position of equal standing rather than a subordinate role. The atmosphere brimmed with excitement, for the master appeared to be in good spirits, signaling that he had successfully completed his seclusion. Indeed, Huang Tianba soon revealed momentous news. He announced, "Today, I have gathered you all to declare that I have become a practitioner of the mystical arts. Congratulations, master." The assembly chorused, their voices resounding like thunder. With a flick of his left hand, Huang Tianba drew a circle, and the untouched water in front of everyone levitated, coalescing into a dragon of water. Then, with his right hand, he traced another circle, conjuring a fireball that transformed into a dragon of fire, which engaged in a playful chase with the water dragon, creating billowing clouds of steam, resembling 2 dragons frolicking in the sky. Witnessing this spectacle left everyone in awe, speechless except for gasps of astonishment. Is this true magic? Eventually, the fire and water dragons dissipated, leaving behind a magnificent cloud hovering above the conference table. The cloud divided into 12 segments, gracefully floating to each cup, transforming back into pure water. The room erupted in enthusiastic applause, with Wu Ming leading the chant. The master possesses great powers, boundless magic, eternal blessings, and a lifespan equal to the heavens. The others immediately echoed his words. With a gesture for silence, Huang Tianba, his countenance serious, stated, "Becoming a practitioner has revealed to me that the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. The spiritual energy in this world is scarce, hindering my rapid advancement. Thus, I require your assistance in seeking rare elixirs and treasures." Wu Ming and the 8 great warriors eagerly responded, "Master, we shall dispatch individuals to scour the land for treasures at once, leaving no stone unturned. Master, there are several righteous sects in the martial world with long-standing legacies. They may possess treasures as well. Shall we not conquer them? Indeed, the treasures of righteous sects could never compare to those of an emperor. Perhaps we should eliminate the emperor and seize the national treasury?" Suggested Qin Jingang. "You make a valid point. Master, why not ascend to the throne yourself? This way, all the treasures of the nation would belong to you," added Qi Jingang. "You're thinking too small, Qi Jingang. I believe the master should unify the 7 kingdoms. Then, all the treasures of the realm would be his," chimed by Jingang. The 7 kingdoms refer to Qin, Han, Zhao Wei, Chu, Yin, and Qi, while Huang Tianba's faction resided in the Qin kingdom. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianba chuckled, realizing that if he unified the 7 kingdoms and became emperor, he would indeed parallel the first emperor of Qin. This notion delighted him, for once he consolidated the realm, he could mold it according to his vision. He nodded. "This is a splendid idea. Alongside my goal of achieving immortality, I shall add another, to unify the world." Wu Ming and the 8 great warriors' eyes sparkled with anticipation. Should the master become the sovereign of the realm, what would become of them, the valiant contributors to his conquest? After a moment of contemplation, Huang Tianba continued, "Now that I have embraced the path of cultivation and intend to unify the world, many endeavors can be undertaken boldly. Master, please instruct us. The campaign against bandits and the construction of roads can commence. First, we shall repair the road leading to Lingxi City, then extend outward from the manor. Each city we reach, we shall take control, replacing the local officials with our own. Those in the city guard who wish to pledge allegiance may stay. Those who refuse shall be conscripted as laborers. We will require a substantial workforce for infrastructure and logistical support. When you execute your tasks, be mindful. Aside from the essential casualties, spare the rest for labor. They will perform virtuous deeds by building bridges and roads." Wu Ming and the warriors responded in unison, "Understood." "Master," Huang Tianba added, "Lao Tan, Wu Ming, you must oversee the diligent study of our people. My nature is well known. Benefits shall first be bestowed upon those loyal to me. Each city will require a multitude of managers, and we shall select primarily from our own, before seeking candidates from outside. Is that clear?" "Understood, master." Everyone was particularly pleased with Huang Tianba's fairness. He would never shortchange his subordinates, and following such a leader ensured prosperity. However, he cautioned, never regard me as a fool. Do not attempt anything that contradicts my principles, or you shall meet a dire fate. Wu Ming and the others quickly reassured him, we understand, master. Rest assured, we shall strictly adhere to all regulations. After sufficiently admonishing Wu Ming and the others, Huang Tianba continued, very well, everyone should work diligently. You, including the 4 heavenly kings, are the core members of our manor. As long as you remain steadfastly loyal to me, your positions will rise, and wealth and honor shall surely follow. Once I become emperor, the positions beneath me will be determined by your contributions. Strive for whatever you desire. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming and the others trembled with excitement. Their voices strained as they exclaimed, thank you for your great favor, master. We shall serve with utmost dedication until our last breath. Huang Tianba then turned to Lao Tan with a smile. Lao Tan, you are now the steward of the manor. Should I ascend to the throne, I will require your management in the palace as well. Lao Tan responded cheerfully, I shall follow your arrangements, master. His aspirations were modest. Whether managing the palace or the manor, his sole concern was to ensure Huang Tianba's well-being. Having previously been unable to interject amidst the fervor, he seized the opportunity to speak. Master, perhaps there are treasures within your vault, especially since we have recently recovered a significant number of valuables from bandits. I may be too old to discern them, but I suggest you take a look when you have the time. Huang Tianba nodded. I had not considered my vault. It would be prudent to inspect it. In the past, I may not have recognized its contents, but now I should be able to identify the treasures I require. I can now sense spiritual energy, and any item imbued with it in abundance must be a treasure. His days were consumed with cultivation and research, leaving little time to ponder the contents of his vault, which he seldom utilized. Fortuitously, Lao Tan managed it diligently. Otherwise, a greedy steward might have pilfered it without his knowledge. Huang Tianba continued, I have identified a suitable location for cultivation in the forest near the manor. Lao Tan and Wu Ming, accompany me inside to assess the site. Arrange for the construction of a dwelling there, where Xian and I shall cultivate and conduct our research. Understood, master. Huang Tianba then addressed the 8 great warriors. You may disperse for now. I shall notify you if anything arises. Yes, master. Huang Tianba led the group outside, instantly soaring towards the forest. His ability to manipulate objects had already enabled him to carry others while he was merely at the level of internal energy. Now, as a practitioner, it was effortless. Typically, physical flight required one to reach the golden core stage, yet he was soaring smoothly during the chi refinement stage. Even while carrying 3 companions without feeling any strain, an extraordinary feat indeed. Moreover, his flight was not reliant on aerodynamics. It was genuine flight, the kind that allowed him to ascend at will. Some individuals are born with extraordinary talents, defying convention, and Huang Tianba was undoubtedly one of them. Chapter 90. The tree came to life and walked itself. Unaware of its treasure, a few individuals had descended into a nearby forest. Huang Tianba had delineated an area of approximately 1,000 square meters for Lao Tan and the Nameless One, stating, This is where I want you to construct my house. The architectural blueprints are in the secret chamber. Lao Tan will accompany me to retrieve them shortly. You shall oversee the quality of the construction. Understood, master, Lao Tan replied. Nameless, you are tasked with establishing perimeter defenses. Erect a 10-meter-high barbed wire fence along the forest's edge, clearly inscribed with a warning, no entry without permission. Trespassers will be dealt with ruthlessly. Affirmative, master. At this moment, Bianc, standing nearby, suggested, Tianba, I could raise some venomous insects within the forest. That way, any intruders would be swiftly eliminated. That is indeed an excellent idea. However, it will be prudent to wait until after the house is constructed to do so, lest the workers fall victim to your creations. Huang Tianba had no objections. The more protective measures, the better. After delegating the tasks, he was about to take flight with them when another thought struck him. He gazed at the flourishing trees within the designated area and remarked, These trees are thriving. It would be a pity for the workers to chop them down. I I shall relocate them instead. As he primarily absorbed wood elemental energy, the presence of trees around him was essential. It would be counterproductive to sacrifice them for construction. Lao Tan quickly interjected, Master, such labor is not something you need to undertake personally. I shall summon the engineering team to move the trees. Huang Tianba chuckled. There is no need for such trouble. I want to lift a finger. Let the trees relocate themselves. Lao Tan looked at him, bewildered, until he heard Sai Bianc curiously exclaim, Oh, the tree is alive. Turning to look, Lao Tan was left speechless as a large tree, seemingly animated, extracting its roots from the ground and ambulating towards the clearing. Suddenly, a large pit opened up, and the tree obediently walked into it, after which the pit filled itself in, completing the transplant flawlessly. This was the manifestation of Huang Tianba's mastery over wood manipulation. It appeared as though the tree was moving on its own, but in truth, it was all under his control. Lao Tan and the others stood in astonishment, unable to articulate their thoughts. Is there truly such a spell? Could that tree have gained sentience and become a plant person? Otherwise, how could it walk? Observing the relocated tree, a sudden inspiration struck Huang Tianba. He proclaimed, I envision creating a maze with the trees positioned at specific locations, setting various traps, venomous insects, and concealed weapons to prevent unauthorized intrusions. What do you think? Sai Bianc was the first to express approval. I believe that is splendid. I shall take care of the venomous insects. Lao Tan and the Nameless One concurred. Your words resonate well, Master. With unanimous agreement, Huang Tianba resolved to return and meticulously design the maze. To avoid harming the trees, he decided to relocate them to the periphery and then led the trio back on foot, clearing a path approximately 10 meters wide. He chose not to disturb the smaller flowers, grasses, and saplings, as they would grow rapidly regardless. He instructed Lao Tan and the Nameless One. The path is now cleared for you. When the time comes to build, use this route, and please do not harm the surrounding trees. Each one is invaluable to me. Understood, Master. We will ensure the workers are cautioned. Upon returning to the estate, he instructed the Nameless One to attend to other matters while he accompanied Sai Bianc and Lao Tan to the secret chamber to retrieve the house design. After acquiring the blueprints, he intended to visit the treasure vault, while Sai Bianc opted to stay behind to cultivate the venomous insects. Huang Tianba did not press him further and proceeded with Lao Tan to the vault. Upon opening the grand door of the vault, he was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of his wealth. The expansive vault, spanning over 1,000 square meters, was filled with countless shelves, each displaying stacks of gleaming gold, silver, and bronze ingots that shimmered under the light.